Star Odyssey Chapter 3278 to Chapter 3329. The ancestor of the past nodded. That's right, the spiritualized universe. I followed Xianxia and came to your universe. In our name, your universe is called the Tianyuan universe. Luin understood. The spiritualized universe's invasion of the consciousness universe was similar to Tianxi's invasion of their universe. The consciousness universe would not be able to stop it, so the only way was to lure other universes into the game and form a balance against the spiritualized universe. However, the ancestor of the past came at a bad time. Before he could take action, the above heaven sect was destroyed. Why did you attack Lu Tianjing? Luin did not understand. This person should have stayed out of the matter and not made enemies with anyone before making a decision, especially humans. At that time, her only choice was humans. The ancestor of the past shook his head. That was a personal grudge between me and Lu Yuan. It had nothing to do with the universe. He was too rude. Luin understood and did not ask further. So, you joined the Eternals after the above heaven sect was destroyed because you targeted the Eternals and hoped that they would be the key to breaking the situation? Not only that, but if I joined the Eternals, I would not be targeted by the four guardians. Those four have their own plans and might not let go of an expert like me, the ancestor of the past said. Luin laughed. That was right. The four guardians were in cahoots with the Eternals. At that time, did you know that the Eternals were in cahoots with Xianxia? That the spiritualized universe wanted to seize our universe? The ancestor of the past pondered. I did not know at first, but I found out later. However, I was even more certain that the Eternals were not people who would pave the way for others. They definitely had their own plans. Restart the universe and step into the eternal life realm. Luin did not hide it. Many people understood the one true God's goal. The ancestor of the past was not surprised. The Eternals wanted to step into the eternal life realm. Xianxia wanted to take the spiritualized universe and achieve a leap. Perhaps he himself wanted to step into the eternal life realm at that time, and a prerequisite for all of this was to restart the Tianyuan universe. To be honest, this is unfair to the people of your universe, but I can't help you. The only thing I can do is think of a way to deal with the spiritualized universe at the last moment. The Eternals won't be willing to give up this universe. At least in my opinion, the Eternals are an infinitely expanding race. Once the humans of this universe are finished, they will set their sights on other universes. The most troublesome thing is that the creatures in the spiritualized universe can be humans or other species. Until now, I have not thought of a way to break through the situation. Until now, your sect has risen. Dao Master Lu, enter the situation and keep the balance. This is not only what our universe of consciousness needs, but also what you need. The spiritualized universe has reached its limit. They can no longer survive and have to leave to seize other universes. They are the enemies of all universes. Luin looked at Ancestor Shi. How did you survive Ancestor Chen's palm strike? Ancestor of the past said, my body is dead but I'm not a human. I'm a body of consciousness, my essence, qi, and spirit. As long as my essence, qi, and spirit don't die, it's fine. Why did you take Shi Wei as your disciple? It's convenient to observe humans. What do you know about the fate of our universe? For example, the existence behind the four guardians. Ancestor Shi's eyes flashed, no. Luin looked at her, you've been in the Calamity region for so many years, no? Ancestor Shi shook her head, no. If the four guardians can see creatures that don't belong to this universe, how did you hide it from them? It's because my body belongs to this universe. After coming to this universe, when I came here, I obtained this body and even used it to break through to the primordial realm in the Mirage region. You should have heard that I left behind that tablet. Luin looked at her for quite a while before asking, what happened on the day Ancestor Ku killed his way into the Calamity region? Ancestor Shi recalled, using the triumphant duel technique to kill his way into the Black Mother Tree. He fought the Eternal but was defeated in a single strike. He didn't even reach the primordial realm. To be honest, it's already a miracle that he was able to leave alive. I want to know the details, Luin said without holding back, treating her like a subordinate. Ancestor Shi was a primordial realm expert, but so what? Luine had killed more than one Primordial Realm expert. Primordial Realm experts were no longer a mystery to him, especially when Ancestor Xi was considered an enemy. This enemy didn't just refer to what she did to the humans after joining the Eternal Race, but also her impure intentions for coming to this universe. She wanted to instigate a war between this universe and the spiritualized universe to protect her universe. From the standpoint of her universe, she was a hero, a savior, but from Lu Yin's universe, she was an enemy who wanted to instigate a war. Ancestor Xi didn't care about the change in status. She knew very well who she was facing and didn't dare to underestimate Lu Yin, even if he hadn't even comprehended the sequence laws. She told him everything that she had seen that day. Lu Yin listened quietly. The entire process hadn't been very long. From the moment Kuzu had killed his way into the zone of calamity to the moment he had stepped onto the Black Mother Tree, to the moment when Kuzu had used the sequence laws to disappear and escape from the zone of calamity, only an instant had passed. Even though Kuzu's brilliance had reached its peak in that instant, paving the way for future generations, it hadn't been that long. You mean to say that you didn't see Ancestor Ku's battle on the Black Mother Tree, including the details of his attack? Lu Yin's tone was low. Ancestor Xi said, "It's impossible for me to see. I'm in the primordial realm, an existence second only to the eternal race. The eternal race wouldn't let me climb the Black Mother Tree. It's worthless." Lu Yin stood up and turned his back to her. "Apart from letting me know that you had designs on our universe and the names of the consciousness universe and the spiritualized universe, your arrival is worthless to me. It's been so many years, and regardless of whether you were forced or not, the losses you caused by joining the eternal race can't be brushed off with a few words, let alone this worthless information." Lu Yin turned around and stared at Ancestor Xi. "I've said it before, give me a reason not to kill you." Ancestor Xi met Lu Yin's gaze. "I'm willing to atone for my sins with my death." Lu Yin sneered. "Then I'll fulfill your wish. Tao Lord Lu, the spiritualized universe has its eyes on your Tianyuan universe. You can't avoid it. Xianxia has been here for so many years, he won't give up so easily." Lu Yin didn't care. "Even if we start a war with the spiritualized universe, what does it have to do with your consciousness universe? We won't help you. You might not be a match for the spiritualized universe." "No, you definitely aren't a match for them," Ancestor Xi said solemnly. Lu Yin raised his brows. "Is the spiritualized universe very strong?" Ancestor Xi's gaze was heavy. "They are dealing with our consciousness universe while coveting your Tianyuan universe. You can imagine that the spiritualized universe wants to be irresistible. The Eternal has its own plans, and I don't think he will obediently give up the Tianyuan universe after it's rebooted. However, the spiritualized universe isn't stupid either. They won't really think that the Eternal will give up on the Tianyuan universe. Stepping into the Eternal realm is the goal of all living beings. Apart from this goal, they all have their own benefits. The reason why we can work together is because of our own confidence. Now that the eternal race has been destroyed by you, you have to face the spiritualized universe. Without us holding them back, it's unwise for your Tianyuan universe to fight against the spiritualized universe alone." Lu Yin didn't refute him. The spiritualized universe was indeed a problem. "You have been in the zone of disaster for so many years. You should know that there is an omnipotent existence behind the eternal and the protectors of the four directions." Ancestor Xi's eyes flashed. "I have never considered that existence." Lu Yin was surprised. "Why?" Ancestor Xi shook his head. "It can't be changed, and there is no need to consider it. Just like a long time ago, when our consciousness universe encountered the spiritualized universe for the first time, we sensed that the spiritualized universe was far stronger than us. No matter how hard we tried, we would eventually perish. It was only a matter of time. All living beings in the consciousness universe were waiting for the countdown to their destruction. It was only when we discovered the existence of your Tianyuan universe that the countdown was put down. We have experienced that feeling before, and we don't want to experience it again. It doesn't make a difference to us whether there is an omnipotent existence because we will eventually perish." At this point, she looked at Lu Yin with admiration. "Actually, the humans of your universe should be in even more despair than we are. The Eternals used the first zone of calamity to mobilize the 7 sky gods to suppress you all. I always thought that the extinction of the human race was only a matter of time, and that it would happen much earlier than the extinction of our universe. However, you forcefully brought the human race out of that predicament and created a miracle. In my opinion, you are more admirable than Tai Chu. That's why I found you. Tao Master Lu, I don't ask you to save our consciousness universe. Even if our consciousness universe has to become enemies with your Tian Yuan universe, before that, we should first deal with the spiritualized universe. The spiritualized universe is separated from our consciousness universe and your Tian Yuan universe. Luin looked at Ancestor Shi's face. It doesn't matter how nicely you say it. I don't believe that you don't know anything about fate after being in the zone of disaster for so many years. Ancestor Ku killed his way into the zone of disaster and left a clue that the butterfly had to chase after. That was only an instant. If you really don't know anything, you have either been exposed and are guarded against by the eternal race, or you are like He Wuxian, pretending to join the eternal race and plotting against me. Ancestor Shi sighed. The clue Ancestor Ku obtained was exchanged with his life. Tao Master Lu, I can't kill my way to the Black Mother Tree and fight against the Eternal. I will never obtain any clues. Ancestor Shi's words sounded reasonable, but in the end, it was as if she didn't say anything. Before she came, she had already thought about what she could say and what she couldn't say. Luin turned around, sat down, and continued fishing. Ancestor Shi stood behind him without moving, waiting quietly. Her fate was in Lu Yin's hands. She came to the above heaven sect. Even a primordial realm expert had to be careful, let alone Ancestor Shi who had fallen from the primordial realm. At most, she was an expert who could occasionally unleash the power of the primordial realm. Luin had never seen her unleash her laws before. If she didn't get close, her realm had completely fallen. How did you get this body? Luin suddenly asked. Ancestor Shi was surprised. Body? We are consciousness life forms. It's not difficult for us to take over a body. Luin said indifferently. If I didn't agree to work with the consciousness universe to deal with the spiritualized universe, what would you do? After hearing Lu Yin's words, the ancestor replied, I had no intention of leaving before coming here. Regardless of what you decide, I'll stay in the above heaven sect. Bring the guest to rest, Luin instructed. The second Night King walked out and bowed respectfully. Yes. He then gestured for the ancestor to leave. The ancestor did not say anything else and left with the second Night King. She really had no intention of leaving the above heaven sect. Luin put down his fishing rod, as the ancestor's identity was truly unexpected. He had thought that she was an ancient powerhouse of the 3 realms and 6 Daos, but he had not expected her to be from another universe. She had deliberately exposed the spiritualized universe's location and used the Tian Yuan universe to counteract the spiritualized universe, forming a stable 3-way balance. Although she looked calm and untainted, she was actually more shrewd than anyone else. Wang Wen, let's play chess. On a mountain range in the above heaven sect, Wang Wen looked up and smiled. Chess? Chess Pathmaster, you've never beaten me before. Not long after, Wang Wen arrived at the back mountain of the above heaven sect and faced Luin. There was a chessboard between them, and they were really here to play chess. Ha, your chess pieces are all mine. Chess Pathmaster, you haven't played in so many years, but your chess skills haven't improved. I'm still far from your level, but it won't be easy for you to win. Although my chess pieces aren't connected and are fighting for themselves, they won't be defeated that quickly. The more you struggle, the slower the countdown to your death becomes. I don't think so. The countdown to your death has never slowed down. It's just that there's an invisible countdown. I can't see it? You can see it, but I can't. Although your chess pieces are fighting separately and aren't connected, once I eat any of your chess pieces that are exposed, my chess pieces will also be exposed. Some of them will be eaten by your chess pieces, resulting in a stalemate. Judging from the results, not only will I not be able to quickly eliminate you, but I will also be delayed by you and even eat some of my chess pieces. It's not worth it. You want to drag it out slowly? You'll eventually win if you drag it out, won't you? Chess Pathmaster, this move of yours is very smart. Where did you learn it from? We'll work together and keep each other in check. If we're going to be exposed, we'll be exposed together. This world is very dangerous. Whoever is exposed will be out of luck, because no one knows how powerful the enemies who are secretly watching you are. Look, your chess pieces have been eaten by me. Looking at the chessboard, the countdown to death has never stopped, whether it's visible or invisible. Chess Taoist Lord, how long do you think you can last in this game? Then do you think I should do that? Of course, you should. If I didn't do that, you would have lost long ago. If I had been careless, you might have been able to turn the tables. You are indeed smart. In fact, the final outcome depends on how many chess pieces you have hidden in the dark, and how many chess pieces you can swallow. A chess game is unpredictable. A person's thoughts are all in it, and it is filled with chess culture. The most important thing is to test the player's temperament and endurance. Lu Yin's hand hovered above the chessboard, but he didn't place it down. His gaze was fixed on the corner of the chessboard, where there were many pieces. On the surface, his pieces were surrounded by Wang Wen's pieces, but in reality, if Wang Wen devoured his pieces, Wang Wen's pieces would be exposed even more, and Lu Yin would be able to counterattack. This killing intent was the key to the final outcome of this game. Could Wang Wen not see it? Impossible. He could see it, which was why he didn't move. However, he still had to move in the end. How would he move? Looking at the entire game, there were countless killing intents. Where was his killing intent? Chess Taoist Lord, sometimes, it's not a good thing to think too much. You might even lose your greatest advantage. Wang Wen's lips curled up as he looked at Lu Yin proudly. Lu Yin looked at Wang Wen and didn't say anything as he placed a piece down. He had taken the initiative to expose his own pieces for Wang Wen to eat. If Wang Wen ate them, Wang Wen would expose more of his pieces. If Wang Wen didn't eat them, Lu Yin would be able to see where Wang Wen's killing intent was. Wang Wen looked at the chessboard and quietly pondered. He had never thought for more than 5 seconds while playing with Lu Yin. This was his self-confidence. However, he was now deep in thought. Lu Yin frowned. Could it be that Wang Wen didn't have a backup plan? Wang Wen exhaled and played with the chess piece in his hand. He looked at Lu Yin with bright eyes. Chess Taoist Lord, you won this game. Lu Yin was confused. You really couldn't tell? No. Lu Yin did not believe it. Wang Wen said, I really couldn't. To be honest, I underestimated you. It's not this game, but you as a person. You led the human race to defeat the Eternals and took control of the entire universe. You should be in high spirits. And looking down on the world, but you restrained yourself and acted as if nothing had happened. You were even more cautious than before you defeated the Eternals. This is the reason why I lost. Can I ask what happened? Wang Wen was the military advisor of the Above the Sky sect. He had helped Lu Yin a lot along the way and knew many things. However, he did not know about the one true God's plan to restart the universe, spiritualize the universe, or fate. These were the deepest secrets of the universe, so he did not know. Lu Yin had called Wang Wen here to tell him something. The primogenitor, Mr. Mu, and the others stood at too high a level and considered things from too high a perspective. Lu Yin was the same. Even though he had started out as an ordinary cultivator, he was no longer the lowly cultivator he once was. Lu Yin needed Wang Wen to reconsider this matter from the perspective of an ordinary person. There were countless ordinary people, but Wang Wen was the most suitable. This was because he was the best at planning for the big picture and had a far-sighted vision. He was the exact opposite of Wei Rong. After the game ended, Lu Yin told Wang Wen everything that had happened. Wang Wen was stunned. I knew that the humans had some secrets since the Above the Sky sect era, but I never thought that the secrets would be so great. The one true God actually wants to restart the universe and step into the eternal realm? Spiritualized universe, consciousness universe. Hiss. Interesting. Too interesting. Lu Yin sighed. You think it's interesting because you haven't reached the primogenitor's level. At their level, any decision would affect the life and death of the entire universe. Do you know how many lives would be involved? Including you and me. Wang Wen smiled brilliantly. I understand now. The chess pathmaster obtained his inspiration from the primogenitor. When two sides are playing chess, and one side is clearly at a disadvantage, the chess pathmaster will pull in a third party to create a balance and stall for time. In the end, he will be able to reverse the situation. Louis nodded. The logic is simple and not complicated. However, at our level, it's difficult to see. This is also the consciousness universe's plan. It's a wise move. The consciousness universe isn't a match for the spiritualized universe, so they could only pull in a third party. We are that third party. Unfortunately, the primogenitor just happened to see the primogenitor's tyrannical side and hesitated. In the end, the primogenitor was surrounded and killed, and the above sky sect was destroyed. This is fate. Fortunately, chess pathmaster, you rose up and gave the primogenitor hope. No matter how you look at it, the primogenitor represents the consciousness universe and is our enemy. Louis agreed with this point. As long as it was possible, the consciousness universe would love for the spiritualized universe and the Tianyuan universe to fight to the death. The primogenitor also knew that she couldn't hide this from Louis and the others. Now, he went straight to the point. What do you think we should do? Louis asked. Wang Wen smiled. Let nature take its course. Louis raised his brows. Do nothing? It's useless. Chess pathmaster, can you go to the consciousness universe? Or can you find the spiritualized universe? The primogenitor should be able to return to the consciousness universe. For the sake of her own universe, she will do everything she can to make the spiritualized universe and the Tianyuan universe go to war. All we need to do is wait for the war to start and for the consciousness universe to be exhausted. The primogenitor was right about one thing, we aren't good people either. Wang Wen chuckled and moved closer to Louis. Chess pathmaster, if the threat of the spiritualized universe is gone, the next target should be the consciousness universe, right? They plan to restart the Tianyuan universe, so why don't we do the same? Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as he looked at Wang Wen. Wang Wen spread out his hands. Don't blame me for being ruthless. The spiritualized universe is definitely not weak. They're in a hurry to take over the consciousness universe, and they're also targeting the Tianyuan universe. They must have their own reasons, so there's nothing wrong with making ourselves stronger. In any case, that universe isn't ours. At most, we'll just bring the humans from that universe out. Louis looked away, as he had never considered this. Wang Wen had actually thought of restarting the consciousness universe and the spiritualized universe, allowing the experts of the sect above to reach the primordial realm. This was especially true for Louis. Once the universes were restarted, he, the primogenitor, Mr. Mu, and the other peak experts would definitely be able to take another step forward and even reach the eternal realm. This was definitely good news for the sect above. However, they had sacrificed those two universes. With Wang Wen's explanation, the situation was now clear. The consciousness universe, the spiritualized universe, and the Tianyuan universe were like three mouth-watering fruits that corresponded to three creatures that guarded the fruits. Whoever ate one first would be able to fill their stomachs and have the strength to fight for all of the fruits. Even if that person did not want to eat, there was no guarantee that the other two would not. Once one of them ate the fruit, the other two would be in trouble. They would not be able to eat anything and could only starve to death. It was impossible for them to not eat anything. This was the nature of living beings, the survival of the fittest. It was not something that could be changed by intelligence. One of them would definitely eat first, forcing the other two to have no choice but to eat. Louis had now become one of them. No, he suddenly looked at Wang Wen. He was not the one who could eat the fruit. The ones who could eat the fruit were the existences behind the four protectors. This was the fate that the primogenitor spoke of. Only they had the right to eat the fruit. If, and I'm just saying if, there's an omnipotent existence above us, what should we do? Wang Wen's expression changed. If? Louis nodded solemnly. If? Wang Wen's eyes flashed, and he fell silent for a moment before looking at the calm lake. If a fisherman is hungry, and there's only one fish in the lake, and another hungry fisherman comes along, what do you think these two fishermen should do? Of course, they should deal with the other party and prevent him from stealing their fish, Louis thought to himself, but he did not say this out loud. Wang Wen left, as he needed to digest what Luyin had told him. Luyin calmly sat by the lake and stared at the fishing rod in a daze. A few days later, Luyin left the Above the Sky sect and went to Immemorial City to meet the primogenitor. Immemorial City still existed, and the surviving Immemorial City experts had returned not long after returning to their own spacetime. Their level was too high, and there was no one else in their own spacetime who could speak to them at the same level. It was better to come to Immemorial City and live like a normal person instead of being lonely at the top. Someone had to protect the primogenitor. The 3 realms and 6 paths had been in charge of protecting the primogenitor, but now that those people had returned, the 3 realms and 6 paths no longer needed to protect the primogenitor. Luyin went to the underground of Immemorial City and met the primogenitor. "Zhuzi, you're here," the primogenitor greeted. Luyin came with curiosity. "Why did you occupy the Mirage Domain?" Many things had started because the primogenitor and the others had occupied the Mirage Domain. The protectors of the 4 directions believed that the humans were uncivilized because the primogenitor's actions in occupying the Mirage Domain were too despicable. The primogenitor had not told the primogenitor about the consciousness universe from the beginning because he had seen the primogenitor and the others occupy the Mirage Domain. The primogenitor was unhappy. "Zhuzi, you're blaming me? I didn't do it alone. Everyone has a part to play." "Who?" Luyin was curious. "Me." Mr. Mu arrived. Luyin looked back and bowed. "Master." Mr. Mu grunted. "You suddenly asked about the Mirage Domain because many things happened because of it?" Luyin nodded. "That's right. That's why I want to know the true purpose of occupying the Mirage Domain. It shouldn't just be for the 3 realms and 6 paths to cultivate. The price is too high. Even with my current cultivation, I still don't know how to stabilize the Mirage Domain." Zhuzi, this is all thanks to your good master. I was wrong. The most successful thing he did in his life was not only taking you in as a disciple, but also helping us occupy the Mirage Domain." The primogenitor was very happy, as if he was watching Luyin make a fool of himself. Luyin looked at Mr. Mu curiously. Mr. Mu said helplessly, "This matter is dishonorable and unfair to the other universes. But there's no other way. If we don't do this, we won't be able to promote the heavenly sect to the peak of brilliance. We won't be able to give birth to the possibility of winning against that existence. Whether it's a merit or a fault, let's leave it to future generations to judge. The prerequisite is that there are future generations." He looked at Luyin and said, "The purpose of a fixed Mirage Domain is to create experts. The more experts there are, the better. It's to create experts who can reach the primordial realm. The 3 realms and 6 daos are all like that. It's a pity that Taichu's accident happened too quickly, or there would be more than just the 3 realms and 6 daos." Luyin understood that the possibility of resisting that existence referred to fate. Mr. Mu's universe had been destroyed. The creatures that could destroy Mr. Mu's universe might have the same fate as his own universe. That was why he had helped the primogenitor to stabilize the Mirage Domain and create masters. However, he had not expected that this universe would also have such an existence. As a result, the primogenitor had been surrounded and killed. He had no choice but to save him, which led to the war between Primeval City and the Eternals. He was neither right nor wrong. He could only say that Mr. Mu had misjudged this universe. He did not see the existence of fate. Although the ancestor had guessed that fate existed, he had neglected it in order to help the 3 realms and 6 paths increase their strength. The former Heavens sect had been destroyed because of this, but it had also created the current Heavens sect and Luyin. Luyin did not know if the people of this universe would be able to resist fate in the future. As a descendant who had been born in a fixed Mirage Domain, he was not qualified to comment on whether it was right or wrong. This was because he had also benefited from the Mirage Domain. "Master, how do you fix a Mirage Domain?" Luyin asked. He was very curious. "This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page." He really did not know how to do it. Mr. Mu clasped his hands behind his back. "Tracing back to the past." "Tracing back to the past?" Luyin was surprised. "Isn't tracing back to the past to find a certain point in time?" That point in time does not belong to the river of time in the Mirage domain, Mr. Mu said. Luin knew this. He had wanted to ask Mr. Mu why he had created tracing back to the past. Flowing light devoured time that did not belong to the river of time, which made Luin feel as if tracing back to the past had also been created for this reason. Mr. Mu said, a water droplet that does not merge into the river of time can be found by tracing back to the past. If there are many such water droplets, and there are so many of them that they form a cross-section that is similar to a dam, what will happen if they do not flow down the river of time? Luin was stunned. Is that possible? As long as there is enough time, it can be found, Mr. Mu said. Luin was completely shocked. Mr. Mu was basically saying that he would collect water droplets that did not merge with the river and eventually place them in the river, cutting it off. In theory, it could be done, but it was impossible to actually do it. Where would he find so many water droplets that did not belong to the river of time? How long would it take? It was simply unimaginable. But Mr. Mu had done it. Luin had thought that he would be able to see Mr. Mu's strength very soon, but now he realized that he had underestimated Mr. Mu. Mr. Mu could come to this universe from his destroyed universe, which in itself explained the problem. The same situation had happened to the Lost Clan's card. That card had escaped with the Lost Clan, and it had only drawn out a corner of this universe, but it had broken the only true God sky-changing technique. That was a supreme power. Mr. Mu and that card had done the same thing. Did that mean that Mr. Mu corresponded to that card's realm? What realm did Mr. Mu represent? Zhuzi, your master is the most ruthless, the primogenitor said. Luin agreed with him. Mr. Mu was still calm. Tai Chu, be careful that you don't drop the sequence's string if you speak again. Luin looked at Mr. Mu. Master, how did you cultivate the 9-yang cauldron transformation? Mr. Mu looked at Luin, his gaze unprecedentedly serious. Cultivate well. It was only 4 words, but they gave Luin a heavy feeling. The 9-yang cauldron transformation was one of Mr. Mu's ultimate techniques, the kind that he could impart to his disciples. However, only Luin had truly obtained the inheritance of the 9-yang cauldron transformation. Mu Zhu, Mu Feng, Mu Xia, and Qing Ping did not have it. Luin walked out of the underground of Immemorial City and looked in a direction. There, a big tree was rooted in flames. It was the big tree that had escaped. Luin came in front of the big tree and sized it up. The first time he had seen this big tree, it had been sent by someone to play with the sapling. Who would have thought that this big tree would witness the entire history of mankind and change the situation? Little sapling misses you, Luin said to the big tree. The big tree shook its branches, but he did not know what to say. There were only flames entwining them. That's right, Luin suddenly remembered the farmer's big face tree. That tree could be considered to have witnessed history and knew many things about the above heaven era. What was the situation with that tree? He went to the astral tree and arrived at the farmer's home. Nongyi sensed Lu Yin's arrival and hurriedly welcomed him. Behind him were Nongya, Nong Sanyong, and Nong Lai. Greetings, Pathmaster. Greetings, Pathmaster. The group of farmers bowed. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Luin nodded and glanced at Nong Sanyong and the others. They had once been of the same generation, but now, they were completely different. They could no longer stand on the same level as Luin. Even Nong Sanyong was only an emissary. Senior Nong Yi, stay behind. The rest of you can disperse, Luin instructed, and Nong Ye and the others all left. Nong Sanyong looked at Luin curiously. She could not imagine how this person had transformed into the current ruler of the humans. According to the forefather, he did not have the qualifications to enter the Immemorial City battlefield. Only someone who was at least a sequence law powerhouse could go there. Luin, on the other hand, was strong enough to dominate the Immemorial City battlefield and stand shoulder to shoulder with the only true god of the Eternals. No matter how lively Nong Sanyong, Nong Lai, and the others were. No matter how good their relationship with Luin was, they were all very reserved at this moment. Luin was well aware of the pressure that his current status and strength brought to others. He did not intend to set aside his status to redeem their former friendship. Friendship was not something that could be maintained just by redeeming it, as that would be too hypocritical. If Nong Lai and the others had reached the sequence law realm, even if they were progenitors, they would not have interacted with him in such a manner. Time was a good thing. The higher one went, the slower one's steps would become, and the people below would gradually see one's back. At that time, things would be different. Senior Nong Yi, what's the origin of the big face tree? Luin asked directly. Nong Yi was puzzled. The big face tree? Why are you asking about it? The two chatted as they walked towards the tree. To be honest, I don't know either. The big face tree has been around for as long as my farmer's home's records. It's very ancient, and it likes to talk about the above heaven sex era. However, not many people can truly understand it. Not long after, the two saw the big face tree. The tree had not changed at all. Luin had been here several times and heard about the Third Mainland Jiuhe battle. He had heard many things, but it would take him a long time to listen to all of the tree's history. Not far away, Bai Shui rushed over and bowed to Nong Yi. Ancestor. Nong Yi nodded. Bai Shui looked at Luin and slowly bowed. Greetings, Pathmaster. Nong Yi knew that Bai Shui and Luin were old acquaintances, so he walked away so that they could talk. Luin looked at Bai Shui. Long time. No see. Bai Shui smiled faintly. Although I haven't met you, I've heard of everything about you. Luin laughed. You're exaggerating. I'm not exaggerating. You led the humans to victory over the Eternals. I admire you. Lu Yin's gaze swept past Bai Shui, and he saw another figure in the distance. His white robes fluttered, and his aura was otherworldly. It was Prime Clarity. He's really persistent, Luin commented. He knew that Prime Clarity liked Bai Shui, but he had not expected that after being trapped in Burial Garden for so many years, Prime Clarity would directly seek out the farmer's home and obtain their approval to come find Bai Shui. Bai Shui was helpless. If possible, please take him away. Luin replied, that's your business. He had no intention of getting involved in this matter. You've been with the big face tree for so many years. Have you heard anything of value? Luin asked, looking at the tree. Bai Shui thought for a moment. I know a lot about the wars of the above heaven era, but that shouldn't be of any value to you. If you want to know more, you can ask the 3 realms and 6 daos. Did the big face tree ever mention its origins? Luin asked. Bai Shui shook her head. No. Luin stepped forward and arrived in front of the tree. End of chapter. The big face tree was delighted to see Luin. Kid, you're here again. Where were we last time? Right, the Battle of Jiuhe. Speaking of which, the Netherworld ancestor. We talked about the Battle of Jiuhe, Luin interrupted. Big face tree blinked. Have I told you? Uncle Tree, I don't remember telling you everything. You did. Luin was very certain. The big face tree was very serious. No. Luin raised his brows. You did. No. You did. No. He rejected it again and again as he experienced the strength of the tree's spiritual attacks. However, he was disappointed. Although the tree's spiritual attacks were strong, they weren't enough to pique his interest. This big face tree was like an ancient tree that had witnessed history. It had a very long lifespan, but there was nothing special about it. He had been oversensitive. There were many ancient trees in this universe, which made him think that they were all special. Mother trees, black mother trees, escape trees, and saplings. Although this big face tree was not special, it was still a thick history book. Luin left the farm and went to the Ice Spirit clan. He stood outside Bing Xian and looked at her in a daze. Luin did not say a word. He looked at Bing Xian for half a month before leaving. He could save Ming Yen, but so what if he did? The sole true God had not been dealt with. Fate and the spiritualized universe had not been dealt with. Ming Yan's appearance was just another concern. Luin wanted to give his family warmth and stability. This might be selfish, but Ming Yan would rather take risks and go through life and death with him. But weren't humans selfish? The deeper the love, the more they yearned for peace. Luin met the ancestor once again at the back mountain of the Above Heaven sect. If the spiritualized universe takes care of your universe and then fights with the Tianyuan universe, who has a higher chance of winning? Luin asked without hesitation. The ancestor replied, the spiritualized universe. Why? Firstly, they can restart our universe and use the laws of the universe to create powerhouses. Secondly, the life forms of the universe also have the concept of life and death. Some of them are afraid of death and will join the spiritualized universe. It's like two universes fighting the Tianyuan universe, and the Tianyuan universe has no chance of winning. Thirdly, too many powerhouses from the Tianyuan universe have died in the battle with the Eternals. The remaining powerhouses of the Above Heaven sect and Immemorial City are not enough to resist the spiritualized universe. Luin said, if they can restart the universe, why did the spiritualized universe target the Tianyuan universe in the Above Heaven sect? The ancestor of the past said, greed can never be satisfied. The rebooting of a consciousness universe will allow the top creatures of the spiritualized universe to step into another level, but what about the level that is only second to the top creatures? They need to develop as well. Even if those peak creatures all reach the primordial realm, will they be satisfied? The Tianyuan universe is like a safety net, while the consciousness universe is more like a test subject. Luin was curious. It's been so long. Does the universe still exist? The ancestor was certain. It exists. Even if the spiritualized universe is stronger than us and has given us a death countdown, it won't be easy to completely destroy our universe. The Eternals destroyed the Above Heaven sect and suppressed the Sixth Direction association with the First Calamity realm. But you also rose up. There are too many possibilities in the universe. What truly makes us despair is the scale of the future. That is a measurement of the infinite possibilities of the future. If the future scale of the consciousness universe is 5, then the future scale of the spiritualized universe is 6. It is this difference that makes it impossible for the consciousness universe to be born. Even if the universe has infinite possibilities, it can't surpass the spiritualized universe. We have long recognized this point. Only the Tianyuan universe is different. When I saw the dazzling Above Heaven sect, I thought that the future scale of the Tianyuan universe would be 6. But you rose up a second time and won against the odds. This made me certain that the future scale of the universe is 7. However, I'm talking about the future scale, which is a measure of the infinite possibilities in the future and not a comparison of your current strength. If the spiritualized universe attacks, you will definitely lose. Luin tapped his fingers on the table and pondered for a moment. If I don't solve the internal problems, I can't solve the external problems. The Eternals? Help me eliminate the Eternals and give me the confidence to unify the entire Tianyuan universe. Only then will I be able to deal with the spiritualized universe. Otherwise, the Eternals alone will drag me down. Luin then looked at the ancestor. At that time, even if we don't want to start a war with the spiritualized universe, an integrated Tianyuan universe is not something that the spiritualized universe wants to see. I understand this logic, but it won't be easy to eliminate the Eternals. The one true God is very strong, so strong that he has the qualifications to negotiate with the spiritualized universe. The ancestor was helpless. How to deal with the one true God is our problem. Your mission is to find him, Luin said. The ancestor frowned. I'll do my best. Luin looked at the calm lake. Although it was clear enough to see the bottom, there were still some filth hidden in the dark corners. The one true God, the ancient God, the forgotten ruins deity, Xianxia, by Xian'er, and He Wuxian. I will find them all and deal with them once and for all. He had let the ancestor leave, but the ancestor had come looking for him himself. If he wanted to hide, there was no need for him to come. Now, no one could find the one true God, and Luin was very anxious. He hoped to eliminate the one true God before the effects of the 6 paths of reincarnation realm ended. However, it was useless if he couldn't find the one true God. If he couldn't find the one true God, the gift he had given the one true God wouldn't be effective. The ancestor had been with the Eternals for so long, and he hoped that it would be useful. As for the ancient God, couldn't he reveal his location? 1 fisherman, 2 fishermen, 3 fishermen. Luin stared at the surface of the lake and fell into deep thought. Following the defeat of the Eternals, the Above Heaven sect naturally became a colossus that countless people in this universe looked up to. Every day, countless people would come to the Above Heaven sect to pay their respects, and Lu Yin's statue could be seen everywhere. On this day, 4 people found Lu Yin. They were Mu Zhu, Mu Feng, Mu Xia, and Qing Ping. At the back mountain of the Above Heaven sect, Lu Yin looked at the 4 and said solemnly, "Senior brothers and sisters, this matter is very important. I'll have to trouble you." "I'm not very good at tracing," Qing Ping said. "I'll lead," Mu Zhu said. This was her first time in the Above Heaven sect, but she wasn't shocked. She had seen the Above Heaven sect before the ancient era and had saved the ancestor. If not for Mr. Mu's seniority, she would be about the same age as the 3 realms and 6 paths. Lu Yin nodded. "Thank you, senior sister." The 4 of them surrounded Lu Yin and simultaneously used tracing back to the past. The void around Lu Yin twisted and turned gray. Faintly, images flashed past. Back then, senior brother Mu Xia used tracing alone to find Yibo. It was very difficult. Now, the 4 of them used tracing at the same time. Especially with Mu Zhu, they should be able to succeed. What Lu Yin asked them to find was the Book of Destiny that had been denied. Destiny, Maiden, and Xianxia were no less threatening than the one true God. The only way Lu Yin could find them was to trace back to the past and find the time that had disappeared. He would cross the river of time with a stream of light. Like the ancient battlefield, he would search for the bone boat. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Time passed day by day. No one disturbed them at the back mountain of the Above Heaven sect. On the 9th day, Mu Zhu and the others opened their eyes. "Found it." Lu Yin waved his hand and a light boat appeared. The river of time surged forward. Countless people inside and outside the Above Heaven sect were shocked. The river of time encompassed the life of all living things. It was the vast power of time. At this moment, a small boat crossed the river of time. Lu Yin boarded the light boat and disappeared. The scene only lasted for a short time. After Lu Yin disappeared, Mu Zhu and the others almost collapsed. Mu Xia smiled bitterly. "Junior brother's light is the real power of time." Mu Feng said solemnly, "It took us 9 days to find it with the 4 of us. The hidden time is not simple. It's a pity that Master cut off the river of time and fixed the mirage domain. He can't use tracing. Otherwise, we wouldn't have to do it," Mu Zhu said. "I hope everything goes well," Qing Ping muttered to himself. At the same time, Lu Yin traveled through the river of time and saw images of things that had happened in the past. Time continued to move forward and the boat bobbed up and down. The longer one traveled through the river of time, the more likely it was to capsize. However, after experiencing it once, Lu Yin was confident. Suddenly, an image froze and a familiar power swept past. It was tracing the past. Mu Zhu and the others used tracing to help Lu Yin locate the time when the Book of Destiny had been denied. Lu Yin stared at the image and entered. He appeared in a courtyard with images constantly moving around him. Time was moving backward. Lu Yin looked around. Was this Xian Academy? Mr. Wei's courtyard? Lu Yin suddenly turned around. The images around him kept moving forward, and he saw a person in front of him, Mr. Wei. She stood among the flowers like a lotus flower. Even though she was disguised as a man, her otherworldly temperament could not be hidden. She was pure and flawless. Lu Yin looked at Mr. Wei, and Mr. Wei looked back at him. Time was flowing, but Mr. Wei had never left. Lu Yin had ordered that no one be allowed to enter this courtyard, and Xian Academy had sealed it off. Neither of them moved and just looked at each other in the river of time. This was a very strange scene. Lu Yin traveled through the river of time, and many years passed in the blink of an eye. However, Mr. Wei was still standing there. If someone could see her, they would see that she was standing in one place and staring in one direction. She had not moved for many years, and there was a smile in her eyes. The image disappeared, and everything returned to normal. Within the courtyard, birds chirped and the fragrance of flowers filled the air. Lu Yin and Mr. Wei looked at each other. "You never left?" "I was waiting for you." Mr. Wei smiled faintly. "When Forefather Tianyi and I came to find you, you only left paper cut behind." Mr. Wei's smile grew wider. You were the ones who couldn't find me. I've always been here and never left. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Are you Wei's daughter or Baixianer? Or Destiny? Mr. Wei smiled. Is there a difference? Lu Yin nodded. Yes, there's no difference. Are you waiting for the current me or the past me? What's the difference? Mr. Wei retorted. Lu Yin stared at her. The current me is not someone you can wait for. He then took a step forward and released the starry sky from his heart. He reached out to grab Mr. Wei. Mr. Wei stood where she was without moving, allowing Lu Yin's hand to pass through her body. Lu Yin's expression changed. Fake? No, it's time. With a wave of his hand, Mr. Wei's figure dissipated like a ray of light, and another Mr. Wei appeared on the other side. Lu Yin looked over solemnly. You're hidden in time. Mr. Wei praised, Baixianer lost to you, but she's not me, and I'm not everything. You're facing me, which is completely different from Baixianer. Lu Yin could tell that with his current strength, Baixianer might not be his opponent even if she reached the primordial realm. However, he was facing Mr. Wei. He didn't know what Mr. Wei's identity as Wei's daughter corresponded to, but he knew that Baixianer corresponded to himself in Lu Xiaoshuan's era. They were of the same generation, but Mr. Wei was definitely not of the same generation. Lu Yin was confident that he could defeat all of his peers, even if they had an ancient identity. However, it would be difficult for him to defeat a monster who had the same talent as him but had cultivated for a long time. The power of time needed to be explored slowly, and Mr. Wei had explored it for a long time. She was able to walk on time and see the future. That Mr. Wei was actually the future that her past self had seen, but she had dodged before Lu Yin could attack. It seemed clear, but it was extremely difficult to break out of this situation. Whether Lu Yin attacked now or not, it was the future that Mr. Wei had seen. She had built a bridge in the river of time, and she had built a bridge only for herself. If you really want to attack me, think about it slowly. There will be a way, but I'm not staying here for you to attack me. I just hope that you won't keep an eye on me. We might not be enemies, Mr. Wei said indifferently. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Yes, there must be a way. Since Lu Guang could go up, he could go down. He didn't need to build a bridge. He only needed to see what was behind the bridge or even destroy it. If I want to attack you, I can do it when I see your future. Others can't see your future, but I can, Mr. Wei said. Lu Yin raised his brows. You can see my future? Mr. Wei's lips curled up. She was originally quiet and elegant, but now her smile was even more enchanting. I'm of the same generation as Tai Chu. I was the first to know about the fixed mirage domain. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. You were the first to know? I admire Tai Chu and your master. They did things that many people didn't dare to do. Now, they have only themselves to blame. How should I put it? Mr. Wei sized up Lu Yin. If I were your enemy, I would have helped Eternity deal with Immemorial City long ago. With me, you won't be able to stop them. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. It's not like you haven't fought before. Mr. Wei laughed. How can the Lu family's matter be considered as taking action? Do you think that Lu Tianyi can stop me if I really make a move? Your father, Lu Qi, blocked me with the general appointment platform. Don't you think it's ridiculous? And you? She looked at Lu Yin deeply. Of the 7 heroes, 6 died. I didn't stop them. Lu Yin's eyes flashed with killing intent. You killed them. Just to fulfill your wish, Mr. Wei said calmly. Lu Yin clenched his fists. I don't need your help. Mr. Wei could not help but laugh. Without their talents, how could you be who you are now? In short, I waited for you to tell you that you and I are not enemies. You should know a little about this universe. Instead of spending your time on me, why not? Instead, you should think about how to survive. 3 of the Guardians have died, and the Eternals have been defeated. This is not a situation that fate wants to see. Lu Yin frowned. He knew about fate as well, which meant that the person in front of him was Wei's daughter. What's with fate? Mr. Wei smiled. That's my problem, and it has nothing to do with you. It's not up to you to meddle in my affairs. If you insist on finding trouble with me, then I'll have to make you accept reality. Luin did not understand. Reality? Mr. Wei's smile faded. Compared to us, you're still a level lower. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as he stared at Mr. Wei. Mr. Wei opened his hand, revealing a paper cut that he held up for Luin to see. The paper cut was obviously a woman, but Luin could not tell who it was. This paper cut's original model is called Night Queen Yanqing. Luin was puzzled at first, but then he felt incredulous. Night Queen Yanqing? Of course, he knew this woman. She was the younger sister of the Day-Night clan's Night King Zhenwu. It was because of her that he had become enemies with the Day-Night clan in Astral 10. He had no choice but to use the information about the third Night King to control the Day-Night clan and live carefully. This woman could be considered one of Lu Yin's early enemies after he had entered the cultivation world. However, following the Day-Night clan's defeat, the words Night Queen had gradually faded from his mind. Even the frigid immortal sect, the master of the Day-Night clan, was like an ant to Luin, let alone Night Queen Yanqing. If Mr. Wei had not mentioned her, Luin would have forgotten about her long ago. Mr. Wei smiled again. Do you still remember Night Queen Yanqing? She's a woman that you once hated and respected. She's just a nobody to the current you, but that nobody has left a mark on your life. What do you think will happen if this mark is erased? Lu Yin's eyes widened. Erased? Mr. Wei nodded. Erased, completely erased. Impossible. Lu Yin immediately rejected the idea. If you want to erase Night Queen Yanqing, then you'll be changing history and the future. But the future has already appeared, and this universe has become like this. You can't change this future. It was not impossible to change the past to change the future, but it could only be done to a single person or life. For example, Patriarch Lu Yuan could change the fact that his son had died. Of course, he would have to pay a huge price. That was only a single person's life and death, and it would not affect the karma of others. However, Mr. Wei wanted to erase Night Queen Yanqing's existence to change what had happened in the past. This was equivalent to denying Lu Yin's enmity with Night Queen Yanqing, denying Lu Yin's enmity with the Day-Night clan, and denying the series of events that had happened in the past. This was impossible. Neither the primogenitor nor Mr. Mu could do this. Lu Yin was absolutely certain that they could not do it. They definitely could not. A pair of scissors appeared in Mr. Wei's hand, and he slowly approached Night Queen Yanqing. You say that it's impossible, and I say that it's possible. Do you think it's possible? Once you change the future, what will happen to the present? Do you want to try? Lu Yin stared at Night Queen Yanqing's paper cut in Mr. Wei's hand. Let's try. Mr. Wei looked at Lu Yin. You're that confident? Lu Yin replied in a low voice, you can't change the future. No one can. If you really can, then why are you wasting your breath on me? Mr. Wei smiled. His smile was beautiful. Yes, I can't do it. Then the scissors approached the paper cut, and with a crack, the paper cut into two. It was as if a kite had its string cut, and the world went from colorful to black and white. The world in front of Lu Yin's eyes spun, and after what seemed like an eternity, he regained his senses and looked at Mr. Wei. What happened? Nothing had happened. Mr. Wei held onto the scissors and looked at Lu Yin with bright eyes. She looked more heroic in her male disguise, but it was difficult to conceal her gentle beauty. She had a faint smile on her face. Lu Yin was about to speak when the sound of a surging river reached his ears. He instinctively felt that something was wrong, but he could not do anything. He only felt a surging force crash into his body from an invisible source, causing his brain to explode. He could not see the enemy, nor could he see the attack. He could not see anything at all. Pfft! He spat out a mouthful of blood and almost fell to the ground. His face paled as he looked up at Mr. Wei in shock. Mr. Wei lowered his hand. I think I did it. Lu Yin stared at Mr. Wei, and his thoughts raced as he looked around. Xian Academy was still the same, and nothing had changed. The world had not changed, and the future had not changed. He was the only one who had been injured. Time. Paradox. Mr. Wei nodded. You can say that. Lu Yin finally understood how he had been injured. Just as he had guessed, Mr. Wei could not change the future by erasing the past. That was impossible. However, she had used the paper cut to erase the past. Since the past had disappeared, the future should have changed as well. However, the river of time flowed by, so how could it stop, reverse, or even change because of her power? She did not have such power, and neither did the primogenitor or Mr. Mu. How? Could a normal person cross the river? Even if a normal person created waves at the source of the river, they would quickly be submerged by the surging river. By erasing Night Queen Yanqing, Mr. Wei had created a huge wave in the river of time, reversing the flow of the river of time. If he had enough power, he would have been able to change the flow of time, but this amount of power was far from enough. In the end, nothing would have changed. Night Queen Yanqing had not been erased, and the future would not have changed. The only change was that she had indeed stirred up waves. When these waves were submerged by the long river of time, they produced overlapping and opposing forces. Just like on the surface of a calm lake, two pressures appeared in two directions, forming two waves that collided into the distance. In the end, they collided with each other. This was the force that Mr. Wei wanted. No matter how this power was submerged by the river of time, it would be fine as long as this power appeared. She had sent this power towards Luyin, which came from the river of time. It was the materialization of the paradox of time. It could not be seen, touched, or resisted. This was the power of paper cut. Do you recognize reality now? Mr. Wei looked at Luyin. You have never directly defeated anyone at our level. Tai Chu, Old Man Mu, Eternal, me, and even Tai Hong. When have you ever defeated any of them? The four guardians are just four pieces of trash who did not dare to cross the bitter adversity. The Star Toad is also trash. Killing such trash is meaningless. I just want you to recognize reality. Only when you recognize reality will it be easier to talk. Luyin looked at Mr. Wei in amazement. Is this the power of people at your level? Yes. You will reach that level in the future. Luyin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Then I have to thank you for letting me see it clearly. Mr. Wei looked into Luyin's eyes. Your eyes tell me that you didn't see it clearly. He then took out another paper cut, this time of a woman. Guess who she is? Luyin raised a hand to stop him. Alright, there's no need to cut it. I recognized her. Mr. Wei frowned. Your eyes don't look like it. Luyin sneered. You just have to cut another one, don't you? You said that we weren't enemies before, but now that you've cut it, we're enemies. Mr. Wei looked at Luyin and slowly put down the scissors. I hope you're telling the truth. Hope? Luyin raised a brow and touched the corner of his mouth again. There was still blood. Didn't you build the bridge and see the future? How can there be hope? You should have seen what I would do and what choices I would make. Mr. Wei's eyes flashed, but he did not speak. Luyin looked at the scissors in Mr. Wei's hand. If you had cut it just now, I would have been convinced. I couldn't think of a way to deal with you, but you didn't. At this point, he raised a finger and smiled. This represents a possibility. The bridge you built has come to an end. Mr. Wei suddenly took out a paper cut and cut it. At the same time, Luyin took a step forward, parallel to time, and waved his hand. His fingers curled as if he was holding something, but he wasn't holding anything. He took a step forward, and blood splattered in front of Mr. Wei. Mr. Wei's body flew backward, and a terrifying pressure shook Memory Sage Academy, causing the sky to darken. Luyin slowly turned around, and a sword appeared in his hand at some point, the progenitor's sword. As long as the power of time was involved, there were endless possibilities. Luyin tried one possibility. In the future, he would use Mu Zhu and the others to trace back to the past and find the time when he had stepped in reverse and appeared in parallel to the river of time. At that time, the progenitor's sword would be sent over to help him. Something that should have happened in the future had become reality at this moment. This was not changing the future. It was just like when he had crossed the river of time to change himself and appear in the bone vessel to hunt down the Eternals. It was a reversal of the river of time, but it was just a reversal. This possibility of success allowed Luyin to injure Mr. Wei. First, Luyin had to be able to withdraw safely from this battle. Only then would he have a future. Second, Mr. Wei's ability to see the future had yet to reach that level. Third, he could rely on Mu Zhu and the woodcarving to trace the past. Lu Yin's conversation with Mr. Unfinished confirmed the second point. The bridge that Mr. Unfinished had only lasted until the moment when she had avoided Lu Yin's attack. Otherwise, she would not have said so much to Lu Yin and even used the word hope in the end. This was because she did not know what Lu Yin would choose. As for whether or not he would be able to escape safely, that was his confidence. Of course, that was only in front of Mr. Wei. If he ran into an enemy who wanted to use the future to reverse the river of time to make up for the difference in power level, Lu Yin might not dare to do so, as that would mean that he was already at the end of his rope. If he couldn't use the future to reverse the river of time to change the current battle, then he would have to bear unimaginable consequences. Mr. Wei clearly did not let Lu Yin experience the feeling of not being able to bear the consequences. Senior Mu Zhu and the others were also a limiting factor. If they encountered a strong enemy, they might not be able to gather enough people to cast Tracing the Past for him. This method seemed to have infinite possibilities. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. However, it had to be prepared in advance, and it could not be used in a hurry. Changing the future was extremely difficult. Another point that Lu Yin had confirmed was that Mr. Unfinished's time could not avoid the progenitor's sword. The progenitor's sword's greatest ability was to suppress the universe and stabilize time. This was why Lu Yin had spared no effort to repair it in order to neutralize the damage that the time poison had done to the fifth mainland. Mr. Unfinished walked on time and was unfathomable, but only the progenitor's sword could harm her. Although the entire process had only taken an instant, and Lu Yin had only attacked once, that had been his guess of time. Countless possibilities had appeared, and it had been a showdown between their usage of time. It had also been a battle of words. Mr. Unfinished looked at the bloodstains on her body, and the paper cut fell from her hand as she looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's sword spun as he slashed out again. I'll let you see the truth. I am the master of this universe. Mr. Unfinished hurriedly retreated, her body flowing with a gray color that made her seem illusory. Strangely, she had clearly retreated, but a figure emerged from her body and faced Lu Yin, striking out with a palm. This was Xianxia's innate gift, and the one who had walked out of Mr. Unfinished's body was Xianxia. He released the starry sky in his heart, and the star circulated, instantly breaking Xianxia's innate gift. He stabbed out with his sword, and Xianxia's figure condensed as she looked at Lu Yin. Brother Xiaoxian, are you going to kill me? Lu Yin's eyes widened. The previous Lu Xiaoxian would not, but I am Lu Yin. The celestial radish flower floated into the starry sky, and Lu Yin stabbed his sword into Xianxia's body. The blade was stained with blood as he looked up and stared into her eyes. Xianxia's face was pale, but she smiled sadly at Lu Yin's determined gaze. Brother Xiaoxian, I'm sorry. I didn't want to hurt you. Lu Yin stared at Xianxia as memories flashed through his mind. They were in the food paradise, and in a simple wooden house, young boys and girls were happily tasting delicacies. Outside the door, a rainbow deer emitted a gentle glow as it looked at them from time to time, its eyes filled with dependence. Images of his time with Xianxia flashed through Lu Yin's mind, and his heart ached. Lu Xiaoxian truly loved Xianxia, but just as Lu Yin had said, he wasn't Lu Xiaoxian. His heart only had Ming Yan, an ordinary woman who was waiting for him. In the starry sky, countless people looked at the falling celestial radish flower and recalled the day when the Lu family was exiled. It was the same beautiful red flower rain. Under the red flower rain, Xianxia's face was pale, and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. She raised her hand and touched Lu Yin's face. Xianxia loves brother Xiaoxian, but Xianxia has no choice. I'm sorry for exiling the Lu family. I'm sorry for killing the 7 heroes. I'm sorry for imprisoning you in the Red Garden. I'm sorry, brother Xiaoxian. I'm sorry. Lu Yin didn't love Xianxia, but at this moment, it was as if Lu Xiaoxian had been reborn. He let go of the sword hilt and hugged Xianxia. Are you Xianxia or a maiden? Xianxia touched Lu Yin's face, her eyes filled with infatuation. Xianxia has always been a maiden. Ever since I was born, this has never changed. Xianxia smiled, but her face grew even paler. Ever since the Lu family was exiled, the happiest moments were the battle with Brother Xiaoxian in the disaster region and the dance with Brother Xiaoxian in the Red Garden. Xianxia is satisfied. Brother Xiaoxian, Xianxia's sins will never be repaid, but Xianxia has never thought of killing Brother Xiaoxian. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Brother Xiaoxian, I'm sorry. Luyin didn't know what to feel. Xianxia was the Lu family's enemy. If it weren't for her, the Lu family wouldn't have been exiled even if the Grand Emperor sealed forefather Lu Yuan. It was the maiden who had walked out of her body and restrained forefather Channy. She was the one who had allowed the Lu family to bring the food paradise to Lu Tianjing. The deaths of the 7 heroes, the Lu family's surviving officials imprisoned in the Red Garden, and the deaths of the Lu family's vassal families in the New Continent were all because of her. He had been attacked by Xianxia when he was breaking through in the 5th mainland. Ever since Luyin had started cultivating again, he had dreamed of Xianxia's finger descending. That boundless fury had burned within him, and he had wanted to kill Xianxia even in his dreams to completely end the grudge of the Lu family's exile. Now that he had killed Xianxia, he wasn't happy. Was it because of Lu Xiaoxian? He was already Luyin, and it was impossible for him to love Xianxia. But where did this pain come from? It was so painful that he couldn't breathe. Xianxia stared at Lu Yin's face in a daze, and her eyes gradually dimmed. Her hand drooped down weakly, and her blood stained the ground. Luyin watched as Xianxia died. Speechless pain engulfed him, but his mind was clear. He shouldn't have to endure this kind of pain. Xianxia, Luyin said in a hoarse voice. This was Lu Xiaoxuan's voice. Lu Xiaoxuan's emotions died at the same time as Xianxia. I didn't expect you to really kill her. Mr. Wei stood in the distance and watched calmly. Luyin looked up, and there was a cold glint in his eyes. Xianxia was the one who harmed the Lu family. She was also the one you ordered the 6th Direction Society to capture. Now that Xianxia is dead, our grudge should be resolved, Mr. Wei said calmly. Luyin stared at him. Can it really be resolved? Mr. Wei smiled. I've already given Xianxia to you to kill. What else do you want? Dao Master Lu, we're not enemies. Even if you haven't figured out how to deal with me, I've already told you that we're not enemies. Don't force me to the eternity. You can go wherever you want. Whether it's the eternity or you, as long as you're in this universe, Luyin said coldly. You have to listen to me. Mr. Wei laughed. You're too domineering. I've already paid enough to resolve our grudge. Why do you have to fight to the death? Xianxia said that she had no choice. Luyin gripped his sword tightly. You were the one who entangled Patriarch Tanny and caused the Lu family to be exiled. I don't know which one of you killed the 7 heroes. Even if you were all brought here by Xianxia, you are the murderers. After he finished speaking, he stepped forward and slashed at Mr. Wei. Mr. Wei sighed. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have allowed you to grow. Another figure walked out in front of him. It was a woman, and she held a large book in her hands that was surrounded by grains of sand. She raised her right arm, revealing a pearl necklace around her wrist. Her fingers formed a sword, and she struck out 7 times in front of Luyin. This figure's sword was far inferior to the progenitor's sword, and Luyin was confident that he could easily break it. However, the sword wasn't aimed at him. Instead, it was aimed at the ethereal river of time. It was aimed at the past. Lu Yin's expression changed. A small boat of light appeared and instantly disappeared. The river of time surged forward. Luyin stood on the small boat and stared at the 7 swords that had entered the river of time. He moved at the same time and deflected all of the swords. When he looked back, Mr. Wei had already left. End of chapter 1. Luyin appeared in the courtyard with a solemn expression. If he wasn't mistaken, was that Destiny? Mr. Undying and Destiny were the same person? How could this be? The situation in the Forbidden Land of the Mirage had led Luyin and Hongyan Mavis to believe that Destiny was fake, but the primogenitor was certain that Destiny was real. At that time, Luyin had guessed that the primogenitor and the 3 realms' 6 paths were 2 different people. But didn't Destiny herself know? Why were there 2? The 7 sword edges just now had pierced into the river of time, striking at his past self. Fate wanted to use this to erase his past self. Although the possibility of success was not high, it was just like paper cut. Once the power of time overlapped, the one to bear the brunt of the damage was himself. When Destiny walked out and struck the 7 swords, Mr. Undying could have used paper cut to attack him, but she didn't. It wasn't because she cared about him, but rather because she had her own motives. The immortal radish flower fell in front of Luin as he watched the red flower rain. Xianxia's corpse dissipated into red motes of light. In the end, she was just a clone of Undying. The progenitor's sword in Lu Yin's hand also disappeared. It would appear in the future. The red flower rain shook the astral tree realm. The Lu family's forefather Tianyi, Lu Qi, and the others all came out to search for Xianxia. Luin explained the situation to the Lu family, and the astral tree realm finally calmed down. Long she watched the red flower rain slowly disappear. This was the beginning of everything, and it also represented the end. Xianxia was finally dead. That woman had suppressed everyone and made it hard for her to breathe. The only one who could kill her was brother Xiaoxian. Luin left the astral tree realm and found Wu Tian. Wu Tian was now in Immemorial City, guarding the primogenitor at all times. Luin looked for Wu Tian to ask about Destiny's Law. Destiny's Law? Wu Tian thought about it. To be honest, we rarely fight with Nyonyo. You have to ask your forefather. He's more familiar with it than we are. He was the one who forced a junior of your family to cultivate Destiny's shadow. 3 Sons Ancestral Qi? Yes, the 3 Sons Ancestral Qi. Fertile Earth is usually very close to Nyonyo. He is more ruthless than anyone when scheming against Nyonyo. Back then, Nyonyo reported this matter to her master. In the end, the matter was left unsettled. Wu Tian said. Luin went to find forefather Lu. Why don't you ask forefather? Luin smirked. Lu Yuan said helplessly, you're afraid that master will disturb you. Luin remembered that the primogenitor had said that they would have a good chat after this battle. If he went to ask the primogenitor a few times, it was very likely that the primogenitor would ask him to stay, and he couldn't stand being disturbed like that. Nyonyo is proficient in the power of time. Didn't master tell you that Nyonyo always makes a move at the most crucial moment? Under normal circumstances, she'll be able to see through the river of time and see what's going to happen next. That's a little hard to bear. Lu Yuan explained slowly. His words were more or less the same as Lu Yin's understanding of the situation. When he had fought with maidens past, he had also felt how difficult it was to deal with time. If not for the fact that he had found a flaw in Maiden's words, he might not have taken action. Destiny was actually an application of the power of time. It was able to see through the future, which was why it was called destiny. Nyonyo is most proficient in attacking the river of time to erase the past and change the future. Of course, the future cannot be reversed, but it can affect the present. Lu Yuan said. Luin explained Papercut's power to Patriarch Lu Yuan, as well as Wu Tian, Chu Yi, and Hongyan Mavis. He was worried that they might run into Wei Er one day and fall into her trap. Beneath the archaic city, the primogenitor raised his head. Had asked, has Maiden also come out to cause trouble? Luin went to the underground of Immemorial City. She said that she was the first person to know that the Mirage domain had been fixed. Senior, are Maiden and Destiny the same person? The progenitor rolled his eyes. I say, Zhuzi, can't you listen to the elderly properly? Nyonyo is Nyonyo, and Nyonyo is real, not fake. Maiden is Maiden, and that woman is sinister. However, she hasn't appeared in a long time, and I've forgotten about her. You have to be careful if you run into her. But Maiden used the power of destiny. That's still Maiden, not Nyonyo. Zhuzi, the elderly's words must be reasonable. Come, let's talk slowly. Luin hurriedly asked, where's the progenitor's sword? The progenitor was stunned. My sword? Why are you looking for the sword? Zhuzi, one cannot be too greedy. Look, Chuchen is already with you, and you still want the sword? That's a little too much. Luin was helpless. I want to perfect the karma of time. He told the progenitor what had happened, and the progenitor praised, you're quite quick-witted. However, it's a pity that you can only use the sword that you used to suppress the Fifth Mainland. The other swords have either been snatched away by the Eternals or shattered. He did not move, but some fragments fell to the ground. They were the fragments of the progenitor's sword. Luin was surprised. It's shattered. Of course. After so many battles, even a person would not be able to withstand it, let alone a sword. Take it if you want. Right, be careful of Maiden. Although that woman does not appear often, I feel that she is plotting something. Mr. Mu walked over. Maiden is not simple. Luin looked at Mr. Mu. Master, do you know her well? Mr. Mu shook his head. No, she does not belong to this universe like me. Luin raised his brows. Another existence that does not belong to this universe. Mr. Mu was solemn. She disappeared for a long time, and we have indeed forgotten about her. I did not expect her to still exist. If you meet her again, contact me. I want to talk to her. After leaving Immemorial City, Luin took the progenitor sword fragment with him. He wanted to perfect the karma of time. If he wanted to repair the progenitor sword, he would need a large amount of money. When he had first repaired the progenitor sword, he had used up 12 trillion star essence. Now, he had no idea how much money he would need to repair this broken progenitor sword. He only had 26 trillion star essence left on him. Should he repair it? Luin stared at the progenitor sword fragment. Actually, the progenitor's sword was only the progenitor's weapon. Even if Luin gathered all 6 of them, they would not be of much help since they were just weapons. Back then, Luin had thought that the progenitor's sword was unreachable only because he was weak. Now, Luin had the courage to fight the progenitor at his peak. Of course, he would not be able to win, but he was already qualified, and there was no need for him to look up to the progenitor's sword. However, the progenitor sword's greatest ability was to suppress time. The reason why Maiden had not come to the 5th mainland was because the progenitor's sword was suppressed there. As long as she did not have the confidence to break through the progenitor's sword, she would not be able to overturn the 5th mainland. The only things that Luin could use to threaten Maiden, aside from the power of time, was the progenitor's sword. He was certain that Mr. Unbound was not the complete Maiden. The complete Maiden was on the same level as Mr. Mu and the others, and Luin was not a match for them right now. The progenitor's sword could be used for self-defense. As he thought about it, he decided to repair it. He raised his hand, and his die appeared. He tapped it with a finger and rolled it. As the die rolled, the die slowly rotated, it stopped at 1 tap, and something useless fell out. Continue at 5. Continue at 3. Luin tossed the progenitor's sword fragment onto the screen and then began to frantically toss out star essence. Soon, 12 trillion star essence had been used up, and the progenitor's sword was completely repaired. Luin relaxed, as it was still 12 trillion star essence. It seemed that no matter how damaged the progenitor's sword was, it was destined that it would only need this much star essence. After repairing the progenitor's sword, Luin asked Mu Zhu and the others to use Tracer of the Past once more to search for the time when he had fought Mr. Unbound. That period of time was not part of the River of Time, which was exactly what Tracer of the Past was looking for. The 4 of them worked together to use Tracer of the Past once more, and it took them several days to find it. Luin then followed the direction that he had found and tossed out the progenitor's sword. When Tracer of the Past ended, Luin left the Above the Sky sect and went to Mr. Unbound's courtyard in Xianxia Academy, where the progenitor's sword lay peacefully. The karma from that period of time had finally come to an end. Luin picked up the progenitor's sword. This battle method of changing the future to change the present was, to be honest, very exciting. There were endless possibilities, but there were also many accidents. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not use it. Time had clearly flowed by, but because of the appearance of the River of Time, there was a possibility of change. This possibility was beneficial to him, but it was also detrimental to others. Could the progenitor and the others have considered this situation when they had fixed the Mirage domain? Otherwise, what was the point of Mr. Mu's Tracer of the Past? Was it just for battle? The River of Time was like a treasure placed in front of many people, and it was not good for anyone to obtain it. In the Above the Sky sect, in a courtyard filled with books, 2 figures were busy. Senior brother, is this enough? No, it's far from enough. junior brother, you have to read more, and read good books. But these books are enough to read for a long time. Take that pile too. That many? Senior brother chose those for you. You have to read them carefully. In the future, when senior brother saves the universe, you have to help him. You can't let master do all the work alone, understand? Alright, senior brother is mighty. Thank you, junior brother. Outside the courtyard, an old man arrived. When he heard the conversation in the courtyard, a smile appeared on his face. He was Xianxia, one of the 9 sages of the reincarnation spacetime. His seniority was second only to the Grand Empyreans, and even Celestial Victor had to respect him. Xianxia stepped into the courtyard, looked at the piles of books, and sighed. 2 heads poked out from the books, Huican and Tuolin. Who are you? Huican asked. He did not recognize this old man, but since he had appeared here, he could not be a bad person. The old man smiled at Huican. Young friend, congratulations on becoming Master Lu's disciple. Huican was delighted. He had gone from being a minor who trembled in fear to being the disciple of a supreme ruler of the universe. This was a huge leap in status, and even his shrewdness could not hide it. Xianxia looked at Tuolin with a complicated gaze. Child, we have met before. Tuolin was a descendant of Xianxia. Because of Xianxia, he was qualified to participate in the Grand Empyrean Tea Party and was treated with respect by many people. However, he did not know his own situation, and he had only met Xianxia once. Senior, are you here to find me? Tuolin was curious. Xianxia smiled and nodded. I'm here to find you. Can we talk alone? Huican became vigilant. Senior, why are you looking for my senior brother? Xianxia smiled. Don't worry, Master Lu knows of my arrival. Huican didn't doubt it. This was the above heaven sect. If they didn't agree, no one could come here. Since that's the case, brother, you guys can talk slowly. Tuolin nodded. When Huican was about to leave the courtyard, he shouted, Brother, take the books with you. Don't waste a second. Read more, read good books. Huican smiled, got it, brother. After Huican left, Tuolin walked out of the pile of books and was a little embarrassed. I'm sorry, elder. There's no place for you to sit. Xianxia waved his hand, no need. Child, do you still remember me? Tuolin looked at Xianxia seriously, I have an impression of you. We seem to have met before. Elder, why are you looking for me? Xianxia's expression was solemn but also a little embarrassed. The universe is in danger. It's time for you to step on the path of a savior. Tuolin's eyes widened in excitement, is it my turn? Looking at Tuolin's excited gaze, the Xianxia's awkwardness disappeared without a trace. This child had been unable to cultivate since he was young due to his physical condition and had become autistic. He had an unusual obsession with cultivation and had been fooled by Luin into believing that he was the savior of the world. He firmly believed in the things that even a teenager from an ordinary family wouldn't believe. It wasn't that he really believed, but he had to believe. He used Luin as a reference. Believing in Luin was believing that he was the savior. The higher Luin went, the more he believed. How was this situation different from being crazy? Tuolin's appearance made Xianxia's heart ache. He looked at Tuolin guiltily, I'm sorry. Tuolin looked at Xianxia in confusion and was eager to try, Elder, where's Master? Why didn't Master come? How can I be the savior? I've already read so many books, so many. He opened his arms as if he wanted to describe it but couldn't. Any random cultivator could control the books in the courtyard, but he couldn't. He was just an ordinary person, a simple ordinary person. Xianxia placed his hand on Tuolin's head with heartache. He originally thought that as long as the younger generation could pass down the legacy, they would be able to cultivate one day. However, he had neglected the thoughts of the younger generation during the process of passing down the legacy. Tuolin's father, grandfather, great-grandfather, and so on. Generation after generation of waiting, generation after generation of hopes were dashed. This kind of feeling was the most difficult to endure. It would have been fine if they didn't know about the world of cultivation, but living in the world of cultivation and being treated with respect by the ancestor realm while being unable to cultivate, Xixing had felt this kind of pain from Tuolin's demon-like state. Ancestor, I'm sorry. However, child, you can walk out now. I will fulfill your wish. Xixing looked at Tuolin with heartache. He patted his head and turned to leave. Elder, where are you going? What about me? What should I do? Tuolin was puzzled. Xixing waved his hand without looking back. I'm going to discuss with your master about becoming a savior. Tuolin was excited. Thank you, elder. Thank you, master. Outside the courtyard, Huican and Freak were stunned. Savior? Was this old man invited by master to act? That look in his eyes and that demeanor were amazing. It was as if he was the one who had caused senior brother to be unable to cultivate. Xixing met Luin at the back mountain of the celestial sect. Luin sat at the stone table and watched Xixing arrive. Senior, please sit. Xixing sat across from Luin and couldn't help but look down at the courtyard where Tuolin was. Thank you for taking care of that child, Master Lu. Luin replied, he's my disciple. There's no need to take care of him. Master Lu, I can see the other disciples' attitude towards Tuolin. Thank you, Master Lu. Xixing stood up and bowed deeply to Luin. Luin didn't stop him. Although there was a huge age gap between the two, the world of cultivation didn't care about age. If he looked at Tuolin, it would be giving him face. If he didn't look at Tuolin, it was natural. With Lu Yin's current status and his attitude towards Tuolin, he was qualified to receive Xixing's great bow. Luin gestured for him to sit again. Xixing sat down again and sighed deeply. I've let them down. An inheritance isn't a cold word. In this inheritance, everyone has flesh and blood. They have their own hopes, but in the end, they all turned into despair. Luin looked at Tuolin's courtyard. That's right. An inheritance is the continuation of a race. In this continuation, who cares about what everyone thinks? Who cares about their predecessors and descendants? It's just a life. Fortunately, it's over. Or rather, it's a new beginning for Tuolin and the others. Xixing sighed. Luin was curious. Because of the Grand Empyrean? Xixing had a complicated expression. If the Grand Empyrean wants to survive, he must defeat the Eternal's only true God. The way to defeat the true God is through the 6 paths of reincarnation realm. I was the target of the Grand Empyrean's attempt at the 6 paths of reincarnation realm. Over the years, my cultivation, talent, and bloodline inheritance were all taken away by the 6 paths of reincarnation realm. This caused my descendants to be unable to cultivate. Now that the Grand Empyrean is dead, the 6 paths of reincarnation realm that enveloped me has disappeared, and I'm free. At this point, he looked at Luin with a solemn expression. Master Lu, with my bloodline, I can continue Tuolin and allow him to step onto the path of cultivation. He stood up again and bowed deeply. Tuolin will not disappoint Master Lu and will carry forward Master Lu's bloodline. I hope that Master Lu will continue to teach me. Xixing kneels and thanks you. Xixing was kneeling not only because he hoped that Luin would teach Tuolin with all his heart, but also because he wanted to atone for his descendants' sins. Through Tuolin, he had seen the despairing side of his descendants. For the sake of his bloodline's inheritance, he had sacrificed his descendants from birth to death. This kind of self-blame made him want to repent in this way. This time, Luin stopped him. Senior, they were born because of you. There's no need for this. Cultivation is a choice. Even without this choice, they would have died of old age and lived longer than ordinary people. You did not let them down, and the grace of giving birth to them is greater than the heavens. As for Tuolin, he is my disciple, and I know how to teach him. On the other hand, if you can help Tuolin, then my bloodline will owe you a favor. Xixing smiled bitterly. To be able to obtain Master Lu's favor, where can I not go in the universe? Many thanks, Master Lu. In the distance, Zhao Ran arrived with tea and placed it on the stone table. She looked expectantly at Luin and Xixing. This was the new tea she had thought of. Luin looked at the tea and praised, Zhao Ran, it's becoming more and more presentable. Zhao Ran was delighted. Thank you, Your Highness. Xixing looked at the tea in front of him and then at Zhao Ran before looking at Luyin in confusion. Luyin made an inviting gesture. Try it, Zhao Ran's tea is delicious. As for the appearance, don't worry too much. This is already very good. The previous tea was like poison, and even Ancestor Lu Yuan did not dare to drink it. Haha. Xixing was surprised and looked at Zhao Ran with a strange gaze. Zhao Ran looked at Xixing expectantly. Xixing also looked at her, seemingly thinking of something. Luyin was puzzled. Senior, what's wrong? Xixing was about to speak when Lu Yin's expression changed. Zhao Ran, please help us brew 2 more cups of tea. It's very delicious. Really, Your Highness? I'll go right away. Zhao Ran was overjoyed and left happily, even humming a song. Xixing was about to say something when a figure walked out. Luyin stood up. Master, what's going on? Xixing hurriedly stood up and bowed. Junior greets Mr. Mu. Xixing was not surprised that he recognized Mr. Mu. He had followed the Grand Empyrean, and in terms of age, he was even older than Celestial Victor. He had met many people, including Chui and the others from the 3 realms and 6 paths. He might have even visited the Above Heaven sect a long time ago. He had met the primogenitor. Mr. Mu looked at Xixing. The tea begins and ends. Xixing's body trembled, and he looked at Mr. Mu in shock. Senior, how do you know those words? Luyin was puzzled, but he did not interrupt. Mr. Mu asked, who told you those words? Xixing shook his head blankly. I don't know. I don't know when it started, but those words have been lingering in my mind. I've asked the Grand Empyrean, but he couldn't give me an answer. Mr. Mu asked, what's the most special tea you've ever drunk in your life? Xixing subconsciously looked at the tea on the stone table. Something like this. Lu Yin's expression changed. Zhao Ran? Right, he recalled that when he had gone to the reincarnation spacetime to find Xixing, Xixing had said that he had drunk an unforgettable tea, but unfortunately, he did not know how to brew it. Was it this tea? Mr. Mu clasped his hands behind his back. Although it's different, it came from the same person. Destiny, Luyin said. No, it's Maiden, Xixing said. Luyin was shocked. Maiden? Xixing nodded. That time, I accompanied the Grand Empyrean to drink the tea. The one who brewed it for us was Maiden. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Zhao Ran was clearly related to Destiny, but Xixing had drunk Maiden's tea. Maiden and Destiny were indeed inseparable. Master, what's going on? Luyin asked. Mr. Mu's expression was solemn. Only 2 people know about this. Even Tai Chu and Tai Hong do not know. The tea begins and ends. The time has finally come. I'll find someone else to explain it to you. The void beside him distorted, and a figure walked out. When he saw this person, Luyin was completely shocked. Destiny's Maiden? The person who had appeared was the Destiny's Maiden who had become a threat of destiny during the Origin Tribulation. She was someone who should not have appeared, someone who had violated destiny and ended up in such a miserable state. Destiny's Maiden was still the same. She was 14 or 15 years old and had a beautiful appearance. No one would recognize her as the successor of Destiny, one of the leaders of the 12 Elysium Gates. Destiny's Maiden smiled at Luyin. Long time no see, Pathmaster. Luyin had reached his current position and had seen all kinds of storms, but he had never thought that Destiny's Maiden would appear, much less that she would be together with Mr. Mu. I'll explain it to Pathmaster. This matter was caused by Master from the beginning, so you can't blame me. Destiny's Maiden smiled, seemingly happy to see Luyin lose his composure. She had been bullied by Luyin in the past, even though it was all for her master. Before we talk about the entire matter, we need to clarify a concept. Maiden is Maiden, and Destiny is Destiny. The 2 are not the same person. Pathmaster, we can only see the truth with this concept, Destiny's Maiden said with a serious expression. Xixing said, Master Lu, since you have matters to attend to, I'll take my leave first. Mr. Mu said, there's no need. You are also part of it and have the right to know the truth. Xixing shook his head. Senior, I don't want to know. I just want to accompany Tu all in. Mr. Mu fell silent. Seeing that Xixing insisted on leaving, the Fate Maiden did not mind. Then go. It doesn't matter. Xixing was grateful and left. After he left, the Fate Maiden looked at Luin again. My master was the first to enter the Mirage Domain, and he also entered the Forbidden Area. After he came out, he dispersed his cultivation. He could have been the first to break through, but he used the Fate Law to cultivate again and finally achieved fate. You all know this. Wait, wasn't Senior Chui the first to enter the Mirage Domain? Luin remembered Hongyan Mavis mentioning this. It was my master. Let's put it this way. The progenitor gave my master special treatment. Was there such a thing? Luin was shocked. The progenitor was truly capricious. What I want to say is that my master was the first to enter the Mirage Domain, but there was someone else there at that time. It was Wei Nu. She was the ferryman of the River of Time. Luin was shocked. The ferryman of the River of Time? The Fate Maiden said, that's right. Why would the River of Time have a ferryman? This is not something I should understand. All I can say is the result. In the Mirage Domain, my master met Wei Nu in the Forbidden Area. Because of Wei Nu's coercion, my master dispersed his cultivation and learned Wei Nu's fate law. Thus, fate can be a person or an inheritance, but it can also be Wei Nu. Wei Nu ferried the River of Time, and she was the strongest cultivator of time. It's true that my master cultivated fate law, and even the progenitor did not say anything. Wei Nu did not have good intentions when she taught my master fate law. She wanted to use fate law to leave the Mirage Domain and remove her identity as the ferryman of the River of Time. This is what my master told me. About the situation in the Mirage Domain, part of it came from my master, and part of it came from Wei Nu. This explained why Hongyan Mavis and the others had found out about the Forbidden Land's path to the Eternal Realm. However, it was actually a life or death situation. This was not something that fate had told them, but rather something that Wei Nu had told them. What the progenitor saw was fate, which was Nyo. Fate was fate, and Wei Nu was Wei Nu. The two cultivated the same fate law, but they were different people. It's not easy for Maiden to leave the Mirage Domain and remove her identity as the ferryman of the River of Time. She has to cross the bitter adversity and enter the Eternal Life Realm. Only then can she be free from the Mirage Domain forever. Any living being who wants to enter the Eternal Life Realm must cross the bitter adversity, and Maiden is no exception. However, the method she used to cross the bitter adversity was extremely special, splitting her own bitter adversity. When it came to this, the Fate Maiden hesitated a bit. Mr. Mu continued. According to fate, it's fine as long as it's the truth. There's no need for you to understand. Fate's daughter felt helpless. She was only a half-martial ancestor, so how could she understand such things? She could only say, all right, that's what Master said. Therefore, the unmarried daughters that the progenitors in the outside world see are only part of the unmarried daughters' woes. Aside from Master and unmarried daughters, more unmarried daughters' woes will continue to appear. These unmarried daughters will do certain things based on their choices. Even Master doesn't know what those things are. She looked at Mr. Mu. Luin also looked at Mr. Mu. Mr. Mu allowed the Fate Maiden to continue. The progenitors don't know that Master was forced by Maiden because Maiden had her eyes on them. Only Mr. Mu was informed by Master. However, the time that Master truly needed Mr. Mu to appear was just now. No matter what happened before, Mr. Mu didn't need to appear. The cup of tea begins and ends? Luin was puzzled. The Fate Maiden nodded. The Grand Empyrean brought my sage to meet Maiden once. At that time, Maiden made them a cup of tea. Of course, the person who made the tea wasn't the current Zhao Ran, but the tea that Maiden made herself was just as unpleasant as poison. Thus, Master used that tea as an excuse. When my sage drank Maiden's tea again, that would be the end, which would also be the time for Mr. Mu to appear. Wei Nu forced Master, but she underestimated Master. Master was able to cultivate the laws of destiny in an extremely short period of time, step into the ancestor realm, and achieve destiny. His talent far exceeded Wei Nu's expectations. But even so, Master was unable to defeat Wei Nu in the laws of destiny. Because Wei Nu has existed for too long, she understood the river of time too well. However, Master wasn't bad either. She had her own understanding of the long river of time, and this understanding was built on Maiden's disgust towards the long river of time. The Fate Maiden suddenly raised a finger. Downlord, this is one. Luine watched silently. If Downlord knew in advance that I was going to make the one gesture, do you think I would still make the one gesture if you did it first? The Fate Maiden asked. Luine frowned. That depends on the conditions. During battle. You're saying that if I knew in advance what you were going to do during battle, I would make the first move? Yes. Then of course you wouldn't do it. This is Master's law of destiny against Maiden. Master built a bridge and looked into the future. She saw some things that Maiden would do, and she had to do them in advance, such as letting the other Kuwos get close to you, Downlord Lu, or me turning into a thread of destiny and disappearing. These should have been done by Maiden, but Master did it one step ahead. My appearance was one step ahead of Maiden, and if I did it, Maiden would not do it. What's the point of doing this? Luine did not understand. The Fate Maiden said, to create a tributary for the long river of time. Lu Yin's gaze changed. Can it be done? The Fate Maiden pursed her lips. She did not know that this was beyond her comprehension. Mr. Mu said, yes. Luine looked at Mr. Mu. What will happen if I can do it? Mr. Mu exhaled. This is a battle of destiny. Luine still did not understand. Mr. Mu slowly said, Maiden is the ferryman of the long river of time. Destiny does things that should have happened in the future, but she should not have done them. This creates a time paradox. The facts have happened, but the process is different. What does that mean? Is it real or fake? To define this, we need a ferryman. The ferryman of the long river of time has his own duties. It is not someone else who designates the ferryman. The ferryman uses the long river of time as a foundation and cultivates the power of time, which is the law of destiny. The ferryman can see through the past, present, and future. The price is to stay in the long river of time forever. Once there is a problem with the long river of time, the ferryman needs to set things right. Destiny has created a real and fake future in the long river of time, which is equivalent to creating a tributary. This is a counterattack against the ferryman of the long river of time. If the ferryman does not discover it, he will be at a disadvantage. Once he discovers it, he will set things right. Everything that has happened in the past will happen again. Luine understood. Destiny wants to use this battle to defeat Maiden? Is it really possible? Mr. Mu smiled. Why did Zhao Ran lose her memory? Lu Yin's body trembled. Because of destiny? Master has tried this more than once. Some of the bitterness of Maiden's separation has disappeared, while others have lost their memories. This is Master's masterpiece. Master has never appeared because he is fighting against Maiden in the long river of time, the Fate Maiden said proudly. Luine was shocked. The primogenitor does not know about this? Mr. Mu shook his head. If he knows, then Maiden will know as well. Maiden does not know about this either. This is a sneak attack. Using a tributary of the long river of time to attack the ferryman. Once the ferryman discovers it, all of our previous efforts will be wasted. Luine looked at the Fate Maiden. You purposely failed your tribulation and disappeared as a strand of destiny. How could Maiden not know that destiny still exists? The Fate Maiden explained, destiny has always existed. Maiden has never felt that destiny has died. She just does not know that destiny has ambushed her. Zhao Ran is a bitterness that was successfully ambushed. If there is enough time, Master can ambush even more bitterness until Maiden loses all of her memories. Master said that he would throw her into the long river of time to continue being a ferryman. The long river of time should have a ferryman. Otherwise, if anyone wants to go against the flow and fish, the universe will be in chaos. That made sense. Luine nodded. He also felt that the long river of time should not be touched by anyone. It was too chaotic, even though he had touched it the most. Mr. Maiden had attacked the long river of time, and Luine had seen that the ancient god had not killed Wei. If even an expert could touch the long river of time, then what could not happen in the past, present, and future? This was the meaning of the ferryman's existence. Since Destiny has been ambushing Maiden all this time, why is it telling me now? What's with the beginning and end of the cup of tea? Luine did not understand. The Lady of Fate shook her head. I don't know why Master didn't continue to attack Wei Nu, but Master gave you the coordinates of the beginning and end of a cup of tea. At that moment, he told you everything and asked me to pass you a message. I always felt that Master had me come from the above heaven sect not just to ambush Maiden, but also to pass you a message. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. Destiny had passed him a message from the distant past? Fate has seen my future? That's not it. Master asked me to pass on a message to the person who can lead the human race out of the impasse. He didn't specify that it's you, Master Lu. But now, other than Master Lu, there shouldn't be anyone else who is qualified to do so, the Lady of Destiny said. Luine looked at the Fate Maiden. The Fate Maiden also looked at him. I'll give you a chance to choose again. A thought flashed through Lu Yin's mind. Choose again? Choose again? Set things right. Let everything return to normal. These 3 sentences kept appearing in his mind. The Fate Maiden looked at Luine and did not say anything else. After a long period of silence, Zhao Ran walked over with a cup of tea. The Fate Maiden left, but she did not leave the above heaven sect. She had to ensure that the next tributary would begin at any time. Mr. Mu did not leave and instead remained seated at the stone table. Zhao Ran was curious, this was not the person from before, but she did not ask. She placed the tea in front of Mr. Mu and looked at him expectantly. Mr. Mu took a sip and praised, "It's delicious." Zhao Ran was delighted. "Thank you." Luine looked at Zhao Ran with a completely different gaze. He had thought that Zhao Ran was related to Destiny, but he had not expected her to be related to Misery. "Your Highness?" Zhao Ran was puzzled. Luine was stunned. "It's nothing. You can leave now." "Oh." Zhao Ran looked at Mr. Mu again and smiled when she saw him drink the tea. She left happily. As he watched Zhao Ran leave, Luine looked at Mr. Mu. "Master, when did you find out that Zhao Ran was Misery?" "Just now," Mr. Mu replied. Luine was astonished. "Just now?" Mr. Mu laughed. "Do you think that Master's abilities are omnipotent? Many things are the same as ordinary people. Even Master has a hard time seeing through Destiny's abilities, and it is not impossible for an ordinary person to scheme against a cultivator. Otherwise, why would Destiny ambush Maiden, the ferryman of the River of Time?" Luine agreed. Regardless of cultivation, anyone who schemed against others in the dark would have an advantage. As for success or failure, that was another matter altogether. Since embarking on the path of cultivation, Luine had experienced many battles in various forms. He had strange innate gifts, mysterious techniques, and so on. The battle between Destiny and Maiden had refreshed his understanding. The two had not fought, but had used time and the future as a scheme to start a duel. If they had not mentioned it, no one would have known. Who would have thought that Destiny, one of the 6 paths of the 3 realms, was as famous as Duku Jia? The primogenitor's powerhouse, Maiden, had always used time as a scheme to fight. Can we really start over? Luine took a sip of tea. He seemed to be asking Mr. Mu, but also asking himself. Mr. Mu looked at him. What if we can? Luine looked at Mr. Mu. Master, I'm no longer the ignorant kid from before. Fixing the mirage is the real purpose, right? Mr. Mu smiled. That's why I helped Tai Chu. Tai Chu did not know. Then how did you know? How much do you know about Destiny? Destiny did not tell me. Then how did you do it? Mr. Mu looked down at the tea in a daze. I once had my own starry sky. Lu Yin's eyes widened, and he nodded. I understand. Fixing the mirage had a different meaning to the primogenitor and Mr. Mu. The primogenitor was like Mr. Mu in his own starry sky. Mr. Mu had experienced it once, so he would try his best to control all variables. If they could really start over, Luine would also understand why the Guardians had tried to kill the primogenitor at all costs. The primogenitor still did not know the real reason. However, the primogenitor was much luckier than Mr. Mu, because he did not need to know. Maiden has her own purpose in spreading Duku Jia. Luin opened his mouth, but Mr. Mu stopped him. Maiden's purpose has nothing to do with you or me. You can now decide what is the beginning and what is the end. Destiny had schemed against Maiden, but it did not know when it would begin and when it would end. As for the future of humanity, it had started with Xixing's cup of tea and ended with the cup of tea. Now, Luin needed to decide when the future of humanity would begin and when it would end. On the surface, it seemed like the Eternals had been defeated, and the humans had ushered in an unprecedented period of prosperity. However, only Luin and the others knew that this prosperity was accompanied by an extreme crisis. Once upon a time, the Heaven and Heaven's path had gone from prosperity to decline. Now, the Heaven and Heaven's path would inevitably face the same path. Luin muttered to himself for a moment before looking up. Kill, Mr. Wei. One of the hardships of not having a daughter. I once gave old ancestor Xianxia a paper cut. When my Lu family was exiled, it held him back. Alright, let's start with this. The end point is her. Mr. Mu looked into the distance, in the direction of Zhao Ran. Was his fiancée an enemy of humanity? Luin did not have an accurate answer. She wanted to break free from the Mirage domain and leave the River of Time to step into the immortal realm. She had calculated fate and stared at both humans and herself. Luin could only treat her as an enemy. To step into the eternal life realm, rebooting the universe was the simplest and most direct way. Luin was certain that Maiden would definitely help Eternity restart the universe if she had the chance. As for why she hadn't done so yet, she definitely had her own reasons. What Luin needed to do was weaken her as much as possible. His strength was actually not that great. Since Mr. Wei, Zhao Ran, and the others were hardships, eliminating these hardships would only prolong the time that Maiden needed to transcend her hardships. It would not truly weaken her. What Luin was most curious about was what kind of future fate had foreseen for it to give up on attacking Maiden and give him another chance. If he really chose to start over, her sneak attack would have failed. Everything she had sacrificed would have been for naught. Even though fate had given him a chance to start over, Lu Yin's heart felt even heavier. Finding Mr. Wei was not easy, just like how the ancestor had searched for the only true God. All Luin could do now was wait. He had seen the truth of this universe, but he could not chase after it. He could only wait. No, there was one thing he could do, and he should do it. The fifth pagoda was located in the cosmic sea, a place that countless people in the primordial space yearned for. It was here that Luin had ordered the construction of the fifth pagoda, where he could pass down techniques and suppress the CI. Later on, the Eternals had invaded, and the fifth pagoda's location had changed again and again. It had eventually moved from the cosmic sea to the above heaven sect. Now that the above heaven sect had stabilized, the fifth pagoda had returned to the cosmic sea. There were too many inheritances here. Most of them had originally belonged to Luin, but as time passed, countless people from the Fifth Mainland, Sixth Mainland, Astral Tree Society, and even the Sixth Direction Society had entered the Fifth Pagoda to obtain inheritances. Even Luin did not know how many inheritances there were in the Fifth Pagoda. There were simply too many. Many people fought for opportunities in the Fifth Pagoda all year round, and every person who obtained an inheritance from the Fifth Pagoda would have to bow to Luin as a half-master. Lu Yin's reputation in the Fifth Mainland was great, and he had climbed up step by step from an ordinary cultivator. Aside from leading wars and helping the humans fight against the Eternals, the Fifth Pagoda had also played a huge role. To be more precise, the Fifth Pagoda had helped Luin obtain many half-masters. Even if these people did not accept Luin, as long as they obtained an inheritance from the Fifth Pagoda, they would have to bow to Luin as a half-master. The phrase, disciples all over the world, perfectly described Luin. This was an enormous reputation, and if not for Luin, no one else would have been able to obtain it. Luin arrived outside the Fifth Pagoda in the cosmic sea and watched as people entered and exited the Fifth Pagoda intermittently. On the surface, the experts guarding the Fifth Pagoda were still Drunkard, Lu Yefei, Brute Force, and the others. However, there were also progenitors secretly guarding the Fifth Pagoda. Otherwise, anyone who took away the Fifth Pagoda would be equivalent to taking away countless inheritances. Each era had its own symbol. In ancient times, the Above Heaven sect had been a burial ground that represented the most brilliant human civilization. Later on, continents had been destroyed one after another. In the era of the Daosor sect, there had been Limitless, which had been the fifth mainland's inheritance. It had allowed one to roam the limitless realm and even crash into bone boats. The current era of the Above Heaven sect was the fifth pagoda. Lu Yin's gaze landed on the fifth pagoda's inheritance list. The inheritance list was a list that was unique to the fifth pagoda. Those who entered the list were the individuals who had made the greatest contributions to the fifth pagoda, and this did not include sex or family powers. Anyone who entered the inheritance list would leave their name in history. Countless wandering cultivators and individual experts would choose to send their inheritances to the fifth pagoda if they could not find a successor or if they did not have a descendant to continue their bloodline. If they could enter the inheritance list, their names would be passed down for countless years, and someone would definitely obtain their inheritance in the future. At this moment, there were many names on the inheritance list, and there was no limit to the number of names. Anyone who had contributed to the fifth pagoda would be remembered. Of course, ordinary techniques and battle techniques were not included. Otherwise, anyone could casually leave behind something and leave their name in history. Currently, there were only 49 names on the inheritance board, representing 49 legacies of sufficient weight, and the one ranked first was Wu Tian. Lu Yin was not surprised to see that Wu Tian was ranked first. Wu Tian had enlightened the masses during the era of the Above Heaven sect, and now he had placed the Wu stele in the fifth pagoda's ninth floor. His contributions to the fifth pagoda were naturally the highest. When the Lu family had been destroyed by the four-way scales, the sword stele had been lost and stolen by Lu Yin. After Wu Tian had returned, Lu Yin had returned it to him and left with the stele. Lu Yin had not asked any questions, but he had later learned that Wu Tian had brought the stele to the fifth pagoda. In the 3 realms and 6 Daos, Wu Tian's strength was not at the peak, but his contributions to the human race were unparalleled. In second place was Big Sis, who had left behind an evil scripture. Of course, this evil scripture had been cultivated again, and it did not have the ability to control others. Big Sis had not left behind the title of Netherworld Progenitor, but rather Lei Qingqing. Lei Qingqing was the Netherworld Progenitor of this era, and she had Leon's armada, her family, and Lu Yin behind her. In third place was Lin Qing, who had left behind her comprehension of the Tao of the Blade. In fourth place was a stranger that Lu Yin did not recognize. He had left behind a secret technique that was very valuable and could be placed on the 7th floor alongside the Yu secret art. Unfortunately, this secret technique was useless to Lu Yin. After that, there were more familiar faces, and most of them were people that Lu Yin knew. After all, those who could place their inheritances on the inheritance list were not simple. Of course, there were also some strangers. The inheritances within the fifth pagoda were already very exaggerated. Lu Yin also knew that, aside from the inheritances on the inheritance list, there were also some inheritances that did not have names, such as the secret technique Phoenix Splitting Tail. This was a secret technique that first Jian had used, and it had come from a Grand Empyrean. This secret technique had been created by a Grand Empyrean, but Lu Yin did not ask who had left it in the fifth pagoda. Countless people's blood and sweat had been poured into the fifth pagoda, and it blossomed with the radiance of humanity's inheritances. Lu Yin had come here to let this radiance illuminate the entire universe. The textless heavenly book blossomed with light and scattered into the primordial space. Everyone looked in its direction. Lu Yin stood under the textless heavenly book with the fifth pagoda in front of him. He raised a hand and engraved a name into the fifth pagoda, Tai Hong. Grand Empyrean Tai Hong died in the primeval city battlefield. Today, I engrave his name so that the younger generation will never forget it. As the name Tai Hong entered the fifth pagoda, a phantom also entered the textless heavenly book. In the entire primordial space, the hexagon society that was connected to the primordial space, and the parallel spacetime outside, countless people saw this scene and slowly bowed towards the textless heavenly book. In the reincarnation spacetime, Alpha Primordium, Venerable Lotus, and the others' eyes turned red. The Grand Empyrean had died in Primeval City, and the reincarnation spacetime had weakened. They had thought that Lu Yin's above the heavens would take advantage of the situation to connect the reincarnation spacetime. Because of the Grand Empyrean's relationship with the Lu family, the cultivators of the reincarnation spacetime would not have a good life. However, the Grand Empyrean was the first hero to be engraved in the fifth pagoda. Lu Ying was worthy of being the ruler of humanity. He did not deny the Grand Empyrean. In Primeval City, Mr. Mu, Alpha Primordium, and the others watched this scene with complicated expressions. Tai Hong had left early. Lu Ying didn't care about the order of the heroes who had died in battle. The reason he was the first to engrave the names of the Grand Empyreans was because the Grand Empyrean had mentioned the names of many heroes at the tea party. Her respect for the heroes who had died in battle was no less than anyone else's. In Immemorial City, Lu Ying had learned from the progenitor that the Grand Empyrean was actually someone from the primordial space. She cultivated the exact same power as Astral Source, but also the opposite. She was someone who refused to admit defeat. Ancestor Hui Wen, died in battle in Immemorial City. Today, your name is engraved so that your descendants will never forget it. Ancestor Hui's contributions were enormous. Without him, the human race would not be where it was today. Everyone was indebted to Ancestor Hui, regardless of their cultivation level. He had changed the history of the human race. Countless people bowed, including those from the reincarnation spacetime and those from the parallel spacetime. Ancestor Hui's benevolence was towards the entire human race, not just the primordial space. Only those from the sixth mainland did not bow. They were indebted to Ancestor Hui, as he had allowed the human race to defeat the Eternals. However, he had also harmed the sixth mainland. After all, he was a human, not a god, and he had his own selfish motives. Following that, one name after another was engraved into the fifth pagoda. Qiao, Qing Hui, Old Zhong, Hui Wu, Bai Xing, Ag, Babar, Rune Ancestor, Jianan, Bai Mu, Master Shan, Su Xiao, and so on. As each name was engraved, everyone remained motionless in their salutes. These people had all died in battle for the human race, and Lu Ying could only engrave a limited number of names. All they could do was express their respect and remembrance for these people at this moment. The wordless heavenly book was like a sun that illuminated the entire universe and the hearts of everyone present. Inheritance was not just about civilization, but also about will and culture. If a civilization lost its will and culture, then it would not be considered a complete inheritance. It would only be a continuation of the race, but it would be completely different from that civilization. The fifth pagoda was meant to pass down the current era, including the fateful confrontation with the Eternals. The will and spirit of the entire human race could not be forgotten by future generations. After Lu Ying engraved the names of all the people he knew into the fifth pagoda, a beam of light shot through the void, just like how the progenitor sword had taken them. He looked into the river of time, into the unknown history, and saw many people who had died for the human race. Lu Ying did not know their names, but he remembered them deeply. Even without their names, the fifth pagoda was still resplendent and had not dimmed in the slightest. At the moment of their sacrifice, the heroes who had died did not expect that they would be remembered by their descendants. However, they deserved to be remembered. Those small fries who died on the battlefield would also be remembered by this era and passed down through their spirit and will to the future generations. The radiance of the fifth pagoda lasted for 2 whole years. During these 2 years, Lu Ying had constantly traveled through the river of time, trying his best to find unknown heroes who had died and memorize them. The wordless heavenly tome had become even more radiant during these 2 years, and its light could illuminate every corner of the dark universe. Lu Ying could feel the prayers of all living beings become even more obvious, and the region of space around his heart expanded once again. This was something he hadn't expected. He really just wanted to do something for history, for this era. This was his responsibility. When he had undergone the tribulation of the wordless heavenly tome, he had made a great vow to redeem others for good. This inheritance of spirit and will was one such method. Anyone who could be touched by the spirit and will would not be evil. Not everyone could remember the heroes who had died in battle, and not all of them would be remembered. However, everyone remembered Lu Ying, regardless of whether they were humans or other intelligent life forms of this era. Lu Ying wanted to use the fifth pagoda as a gift for this era to the future generations. It was like a boundless cemetery, but in reality, he himself was the greatest symbol of this era. On this day, Lu Ying had been cultivating for exactly 100 years, not counting the time he had spent cultivating in the Mirage Domain and the Dai's Timestop space, which had a different flow of time. He had been cultivating for exactly 100 years. 100 years. In other words, in the past 100 years, the entire human history had undergone a huge turning point. In just 100 years. There was a place in the starry sky of the astral tree that was rarely visited. It had once been a magnificent battlefield, the front line of the astral tree's resistance against the Eternal's invasion. It had also been the peak of the astral tree's power for an era. That place was the mother tree's treetop, the ruler's realm. The astral tree had split off from the fifth mainland, creating the ruler's realm, the upper realm, the middle realm, and the lower realm. The ruler's realm was a place that the progenitors of the astral tree had to protect, and it was the battlefield of the progenitors. However, the battles here had never been as intense as the ones on the other side. The Eternals rarely had any ideas about the ruler's realm, even though most of their battles with the human progenitors had taken place there. This was because the Godhawk was there, and the astral tree never left the ruler's realm empty. Today was an exception. The Eternals had been defeated, and the 5 array bases on the other side of the battlefield had been greatly reduced. The Godhawk had left the mother tree, and only Nong-E was left to guard the ruler's realm. The ruler's realm was divided into different regions based on the location of the progenitors. Lu-Yin and the others had been to the Withering Glory domain, where the Withering Ancestor resided, and the Spirit Void Temple, which had been passed down from him. On a tree branch far away from the Spirit Void Temple was a place called the Frenzied Sword domain, where the progenitor of the astral tree lived. The Frenzied Sword was from the Lu family, and he was a progenitor of the Lu family. His sword was wild, and for a period of time, he had swept through the battlefield on the other side of the battlefield, which had caught the attention of the Eternals. After coming to the ruler's realm, he had been located much closer to the battlefield on the other side of the battlefield than the Withering Glory domain. However, after the Frenzied Sword's death, this place had been abandoned. No one had expected the sole true God to be here. The sole true God was still covered in the golden 6 paths of reincarnation realm, but the blood-red light had suppressed the light. Otherwise, he would have been like a bright lamp wherever he went, and there would have been no way to hide. He looked down and saw countless people in the upper realm bowing in the direction of the wordless heavenly book. He praised, "Humans are a strange race. They can always stand up in desperate situations, and there will always be someone who will lead them out of the darkness. Even if it is not Lu-Yin, there will always be someone else. This child is like an illusion created by the entire human race to reverse a desperate situation. However, the illusion will eventually disappear." The ancient god and He Wuxian stood behind the sole true god and watched on calmly as well. Tiango quietly crouched by the sole true god's feet. After so many battles, it still showed no signs of dying. It was clearly just a captain of a true god's guard, and its strength was nowhere near the 7 sky gods, but it was still extremely resilient. "I'm just afraid that this illusion will take you away before it disappears," an old voice rang out from behind them. The ancient god and He Wuxian turned around at the same time, but they were shocked to find that they had not discovered who it was. The sole true god's expression did not change. "He can't take me away. No matter how resplendent the illusion is, it's still fake. Long time no see." He turned around and looked at the old man in the distance. Grass Grandmaster. The person who had appeared behind them was Grass Grandmaster. Lu-Yin had seen this old man before and asked him about him, but he had not been able to find anything strange about him. He was the old man who had led the Windrift Hall to save people and had a great reputation in the Innerverse and Outerverse. The ancient god stared at the old man in the distance. He had never seen this person before. Who was this old man? He was a primordial realm expert, and even the sole true god might not be able to silently appear behind him without being discovered. The ancient god knew that he was strong enough to fight the sole true god, but he had not sensed this old man who had suddenly appeared. Could this person be an eternal realm expert? Was he the fated one that the ancient god had been searching for all this time? Grass Grandmaster carried a bamboo basket on his back and looked just like an ordinary old man who had gathered herbs. He slowly walked over with a smile on his face. He looked at them and said, "Of the mighty Eternals, only the few of you are left. How sad." "You are?" He Wuxian could not help but ask. "Woof." Tiango barked, but when Grass Grandmaster looked at it, it was instantly terrified. It curled up and buried its head under its body, not daring to make a single sound. The ancient god frowned. He knew Tiango's strength very well, but he did not know why it was so resilient. Even he was not confident that he could kill Tiango. Tiango was actually so afraid of this old man. Grass Grandmaster looked at He Wuxian and said, "All of your schemes are nothing, not to mention that your schemes are nowhere near as good as that child called Huiwen. You did not lose unjustly." He Wuxian clenched his fists, but he dared not retort. He was not stupid. He could guess what was going on, so he backed away silently. Grass Grandmaster looked at the ancient god and praised, "Primordial's disciples are all impressive. If it weren't for the fact that Primordial Realm had forcefully suppressed your cultivation, preventing you from breaking through to the Primordial Realm, the former Above Heaven sect might not have been defeated so easily." "Who are you?" the ancient god asked. Grass Grandmaster smiled faintly and sighed, "Who am I? I've even forgotten about it. I've lived for far, far too long. Not being able to die is a vexing matter." Eternal Realm. You want to reach Eternal Realm even in your dreams, but little do you know that Eternal Realm is the beginning of the nightmare. You can't understand what it's like to never die. The ancient god's eyes narrowed. Eternal Realm. He really was an Eternal Realm expert. This old man was fate, the existence behind the protectors of the four directions. He had actually never seen him before. The one true God looked at Grass Grandmaster. Not being able to understand is even more lamentable than being able to. Grass Grandmaster smiled faintly. The universe's restrictions on Eternal Realm experts are too severe. Even though Eternal Realm experts can never die and are invincible in the universe itself is the greatest enemy of Eternal Realm experts. If it weren't for the restrictions, I wouldn't have taken away a period of time from that person called Ku Jia. I can't let him take away that period of time. You should have killed him directly, said the one true God indifferently. Grass Grandmaster shook his head, that's why there are restrictions. Tianen is too useless. He can't even kill that person under those circumstances. But it doesn't matter. He'll never get the time that was taken away. The ancient god listened quietly without any change in expression. 3 of the protectors of the 4 directions have died, and only Tianen has escaped. My Eternals have been defeated. Either you help me remove the 6 paths of reincarnation, or I'll let your spiritualized universe do it yourself. Although the Above Heaven sect has many experts, they might not be able to stop your spiritualized universe, said the one true God. Master Xianxia sighed. It was a mistake to choose them as the protectors of the 4 directions. For trash who didn't dare to cross the bitter adversity added together couldn't compare to you. But you were too ambitious and didn't want to be the protectors of the 4 directions. The one true God looked at Master Xianxia. You were too ambitious. If you want to break through that limit again, you can only restart the universe. I just want to step into the eternal life realm. In the end, I will always be below you. Master Xianxia laughed. The eternal life realm is the limit. There is no breakthrough. I just want to shorten the limit. The one true God did not speak. Master Xianxia must have a plan for appearing. The current situation did not allow him to not appear. They have already set off, Master Xianxia said. The one true God's eyes flickered. Spiritualized universe? There is no other way. I thought that there was no need for the spiritualized universe to take action. After all, fighting 2 universes at the same time will do more harm than good. Who asked Luyin to rise in the Tianyuan universe? Master Xianxia said helplessly. With that, he left. It is a pity that Taihong died. Among her generation, I thought the most highly of her. She was stubborn and pure. What a pity, what a pity. His voice became fainter and fainter until it finally disappeared. The one true God looked at the 6 paths of reincarnation realm. Was it a pity? It was not a pity. If she did not do this, she would not be Taihong. If she did not do this, she would not be able to cross the bitter adversity. This was her personality. A few days later, the ancient god stood in a dark corner of the Fury Sword domain. A strand of power fell, penetrating the sovereign realm and heading towards the top world's heavenly border. This strand of power disappeared before it could penetrate the sovereign realm. The ancient god's expression changed. He suddenly turned around. Behind him, Master Xianxia looked at him with a smile. When I first saw you, I told you that absolute beginning's disciples were not bad. You endured humiliation and joined the eternal race, endured infamy for countless years, and did not expose yourself even when facing the extinction of the human race. It was all for me. In the distance, the one true God walked over and looked at the ancient god. You are clearly under my control, yet you still have thoughts of rebellion? The ancient god's gaze was calm. He had expected to be discovered. You have been watching me all this time? A cold glint appeared in the eyes of the only true God. There are definitely human spies in the seven heavens. Excluding everyone else, the only possibility is you. Actually, when you betrayed humanity and joined me, I didn't trust you. That was why I controlled you. I didn't expect that you could even resist my control. At the critical moment, you wanted to leak the information. Grandmaster Greengrass sighed in admiration. I've waited for countless years for this moment. I've appeared, but you can't spread the word. The ancient god suddenly attacked. His palm god realm battle aura covered him as he punched at Master Grass. Only Master Xianxia could stop him. The only true god was trapped by the 6 paths of reincarnation. He Wuxian and the Heavenly Hound could not stop him. Moreover, he also wanted to test the strength of the eternal life realm. Master Greengrass sighed. I'll give you a chance. Give up your human identity completely, lest I have to do anything. The ancient god remained unmoved. Not only did he punch at Master Grass, but he also wanted to shatter the entire sovereign realm to attract the attention of the starry sky tree. The fist swept past Master Grass and hit the back. In the next moment, he disappeared without a trace. Let alone shattering a sovereign realm, he couldn't even shatter a speck of dust. The ancient god stood where he was in disbelief. How was this possible? Master Grass stood before him, less than a meter away. He looked at him calmly and gently. Child, you only have one life. You can't redo it. I'm giving you a chance. You should feel the difference between us. The ancient god stared at Master Grass. There's a limit to you. Master Grass was helpless. Is it worth it to exchange your life for a little limit? The ancient god's body was covered in black and gray. Yes. He grabbed at Master Grass, and the black and gray power erupted, covering the surroundings. This was a power that had never been used in the battlefield of the ancient city and the disaster realm. This was the peak power of the Palm God realm. At this moment, it was all unleashed, attacking Master Grass. Master Grass still stood where he was. The black and gray power that was enough to shock He Wuxian vanished in an instant, as if it had never appeared. The only true god's gaze landed on Master Grass's wrist. There, it had increased a little. No matter what, the ancient god was still a primordial realm expert. Eternal life experts could not ignore primordial realm experts, but outsiders could not tell. In the eyes of the ancient god and He Wuxian, all of the ancient god's power was like dust before Master Grass. It would vanish with a single blow. There was no need to even blow. The ancient god was stunned. He had never thought that he would be suppressed like this. Was this still the power that living beings should possess? The primordial realm? Misery? None of that was possible. Even his master at his peak could not ignore his current power. Only eternal life experts could do that. Making all matter disappear. That is the eternal life realm, Master Grass said slowly as if he was talking about something unimportant. To this old man, everything in this universe, including the sequence laws, is nothing but a fleeting cloud. Nothing can get close to it. This is the eternal realm. Child, I'll give you one last chance. I will guide you carefully. If eternal life can reach the eternal life realm, so can you. After all, you've taken that step. The ancient god stared at Master Grass in shock. Nothing can approach them? Was this the power of the eternal life realm? Who could stop it? It was impossible. To them, the eternal life realm was equivalent to gods. That was the power that only true gods possessed. This was the power that the only true god wanted to obtain by sacrificing the entire universe. The ancient god pulled back and stared at the ground blankly. This power was enough to bury everyone. Numbers were meaningless. Master Grass smiled as he watched calmly. In the distance, He Wuxian and Tiango watched silently. They dared not make any noise. They saw the power that truly stood at the apex of the universe. The power to control everything and prevent anything from approaching them exceeded their imaginations. Primordial realm experts could prevent anything from approaching them, which was already quite terrifying. However, no power could approach the eternal life realm. They were basically undying existences. The ancient god had already struck out as hard as he could, but he could not even cause a ripple. He only wanted to create a disturbance so that the starry sky of trees could sense it, so that Lu Tianjing could sense it. The mighty primordial realm, the former ruler of the 3 worlds and 6 paths, had only wanted to do this, but he still could not. In the distance, Nongyi stood on a tree branch and gazed at the Garden of Seeds. He could see this place as a progenitor, but no matter what the ancient god did, he was unable to attract Nongyi's attention. To Nongyi, the ruler's world was very peaceful. The ancient god's eyes were terrifyingly sunken. The black and gray on his body vanished. He Wuxian's eyes flickered. Had he accepted his fate? In the next moment, the ancient god's body rumbled. His skin cracked open, and blood dyed the air red. His bones shattered. The veins turned into fragments and exploded in all directions. An indescribably terrifying aura erupted at this moment. He Wuxian was shocked. What kind of power was this? Just the fragments of his bones and meridians were enough to make him constantly retreat. The ancient god was actually hiding such power? However, his body had already shattered, so what could he do? The only true god was surprised. He had never thought that the ancient god could erupt with such power. This power was definitely not below the power he had used to uproot the Black Mother Tree with the freedom of the true god. The ancient god raised his head. His eyes were scarlet red. This was his law of sequence, strengthening. Since there were strengthening methods in the world, he could also strengthen himself. At that moment, the ancient god used his own body as an object to strengthen himself endlessly. Even when his body could not bear it, he continued to strengthen himself. He strengthened himself until his flesh and blood were shattered. He strengthened himself until even his meridians were shattered. No matter what kind of power he could unleash at that moment, he would definitely die in the next moment. Master Xianxia frowned. Why? Any power that is trapped in the universe cannot break through the eternal life realm and control it. The ancient god growled and closed his 5 fingers. The terrifying power made the only true god take a few steps back. He Wuxian could not even get close. The heavenly dog wailed and kept retreating with its tail between its legs. Whoosh! He punched out. When the fist hit Master Xianxia, the ancient god's body started to shatter from his legs. His bones, meridians, flesh, and blood were all shattered layer by layer. It spread to his torso, arms, and head. In just an instant, the ancient god's flesh and blood were stuck to his bones. It was as if he had experienced countless years of decay and vicissitudes just to throw out that punch. That punch should have been earth-shattering. It should have been the most terrifying punch since the beginning of human cultivation. That punch should have caused even the long river of time to ripple, making it difficult for future generations to trace back. That punch should have brought out the glory of the 3 realms and 6 paths. However, that punch still did not cause the slightest ripple. In the distance, Nongyi looked at the seed garden below. When he was old, he wanted to look at the younger generation, as if they were his descendants. This kind of familial happiness was really good. If he looked to the side, he would be able to see the ancient god's fatal punch. But he did not look. The ancient god's punch did not even have the ability to divert Nongyi's gaze. It was completely obliterated in front of Master Xianxia. Master Xianxia looked at the ghastly white bone fist and looked at the ancient god. Your name is Guizhi. I will remember it. Since stepping into the eternal life realm, you are the only person who can hit me so close. The ancient god stared at Master Xianxia. The white bone shattered weakly. It was useless. It was still useless. No matter how hard he tried, he still could not hurt Master Xianxia at all. Was there no future for humans? Impossible. There must be something that he did not discover. Otherwise, why didn't this person restart the universe earlier? To him, what was Immemorial City? What was the Above Heaven sect? What 3 realms and 6 paths? What Luin? They were all just a snap of his fingers. But he did not make a move because of the restrictions. His restrictions must be very serious, so serious that he needed to restart the universe to shorten the time. He might not even be able to make a move himself. The ancient god's pupils that were sunk into the white bone eye sockets burst out with light. He opened his mouth and said, "The heavenly Tao has given," swallowing and spitting out hundreds of rivers. The ancient land is harmonious, imitating the supreme sage. The only true God was shocked. Not good, the primogenitor's scripture. Master Xianxia waved his hand casually, and the ancient god's body retreated, almost falling apart. At the same time, in the starry sky of the universe, everyone who cultivated the primogenitor's scripture saw a face in an instant, Master Xianxia. That was the remnant of the ancient god's gaze. In the cosmic sea, outside the 5th pagoda, Luin had just put away the wordless heaven book when he suddenly heard the progenitor's sutra. He also saw a face. Although that face had appeared and disappeared quickly, Luin still saw that it was Grandmaster Grass. His expression changed as he used the reverse step and disappeared toward the Above Heaven sect. When he returned, he found the Life Maiden who had stayed behind. Under her puzzled gaze, he said anxiously, "Start immediately." The Life Maiden did not dare to ask. She tore through the void and appeared beside the flower bed at the back mountain of the Above Heaven sect. Zhao Ran was humming and reaching for a flower. The Life Maiden was faster than her and plucked the flower. Luin looked at this scene. The Life Maiden heaved a sigh of relief. Zhao Ran looked at the Life Maiden blankly and blinked, not understanding what had happened. "This is for you." The Life Maiden smiled and handed her the flower. Zhao Ran was happy. "Thank you." She looked at the Life Maiden. "Sister, you look familiar." "I'm sorry, I can't recognize you." The Life Maiden quickly said, "We haven't seen each other before. It's normal that you can't recognize me." "Is that so?" Luin had already left. He had gone to Windrift Hall. At the same time, Lu Yuan, Hong Yan Mavis, and the others walked out of Immemorial City to look for the ancient god. The primogenitor closed his eyes. De Chong was gone. Child. In the starry sky of the tree, the ancient god was lying on the ground in the Madsword domain of the mother tree. Only his human form could be seen. His flesh and bones were shattered, and he looked extremely miserable. Master Grass was no longer as calm as before. His face was gloomy. The only true god walked forward and looked at the ancient god. "You gave up the chance to enter the eternal realm so easily because of Tai Chu?" The ancient god's mouth, which was only left with bones, moved and made a hoarse sound. Even the only true god could not hear what he said. It was not that the sound was soft, but that there was no sound at all. The ancient god had been prepared to die when he had punched. At this moment, he was immersed in his memories and smiled as if he had seen something. Master Grass looked at his wrist, and his expression turned ugly. "Eternal, you shouldn't have accepted him." He then turned and disappeared. The only true god looked at the ancient god calmly. After a long while, he raised his head and looked into the distance. There, Nongyi was still smiling as he looked at the Central Plain realm, enjoying the joy of family reunion. Humans have weaknesses and emotions, but they are also strengths. It is really difficult for you to completely eradicate them. The one true god said calmly. Then, he stomped down and crushed the ancient god's body. The ancient god's body shattered and he died. In the distance, He Wuxian let out a breath. Another one had died. One by one, they died. Could he really see the rebooted universe? Wolf Tengu ran towards the only true god. The one true god looked at Black Wuxian. "Let's go." Not long after, the Berserk Sword domain quieted down. Along with a gust of wind, the broken bones of the ancient god flew towards Nongyi. The fifth mainland's inner verse, Windrift Hall. This was Lu Yin's second visit. The last time he came, he was also looking for Master Green Grass. He remembered that Master Green Grass had said that the universe was breathing, so he specially came to look for him. He thought that Master Greengrass was a hidden expert, but he didn't see anything. This time, he had come with a towering killing intent. Windrift Hall trembled as everyone knelt down in shock, not daring to look at Luin. Coco and Zora weren't around, so only Xianxia was here to manage Windrift Hall. Where's Master Greengrass? Xianxia didn't understand why Luin was acting this way. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Although he didn't express his anger, the killing intent that he unintentionally emitted caused even the heavens to tremble. Master isn't here. He hasn't returned since the last time the Pathmaster asked him to cure the poison. Lu Yin's gaze swept over and he stepped out, arriving at Master Greengrass's residence. Master Greengrass's residence was very simple, similar to many of the senior cultivators that Luin had seen before. The house was simple, the courtyard was simple, and the herbs were simple. From this place, one couldn't tell that Master Greengrass had been sent here by the ancient god. Luin didn't know how the ancient god was doing, but Patriarch Lu Yuan and the others were definitely frantically searching for him. Luin knew that he had acted rashly. So what if he found Master Greengrass? The ancient god wasn't weak, and if Master Greengrass had relied on the primogenitor's scripture to spread the news, then it meant that there was a huge gap between the two of them. Even if Luin found Master Greengrass, he would be courting death. However, Luin wasn't willing to accept this. Patriarch Lu Yuan and the others, Jialanji Lua, and the others, who would be willing to accept this? Even if he knew that he would die, he still had to find the ancient god. Unfortunately, he still couldn't find him here. The ancient god had relied on the primogenitor's scripture to send out only Master Greengrass's face and nothing else. Luin recalled every word that Master Greengrass had said. The Guflozone is sick, and I'm treating it. The poison circulation is abnormal, just like how a person's breathing is abnormal. When the day comes when you can see that the grass is looking at you, you'll be able to see that the Guflozone is breathing. Or rather, it should be said that in the universe, any natural state or operating order can breathe and have life. These words appeared in Lu Yin's mind more than once, and he regretted not being able to see through Master Greengrass's strength. Was this something that an ordinary cultivator could say? He stood calmly in Master Greengrass's courtyard, not knowing how to search. Lu Yuan, Hongyan Mavis, Chu Yi, and the others were all frantically searching for the ancient god and Master Greengrass, but they couldn't find anything. The universe was vast, and there were countless parallel spacetimes. It was too difficult to find a single person. The primogenitor's scripture couldn't pinpoint the ancient god's location unless the ancient god spoke up. The longer this dragged on, the heavier their hearts sank until they received news from the astral tree domain that an ancient god had been discovered. Luin hurried over to the astral tree domain and arrived at the unfamiliar Madsword domain. The first thing he saw was the shattered bones of the ancient god. Luin cultivated his strength, and he could tell at a glance that this was a power that the ancient god had not been able to withstand. It had exceeded its limits, and it had not come from the enemy, but from the ancient god himself. What kind of desperate situation had the ancient god been in for it to suffer such a terrifying backlash? However, there were no signs of battle in the surroundings. Nelmi stood nearby with a shocked expression that had yet to recover. The next moment, Lu Yuan and the others arrived one by one. When they saw the ancient god's corpse, they fell silent. How did you find it? Luin asked. Nelmi came back to his senses and said solemnly, there were no traces at all. Nothing caught my attention at first, but I know the ruler realm too well. I've been here many times, and I'm a good friend of the Madsword domain. I noticed a slight change in the terrain and instinctively came to check it out. That's when I saw this scene. Aside from this, there was nothing else. I can't even be sure that this person is the ancient god. The ancient god's corpse was just a skeleton, and there wasn't even much flesh left. Most people would not be able to recognize it, but Nolni had participated in the war on the backside and confronted the ancient god more than once. That was why he was able to recognize it, but it was only a guess, so he reported it to the Above Heaven sect. Lu Yuan. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. A few people stood beside the ancient god's corpse and did not have much of a reaction. However, this was the most intense reaction. The relationships between the 6 paths of the 3 realms were very deep, and Luin admired them. No one had betrayed them, even if Jialan Jilua had been sealed in Tian Feng's body and had suffered the torture of being skinned and disfigured. Wu Tian had been hung in the 3rd Calamity region. Beauty Mavis had been trapped in the Mirage domain for countless years. Even if the ancient god had been controlled by the one true god, none of them had betrayed him. Just as the one true god had said, Inception's disciples were all good people. Luin did not have much affection for the ancient god, so he could not understand the hatred that was engraved in their bones. However, the ancient god had died for humanity, and such a will was worthy of respect. Luin slowly bowed to the ancient god's corpse. Noni hurriedly bowed as well. There were only a few people who had cultivated the primogenitor scripture. Outside of the 3 realms and 6 paths, only Lu Tianyi and Kue Luo had cultivated it. Kue Luo had also seen Grandmaster Bluegrass, but he was only a half-step ancestor and did not understand what it meant. Thus, he had not come to the sovereign realm. In silence, the group took the ancient god's corpse away. There were not many powerful cultivators who could preserve their corpses. For example, in the primeval city battlefield, once they died, most of them would turn to dust. Only after the ancient god's corpse was brought back did Elder Chan and the other progenitors find out. Grandmaster Bluegrass's identity was only known among progenitors. Those who had not reached the progenitor realm did not need to know, and Grandmaster Bluegrass would not cause trouble for them. Luin looked at the lake with a heavy heart. His guess had come true. In the past, no matter how he guessed, a guess was still a guess. As long as fate did not appear, it would remain a guess. He had even hoped that fate would never appear and that it would just be a dream. But now, fate had appeared. According to Nong Yi, when the ancient god died, Luin was not far from the frenzied sword domain and could see it. But from beginning to end, no matter how much power the ancient god had unleashed, he had not been able to sense it. Luin was very clear about how terrifying this power was. The ancient god must have used the power that had reached the limit of the current universe. Even Luin was not confident that he could withstand such power. It was comparable to when the one true god had uprooted the Black Mother tree, but he had still not been able to do anything. This power had broken the limits of Lu Yin's understanding of this universe, and it was like a mountain pressing down on his head. Lu Yuan and the others were silent not only because of the grief of the ancient god's death, but also because of that power. It was indescribably terrifying. Pathmaster, Ancestor Ku requests an audience. The second Night King's voice rang out. Luin turned around. Invite him in. The back mountain of the Above Heaven sect was not an important forbidden area, and many people did not greet him when they came. Ancestor Ku was an exception. He was low-key and had his own way of doing things. Senior, what's the matter? Luin asked directly. There was no need for formalities. Ancestor Ku's face was solemn. Was the ancient god killed by that Grandmaster Bluegrass? Luin nodded. Withered Ancestor said, I think I've seen this Master Grass before. Luin was surprised. Master Grass had always kept a low profile and had never participated in any of the wars between the Eternals and the humans. Before the ancient god's death, he hadn't even made a move. Perhaps no one knew that he had made a move. Senior, have you seen him before? I can't remember, but I'm sure that I've seen him before. Ancestor Ku said. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, the lost memories. The desolate ancestor nodded. I've seen this person. I'm sure I've seen him before, but I still can't remember him. Maybe it's not that I've lost my memory, but that I've been deprived of time. Otherwise, with my strength, it's impossible that I can't recover my memory. Thanks Ghost God 11 Zhang damning cold brother's reward, I'll give it to you, thank you. End of chapter. Luin immediately invited Mu Zhu and the others over. Since time had been taken away, they could use tracing the ancients. Mu Zhu was fine, but Qing Ping and Mu Xia could not hold on any longer. They had helped Luin tracing the ancients to deal with Mr. Wei, and they had yet to recover. However, this matter was of great importance. If Ancestor Ku had really been deprived of time, then something important must have happened during that time. When Ku Zu had killed his way into the Eternals, he had never thought of returning alive. Instead, he had wanted to pave the way for his descendants. Even if he had died, he had wanted to leave some clues behind. When he had used the sequence laws to escape, he had not thought that he would actually be able to escape. Therefore, he had thought of a way to leave some clues behind. However, Luin could not find any clues even after searching the Black Mother Tree and the Land of Disaster. Being stripped of time during that time was definitely related to Master Xianxia. However, if Master Xianxia had been in the Land of Disaster at that time, why had he not killed Kuzu? If he did not care, then why had Butterfly Tianan chased after him? Master Xianxia had his own thoughts, and Luin and Kuzu wanted to find out what had happened during that time. Qingping and Mu Xia went to the 5 spirit tribes and recovered through parallel spacetime with different flows of time. They returned after more than a month, having stayed in the 5 spirit tribes for a long time. This time, tracing the ancients involved a terrifying powerhouse like Master Xianxia. Not only were Luin and the others present, but even Mr. Mu had come as a precaution. The target of tracing the ancients was Kuzu. If Kuzu had really been deprived of time, then he must have existed during that time. He could not be found in the river of time. As tracing the ancients began, Luin and the others could only wait. The ancient god's death brought great grief to Lu Yuan and the others, and it also caused the primogenitor beneath Immemorial City to fall silent. Immemorial City quieted down. The Above Heaven sect also quieted down. The Eternals had clearly been defeated, but only those who did not know the truth were happy. Those above the progenitor realm were not happy. Only then would a truly powerful enemy appear. One day, half a year later, Mu Zhu and the others suddenly shouted, "Found it." They looked at the flow of time between the 4 of them. Gray light flickered as images flashed past, but they could not see them clearly. Suddenly, a pair of eyes opened and looked at the group. Luin immediately recognized them, they belonged to Master Xianxia. Pfft! The 4 of them all fell to the ground. Mr. Mu waved his hand, and the void rumbled. The river of time was faintly discernible, and his expression was grave. Under the starry sky, Grandmaster Greengrass frowned. Had he been discovered? Since that's the case, let's start the war. He got up and headed toward the boundary of the universe. In the back mountain of the Sky Sect, except for Mu Zhu, the other 3 fainted. Mr. Mu checked it and said, "It's fine." It was just a glance. That person didn't really do anything. Luin brought woodcarving and the others away to rest. He looked at Mu Zhu and asked, "Eldest senior sister, did you see anything?" Mu Zhu's face was pale as he tried to recall. Then, he drew a picture in the air. This pattern was the one that the only true god had been staring at when Great Master Greengrass fought with the ancient god. It was the pattern on Great Master Greengrass's wrist. Ancestor Ku was excited, "This is the picture. Although I don't know why, this picture made me know that I have to live. Spread it out." Luin looked at Mr. Mu, Patriarch Lu Yuan, and the others. Patriarch Lu Yuan and the others were confused. Even Wu Tian, the one who taught the world, the one with the greatest knowledge, was at a loss, unable to understand this diagram. "Cause and effect," Mr. Mu said as he looked at the pattern. Everyone looked at Mr. Mu in confusion. What did this pattern have to do with cause and effect? Mr. Mu looked at the pattern in a daze and pondered for a long time. Finally, he sighed and said, "I see. I understand now. No wonder I survived." "Master, do you understand?" Luin asked. Mr. Mu waved his hand to disperse the pattern. "In this universe, other than me, perhaps no one else can understand it, including Tai Chu. Because you have never encountered it. I've seen this pattern before." Mu Zhu looked at Mr. Mu. "In our universe?" Mr. Mu nodded with a complicated expression. "Yes, in our universe. At that time I didn't understand what this pattern represented and didn't think much about it." He then looked at Ancestor Ku. "Why do you think this pattern is strange?" He shook his head. "Forget it. You don't remember anyway." Although Ancestor Ku didn't remember, something must have happened at that time that made him feel that this pattern was important and needed to be spread. Perhaps it was because of this pattern that Great Master Greengrass took away Ancestor Ku's time and even made Tianan the butterfly chase after him. This pattern, I'm just guessing. Its purpose is to time. Everyone was puzzled. Time? Mr. Mu said seriously, there is no limit in the universe. This is what I, Tai Chu, Wei Nu, and Tai Hong all agree. If there is a limit, such as the immortal realm, then there must be a limit for the immortal realm. This limit is most likely caused by karma. We don't know how the immortal realm is restricted, but we guess that this restriction must be very serious. Otherwise, how can the universe develop normally? It's impossible for the immortal realm to dominate the universe. When the immortal realm attacks, it's the cause. When the immortal realm attacks, it's the effect. Therefore, in my opinion, this pattern is a karmic chain, a unit of time to record the karmic backlash. The immortal realm is really invincible. Once they attack, they can change the universe in an instant. But if they don't attack, it means that they are restricted by the karmic chain. This is the only way to deal with the immortal realm. Luin looked at Mr. Mu. Master, you saw this karmic chain when you encountered the immortal realm? Mr. Mu nodded with his hands behind his back. When I first saw it, I thought it was strange, but I didn't think much about it. I just thought it was the pattern of the immortal realm. Now that I see it almost the same pattern, I feel that something is wrong. Luin suddenly thought of something. Great Elder Dangu, please come here. In this universe, Mr. Mu and Great Elder Dangu were the only ones who had encountered the immortal realm. The universe where the lost clan was originally located had defeated their old enemy. But because of the appearance of an omnipotent existence, all their efforts were in vain. The lost clan had no choice but to escape. Not long after, Great Elder Dangu arrived. Muju redrew the pattern. Great Elder Dangu looked at the pattern and was stunned at first. Then, his eyes suddenly widened, full of disbelief. This pattern. Have you seen it before? Great Elder Dangu gritted his teeth. Yes, Master Lu. Where did you see this pattern? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Senior, where did you see it? Great Elder Dangu was excited, and his eyes were full of hatred. That, the omnipotent existence. On the wrist? Mr. Mu asked. Great Elder Dangu was shocked and looked at Mr. Mu. Yes. Mr. Mu exhaled. Sure enough, the immortal realm has this pattern, and it can't be hidden. Is the pattern that Senior Dangu saw exactly the same as this one? Luin asked. After he finished speaking, his expression became solemn. Senior, please recall carefully. This is very important. Great Elder Shangu nodded. He did not know where Luin and the others had seen this diagram, but he could clearly see the severity of the situation. This matter involved that omnipotent existence, and that existence was invincible. Was this universe going to repeat the tragedy that had befallen his own universe? He closed his eyes and recalled for a long time. Then, he opened his eyes. It's different. The pattern I saw was simpler than this one. He drew a pattern according to his vague memory. I remember this pattern very clearly. Back then, those comrades, seniors, and juniors died, and their blood dyed the starry sky red. I remember this pattern the most. It was like the symbol of the omnipotent existence that lit up the starry sky. It left a deep impression on me and the entire lost clan. It was engraved into our bones and into our souls. This pattern kept appearing in my dreams. I remember it like this. Everyone compared the two patterns. They were roughly the same, but the pattern drawn by Great Elder Dangu was indeed simpler than the one drawn by Master Qing Chao. Now, the facts were very clear. This pattern could be found in the eternal life realm. Otherwise, Master Greengrass was the existence that destroyed the universe where First Elder Dangu was from. However, First Elder Dangu had seen Master Greengrass's appearance and knew that he was not. Such an existence disdained disguising himself, just like how humans wouldn't disguise themselves for ants. If they were not the same person, it meant that this pattern was really as Mr. Mu had guessed. It was a restriction imposed by the universe on the eternal realm powerhouses. It was a kind of timing. It was obvious that the Grass Grandmaster's pattern had more lines than the other pattern. These lines were not complicated and were repetitive. Most importantly, this pattern appeared on the wrist and seemed to form a circle around the wrist. What would happen if it really formed a circle? Since fate has appeared, Master can recover, Wu Tian suddenly said. Lu Yuan and the others' eyes lit up. That's right. The reason why the ancestor didn't recover was that he was afraid of being targeted by fate. Now that fate had appeared, the ancestor should recover. However, Lu Yin thought of a more serious problem. Fate has been exposed. We don't know what his goal is, but since he can't do anything because of the karmic chain, what will he do? Let others do it, Lu Yuan blurted out. Lu Yin's expression changed. But there's no one in this universe who can help him. The guardian of the four directions. Jiaolan Jilua suddenly thought of something. Not good. Lu Yin hurriedly said to Mr. Mu, Master, go to the border. At the border of the Tianyuan universe, in front of a huge stone gate, Jiang Feng sat calmly with a long sword across his legs. In the distance, a figure walked out. It was Master Qing Chao. He carried a bamboo basket and bent over, approaching step by step. Jiang Feng frowned as he watched Master Qing Chao slowly approach. He didn't know this person, but he was wary. He could see this person, but this person didn't seem to be in front of him. Who are you? Jiang Feng asked as he slowly stood up. Master Qing Chao looked at Jiang Feng with a smile. White Cloud City's city lord, your rise also came from the turbid treasure. It has a trace of legend. I'm Qing Chao. Others call me Master Qing Chao. Thank you. Ghost God 11 Brothers tip, I'll give it to you, thank you. I'm too busy at the end of the year. It's not easy to stay up late to write. Fortunately, I have the support of my brothers. If possible, it's best to subscribe to Horizontal Web. Thank you, brothers. Thank you. Jiang Feng looked at him and asked in doubt, where are you from, Grandmaster Qing Chao? Why are you sitting here, City Lord Jiang? Grandmaster Qing Chao did not answer his question. Jiang Feng stared at Grandmaster Qing Chao and asked again, where are you from, Grandmaster Qing Chao? Grandmaster Qing Chao smiled at Jiang Feng, the cultivation of White Cloud City comes from the turbid treasure. You call it force. It's a power that conforms with the laws of the sequence, and it's also a shortcut. However, it's only a shortcut at the beginning. The further you go, the more difficult the path becomes. It's basically impossible for you to find a way to break through this path. However, I can help you make it through. Making it through is the path to eternal life. Jiang Feng gripped his sword tightly. The path to eternal life? Grandmaster Qing Chao, you're an expert of eternal life? Grandmaster Qing Chao smiled faintly, the path to eternal life is before you. How do you choose? The protectors of the four directions are your people, Jiang Feng's voice turned cold. Grandmaster Qing Chao shook his head and sighed, I cherish the fact that you're a talent. It's a pity that you're just like Guiji. Time can change many things. Civilizations and universes can all disappear, but eternal life can't. Why are you so fixated on the current universe and your current race? Isn't it great? Great, of course it's great. Can I lead the entire White Cloud City to eternal life? Jiang Feng replied with a question. Grandmaster Qing Chao could not help but laugh, the reason why I chose eternal life and not you humans was because you were bound by emotions. Whatever. Since you've given up on this opportunity, you can vanish from outer space. With that, he took a step and made his way towards Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng stabbed out, and the purplish-black substance gradually approached a blackish-gray color. Coincidentally, he and the ancient god had both cultivated this power that could strengthen humans. The ancient god had reached the primordial realm earlier than Jiang Feng, leaving the realm of palm gods. Jiang Feng failed to take that step, but he watched the ancient god break through and take another step forward. With a thunderous boom, the sky shook. Grandmaster Qing Chao was amused. The two people who had attacked him both possessed this power. It was quite a coincidence. The ancient god had used the laws of sequence to strengthen himself endlessly, delivering the most resplendent punch of his life, but it was useless against Grandmaster Qing Chao. Even Nongyi failed to sense the punch nearby, let alone Jiang Feng, who had yet to reach the primordial realm. However, Jiang Feng was different from the ancient god. He was more realistic. He had walked out of the apocalypse step by step. He wanted to survive. He still had his family. On the other hand, the ancient god had always stood at the apex. As the disciple of the founding ancestor, his dignity did not allow him to retreat. He could only try to advance. Even death. He thrust out his sword and saw the dark gray matter dissipating. Jiangfeng's thunder was also dispersing. He stopped in time and passed by Master Qingqiao, intending to leave. Master Qingqiao smiled and said, "You are smarter than Guizhi." Jiangfeng had no intentions of fighting him to the death. He had used his full strength in that strike, and he had also sensed the unparalleled power of the eternal realm. There was no need to fight. If he continued fighting, he would just be courting death. As a result, he wanted to flee decisively. He would rather bring this person's information back. Unfortunately, he failed to escape. The starry sky was like a cage. As soon as Jiang Feng passed by Grandmaster Qingqiao, his body seemed to be dragged by an invisible force. With a thunderous boom, he injured himself. In the end, he could not even hold on to his sword. Grandmaster Qingqiao turned around and looked at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng was in disbelief. He had been injured by his own power, so why did the lightning injure him? It should have been his own power. No one could answer him. Grandmaster Qingqiao was the only Eternal Realm expert in the history of this universe who had attacked. No one could answer just what powers the Eternal Realm experts possessed. We are different. I rule this universe, while you are just following the rules of this universe. I can strip away your power at any time, such as the lightning. The black pearl emerged from Jiangfeng's chest and hovered before him. He discovered that his lightning was gone. How could this be? Your power. Jiangfeng felt powerless. His breathing stagnated. He could not breathe in this starry sky. He could walk in the void a long time ago, but at this moment, he was like an ordinary person. Everything you have can be stripped away. Lifespan, color, 5 senses. As Grandmaster Qingqiao said each word, Jiangfeng lost himself. He could not see color. It was pitch black. He lost his sense of touch and taste. All he had left was his hearing. He listened to Grandmaster Qingqiao's words. He was like a corpse that had fallen into the abyss. Even his understanding of height was blurred. Following the rules of the universe, you will always be below me. I value your understanding of the power of the sequence rules. That was brought to you by the turbid treasure. Unfortunately, you went against me. It is just a turbid treasure. Today, I will take it away. As soon as Grandmaster Qingqiao finished speaking, the dead wood appeared in Jiangfeng's body and floated in the starry sky. The sword, the dead wood, and the black pearl were the 3 divine artifacts that Jiangfeng possessed. At this moment, they were all taken out. Jiangfeng stood in the starry sky. He did not know anything and could not see anything. Everything was taken away from him. For Grandmaster Qingqiao, it was easy to strip Jiangfeng of his power. Humans were very mysterious creatures. No one knew what many people would do when they were in a desperate situation. From Grandmaster Qingqiao's point of view, Jiangfeng was already crippled. He had lost everything. In fact, he was not really stripping away these powers. What he was stripping away was the time that Jiangfeng had these powers. Once the time was completely stripped away, the things that happened during that time and the opportunities obtained would also completely disappear. This was not the power of time, but the control of this part of the universe. To Grandmaster Qingqiao, the long river of time was just a force in this part of the universe. It was just a force that he could use. He could decide the life and death of anyone in this part of the universe. He could decide what kind of power anyone had. It was just that simple. This was not a battle, but a trial. It was a trial for any creature in this part of the universe. However, at this moment, Jiangfeng, who had lost everything, had a different feeling. He was in the darkness. He could not see, touch, hear, or smell anything. There was nothing. There should be nothing. However, he felt breathing. It was the breathing of all things. It was the force that he had comprehended, the force of all things. In the past, during the doomsday of Earth, he had comprehended many forces. In the end, he had comprehended the breathing of all things. As he stepped into the starry sky, he had comprehended the breathing of the universe. Those creatures and plants were all breathing. He could feel it at any time. However, this was the boundary of the universe. There were no stars or anything. Where did these breaths come from? Grandmaster Xianxia, an Eternal Realm expert, was here. Why were there so many breaths around him? All things, all laws, everything, and the breathing of the starry sky. What were all these? Right, the closest thing to him were the 3 divine artifacts? Grandmaster Xianxia opened his hands. The 3 divine artifacts moved and were about to fly towards him. Suddenly, Jiang Feng, who should have lost everything and stood there quietly, grabbed the sword, the dead wood, and the black bead. He threw them out. The black bead distorted the void and disappeared instantly. Grandmaster Xianxia did not expect Jiang Feng to still be able to move. At this moment, there was a flash of lightning in the distance. Golden lightning whizzed past and smashed over. It was the primordial thunder locust. It had finally found Jiang Feng. The second disaster during the domain war, it was taken to the primordial city by the primordial city welcoming monk and was captured by the ancestor of the giants. During the decisive battle between the humans and the eternal race, it immediately escaped after escaping from captivity. Now, as the battle between the humans and the eternal race came to an end, it came out to find Jiang Feng. It had really found him. Jiang Feng could not hide from it wherever he went. Grandmaster Xianxia frowned. A small insect. He wanted to attack, but hesitated and looked at his wrist. It was not worth increasing the karma chain for a small insect. The primordial thunder locust was horrified. Even if Grandmaster Xianxia released a trace of killing intent, it would be a disaster for it. It turned and ran without hesitation. After the primordial thunder locust fled, Grandmaster Xianxia suddenly looked to the other side. There, a gray color approached and froze the void. Mr. Mu had arrived. Senior of the Eternal Realm is here. Junior Mu Ji pays his respects. Grandmaster Xianxia looked calmly into the distance and then looked at Jiang Feng, who was at his mercy. He turned and left. 1 insect or 2 insects, there was no difference. Since the turbid treasure had disappeared, so be it. There was no need to increase karma for these insects. They would die anyway, and this universe would start anew. When Mr. Mu came to Jiang Feng's side, Grandmaster Xianxia had disappeared. Mr. Mu looked at the stone door. That person had gone to the other side. He retracted his gaze and came to Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng did not move. He stood in the starry sky like a statue. Soon, Lu Yin and the others arrived. They only saw Mr. Mu and Jiang Feng. Master. Mr. Mu shook his head. We can't keep him. Lu Yin did not know whether to be relieved or regretful. Was it really possible for them to keep an Eternal Realm expert? Even if the Eternal Realm did have restrictions, what could they use to increase the restrictions? Life? Uncle Jiang? Lu Yin hurried to Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng was still immersed in the darkness. His 5 senses, cultivation, and talent were all lost. In Grandmaster Xianxia's opinion, he could not move, so he did not kill him. However, Jiang Feng could feel that someone had appeared around him. But he did not know who it was, and he could not speak. Lu Yin shouted a few times, but Jiang Feng did not respond. Mr. Mu could not tell what was wrong with Jiang Feng. The means of the Eternal Realm seemed to be a simple deprivation of time, but if one did not know in advance, one could not guess in that direction. Even if one guessed it, it was impossible to get back the time deprived by Grandmaster Xianxia. Now, even an ordinary person could kill Jiang Feng. Unable to wake Jiang Feng up, Mr. Mu and the others tried to open the stone door, but there was something like a door bolt behind the stone door. In desperation, they could only leave someone to guard the stone door. I'll stay. Lu Yuan said. Lu Yin was shocked. Whoever stayed was likely to face Grandmaster Xianxia. If Grandmaster Xianxia really wanted to attract the outer universe and start a war, the person who stayed would be the first to die. This was a mission that could almost be regarded as a death sentence. Lu Yuan looked at everyone with a smile. The Lu family is the war flag of mankind. When the war flag flutters, war will come. The first to face the war should be the war flag. but the war flag can't fall. I'll stay. Wu Tian said. Lu Yuan shook his head. The war flag that can't fall is Xiaoqi. My war flag has fallen a long time ago. Thank you. Ghost God 11 Brothers tip, I'll give it to you, thank you. Thank you for your support. Lu Yin's heart was heavy, as the power represented by the spiritualized universe was definitely extremely strong. Even if Master Grass did not make a move, Patriarch Lu Yuan would not be able to withstand the spiritualized universe's first wave of attacks. However, someone had to stay behind, and the person who stayed behind couldn't be too weak. Otherwise, there wouldn't even be enough time to send a message. The primordial realm ancestor Lu Yuan was the most suitable. I'll accompany you, Han Yan Mavis said. Lu Yuan refused. There aren't many powerful cultivators in the first place, and one is enough for this place. What's the point of having so many? Eternal is still here, and there's still the primordial monster who attacked Immemorial City. Those enemies haven't been completely eliminated yet, so I'll stay here alone. You are indeed a suitable candidate, Mr. Mu said. Remember, once the stone door is about to open, leave immediately. There is no need to make unnecessary sacrifices. Facing the attack of an entire universe, your sacrifice alone will not be able to stop anything. The possibility of you dying together with the enemy is not high. It is better to fight with the entire universe. Lu Yin also hurriedly said, Patriarch, don't fight alone. Listen to Master. Once the stone door moves, leave immediately. Lu Yuan smiled and said, Don't worry, I'm not Guizhi. I'm much smarter than him. I won't sacrifice myself for nothing. Wouldn't he? Looking at Lu Yuan's smile, there were some things that had to be done. Lu Yin clenched his fists, and he thought back to his ancestor. If he did not want to be passive, then he would have to take the initiative and unite the consciousness universe to attack the spiritualized universe instead of waiting for it to attack. In the end, only Patriarch Lu Yuan was left at the universe boundary. Mr. Mu and the others headed to Immemorial City. It was time for the primogenitor to recover his strength. Lu Yin then took Jiangfeng to White Cloud City. Jiangfeng's current condition was even worse than an ordinary person's, and staying in outer space would only result in death. Looking at Jiangfeng's state, Lu Yin was reminded of the tragedy of the ancient gods. The Grass Grandmaster was the greatest enemy that the humans of this universe had to face. Meanwhile, in the Ice Spirit clan, the Ice Master was directing the reconstruction of the Ice Spirit city. The whole Ice Spirit clan was bustling with activity. Back then, the Eternals had launched a sneak attack with the illusory poison, killing 3 of the 5 Spirit clan's patriarchs. Now, the 5 Spirit clan's strength had declined greatly, but the Eternals had already been defeated. They only needed to wait for time to recover. A ripple passed through the invisible void. No one noticed it, not even the Ice Master. The ripple passed through the void and arrived outside the Ice Heart. It floated there quietly, as if it was thinking. The Ice Heart had a coldness that could freeze everything. It could even freeze life and death. It was not something that anyone could approach. Lieni tried several times but failed to enter the Ice Heart. You're the consciousness that I don't want to disturb the most. You're too innocent. You only have him in your world. Even I'm affected. If it wasn't for your consciousness, I wouldn't have saved him and caused such a disaster. But I have no choice now. I can only look for you again. Then, white mountains and rivers appeared around the ripple and blasted towards Xianxia. In the distance, the Ice Master suddenly turned around. Not good. It waved its snow-white arms, and an extremely cold whiteness swept towards the Ice Heart, freezing the void along the way. This was the rule of the freezing sequence. The rules of sequence were blocked by the white mountain and white water. The 8-front formation appeared behind the ripples, trapping the Ice Master along with the rules of sequence. By Wushan? How is that possible? Didn't you die? The Ice Master was shocked. She hadn't expected Bai Wuxian to still be alive. News came from Immemorial City that Bai Wuxian should have been buried by Master Lu's attack. As the white mountains and white waters approached the Ice Heart, they were also being frozen by the Ice Heart. In the distance, the 8-front formation that had trapped the Ice Master suddenly appeared. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. It soared and trapped the entire Ice Spirit clan. The creatures of the Ice Spirit clan couldn't leave, nor could they send messages to the outside world. The 5 spirit clans were connected to the origin space, but at this moment, the entire Ice Spirit clan was trapped by the 8-front formation. The origin space couldn't detect them at all. The Ice Master had removed the illusory poison, but her strength hadn't recovered. Once she left the Ice Spirit clan, her sequence particles would be greatly reduced, so she didn't even participate in the Battle of Immemorial City. Now, she couldn't escape from Bai Wuxian's siege unless she borrowed the Ice Heart's sequence particles. However, once she borrowed the Ice Heart's sequence particles, the Ice Heart would be shattered instantly. This was a dilemma. She could only watch as the White Mountains and White Waters shattered the Ice Heart and took Ming Yan away. That was Ming Yan, the most important person to Master Lu. The White Mountains and White Waters kept shattering the ice, but they kept getting frozen. As time passed, they approached the Ice Heart little by little. Just as the White Mountains and White Waters were about to touch the Ice Heart, a jade-white palm reached out and collided with the White Mountains and White Waters. The palm was soft and boneless, but it stopped the White Mountains and White Waters. A pleasant voice said, "Bai Wuxian? The most mysterious 7 heavenly gods, you've disturbed my slumber." A graceful figure walked out of the Ice Heart. Her snow-white skin was crystal clear, and her long hair reached her waist. She was flawless. A pair of bright eyes looked at the ripples, and there was an unfathomable brilliance in her gaze. Bai Wuxian was surprised. "Who are you?" She thought there was only Ming Yan here, but this woman was obviously not Ming Yan. This woman was very strong. Since she could block her attack, she must be an expert of the same level. The woman stepped out. She was dressed in white and smiled. "My name is Bai Qing. I'm from White Cloud City." The ripples suddenly disappeared. Bai Qing was surprised. An extreme microscopic creature. So this is Bai Wuxian. Beautiful plants bloomed under her feet and wrapped her up in an instant. She frowned and looked around. Bai Wuxian was so strong that he wasn't easy to deal with. When she was asleep, White Cloud City hadn't started a war with the Eternals. She didn't know what this battle with Bai Wuxian would bring to White Cloud City. Because of the pain she had inflicted on Earth, she didn't want to stay on Earth. She just wanted to sleep here. If she brought a powerful enemy like the Eternals to White Cloud City because of her. Thinking of this, Bai Qing hesitated. Suddenly, the void distorted, and the 3 divine artifacts flew out and floated in front of Bai Qing. Bai Qing looked at the 3 divine artifacts in shock. How could this be? "Jiangfeng, you." She didn't have time to think. Bai Wuxian was next to her. If the 3 divine artifacts were taken away by him, she would be in trouble. Bai Qing grabbed the sword. The black bead and the dead wood entered her body, and the plants scattered. She held the sword and stabbed at herself. The sword pierced into her body without any resistance. Ripples appeared in front of Bai Qing. "I see. The power to control consciousness. But you don't know what kind of power this sword contains." Bai Qing wasn't injured at all. She hit the ripples with her palm. This palm pushed the ripples back. Bai Wuxian was shocked. He tore the void apart and retreated. Bai Qing pulled out the sword. This sword had the power of time and could be reshaped with time. The only reason it pierced into her body was to heal her injuries. But if it weren't for this sword, Bai Wuxian's control over consciousness would be terrifying. At least she would be injured. Bai Qing put away the sword, stepped out, and disappeared. White Cloud City. Lu Ying sent Jiangfeng back. Looking at the statue-like Jiangfeng, Lu Pianran helped him sit down calmly. Jiangfeng didn't know where he was and he couldn't feel the warmth of Lu Pianran's support. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. He was being manipulated. Jiang Chen, Jiang Qingyue, and Kong Tianzhao were all there. It was their first time seeing Jiangfeng like this. The Lightning Lord was once invincible and overbearing. He dared to enter the E-domain alone and face the Eternal Race directly. The Eternal Race was afraid of him and he even talked to the great heavenly venerables. But now, he was like a dead man. "Little Seven, what happened?" Lu Pianran asked calmly. Lu Ying told Lu Pianran what happened. Lu Pianran was shocked. Is there really an eternal realm? Xianxia shouted angrily. I don't care if he has eternal life or not. I will kill that old thing. Shut up. Lu Pianran shouted. Xianxia gritted his teeth and didn't dare to speak anymore. Little Seven, thank you. If you didn't come in time, Ah Feng might have died. Lu Pianran bowed deeply to Lu Ying. Lu Ying quickly stopped her. Aunt Lu, it's my fault. I didn't know that Master Xianxia would go to the boundary of the universe. Otherwise, Uncle Jiang wouldn't be like this. Lu Pianran smiled faintly. It's normal for cultivators to die. I have nothing to say when I'm not as strong as others. But I need your help with something. Aunt Lu, just say it. Lu Ying said. Lu Pianran glanced at Jiang Feng. White Cloud City is duty-bound to wage war against the outer universe. Lu Ying was impressed. Lightning Lord Jiang Feng was crippled, but White Cloud City still wanted to participate in the war. This was not only for this universe but also for Lightning Lord Jiang Feng. They wanted to complete the unfinished battle. I understand. Lu Ying said. At this moment, Jiang Feng suddenly looked towards a direction. A white figure walked out from there. It was Bai Qing. Jiang Chen's expression changed when he saw Bai Qing. He opened his mouth and looked at Lu Pianran subconsciously. Jiang Qingyue was also surprised. She actually came. Lu Pianran saw Bai Qing with a calm expression. Lu Ying looked at Bai Qing cautiously and stood in front of Lu Pianran. Who are you? Bai Qing looked at Lu Pianran. I'm here to deliver something. As she spoke, the 3 divine weapons flew out. She did not give them to Lu Pianran. Instead, she circled around Lu Ying and Lu Pianran and appeared on the other side. Jiang Feng's head turned towards the direction of the 3 divine weapons. Goodbye. Bai Qing left after speaking. Lu Ying felt strange. What was the relationship between this woman and White Cloud City? The atmosphere was strange. Lu Pianran waved her hand and the 3 divine weapons appeared in her hand. She handed them to Jiang Feng. The 3 divine weapons lay in Jiang Feng's arms. Jiang Feng lowered his head and seemed to be able to see them. When Bai Qing appeared, Jiang Feng, who had lost his ability to perceive the outside world, suddenly looked at her. Although Lu Pianran did not show anything, she must have felt uncomfortable because Bai Qing was Jiang Feng's woman. Jiang Feng acted as if Bai Qing was more important to Jiang Feng than Lu Pianran and the rest. On the other hand, Bai Qing had purposely circled around Lu Ying and the rest to show Lu Pianran that Jiang Feng cared about the 3 godly artifacts, not her. This was White Cloud City's past. Lu Ying did not know much about it and did not intend to ask. He was about to leave. Jiang Qingyue said, strange. Shouldn't she be at the Ice Spirit Clan? Lu Yin's expression changed drastically. The Ice Spirit Clan? Jiang Qingyue glanced at Lu Pianran and nodded. She looked solemn. Her name is Bai Qing. She should be in the Ice Heart. Lu Ying quickly left. Ice Heart? She is the person Uncle Jiang placed in the Ice Heart? If this person appeared, then Yan Er? When Lu Ying arrived at the Ice Spirit Clan had returned to normal. The Ice Master had also informed White Cloud City about their encounter with Bai Wuxian. End of chapter. What's going on? Lu Yin's expression turned ugly. Bai Wuxian had designs on Yan Er, which was intolerable. The Ice Master told Lu Ying what she knew, and he frowned. Actually, the Ice Master didn't know much. She had been trapped by Bai Wuxian the entire time. Lu Ying suddenly looked into the distance, where Bai Qing walked out. Lu Ying was no longer wary of her. Jiang Feng had placed her in the Ice Heart to sleep, which meant that she was from White Cloud City. At least, she wasn't an enemy. Master Lu? Bai Qing's expression was calm as she looked at Lu Ying. Lu Ying looked at her. You are? You can treat me as someone from White Cloud City, she said. Lu Ying nodded. Thank you. If not for Bai Qing, Ming Yan would have been taken away by Bai Wuxian. The consequences would have been unimaginable. Lu Ying hadn't expected Bai Wuxian to still be alive. I heard what Bai Wuxian said. Bai Qing looked at Lu Ying. but only the last two sentences. If not for your consciousness, I wouldn't have saved him and caused this disaster. But now, I have no choice but to look for you. Lu Yan's gaze turned cold. Bai Wuxian had controlled Yan'er's consciousness? When? He had no idea. Also, save him? Was she referring to him? During the battle in Immemorial City, Bai Wuxian, who was also Luo Shen, had said that he owed her a life. Was that true? When? Thank you for telling me, Lu Yin said gratefully. Bai Qing said, who made Jiang Feng like that? Lu Yin had told Lu Pianran and the others in White Cloud City, but Bai Qing hadn't been there. Otherwise, Lu Yin would have found out. She had come specifically to find Lu Yin. Lu Yin told Bai Qing about the Grass Grandmaster. Bai Qing silently thanked him and left. After Bai Qing left, Lu Yin went to the Ice Heart, and the boat appeared. He wanted to cross the River of Time to find Bai Wuxian. Bai Wuxian had touched his bottom line. No one could hurt Yan'er. No one. He also wanted to find out when Bai Wuxian had controlled Yan'er's consciousness. The River of Time rolled over, and Lu Yin took a deep breath. He stepped onto the boat and entered the River of Time. Every time he crossed the River of Time, it was very dangerous. The first time was because he wanted to eradicate the Eternals. The second time was to find the Book of Destiny. The third time was for Yan'er. This was Lu Yin's biggest weakness. In the distance, the Ice Master was shaken. Was that crossing the River of Time? It hadn't expected someone to be able to do it. It was too shocking. Master Lu's current power level must be the strongest in the universe. Elder Chan and the other Ancestral Realm experts had all rushed over after receiving news from the Ice Spirit clan. As soon as they arrived, they saw Lu Yin crossing the River of Time, and they all fell silent. Lu Yin was truly enraged. Within the River of Time, images flashed by one after another, and Lu Yin soon saw the battle between Bai Wuxian and Bai Qing. Fortunately, the battle had happened very quickly, so he quickly found it. After crossing the River of Time, Lu Yin appeared beside Bing Xian. Images constantly flashed by. Lu Yin had crossed the River of Time and changed his position, but he could not change the past. He was like a wave in the River of Time. He watched as Bai Qing obtained the 3 divine artifacts, defeated Bai Wuxian, and left. He also saw the Ice Master arrive in front of the Ice Heart. He hurriedly notified White Cloud City. He stared at the image of Bai Wuxian leaving in that direction. Time returned to normal, and Lu Yin continued his journey. This time, he found time and stood in a new position. This position was where Bai Wuxian had left and torn through the void. As he stood there, images constantly flashed by. When Bai Qing had defeated the ripples had torn through the void, and Lu Yin had also been beside her. The torn void had taken both Lu Yin and the ripples away. The images around him returned to normal, and Lu Yin appeared under an unfamiliar starry sky. He crossed the River of Time again, and he refused to believe that he would not be able to catch up. He could cross the River of Time, and as long as he was given a clue, he could find anyone he wanted. The prerequisite was that not too much time had passed. Of course, accidents could easily occur, but Lu Yin did not think too much about it. Bai Wuxian had crossed his bottom line, and he had to deal with him. This time, Lu Yin saw the ripples rushing in a certain direction, and he followed them. As long as he lost any clues, he would cross the River of Time again. He stared at the images that flashed by in the River of Time, searching for traces of Bai Wuxian. Once, twice, thrice, 5 times, 9 times. He crossed the River of Time again, and his eyes were bloodshot as he continued to track Bai Wuxian. He had finally found Bai Wuxian. Bai Wuxian appeared on a barren planet. There were no humans on this planet, and there were only some strange-looking creatures that burrowed out of the ground and then burrowed back in. Lu Yin landed on the planet and looked into the distance. There was a ripple there. You want to catch up to me so badly? Bai Wuxian said. If you're not careful, you'll be swept up. That's something that even the one true God would not want to do. Lu Yin stared at the ripples. Why are you looking for Yan'er? Because she's very important to you. That's why I want to find you. The ripples changed and turned into Luocean. She looked at Lu Yin. Brother Lu, you've already killed me once. Do you want to kill me again? Luin looked at Luotian, and memories of her appeared in his mind. He felt guilt and pity for this woman, but now, there was only fear and killing intent. You're not dead. You won't die a second time. Luotian smiled beautifully. More than one person can die a second time. Isn't the ancestor the same? Lu Yin's expression changed. How do you know? I'm the same as her. I'm from the consciousness universe. Luin understood. No wonder she hadn't died. The ancestor had also survived progenitor Chen's attack. It wasn't impossible that Bai Wuxian hadn't died in the ancient battlefield. Brother Lu, have you ever liked me? Luotian suddenly asked. Luin frowned. Everything you've done is fake. You pretended to like me and got close to me on purpose. You even chased me to the starry sky tree. It's all just a disguise. Why are you saying all this now? Since you dared to attack Yan'er, I won't let you off. The ancestor had said that the life forms of the consciousness universe weren't humans. They weren't the same species, so how could he like her? Bai Wuxian, or rather, Luotian's actions were all fake. On a barren planet, a rough wind blew past. Luotian was as beautiful as a painting, and she was the only decoration on this planet. What if it's true? Luin released the starry sky from his heart and enveloped the surroundings. Stop pretending. You can't escape. Let me ask you, what do you mean when you say that I owe you a life? When did I owe you a life? Luotian smiled. I won't tell you that. You really do owe me a life. I hope that this question will leave a deeper impression in your heart. Luin stared at her. Did you take a hit from me on a planet at the edge of the outerverse? Luotian shook her head. I intentionally got close to you. Even without me, you would have been fine. So it really wasn't that time. I envy Ming Yen. Luotian looked up at the dim starry sky. The dark yellow atmosphere was like a demon's eye that stared at the ground. Actually, the root cause of the Eternals' defeat is Ming Yen. If not for her, the Eternals would not have lost. Luin didn't understand. What does that have to do with Yan'er? Luotian smiled at Luin. If not for Ming Yen, why would I save your life? I once controlled her consciousness and wanted to use it to attack you and turn you into the Eternals' redback. Unfortunately, she only has you in her life. I can change the minds of progenitors and make them kill each other. I can also change the minds of sequence laws powerhouses, but I can't change her. At most, I can only influence her. However, the one who was affected the most was me, as I developed a feeling called love for you. How laughable. My consciousness was actually changed by such a weak ant. Perhaps this is the tragedy of intelligent creatures. The power of a consciousness is limitless and unpredictable. Brother Lu, I really envy her. She bears all of your love and is your greatest concern. I, on the other hand, loved you as much as she did, but in the end, I ended up like this. Lu Yin's eyes widened as he recalled the past. Night King Changfeng? Luotian sighed deeply. Yes, Night King Changfeng. He's a very handsome young man, isn't he? Luin hadn't expected things to turn out this way. Back then, Luin and Ming Yen had pledged their love for each other and had left Shenwu continent for 2 years. When he saw her again 2 years later, her feelings for him had become unfamiliar. Instead, she was happily chatting with someone called Night King Changfeng. At that moment, Lu Yin's heart had ached. It had been extremely painful. After 2 years of separation, feelings would naturally fade. Luin had never blamed Ming Yen, but Ming Yen had blamed herself. Luin had never imagined that the unfamiliarity back then had been because of Bai Wuxian. You had your eyes on me back then? Luin couldn't believe it. Luotian smiled. The immortal list doesn't care about cultivation. It only cares about unimportant things. At that time, you were very important. Luin found it hard to believe that this was Bai Wuxian's method. Bai Wuxian controlled the immortal list and controlled many people to work for the Eternals. Luin had seen how the Eternals had induced humans to betray them and become redbacks, but he had never thought that such a thing would happen to him. If Yan'er had really betrayed him back then, what would have happened to him? Luin didn't even dare to think about it. He could also imagine how Yen, an ordinary person, had been able to maintain her original heart in the face of a change in consciousness at the level of a 7 sky gods. I never thought that that woman would be able to maintain her original heart. Even if I only subtly influenced her, she was still just an ordinary person. Her love for you was truly selfless and pure. You were the only one in her world. Brother Liu, a person like her would be happy to live. Even if she died, she would still be happy. Luotian was envious. Consciousness is a person's emotions. The deeper the emotional bonds, the harder it is to change one's consciousness. I could have easily erased her memories, but then you would have realized that a Ming Yen who was unfamiliar with your feelings would have dealt a much greater blow to you than a Ming Yen whose memories had been erased. But the two of you still ended up together, and I was burdened by her feelings. I appeared as Luotian and gradually fell in love with you. Brother Liu, I really do love you. Whether you believe it or not, human emotions are the most difficult power to understand. This power is something that even I, a creature of a different species, can't escape from. Would Luoyin believe Luotian's words? He didn't know either. But what's the point of loving or not loving? Bye. Wuxian was one of the eternal race's 7 godly heavens. He was in control of the eternal list and had single-handedly plotted the betrayal of countless people. He had caused great losses to the human race. If Wang Xiaoyu's betrayal had made her the greatest redback in the history of the 5th mainland, then Bai Wuxian was the most powerful enemy that the human race had ever wanted to eradicate. Her threat did not lie in her strength, but in her all-pervasive seduction, her ability to infiltrate and destroy the deepest level of humanity. There was no reason for Luoyin to let such an existence go. The area around his heart was enveloped by the starry sky, and Bai Wuxian's sequence laws could not be used at all. Everything that she did could not escape Luoyin's eyes. Luoyin could deal with her at any time, but for some reason, he just couldn't bring himself to do it. Was it because Bai Wuxian loved him? Or was it because Bai Wuxian's love for him came from Ming Yan? Attacking Bai Wuxian was like attacking Yen. Luotian looked into his eyes and smoothed her hair. I see Ming Yan in your eyes again. I know I can't replace her, but I'll make sure you never forget her. As she spoke, she struck out a palm at Luoyin, and the Whitewater ancestors' world surged towards Luoyin. It could melt anything, but it was a microscopic attack that came from a creature from ancestor god Bai Wu's world. Soil appeared in front of Lu Yin's eyes and transformed into a spear that stabbed forward. Under Lu Yin's astonished gaze, the spear pierced through Bai Shan and Bai Shui's body. Luotian coughed up blood as she passed through the spear and charged towards Luoyin. She raised her hand and struck out with a palm. A terrifying power circulated in front of Luoyin. This was the unbounded progenitor's world, and it was like a celestial body that whistled through the starry sky above Lu Yin's heart. The Luotian was pushed back by this power, and she coughed up blood continuously. However, she did not give up and continued to charge at Luoyin. The dignified 7 sky gods, an expert that Luoyin had once looked up to, was now unable to withstand a single blow. Luoyin chased after the Eternal's bone galleys and slaughtered the 3 masters and 6 hermits. None of them had been able to withstand a single blow. Just the violent wind of power had riddled Bai Wuxian with holes. Bai Wuxian's eyes turned red as the divine power in his body boiled. His body suddenly disappeared, turning into a microscopic state that was invisible to the naked eye. Luoyin casually waved his hand, and a terrifying power almost burst out of the primal universe. Bai Wuxian's microscopic state could not be hidden at all, and he fell heavily to the ground. His body was torn apart before finally shattering. Luotian's body should have been shattered in the first place. It was gone in the immemorial city battlefield. This body was just an illusion created by Bai Wuxian's consciousness. Luoyin frowned. That's right, Luotian's body should be gone, so why would Bai Wuxian appear in Luotian's body? His consciousness was not restricted to any body. It was the same for the ancestors of the past. Of course, it was also possible that they were used to that body. He looked at the ground. Blood. It was fake. There was no blood in his consciousness. There are 2 types of life forms in the universe of consciousness. The first type takes the initiative to transform into a certain ideology, and the second type uses the thoughts of the life form they see as a guide to transform into a certain form that the life form thinks it should see. Brother Lu, you think that Bai Wuxian is Luoshan, so what you see is Luoshan. Bai Wuxian seemed to be trying to dispel Lu Yin's doubts. Lu Yin understood that the Luoshan in the primeval battlefield had been her real body, while the Luoshan in front of him had been a manifestation of her consciousness. If he thought that this consciousness should be another creature, then it would be another creature that appeared. The consciousness rippled, and it was not far from Lu Yin. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Brother Lu, will you kill me? Bai Wuxian's voice rang out. Lu Yin's emotions were complicated. Yes. Will you feel bad? Lu Yin slowly clenched his fists and looked at the ripple in front of him. Luoshan's frown and smile appeared in his mind. She was the woman who had followed him and called him Brother Lu. She was the woman who had blocked a blow for him. She was the woman who had given her feelings without asking for anything in return. Her love had to be real. Lu Yin would rather Luoshan's love not be real. Sadness and regret can never replace the deepest imprint. Brother Lu, I don't want you to feel bad, but I want you to remember me forever. Forever and ever. After speaking, the ripple rushed towards Lu Yin. The moment it got close to him, the majestic consciousness dispersed like a gust of wind and rushed into the consciousness planet in Lu Yin's heart. Lu Yin subconsciously wanted to stop it, but he did not. He had originally wanted to deal with Bai Wuxian, and now, there was no need for him to do anything. The consciousness planet was Lu Yin's strength. Back when he had rolled enhance and been chased by the one true God, his consciousness planet had not completely recovered. Now, with the influx of Bai Wuxian's majestic consciousness, it had completely recovered. Su Jin's consciousness had been cultivated, and Bai Wuxian was a consciousness life form. This not only caused the consciousness planet to recover, but it also showed signs of life and had a divine charm. It was an indescribable feeling, as if there was an ancestral world within his body. Lu Yin stared at the consciousness planet in a daze, speechless for a long time. He could hate Bai Wuxian, but he could also pity her. She had almost separated him from Ming Yan, and she was clearly not a human, but she had experienced human emotions and given her love to Lu Yin. This should not be something a consciousness life form could bear. Only humans themselves knew how painful it was to feel emotions. I owe you a life. When did I owe you a life? Bai Wuxian had sacrificed her own consciousness life form to allow Lu Yin's consciousness planet to transform. At the same time, she had also said that he owed her a life, which made Lu Yin remember her. He knew that he would never forget Bai Wuxian in this lifetime. Lu Yin was the only one left on the barren planet. Lu Yin stayed there for a long time before leaving. When he returned to the Ice Spirit clan, he asked the Ice Master to take Bing Xian away. Of course, he would also give one to the Ice Spirit clan. The Ice Master had no reason to refuse, as the Ice Spirit clan only needed one. He had not done this before because Bai Qing was also here. Lu Yin could not bring Bai Qing to the Above Sky sect, and Jiang Feng would not allow it. Now that Ming Yan was the only one left, and something like this had happened, Lu Yin had no choice. The Ice Spirit clan was too dangerous. After taking Bing Xian to the Above Sky sect, Lu Yin stared at her in a daze. To Bai Wuxian, Ming Yan was just a normal person who had not been affected by the consciousness. Her love for him was too pure. He was the only one for her, and she was also the only one for him. Lu Yin wanted to help Ming Yan recover, but with a great enemy nearby, what could he do even if she recovered? Could he really protect Ming Yan? Lu Yin had no confidence in himself. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. Wait for me. I was able to walk out of Earth and reach this point. Nothing can stop me. Yan, I'll help you recover in a safe and peaceful environment. After leaving the place where Bing Xian had been placed, Lu Yin suddenly thought of Bai Rong. He was confident that he could restore Ming Yan's life force, but what about Bai Rong? Lu Yin took out Bai Rong's corpse and looked at it. This body had been obtained from the burial garden, but he did not know why Bai Rong had appeared in the burial garden beside the rune technology ruins. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Whatever had happened, it was no longer important. If he could restore Bai Rong's strength, the human race would gain another expert. Lu Yin tried again and again to help Bai Rong recover, but he failed every time. Bai Rong was different from Ming Yan. Ming Yan had lost her life force, while Bai Rong had lost her consciousness. This meant that Bai Rong was only left with a physical body and had lost her soul. Lu Yin stored Bai Rong's body away. If he could gain consciousness in the future, he might be able to make use of Bai Rong's body. It was a pity that such a powerhouse had died. Under Immemorial City, Mr. Mu told the primogenitor what had happened. The primogenitor's eyes widened. Fate has appeared? Mr. Mu sighed. Since it has appeared, there's no need for you to hide anymore. That grass. Grandmaster should have gone to another universe called the spiritualized universe. The primogenitor's mood sank. When De Chong transmitted that person's appearance through the primogenitor scripture, I knew about it. Right, you should have found the answer you were looking for. The primogenitor was shocked. The answer? Mr. Mu told the primogenitor about the karmic chain, and the primogenitor fell silent for a moment before moving. At the same time, the burial garden trembled. The burial garden had a city built by those who had entered but had not left. Most of those people had left, but there were still some who wanted to stay in the burial garden to cultivate. As the burial garden trembled, the people in the city hurriedly walked out, not understanding what was happening. The Yellow Spring Sea surged as the mausoleum keeper, the 4 leaders of the undead core, and the cultivators who had originally belonged to the burial garden walked out at the same time to look at the burial garden. The burial garden suddenly shrank, and a hand suddenly moved out of the burial garden and flew towards the underground of Immemorial City. In the starry sky of the primogenitor spatial tree, the Wang family continent trembled, and cultivators hurriedly walked out with shocked expressions. Similarly, a hand moved out of the Wang family continent and instantly disappeared. The Wang family continent's outer shell was still there, and the Yellow Springs water was still there. The primogenitor stood up and connected his hands to his body. He had recovered, and a powerful aura swept through the void, causing Immemorial City and the string of sequence to tremble. Lu Yin stood in the above heaven and looked up at the void, only to see the space ripple as the string of sequence vibrated. The primogenitor had recovered. He took a step forward and headed towards Immemorial City. The burial garden and the Wang family continent both retained their outer shells, but the primogenitor's hand had disappeared inside. Even the Yellow Springs was still there. The primogenitor stretched out his arms and clenched his fists. I'm back. I'm not used to not using my hand for so long. Hongyan Mavis and the others were happy, as the primogenitor had finally recovered. Even if they faced an Eternal Realm opponent, they were still confident. The primogenitor grabbed the string of sequence, opened his mouth, and let out a long howl. The sound spread through countless parallel spaces, causing countless people to look up at the sky, unable to see where the sound came from. The primogenitor had been biting the string of sequence for countless years, and now, he was finally free. Old Mu, it's your turn. You suppress it. The primogenitor looked at Mr. Mu and laughed. Mr. Mu laughed. It has nothing to do with me. The primogenitor rolled his eyes. How cold. Lu Yin arrived and was happy to see the primogenitor recover. Primogenitor, return your first dust. 6 specks of dust flew towards the primogenitor's forehead and entered his body. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Thank you. End of chapter. Outside Primeval City, Shining and Zhu Mei rushed over, one standing on the progenitor's shoulder while the other wrapped around his waist. The progenitor opened his other hand, and the progenitor's sword that was suppressing above heaven flew over. He pointed it at the stars. Eternal Realm. Since there's a limit, there's nothing to be afraid of. At worst, we'll use our lives to fill it. Hongyan Mavis, Wu Tian, and Jialan Jilua were excited. No. The progenitor looked at Lu Yin. Zhu Zi, are you afraid? Lu Yin was speechless. Yes. Ha ha ha, that's right. Who isn't afraid of death? Zhu Zi is the most straightforward. The progenitor laughed. Jialan Jilua gritted his teeth. Master, we're just following your words. The progenitor glared at him. Nonsense. I'm afraid too, but there's nothing I can do. I still have to charge, but there's a big problem right now. He looked at the sequence of strings in his hand. Who can help me grab one? Everyone looked at each other, speechless. Only experts who had undergone the bitter calamity could suppress the infinite strings. Apart from the primogenitor and Mr. Mu, no one else could do it. Even Lu Yuan, who was at the primordial realm, could not do it. The progenitor was helpless. He sat down. Cross-legged. I'll have to do it. Lu Ying shook his head. The sequence of strings continued to increase. During the above heaven era, there was no need for the progenitor to grab them. If there were too many parallel universes, they could destroy some of the unintelligent life forms. However, as the Eternals attacked, the above heaven was defeated, and the sequence of strings continued to increase until it was enough to collapse the entire universe. The Eternals then began to destroy the sequence of strings. Someone had to stand guard here, or the previous war would have been in vain. Let me try, the giant ancestor said. Mr. Mu clasped his hands behind his back. No one else can do it besides me and Alpha Primordium. Old Mu, can't you take my place? How many years has it been? Please understand me. The progenitor looked at Mr. Mu bitterly. Mr. Mu turned and left. The progenitor sighed. You're all disappointing. How nice it would be if someone could replace me. Chewie could not help but ask, Master, didn't you warn us not to break through to primordial realms so easily? Otherwise, we would have already been through so many years. The primogenitor opened his mouth, but no words came out. Back then, he had warned the 6 Daos and the 3 worlds not to break through to the primordial realm because he was afraid of being targeted by fate. Throughout all these years, fate had been a blade hanging over their heads. It could fall at any time, and once it did, it would be irreversible. Now, he knew that fate had its limits. Even if the saber fell and killed them, it would also injure fate itself. Thus, the progenitor no longer had any misgivings. Just as he said, at worst, he would use his life to fill in the saber until fate could no longer bear it and died. Even though the progenitor didn't express much about the ancient god's death, Lu Ying was well aware of his grief. The reason why Patriarch Lu Yuan was guarding the stone door was because he wanted to ease the pain. More importantly, he wanted to be the first to find Master Grass. He had fought the ancient gods for far too many years, but he had yet to discover the truth about the ancient gods. This was a blow to Patriarch Lu Yuan. Living is more painful than dying. Even though the primogenitor had regained his hands and obtained the primogenitor's sword and beginning dust, it didn't seem like much had changed. He still had to suppress the sequence of strings. In order to completely get rid of this matter, the only way was to reduce the number of parallel universes to the point that they would not restart this universe. This was a huge project. Senior, why are the burial garden and the Wang family's continent still here? Lu Ying asked. The primogenitor said, just take back the hands. Leave the shell. Someone wants to live in it. What about the Yellow Springs water? That's the Azure Sky Palace. Those 4 good-for-nothings from the Fate gang sealed my Azure Sky Palace. After all, it was Fate who did it. I can't do anything about it. The Azure Sky Palace is gone and I can't use it. But it doesn't matter. Didn't you learn it too? Alright, let's go back and find the Eternal as soon as possible. Tai Hong's 6 paths of reincarnation realm won't be able to last much longer. Even if we can't find the Eternal, we have to deal with Primordial Beginning and the others. The Eternal? Lu Ying thought of He Wuxian. That gift would be given to him. In a certain parallel universe, a piece of land was moving towards the distance. On it were the Forgotten Ruins deity and Wang Xiaoyu. That one of yours is really persistent. He's still chasing after you. The Forgotten Ruins deity smiled and looked at Wang Xiaoyu. Wang Xiaoyu was calm. I thought he saw through it long ago. So what if he didn't see through it? People like him need a definite answer even if they don't believe what they see with their eyes. The Forgotten Ruins deity said. After that, she looked behind her coldly. Little Lu Ying is still the cutest. If you encounter him, you fight him. If you don't care. You're too annoying. Wang Xiaoyu didn't say anything. You don't mind if I kill him, right? The Forgotten Ruins deity suddenly said and looked at Wang Xiaoyu with a smile. Wang Xiaoyu still didn't say anything. The Forgotten Ruins deity walked in front of her and stretched out her snow-white index finger, lifting Wang Xiaoyu's face. Wang Xiaoyu looked at the Forgotten Ruins deity. Whether he dies or not has nothing to do with me. The Forgotten Ruins deity smiled. You are indeed my cutest descendant. Alright, let's kill him. After that, the land moved in another direction. Far behind, Ancestor Qin kept chasing. He couldn't give up on Wang Xiaoyu and had to deal with the Forgotten Ruins deity. If it wasn't for the Forgotten Ruins deity, Wang Xiaoyu wouldn't be like this. He didn't know what happened back then and didn't need to know. He only knew that Xiaoyu wasn't a traitor of humanity. She was very kind. In her opinion, Rainy shouldn't die. How could such a person be a traitor? Wang Miao Miao, it was all Wang Miao Miao. Ancestor Chen's gaze was heavy. If he could, he would have killed Wang Miao Miao back then, but he couldn't do it. Wang Miao Miao wasn't as simple as she looked. This woman was hiding something. The Battle of Immemorial City was clearly won, but Xiaoyu still hadn't returned. What was she hiding? As he thought about it, he chased even harder. The land kept shuttling through parallel time and space, but it couldn't get rid of Ancestor Chen. Ancestor Chen wasn't like Luin, who could cross the river of time and find the Forgotten Ruins deity, but he had the linked palms and could borrow any power around him. As long as the Forgotten Ruins deity and the rest tore through the void, this power could be borrowed by Ancestor Chen. With the same power, the Forgotten Ruins deity and the rest couldn't escape. Ancestor Chen didn't cultivate as much power as Luin. He didn't need to cultivate so much. Even with limited power, he could unleash unlimited possibilities. The only true god had such a high evaluation of him, which was rare. As time passed, Ancestor Chen got closer and closer to the Forgotten Ruins deity and the rest. The land gradually slowed down. On the land, the Forgotten Ruins deity looked into the distance. It should be around here. Wang Xiaoyu looked at her back. What are you looking for? The Forgotten Ruins deity smiled at her, the place where Xiaoshang died. Not long after, her eyes lit up. Found it, let's go. Wang Xiaoyu looking ahead, she saw a flat surface spread out in the void far away. It looked like a painting? The land moved towards the flat surface without slowing down. The closer they got, the clearer they could see it. It was a painting, a landscape painting. How could there be a painting in the starry sky, and it was so big that it could fit the entire domain of calamity? The domain of calamity was quite large. The land was submerged in the painting, and the void rippled as if a curtain was pulled open. Looking again, it was no longer a starry sky, but a world of mountains and rivers. The scenery was beautiful, and waterfalls fell from the sky. Celestial chi floated, and colorful creatures flew. There was a faint sound of singing, and it was full of holiness. Wang Xiaoyu had never been to this place. A bell rang, and her breathing stagnated. The Forgotten Ruins deity's expression changed, and she looked forward. There stood an old man. It was the old monster Xianxia who fought against Mr. Mu in the Battle of Immemorial City. Junior Wang Miao Miao and Junior Wang Xiaoyu greet Senior Xianxia. The Forgotten Ruins deity bowed. Beside him, Wang Xiaoyu also stood up and bowed. Xianxia looked at the two girls. How did you find this place? Lord Eternal told me, Wang Miao Miao said. Xianxia nodded, looked at the sky, and smiled. Not bad, you've attracted a little guy. The next moment, the void rippled, and Progenitor Chen entered. When he saw Xianxia, he was shocked. This person fought against Mr. Mu at the peak of Immemorial City. He was an absolute master of the eternal race, and the strongest on the bone boat. Progenitor Chen did not expect him to be attracted here by the Forgotten Ruins deity. Little guy, I remember you. You're quite strong. I, Xianxia, can accept you as my disciple. Xianxia looked at Progenitor Chen with admiration. Progenitor Chen glanced at the Forgotten Ruins deity and Wang Xiaoyu, and then at Xianxia, remnant of the eternal race. Xianxia frowned. I'm just cooperating with the eternal race. I come from the spiritualized universe. If you accept me as your master, you can follow me into the rebooted universe. If you don't want to, you can only die here. Let's see. Who dies first? Progenitor Chen's eyes widened, and he took a step forward. The void collapsed, and the stars around him revolved. Although his clones died one by one, he could still use serious technique and other powers. Only his talents and other powers were lost. The stars revolved, covering heaven and earth. But they disappeared in an instant. Progenitor Chen stopped and looked around. This feeling? This is the foundation of my spiritualized universe, the landscape map. It is ranked 7th and is condensed from the 77 so close, yet worlds apart sequence experts from my spiritualized universe. You are not fighting me alone, but 77 so close, yet worlds apart sequence experts from my spiritualized universe. This is not only the difference between you and me, but also the difference between your Tianyuan universe and my spiritualized universe. Primordial Origin turned and left, taking the god of forgotten ruins and Wang Xiaoyu with him. He was confident that Progenitor Chen would not be able to walk out of the landscape map. He would die here. Progenitor Chen stepped in reverse, parallel to time. Forward and backward, he couldn't move. He had clearly moved, but there was no distance. This was a sequence law, and it wasn't a single person's sequence law. The world was filled with sequence particles that came from the 77 sequence law experts of the spiritualized universe. How many masters of the sequence law were there in the entire immemorial city battlefield? It was as if he had fallen into a sea of sequence particles, and they were all of the same sequence. He had never encountered such a thing. How could there be people who cultivated the same sequence law? Even if there were, how could there be 77 of them? This was beyond Progenitor Chen's understanding of cultivation. In the distance, above the waterfall, Yuanqi said proudly, "The greatest difference between my spiritualized universe and your Tianyuan universe is that your cultivation is too scattered. Since ancient times, every peak expert of my spiritualized universe has left behind their legacies for future generations to cultivate. There's no need for future generations to comprehend the laws of sequence. They can just follow in the footsteps of their predecessors. There's no need for creation. There's no need for birth. The laws of sequence have always been the greatest power in the universe. The near, yet worlds apart sequence law is ranked 35th in our spiritualized universe. There are many people who cultivate this sequence law, and after countless years of accumulation, there are a total of 77 people. Most of these people have long since died, but before they died, they would send sequence particles into the mountain river map and cultivate the mountain river map, which is ranked 7th. Looking at all the experts in your universe, there are far too few who can truly resist the landscape painting. This person is definitely not included. He hasn't even reached the primordial realm. The god of forgotten ruins was shocked. How do you leave behind the legacies of sequence laws? Can something like that be done? Yuanqi's lips curled up, yes. People who haven't reached the level of the laws of sequence can cultivate the laws of sequence? We have our ways. The consciousness universe has lost. The difference between us and them is huge. It's the same for your universe, Yuanqi said confidently. What happens if a primordial realm expert enters? Wang Xiaoyu suddenly asked. The laws of the primordial realm could not get close to them. The landscape painting was filled with sequence particles. In the end, it was just a collection of the particles of 77 experts of sequence laws to bury the enemy. However, this was ineffective against primordial realm experts. Yuanqi glanced at Wang Xiaoyu. The landscape painting is ranked 7th. Wang Xiaoyu was shocked. 7th. Yes, it was only ranked 7th. However, this Yuanqi was in existence who could stand up to the peak expert of Immemorial City, Mr. Mu. The god of forgotten ruins praised, Senior Yuanqi, you should have come earlier. You wouldn't have wasted so much time. Yuanqi said nothing. He watched Progenitor Chen in the distance use various powers to no avail. He felt like he was toying with a mouse. This person is an expert in your universe, but in my landscape painting, he's no different from a mouse. The others in the Tianyuan universe are no exception, Yuanqi said, as if he was talking to the god of forgotten ruins and the others, but also as if he was talking to himself. In the distance, no matter how Progenitor Chen attacked, it was useless. He couldn't escape, nor could he approach any mountain or river. The waterfall was at the end of the world, and as soon as his sequence laws appeared, they were drowned out. There were too many sequence particles around him, so much so that it was exaggerated. Ancestor Chen stopped attacking and looked around. Yuanqi's voice came from above the waterfall. My spiritualized universe is very far away from the Tianyuan universe, which is why I'm giving you a chance. Otherwise, you people of the Tianyuan universe would not have the right to be my disciple. If you don't cherish this opportunity, die. Patriarch Chen looked at the waterfall. This thing is called the landscape map? Why didn't I see it during the Battle of Immemorial City? Yuanqi did not answer. If your spiritualized universe is so powerful, why did you participate in the immemorial ancient city battlefield for so many years? Even that big clock of yours has been broken. My spiritualized universe doesn't just want to conquer your Tianyuan universe. Yuanqi said, my spiritualized universe has 88 types of sequence arts, the foundation of the 10 great sequences. It's not something you can imagine. Our strength is not equal, you can't imagine how strong we are. Progenitor Chen looked up. Old man, the wind has cut your tongue. Yuanqi's gaze turned cold. He raised his hand, and a giant mountain appeared above Progenitor Chen's head and smashed down. With a bang, Progenitor Chen fell. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. The palm hit the mountain, but the mountain did not move. This was not an ordinary mountain, but a mountain formed by countless sequence particles. Everything in the landscape map was formed by sequence particles. The giant mountain pressed Progenitor Chen into the ground. Then, the river wrapped around the giant mountain and buried the ground. Progenitor Chen could not escape underground. The sequence particles were scattered, and it was useless to reverse time. Here, it was so close yet so far. His whole body was crushed by the giant mountain. The river washed over him, bringing with it blood. Yuanqi exclaimed, he's not dead. Ordinary cultivators of the sequence principles would have died long ago. This person is worthy of challenging the eternal realm. Although the gap is still huge, he's still considered a top expert. What a pity. Boom. Suddenly, the giant mountain, river, and the ground disappeared into nothingness. Progenitor Chen soared into the sky, facing the waterfall in the distance, and struck out with his palm. Yuanqi was shocked. How is this possible? He pushed across the void, and the landscape map shone brightly. Endless sequence particles formed in the void, forming a wall that connected heaven and earth, and crashed into Progenitor Chen. Progenitor Chen's palm hit the wall. This wall was formed by the sequence particles of the entire landscape map. It made the mountains, rivers, and waterfall illusory. It was as if the 77 sequence principles had attacked at the same time. Bang! Heaven and earth shook. Under Yuanqi's shocked gaze, the wall cracked, and the beautiful scenery disappeared into nothingness. The surrounding mountains and rivers shattered, and the ground turned dark. The sequence particles that formed the ground all disappeared. Progenitor Chen let out a wild laugh, tore open the sky of the landscape map, and left. Old man, see you later. Yuanqi was furious. He stepped out into the starry sky, but he could only see Progenitor Chen's back. It disappeared in an instant. I was careless. Yuanqi gritted his teeth. This person did not use his own strength, but borrowed the sequence particles that existed in the landscape map. This person could even borrow the sequence particles to strike a palm. It was unbelievable. The landscape map was no longer as picturesque as before. All that was left was the pitch-black ground and the wall. The forgotten ruins God's eyes were filled with disdain. Anyone who was careless against Xiaoshang would not have a good ending. Xiaoshang was the strongest of his generation in this universe, and even the sole true God was shocked by his battle prowess. He had once said that if Xiaoshang was given enough time, he would definitely reach the top of this universe. Although this old man was powerful, and the landscape map was terrifying, it could not trap Xiaoshang. Now that Xiaoshang had escaped, the spiritualized universe would unveil its mysteries to the above heaven sect. Because Luyin had once studied in the Six Direction training grounds, and because it was a combination of the Six Direction Society's cultivation civilization, many people flocked to it like a flock of ducks. 7 years ago, when the Limitless Empire had first discovered the Genesis space, Luyin had ordered the above heaven sect to organize a Six Direction martial competition. The purpose was to unearth the elites of humanity and prepare for the next generation. The Six Direction training grounds were also a place to nurture outstanding cultivators. The Void Dao Academy had gathered the top explorers of the Six Direction martial competition. These people came from various parallel universes of the Six Direction training grounds, And there were even some who did not belong to the Six Direction training grounds or were connected to the Genesis space. Yulong was one of them. He came from a very ordinary parallel universe that did not even have his own cultivation system. The strongest person there was only a Lemmeter, and he could not leave his planet. He had been lucky and had inadvertently obtained a cultivation trove left behind by a powerhouse. He had relied on it to quickly reach the level of an explorer and become the strongest person in his world. However, the cultivation resources within the trove had been used up, and he had no choice but to tear through the void to find new ones. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. In a cultivation ground. He lacked a basic understanding of the universe, and he did not understand the dangers of casually tearing through the void to travel to an unfamiliar parallel universe. With his strength, he was like an ant in the universe. However, he had been lucky and had coincidentally arrived at the Six Direction training grounds. He had used the cultivation trove left behind by that powerhouse to enter the Six Direction martial competition. In the end, he had been ranked, and compared to the countless cultivators who had been eliminated, he could be considered a child of destiny. However, he was ranked at the bottom of the explorers in the Six Direction martial competition, and there were many people above him. Fortunately, he had improved quickly, and that powerhouse's legacy had allowed him to constantly surpass others. After arriving at the Six Direction training grounds, he had first obtained a card from the Lost Dao Academy, and then he had plucked the 3 crimson fruit from the Wood Dao Academy. He had learned a battle technique, and his fame had soared. Bang! The ground cracked as a figure crashed to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Many people gathered around to watch, all of them rejoicing in Yulong's misfortune. "Yulong, are you still going to be so arrogant?" someone shouted excitedly. "A piece of trash who doesn't even know where his own spacetime is dares to be so arrogant in the Six Direction training grounds. You blind thing." Yulong lay on the ground and gritted his teeth as he looked in front of him. A man was standing there with a smile on his face as he arrogantly looked down on Yulong. "Do you know who I am?" The man looked down on Yulong. Yulong stared at him, his eyes filled with humiliation and unwillingness. "Su Kong." Su Kong arrogantly replied, "I'm from the Void God Void Yang clan, and I'm taught by clan leader Su Heng. I'm ranked in the top 30 of the explorers in the Six Direction martial competition. Who do you think you are? I wanted to help you, but you actually dared to refuse? Do you think we don't know? We don't know where you obtained some inheritance, but that inheritance is at most at the level of a half-step powerhouse. You're already lucky to have reached this stage, and your talent is not bad. You can still continue down this path, but do you really think that I'm interested in you? I'm from the Void Yang clan, and clan leader Su Heng is an extreme powerhouse. He has teamed up with the Void Ying clan to dominate the Void God spacetime. This Void Dao Academy is like my home, and you dare to give me that attitude? Shameless thing." Yulong clenched his fists and lowered his head so that Su Kong would not see the resentment in his eyes. "Brother Su Kong, I think that he's still not convinced. Does he really think that a half-step ancestor's inheritance is so amazing? Why don't you take a look at what kind of inheritance it is?" someone suggested. Yulong's heart sank. Someone else agreed. "That's right, Brother Su Kong. Brother Su Kong, just take a look. We're also very curious." Someone could not bear it. "That's not good. Isn't that daylight robbery? This is the cultivation world. The weak are prey to the strong. What's wrong with robbery? If he has the ability, let him rob us too." Someone else was disdainful. Yulong gritted his teeth and looked up. Coincidentally, he met Su Kang's gaze. Su Kang's eyes were filled with playfulness. This playfulness and teasing gaze caused Yulong to have an indescribable resentment. "Ha ha ha ha, look at you. What are you afraid of? I, Su Kong, will not go so far as to rob your trash inheritance. Look at how scared he is. He's even sneaking glances at me. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha." Everyone's laughter became louder and louder, causing Yulong's mind to go blank. This feeling of his pride being stepped on made him go completely crazy. He took out a jade-colored sphere from his cosmic ring. It was the size of a head and was formed by 9 smaller spheres. It was jade-colored and looked sparkling and translucent. It was quite beautiful. The appearance of the sphere made everyone curious. Was this the inheritance that he had obtained? End of chapter. Yulong was enraged. This was not the inheritance of that powerhouse, but something he had accidentally obtained some time ago. This thing was like a meteorite crashing to the ground. No one other than him saw it, so he brought it back. It was also because of this thing that he did not care about the other cultivators in the Sixth Direction training hall. Otherwise, according to his character, he would not have ignored Su Kang's attempt to rope him in. It was because he ignored Su Kang that Su Kang was enraged, which led to this battle. He was not Su Kang's match at all. Su Kang was from the Voidyang tribe and had been taught by a progenitor. He was not someone he could compare to. That powerhouse's inheritance was just like what Su Kang had said. At most, he could cultivate slowly, but it was not enough for him to surpass others. However, this thing was different. This was his trump card, a staircase for him to become a powerhouse. Su Kang looked at it with interest. This is your inheritance? Yulong looked at the jade balls with fanatical eyes. He placed his finger on one of the small balls and knocked on it carefully. Su Kang frowned. There were too many strange things in the universe. In the cultivation world, inheritances could be big or small, so he did not dare to be careless. In front of him, his natal virtual spirit descended. It was a red sword. It was because of this that he could defeat Yulong easily with his virtual spirit power. This was the advantage of a virtual spirit space cultivator. The red sword brought with it a burning killing intent that shrouded Yulong. This burning heat came from the sun-scorching technique, the technique of the Voidyang tribe. Yulong did not seem to feel it. He just stared at the small ball and kept knocking on it. After a while, a black shadow appeared in the small ball. Then, a palm-sized dragonfly-like insect crawled out of the small ball. It was jade-colored as if it was carved out of jade. It looked quite lively. The insect slowly crawled out of the small ball and onto Yulong's hand. Yulong was excited. His breathing was rapid. Good boy, good boy. Come, come. The insect followed Yulong's palm and crawled onto his arm. It was very obedient. Disdainful voices were heard. I thought it was some amazing inheritance. Isn't it just an insect? Yulong, this is the inheritance you've been hiding? This insect looks quite pretty. It can be sold for some money. Haha. Yulong carefully touched the insect and looked up. His gaze suddenly turned ferocious. He was extremely fierce. Bite him to death. The insect spread its wings and turned into a jade-colored streak of light as it flew towards Su Kang. Its speed was extremely fast, which surprised Su Kang. However, this insect didn't bring him any life-threatening danger. It wasn't that powerful. The red sword danced in the air and slashed at the insect. With a bang, the insect was cut down by the sword and fell to the ground, causing the crowd to laugh. However, Su Kang couldn't laugh because the insect didn't die. His natal virtual god sword combined with the scorching sun skill did not kill this insect. This sword should have been enough to kill Yulong. Yulong's eyes widened as he continued to hit the small round ball fervently. Another worm crawled out. It was still the same little ball, and it was still the same worm. Then, under everyone's horrified gazes, more and more worms crawled out. It was as if there was no end to them. These worms were all jade-colored and exquisitely carved. They were very exquisite, but they were not real jade-like, but worms. On the ground, the insect that was slashed by Su Kang slowly flew up. Under the shocked gazes of the surrounding people, the numerous insects formed a cloud of insects and flew towards Su Kang. The surrounding people hurriedly retreated. One or two of these insects were not scary, what was scary was their numbers. Although they did not look ferocious and terrifying, they were still insects. It was even scarier when there were many ants. Su Kang hurriedly controlled his sword and slashed at the cloud of insects. When the sword pierced through the cloud of insects, many of the insects were slashed to the ground, but they were still alive. As for the sword, it shook and fell to the ground. Su Kang's face turned pale. His virtual god power was gone. How could it be consumed so quickly? In front of him, the cloud of insects danced and flew toward him. Su Kang was horrified and his scalp went numb. The shadow of death shrouded him, and behind him was Yuling's excited and cruel gaze. At this moment, a powerful virtual god power suddenly fell and pressed the cloud of insects to the ground. Even Yuling and Su Kong were pressed down. Su Xianxia arrived. The surrounding students were all frightened by the cloud of insects. When they saw Su Xianxia arriving, they hurriedly bowed. Su Xianxia looked at the cloud of insects that was pressed to the ground by the virtual god power and frowned. His virtual god power was being consumed several times faster than before. Was it because of these insects? These insects actually devoured virtual god power. He had never seen such insects before. What's going on? Su Xianxia shouted. Su Kong lay on the ground and looked at the insects that were less than a meter away from him. These insects looked crystal clear, but they still had ferocious claws and teeth that flashed with sharpness. He felt a lingering fear. If Su Xianxia had not arrived, he would have died. "Sir, it's a spar," a student nearby said. Su Xianxia glanced at Su Kong and Yuling. Finally, his gaze landed on the insects. His virtual god power was being consumed continuously, but these insects had not finished devouring it. He retracted his virtual god power. "Spar? If I hadn't come, it wouldn't have been as simple as a spar." Su Xianxia stared at Yuling. "These insects are yours?" Yuling silently kept the insects back into the ball and did not say a word. On the opposite side, Su Kong stood up and panted. "It's his. It's his inheritance." Su Xianxia looked at Su Kong. "Other people's inheritance has nothing to do with you." Then, he looked at Yuling. "It's just a spar, but you were so heavy-handed. If I hadn't come, Su Kong would have died." Yuling kept the ball and looked at Su Xianxia. There was a fanaticism deep in his eyes. The scene just now gave him great confidence. Su Kong was an expert that he could not match, but because of the insects, he could easily kill him. He was confident that in the future, he would definitely become an expert that could move unhindered in the universe. "I'm asking you a question." Su Xianxia was unhappy and shouted. Yuling said, "Spar." Su Xianxia's gaze turned cold. "Spar? Why did you have to be so heavy-handed?" In the world of cultivation, the strong prey on the weak. Yuling returned the words of Su Kong and the others, causing Su Kong to grit his teeth. Su Xianxia looked at Yuling's emotionless gaze and felt a headache. He could roughly guess what had happened, but this kind of thing was very common in the 6 directional training halls. Some people could rise after being bullied, while others could not recover after a setback. The 6 directional training halls nurtured powerful cultivators, and powerful cultivators had to have a matching temperament. Yuling's temperament was sufficient, but the coldness that came from the bottom of his heart made others care. Su Xianxia waved his hand. "Disperse." Su Kong stared coldly at Yuling and left with the others. Yuling sneered. This person was no longer in his eyes. Given some time, he would be able to become a powerful cultivator. There were more than one kind of insect. Just as he was about to leave, Su Xianxia's voice came from behind him. "Yuling, I know you're being bullied, but you have to stick to your bottom line." Back then, even Master Lu was bullied in the 6 directional training halls, but he still walked out. No one is born a powerful cultivator. Only by sticking to your bottom line can you go further. Yuling was surprised. Master Lu? He had heard of him before. It was said that when the 6 directional training halls were first established, Su Xianxia was already there. He admired Master Lu back then and helped him solve many problems. In the end, he even pulled Master Lu into the Void God space. That was also Master Lu's first step into the 6 directional training halls. Su Xianxia's position in the 6 directional training halls was extremely high. Even if he was not an extremely powerful cultivator, because of his old relationship with Master Lu, no one in the 6 directional training halls dared to offend him. Yuling bowed to Su Xianxia and left. Su Xianxia shook his head. He was just giving a reminder. Whether Yuling took it or not was up to him. The world of cultivation was a cruel place. No one knew if they would be able to survive the next day. If Yuling still had this kind of personality, he would be unlucky one day. However, those insects of his were still very interesting. Who knew which powerhouse's treasure was left behind? In the above heaven sect, Progenitor Chen hurriedly found Luyin and told him what had happened. Luyin was shocked. Primordial fiend? Let's go, we can't let him escape. Soon, he contacted Mr. Mu and followed Progenitor Chen to the spacetime where the landscape painting was. Even if the chances of finding it were slim, they still had to go. Unsurprisingly, when they arrived, the starry sky was empty. The landscape map was gone. That's normal. Primordial fiend wouldn't be waiting here to be killed by us, Mr. Mu said, not surprised. Senior Progenitor Chen, is that landscape painting really that powerful? Even you almost couldn't escape? Luyin asked. He was very clear about Progenitor Chen's strength. Even if he could not win against Primordial Fiend, escaping would not be a problem. Moreover, whether he could win or not was another matter. Progenitor Chen's self-created consecutive palm was a battle technique that became stronger when faced with a strong opponent. Even Progenitor she could not block his strongest palm strike. At that time, Progenitor she was really killed by a single palm strike. Consecutive palm strikes could borrow the power of Immemorial City's flames. How many people could block such power? Even if Progenitor Chen could not win, Primordial Fiend should not be able to stop him from leaving. However, Progenitor Chen said that he almost could not escape. Progenitor Chen was afraid. That old man's landscape painting is known as the foundation of the sequence. It was refined from all the sequence particles of 77 powerhouses who cultivated the so close, yet worlds apart sequence laws. Once you enter it, it is equivalent to entering a sea of sequence particles. Everything inside is composed of sequence particles. If not for consecutive palm strikes that could borrow the power of those sequence particles, I would not have been able to escape. He then looked at Mr. Mu. I also have to thank Senior for destroying that old man's weapon in Immemorial City. Progenitor Chen was referring to a bell. Primordial Fiend had relied on this bell to fight Mr. Mu to a standstill in Immemorial City. However, during the final battle in Immemorial City, Mr. Mu had shattered this bell, causing Primordial Fiend's strength to decline and he could only escape. Mr. Mu looked at Progenitor Chen solemnly. 77 powerhouses who cultivated the so close, yet worlds apart sequence laws? Luyin was shocked. How could there be so many powerhouses who cultivated the same sequence laws? Progenitor Chen looked at the sky. I was also shocked when I first heard about it. It was the same feeling as when I first heard that progenitors could be bestowed. The Grand Empyrean of Reincarnation Time and Space could bestow the 3 sovereigns and 9 sages. At that time, I felt like I had been cheated, but I only found out about this after I learned more about reincarnation time and space. That old man doesn't seem to be lying. Mr. Mu sighed. In the universe, there are too many methods of cultivation. Even our universe has given birth to countless methods of cultivation. It can be said that every progenitor realm is a method of cultivation. The universe that I am from has finally achieved the same thing with all the methods of cultivation, creating the most suitable method for cultivation. It is the same for the spiritualized universe. They are definitely universes of the same thing. Luyin continued, our universe doesn't have any assimilation. That's why we're at a disadvantage compared to the spiritualized universe, Mr. Mu said. Progenitor Chen had a headache. This kind of cultivation is like cheating. Every one of us has a different ending when we cultivate, but the spiritualized universe has already announced the answer. Everyone just needs to cultivate according to the answer. The scariest thing is that all the answers can be stacked to form an even more terrifying sequence foundation. That old man said that the landscape painting is ranked 7th in their spiritualized universe's sequence foundation. Mr. Mu nodded. If this is the cultivation method of the spiritualized universe, then it's not impossible. I believe that the first-ranked sequence foundation is incomparably terrifying. It's very likely that it's in the hands of that grass master. Facing an eternal realm powerhouse was already quite difficult, but the entire spiritualized universe was also difficult to deal with. In the entire Tianyuan universe, how many people were confident of defeating or trapping Progenitor Chen? The landscape painting could do it, and Progenitor Chen almost couldn't escape. This was just the sequence foundation. Luyin believed that other than the sequence foundation, the cultivators of the spiritualized universe were also extremely powerful. Even if they didn't control the sequence foundation, there would still be absolute powerhouses who could control the sequence laws, just like their universe. Primordial Origin, Xianxia, and Xianxia were all absolute powerhouses. The spiritualized universe was dealing with the consciousness universe while also infiltrating the Tianyuan universe with ease. It was difficult to estimate how powerful this universe was. However, no matter how powerful the spiritualized universe was, it wouldn't cause Luyin to feel as hopeless as when he saw the 6 zones of disaster. Only a grass master or an eternal realm powerhouse could make him feel so hopeless. In Luyin's opinion, the threat of a spiritualized universe couldn't compare to the threat of an eternal realm powerhouse. That was a terrifying being that the ancient gods couldn't even resist. Even if there were restrictions, no one knew how many lives would be used to fulfill those restrictions. Not seeing the end would make people feel hopeless, but seeing the end would also make people feel hopeless. Progenitor Chen was relieved. He would rather see the end. Even if everyone's lives were used, it was better than waiting. What did Wang Xiaoyu say? Luyin asked. Patriarch Chen looked at the starry sky in a daze. I've always believed in her. Luyin hesitated. At first, they had confirmed that Wang Xiaoyu was the greatest redback in the history of the Fifth Mainland, which had led to a war between the Fifth Mainland and the Sixth Mainland, which had led to the collapse of the Daosaur sect. However, they had later discovered that Wang Xiaoyu might be a spy, and Luyin had hoped that Progenitor Chen would be able to take her away from the battlefield at Primeval City. However, Ancestor Chen was obviously lured into the landscape map and was in imminent danger. Yet, she did not do anything. Was it because she had confidence in Ancestor Chen, or was she really a redback who did not care about Ancestor Chen? Luyin couldn't see through Wang Xiaoyu's intentions. Luyin wanted to traverse the river of time in search of the landscape of the nation painting, but he was stopped by Mr. Mu with a complicated look in his eyes. To the same time, Luyin thought about it and agreed. Traversing the river of time was not invincible. Once the enemy was on guard, they might not be able to do anything to Luyin while he was traversing the river of time. This was especially true for a powerhouse like Primordial. Luyin had traversed the river of time 3 times. The first time was when he had broken through with flowing light, and the only true god had not been on guard. The second time was when he had searched for Wei Nu, who had been waiting for him. The third time was when he had searched for Bai Wuxian, who was clearly seeking death. Luyin had been fine all 3 times, but that did not mean that he could do it all the time. Mr. Mu had cultivated for too long and had seen through too many things. He would not allow Luyin to repeat his past mistakes. Progenitor Chen left again to find Wang Xiaoyu. Luyin was worried that he would be ambushed by Primordial, but Progenitor Chen was not afraid. Mr. Mu sighed. This person is truly outstanding. The stronger he meets, the stronger he becomes. He's like a remnant flame of a civilization. Even if the entire civilization is destroyed, he can still reignite it. Luyin returned to the sect above and contacted Progenitor Chen. Grandmaster Grass should have gone to the spiritualized universe, which would inevitably lead to a war. Those who did not understand the spiritualized universe would be at a disadvantage. The one who understood the spiritualized universe the most was none other than Progenitor Chen. Progenitor Chen had been searching for the only true god, but there had been no news so far. When he returned to the sect above, Progenitor Chen was no longer facing Luyin alone, but the former 3 realms, 6 paths, 3 suns, and 6 lords, including Mr. Mu. Everyone was waiting for news from the spiritualized universe. This solemn expression made Progenitor Chen feel that something had happened. Luyin directly told Progenitor Chen about the ancient god. Progenitor Chen fell silent. I didn't expect Guizhi to be a spy. You knew? Hongyan Mavis asked as she stared at Progenitor Chen. Progenitor Chen sighed. I guessed it. Guizhi has never been disloyal to the Eternals. He is controlled by the only true god, so it is impossible for him to be disloyal. However, that does not mean that he will do his best. He has not done his best in many wars, especially the one with the Astral Tree Galaxy. Do you really think that you can completely block the 7 sky gods by relying on the origin space to expel external enemies and reduce your strength? To block Guizhi, at least Lu Yuan has to take action. Otherwise, even if Lu Tianyi can block Guizhi, it is impossible to block the other 7 sky gods. The 7 sky gods have different thoughts. Guizhi does not do his best, the forgetful ruins god mainly protects himself, and the undying god rarely takes action. The only ones who really want to take down the astral tree galaxy are He Wuxian, the zombie god, and the sorcerer god. Otherwise, the astral tree galaxy would not be able to block all of the 7 sky gods. Lu Tianyi said, the reason why we can block the 7 sky gods is that they did not do their best. However, even if you and we can see it, how can the Eternals not see it? Progenitor Chen laughed. What difference does it make whether they can see it or not? They can't just kill Guizhi and the others. Do you think it is easy for the Eternals to find experts to replace Guizhi and the others? The 7 sky gods and the 3 pillars and the 6 boundless gods were gathered by the only true god from the era of the sect above. By the way, He Wuxian does not belong to your universe. He is from the consciousness universe. Luyin was surprised. He Wuxian is also from the consciousness universe? Progenitor Chen looked at Luyin. Also? Aside from He Wuxian, there is also Bai Wuxian from the consciousness universe. Master Lu, do you know of him? Luyin nodded. So that was how it was. He Wuxian and Bai Wuxian were both from the consciousness universe, so it was no wonder that their names were so similar. The consciousness universe has been constantly losing to the spiritualized universe, which has led to the betrayal of many sentient life forms, just like the humans' redbacks. The spiritualized universe does not trust these sentient life forms. So they simply sent them to the Tianyuan universe and handed them over to the Eternals. This is considered a show of sincerity in cooperating with the Eternals. Of course, it could also be used to monitor them. Bai Wuxian has the ability to transform into a microscopic life form and can influence a person's consciousness. He is the mastermind behind the development of the redbacks. Many of the humans' redbacks and spies all come from Bai Wuxian. She is very smart in her list of Eternals. As for He Wuxian, I did not know what abilities he had in the past, and the strength he displayed was average. However, after the battle in Immemorial City, I realized that his consciousness is even stronger than Bai Wuxian's. Our consciousness universe has divided the strength of consciousness into different levels. The lowest level is the 9 wheels of consciousness, which corresponds to your primordial space's 9 wheels of consciousness. Above the 9 wheels of consciousness is the starlight realm, which corresponds to your progenitor realm. Astral realm consciousness corresponds to your sequence laws powerhouses. Astral realm consciousness corresponds to your primordial realm powerhouses. Astral realm consciousness corresponds to your tribulation realm. The highest level is the universe realm consciousness. Of course, we believe that this consciousness is only a legend and has never appeared before. Naturally, it corresponds to your legends, the Eternals. Although He Wuxian's strength is only at the level corresponding to the sequence rules, his consciousness is at the celestial level. This consciousness does not refer to Su Jin's cultivation consciousness, but refers to his life. If he wants to fully utilize this consciousness in battle, it will actually consume He Wuxian's life. Therefore, he has never used this consciousness at the celestial level. Instead, he has turned it into a path that will prevent you from finding Immemorial City. You are not wrongly schemed against by him. According to our consciousness universe, the one who schemed against you is a tribulation realm powerhouse on the same level as the Eternals and Tai Chu. Wu Tian interrupted, you mean that no matter how strong a consciousness is, if a life form from the consciousness universe wants to fully utilize their consciousness, they will consume their life? The ancestor of the past was helpless. That's right. That's why our consciousness universe is at an obvious disadvantage against the spiritualized universe. Once we fight with our lives on the line, it will be extremely difficult for us to recover. The more we fight, the weaker we become. Do you know about the existence of the Grass Grandmaster? Jialan Jilua suddenly asked. The ancestor of the past shook her head. Believe me, I really do not know. I have already explained this to Master Lu. If I knew, I would have told you and watched Guizhi die. With Guizhi dead, your strength will be greatly reduced and it will not benefit our consciousness universe. I am not doing this for Guizhi, but for our consciousness universe itself. Since you can discover that He Wuxian is a life form from the consciousness universe, why can't they discover you? Chui did not understand. The ancestor of the past said, they do not care about being exposed, but I will not be exposed. Everyone asked the ancestor of the past many questions and she answered them all. If she knew, she knew. If she did not, she would say that she did not know. No matter how sincere she appeared, it was impossible for everyone to completely trust her. Regardless of whether it was the spiritualized universe or the consciousness universe, they could all become their enemies in the future. You still can't find the Eternals and the rest? Luin asked. The ancestor of the past sighed. We can't find them at all. The Eternals are trapped by Tai Hong's 6 paths of reincarnation realm. Before the realm is completely removed, he will not take the risk to come out. What's up with that dog? Void Master suddenly asked. In all the previous wars, it was always Void 5 flavors who caused trouble for the dog, which made the Void Master very concerned. If he did not get rid of the dog, he always felt that it was an insult to the Void God universe. Heavenly Lord Victor was also present. His expression was ugly. He could not kill that dog either. Of course, everyone else was in the same situation. Outside the bone vessel, the Eternals had set up a limitless power source box array, and it was that dog that was blocking everyone's path. Ancestor Shi's eyes flashed. I don't know about that dog either. The Void Master immediately looked at the ancestor with an unfriendly gaze. He's one of the captains of the True God Guard. His status is much lower than yours, and you say you don't know? The ancestor of the past looked at Luin. Master Lu, you were once the captain of a True God Guard. Did I say anything to that dog? Luin thought about it and realized that there really wasn't. The ancestor of the past had completely ignored that dog. That dog was really like a dog. Back then, when he first joined the ranks of the True God Guard captains, he even peed on him, leaving a deep impression on him. When I joined the Eternals, the Tengu was already here. It can enter and exit the Black Mother Tree at will, and it can't be killed no matter what. I thought that it would have no natural enemies, but... She looked at Luin again. Master Lu, you were actually able to find its natural enemy. The ancestor of the past was referring to the stench. That was something that even the sequence laws couldn't block. That's right, I wanted to ask about that too. Master Lu, what exactly is that thing? Void Master was curious. The others were also curious, including Mr. Mu. Luin shrugged. Would you believe me if I said I didn't know? Believe me, I can't destroy that thing. Previously, Su Wuwei had used a stinky object to deal with the Heavenly Hound. He had also taken it and wanted to crush it, but he could not. That's enough, Ancestor Shi. I've called you here because I want to know more about the spiritualized universe. Progenitor Chen encountered something called the Xianxia map. Do you know about it? Luin asked. Ancestor Shi was shocked. Landscape map? Did you bring them here? Everyone looked at each other. As expected, she knew. Only she knew. I understand why Master Lu called me here. I do know a little about the spiritualized universe, but it's impossible to say that I know a lot about it. It's already not easy for me to enter your Tianyuan universe from the spiritualized universe. In order to reduce the possibility of being discovered by the spiritualized universe, I won't take the initiative to come into contact with any life forms in the spiritualized universe. Therefore, my knowledge is limited, said Ancestor Shi. Luin replied, then tell me what you know. Ancestor Shi swept his gaze across everyone and slowly said, in essence, the spiritualized universe is no different from your Tianyuan universe. I have been in the Tianyuan universe for so many years, and to be honest, there are times when I feel that the Tianyuan universe is a spiritualized universe. They are both dominated by humans and have a physical body as a vessel for one's consciousness. There are two major differences, and it can be said that the spiritualized universe surpasses your Tianyuan universe. These two are both differences and shortcuts. First, at the beginning of the cultivation of the spirit universe, there is a process called spirit rising. That is to say, at the beginning of cultivation, regardless of whether it is a human or any other creature, the seed of spirit rising will be placed in their body. No matter what kind of power they cultivate, the power they obtain will also be obtained by the seed of spirit rising. In the end, they will achieve spirit molting, which is to use the seed of spirit rising to replace their physical body. Because this seed has been cultivating in the body all this time, it absorbs the purest energy, including one's thoughts and consciousness, eventually converging into this seed. After the spirit molting, the cultivator can choose to retain their original biological form or change into other forms. It all depends on the direction of the cultivator's cultivation. This method not only ensures that one's body is perfectly compatible with one's strength, but it also allows one to shed their mortal body and reach a state that is most suitable for cultivation. Luine and the rest were shocked when they heard Ancestor Shi's words. There was such a method? Hongyan Mavis asked, if a cultivator has not reached the spirit molting realm and is on the verge of death, can they use spirit molting to be reborn? Ancestor Shi nodded, that's right, they can. Everyone looked at each other in shock. This was not normal, and the starting point was much higher than the cultivators of their universe. Actually, after many years, I have created a shortcut for your Tianyuan universe and revealed this shortcut to the primordial space, which is the fifth mainland. Ancestor Shi looked at Luyin as he spoke. A thought flashed through Lu Yin's mind, and he blurted out, Formcast model? Ancestor Shi nodded. The fifth mainland's Formcast model is the method I came up with. It refers to the spiritualized universe's spiritualization. Before this, you cultivators could receive enlightenment, but that method had too many restrictions, and only powerful families could do it. However, Formcast models can be widely used and can even be bought and sold, ultimately increasing your overall strength. Luyin had never thought that the Formcast model would be created by Ancestor Shi. He had relied on it to climb up step by step, and his Dai's enhance had also helped him save a lot of time. The fifth mainland's Formcast model was said to have originated from an ancient civilization, but no one knew its true origins. Outside of the fifth mainland, there were no Formcast models in other spacetimes, not even the astral tree domain or the sixth mainland. Formcast models can increase one's overall strength, but it can only save a portion of time. It can't achieve the spirit molting ability of a spiritualized universe, so I didn't pay much attention to it after passing it to the fifth mainland. Ancestor Shi recalled, a spiritualized universe of great harmony can use a portion of time to try out the best cultivation path. This is something that your Tianyuan universe and even our consciousness universe aren't able to achieve. They are ahead of us. What's the other difference? Wu Tian was curious. A spiritualized universe's cultivation method was very strange, and he cared about this the most as he taught the masses. Ancestor Shi continued, the second difference is the path. Your cultivation path has no one to guide you, and even your masters only let you cultivate on your own. They don't completely plan out your path. Spiritualized universes are different. Great Harmony's cultivation pattern allowed them to plan out their future paths. There are 88 sequence methods, which are the sequence laws. Using these sequence methods to cultivate, they use sequence particles to form the foundation of the sequence. This is something that you can't compare to. Let me ask you, how can a universe that has experienced countless years and developed the same cultivation method be compared to your scattered cultivation? This is especially true for the foundation of the sequence, which is formed from the sequence particles of powerhouses who cultivated the sequence laws. The Xianxia map was formed from 77 cultivators who cultivated the so close, yet worlds apart sequence. They poured in all their sequence particles before they died to form the foundation of the sequence. Mr. Mu asked solemnly, how did they do it? Ancestor Shi shook his head, I don't know. Spiritualized universes have their own methods. They had an Eternal Life Realm expert before, so maybe this is the method that Eternal Life Realm expert came up with. The Jiangshan map is ranked 7th. What do you know about this map? Jiaolan Jilua asked. Ancestor Shi thought for a moment, the greatest use of the spiritualized universe is so close, yet worlds apart sequence law is to make it hard for the enemy to attack and find the correct distance. It is ranked 35th among the 88 sequence methods in the spiritualized universe. Its ranking isn't high because it doesn't provide much help in battle, but it has an advantage, which is that it is easy to cultivate. After so many years in the spiritualized universe, there will always be a fixed group of people who cultivate the so close, yet worlds apart sequence law. Although there are very few who reach the sequence law level, it is similar to your Tianyuan universe. Not to mention the sequence law, even progenitor realm experts will find it hard to cultivate it. However, their entire universe has long been the same. There is a fixed path, a future direction, all the resources, and a creature that can dominate everything, so there is no need to worry about this. After countless years, slowly accumulating, there will always be a group of people who can cultivate the sequence law. Before these people die, they will pour their sequence particles into the Xianxia map, finally creating the foundation of the sequence. The so close, yet worlds apart doesn't have any abilities, but because it is easy to cultivate, the number of people who created the Xianxia map is 77. Therefore, the Xianxia map can be ranked 7th. Once one enters the map, they will be drowned by the endless sequence particles. It is difficult for a single person's sequence particles to resist. The spiritualized universe experts in the map are so close, yet worlds apart to any enemy who enters. They don't even need to make a move and can bury the enemy with their sequence particles. The ancestor of the past looked at everyone. Ancestor Chen was able to escape from the Xianxia map, which is beyond my expectations. In theory, it is impossible to escape without reaching the primordial realm. Seeing that everyone was silent, she continued, I don't know much about the foundation of the spiritualized universe's sequence. The Xianxia map has fought in our consciousness universe before, so I know about it. There is another foundation of the sequence called the sealed world, which was also fought in our consciousness universe before. This foundation of the sequence is ranked 5th, condensed by 359 experts who cultivated the impression sequence law. 359? Everyone was shocked. The ancestor of the past said, the more there are, the weaker the sequence law is, because it is easy to cultivate. The impression sequence law is ranked 79th among the sequence laws, which is considered the last of the sequence laws. It is not very useful and can even be said to be useless. It is just using sequence particles to simulate the impression of a living being. This is the law of the universe. When two living beings face each other, they will always have an impression. If they feel that the other is strong, they will be afraid. If they feel that the other is weak, they will have confidence. This is the greatest use of the sequence law. It can be considered as a form of encouragement. After cultivating it, you will not be afraid of any strong enemy. Some people with strong wills can do it without cultivating it. The impression sequence law is easy to cultivate, and it will not be of much use in battle. However, condensing it into a foundation of the sequence is different. The sealed world is condensed by 359 experts of the impression sequence law, and when the impression sequence law reaches the peak, it can reverse heaven and man, using the impression to replace the main body. Lu Yin's gaze changed. Replace? The ancestor of the past said solemnly, replace, this is the reversal of heaven and man. The most terrifying thing about the sealed world is that once you enter the sealed world, the spiritualized universe's people do not need to attack the enemy. They only need to attack the enemy's impression to enter the main body. This is an extremely terrifying method that cannot be defended against. Some of the spiritualized life forms in our consciousness universe have suffered great losses because of this sealed world. You must remember, do not fall into the sealed world, or you will die. Before anyone could react, Ancestor Shi's expression turned solemn. There's another sequence foundation called the monolith. If there's a reason why our consciousness universe failed, then it's because of the appearance of this monolith sequence foundation. Before this sequence foundation appeared, we were evenly matched with the spiritualized universe. Perhaps they had the upper hand, but they didn't have the ability to defeat us. What truly defeated us was this monolith sequence foundation, which is ranked 3rd among the spiritualized universe's 10 sequence foundations. She took a deep breath, and with an indescribable hatred and fear, she slowly said, of the 88 sequence foundations in the spiritualized universe, ranked 2nd is the heart of monolith. This sequence foundation is extremely difficult to cultivate, and cultivating it is equivalent to turning one's body into a monolith. It requires great willpower, wisdom, and sacrifice. Very few people in the spiritualized universe cultivate this sequence foundation, but in every era, there are always a few who believe that they have the willpower to attempt it. Since ancient times, there have only been 5 people who have truly cultivated the heart as a monolith sequence law. These 5 people were all top elites of their generation. When they were alive, they traversed the universe. With the heart as a monolith sequence law, they could achieve what they wanted and what they saw. With their thoughts, they could change the universe and change others. In the era when I came to your Tianyuan universe, I had never seen anyone master this sequence. In the entire spiritualized universe, there have only been 5 people who have mastered it, creating the foundation of this monolith sequence. They used their supreme consciousness to sweep through our consciousness universe, wiping out all sentient life forms. It was as easy as wiping away a stain on a drawing board. Ancestor, she then looked at Luin. Master Lu, I know that you devoured Su Jin's consciousness. If you face the monolith sequence foundation, you can use your consciousness to attack, and victory will be decided in an instant. The monolith sequence foundation can completely destroy your consciousness. It won't devour or consume it, but it will destroy it. It will wipe your consciousness from this universe and turn you into an idiot. Su Jin was one of the Eternal's 3 pillars and 6 limitless. He was powerful, and his consciousness was almost invincible. However, his consciousness couldn't compare to the monolith sequence foundation. In terms of consciousness, he couldn't compare to He Wuxian, but even He Wuxian wouldn't be able to resist the monolith sequence foundation. The monolith sequence foundation is the nemesis of all consciousness. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and everyone around him fell silent. The ancestor of the past only mentioned 3 sequence bases, but each one was more powerful than the last. They had the ability to make people feel pressured. So close, yet worlds apart, celestial reversal, consciousness nemesis, and these were only 3 of them. There were still 7 other sequence foundations. Apart from that, there were 88 sequence laws. These sequence laws were the same as the sequence laws of the Tianyuan universe. Who said that the spiritualized universe did not have peak experts at the sequence laws level? Not only did they have it, but they also had a lot of it. Otherwise, how could they have the competence to deal with the consciousness universe and the Tianyuan universe at the same time? The ancestor of the past had a heavy expression. These are merely the martial prowess of the spiritualized universes. The most terrifying aspect of them is that they possess the cultivation environment of spirit rise and spirit molt. Even if our 2 universes join forces to defeat them in this era, their rise will be extremely fast. They already have a fixed path and there is no need for them to break through. As long as they continue walking down this path, they will definitely surpass us. They will walk down this path very quickly while we will be slow and filled with twists and turns. With that, she left. She had already told him everything she knew. How to deal with the spiritualized universe was up to the above heaven sect. In the past, she had wanted to lead the Tianyuan universe to deal with the spiritualized universe, but there was no need to do so now. The spiritualized universe would not let the Tianyuan universe go. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Otherwise, a huge battle was unavoidable. Everyone fell silent. What truly pressured them was not the sequence foundations, but the spiritualized universe's cultivation method and Master Grass, who was an Eternal Realm expert. To be able to reach the Eternal Realm under such a cultivation method meant that the spiritualized universe's path was the right one. A shortcut and the right path was what pressured them the most. If the above heaven sect had not been destroyed and had continued to exist until now, Luin believed that the Tianyuan universe would have been unified long ago and achieved a fixed cultivation method. This was the final reason why Master Grass had asked the 4 protectors to attack the primogenitor. He would not allow the Tianyuan universe to walk the path of a spiritualized universe because that path was the right one. A soft laugh came from Luin. Everyone looked at him. Everyone, this universe is really not lonely. After cultivating for so long, wouldn't it be too boring if we only pursued realms? Luin stretched his back. Heavenly Lord Victor bumped his fists together. Only fighting is eternal passion. I don't want to fight, but I don't want it to be too boring either, Sapphire Jilua said. Chui shook his head. I used to think that Master was the pinnacle. Now, it seems that even Master has room for improvement. Master, work hard. Wu Tian smiled. Living beings will never be able to break through the universe's restrictions. As long as the spiritualized universe still exists in the universe that we know, we can fight. It's not easy. We have to think of a way. It's best if we launch a sneak attack. Su Wangtian was distressed as he sat down and shook his slippers. Ancestor Ku placed his hands behind his back. I can scout ahead. Who were the people present? The 3 realms and 6 paths, the 3 suns and 6 lords. They were the most powerful people in the Tianyuan universe. No matter how desperate the primogenitor was, they would not despair. A spiritualized universe and an eternal realm expert would definitely be pressured. The pressure of death would make it difficult for people to breathe, but it would not crush them. They only had one thing to consider now: how to deal with Master Grass and the spiritualized universe. The most troublesome thing right now is that we don't know when the spiritualized universe will arrive. Hongyan Mavis felt a headache coming on. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. We have some problems on our side as well. The Eternals, the Forgotten Ruins deities, and the spiritualized universe's primordial monster. If we don't deal with these people, there'll always be trouble in the future. However, it won't be easy to find them. Let's prepare to deal with the spiritualized universe first. He looked at Zhao Ran, who was happily picking flowers at the back of the mountain. He would use this tributary of the River of Time to explore the spiritualized universe. Everyone dispersed, as they now had a basic understanding of the spiritualized universe. They all had their own ideas, and Lu Yin was powerless to interfere. The only thing he could do was use the power of the Sky Sect to destroy the spiritualized universe's forces that were pressuring them. These were the cultivators from Lingqi and Ling Molting. Although these cultivators were very weak, as long as they were dealt with, the spiritualized universe would not be completely pressuring them. In the Sky Sect's main hall, Wang Wen, Wei Rong, and the other higher-ups gathered. Xi Jing and the other researchers from the back garden were also present. They were reporting the progress of the research in the back garden, as well as the details of the black energy source and the creation of microarray weapons. Lu Yin ordered for the back garden to be moved to the 5 astral races so that they could accelerate the research with different spacetime flows. At the same time, Wang Wen and Wei Rong were ordered by the Sky Sect to gather all the resources from the parallel spacetime and use them to create the black energy source and microarray weapons. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. These materials were sent to the Limitless Empire to create mechas. The spiritualized universe had their own unified cultivation method, which was not something the Tianyuan universe could compare to. However, the Tianyuan universe also had its own advantages. Although their cultivation methods were scattered, many of the cultivation methods had been developed by the ancestors over the years, and this did not mean that they were worthless. For example, energy sources and mechas. Now, they had to make full use of these advantages to increase the strength of the Tianyuan universe. Although they could not increase their strength to the point where they could fight against the sequence laws and sequence foundations, as long as there were enough of them, they would be able to threaten the spiritualized universe's forces. War did not necessarily require a fight to the death. Absolute strength was also a factor in war. Lu Yin missed Huizhu very much. If he threw Huizhu into the spiritualized universe, who knew what kind of destructive power he would cause? The Sky Sect's actions could not be hidden from outsiders, and as the Sky Sect's actions grew larger and larger, the outside world began to speculate. More and more. Many people said that the Sky Sect was going to attack the parallel spacetimes that did not intend to connect or submit to the Sky Sect. This rumor scared many parallel spacetimes into requesting to connect. Many parallel spacetimes believed that the Sky Sect had not discovered them, so they did not dare to take the risk. This rumor had actually been spread by Wei Rong, as he was too good at this. Just a casual rumor had caused more than a dozen parallel spacetimes to appear, which meant that the resources they would bring with them would be enormous. Lu Yin looked at the lake. The spiritualized universes were hostile to each other, and as long as they appeared, they would fight. However, for eternity, as long as Primordial Beginning and the others did not deal with them, they would always be a thorn in their side. The landscape painting was still in the Tianyuan universe, and even if Progenitor Chen could use it, it did not mean that others could as well. Primordial Beginning was not weak either. While the Sky Sect was busy, news came from White Cloud City that the primordial thunder locusts were attacking. Lu Yin immediately went to White Cloud City. When he arrived at White Cloud City's parallel spacetime, he saw the sound of thunder exploding in the distance. His gaze turned cold. The primordial thunder locusts were always looking for trouble with White Cloud City. The Sky Sect and the Eternals had fought several times with the primordial thunder locusts, and they were all enemies. It was time to deal with them as well. Outside of Earth, Kong Tianzhao was blocking the primordial thunder locusts. He had borrowed Jiang Feng's sword, but he could only barely block the locusts, and he would not be able to hold on for much longer. When he saw Kong Tianzhao, Lu Ying felt that the man was unlucky, as he had been unable to break through in several life or death battles. It seemed that although White Cloud City had taken a shortcut, it would not be easy to break through to the next level. Lu Ying arrived, and Li Shou bared his fangs while Su Wang coiled around Lu Yin's waist and flapped his tail. The primordial thunder locusts suddenly turned around and stared at Lu Ying, golden lightning crashing down and sweeping towards him. Lu Ying grabbed Li Shou and Su Wang and tossed them out. Deal with it. Li Shou and Su Wang were stunned, and they were struck by the golden lightning before they could even react. Enraged, they both attacked the primordial thunder locusts. The primordial thunder locusts were so powerful that White Cloud City could not do anything about them. Li Shou and Su Wang were not weak either, and they were the pinnacle of strength in this universe. The three behemoths clashed, and the shock it brought was unparalleled. With a boom, Li Shou punched out, its power scattering the lightning. Su Wang followed the punch and crashed into the primordial thunder locusts. The primordial thunder locust strength was not weak either, and it did not rely solely on its lightning to attack. The collision was earth-shattering. End of chapter. Lu Ying came to earth and stood beside Kong Tianzhao. Uncle Kong, are you alright? He called Jiang Feng Uncle Jiang. Kong Tianzhao was of the same generation as Jiang Feng and was also Jiang Qingyue's master. Kong Tianzhao nodded and let go of the sword. The sword flew back to earth. White Cloud City. Jiang Feng sat there motionlessly. The sword fell into his arms and he hugged it, oblivious to the outside world. Seeing this, Lu Ying felt sad. The Lightning Lord had fallen to such a state. What would happen to old ancestor Lu Yuan? Once the stone door was opened, the spiritualized universe would attack. Old ancestor Lu Yuan would not be able to withstand it. In the starry sky, the three colossal beings clashed and tangled. The strength beast and the illusionary beast were both blasted black. The primordial thunder locust was not having a good time either. He constantly suffered the strength beast's heavy punches. He wanted to counterattack, but the illusionary beast kept smashing into him and devouring his energy. Li Shou would praise Su Wang from time to time and Su Wang would praise him back. Lu Pianran appeared and praised, "Little Seven, are these two your pets?" Lu Ying nodded, "They are a little silly but they are still useful." Lu Pianran smiled, "Jiang Feng had a pet too. It was called the 9th grade Thunder Eagle during the apocalypse. Unfortunately, it could not keep up with him and died during the battle in the starry sky." Kong Tianzhao said, "Too many people died in White Cloud City. Earth and the starry sky were connected too hastily. If those people appeared now, it would not have ended up like this." "Aunt Lu, how is Uncle Jiang?" Lu Ying asked. Lu Pianran shook her head, "Still the same." Jiang Chen and Jiang Qingyue appeared. Seeing Li Shou and Su Wang fighting the immemorial thunder locust, Jiang Chen's eyes widened, "Brother Lu, are those two yours?" Lu Yin's lips curved, "Yes." "So cool!" Jiang Chen exclaimed. Jiang Qingyue's eyes lit up as she thought of the statue in the sky. It was the ancestor with a divine eagle on his shoulder and the ancestral mane around his waist. Looking at the immemorial thunder locust, Lu Ying suddenly thought of something. Why did the immemorial thunder locust come when Uncle Jiang became like this? When he found Jiang Feng outside the stone door, there were traces of him being severely injured by lightning. The ancient thunder locust had just arrived at that time and had not made a move yet. After sensing Master Grass's aura, it fled. Only Jiang Feng stood in the starry sky. If it was not for the ancient thunder locust, the grass master would not have used the power of thunder on Jiang Feng. There was only one possibility for the power of thunder to hurt Jiang Feng. Withered ancestor had been deprived of a period of time. From Mr. Mu's point of view, once that period of time was taken away, the opportunity that belonged to that period of time would be lost completely. It was equivalent to losing a period of time, and it would affect the consequences. In other words, Master Green Grass had deprived Jiang Feng of his ability to cultivate thunder, which had caused him to be injured by the thunder he had used before, causing him to lose the power of thunder. Since the power of lightning was gone, why would the ancient thunder locusts appear? Could it be that he was holding a grudge? It remembered the location of the White Cloud City. Regardless of whether Jiang Feng still had the power of lightning, it would still attack. Or was there some other reason? Go, hit it, hit it. Jiang Chen was excited and kept waving his arms. In the distance, Li Shou punched the ancient thunder locust, causing it to cry out in pain. The golden lightning followed the fist and hit Li Shou's body, charring his whole body and forcing him to retreat. Su Wang whipped the ancient thunder locust with his tail. The same lightning followed the tail and hit Su Wang's body. Su Wang did not have a good time either. The ancient thunder locust, this chapter is not finished, please turn the page. It was even worse after being beaten by two giants. Seeing that the golden lightning had weakened, it turned and left. Li Shou and Su Wang were about to chase after it, but the ancient thunder locust turned around and stared at them fiercely. Thunder exploded, lighting up the starry sky. It was very ferocious. Li Shou and Su Wang stopped at the same time. They looked at each other and stopped moving. The ancient thunder locust quickly escaped. Lu Yin shouted, "Go after it and catch it. If it escapes, I will bombard the two of you with thunder every day." Li Shou and Su Wang turned around to look at Lu Yin and subconsciously gave him a thumbs up. Lu Yin glared at them. Immediately, Li Shou grinned. He was very unwilling, but he moved quickly. He jumped onto Su Wang's tail, and Su Wang swung its tail, sending Li Shou flying towards the ancient thunder locust. The ancient thunder locust turned around and unleashed a bolt of lightning. It was a ferocious and terrifying threat. Li Shou clenched his fists, withstanding the might of the lightning, and punched the ancient thunder locust's body. The locust howled in pain as the lightning struck Li Shou's body. Li Shou howled in pain as well. Su Wang rushed over and slapped the ancient thunder locust unconscious with his tail. This battle between giants had come to an end. Lu Yin had not needed to do anything from the beginning to the end. Li Shou, Su Wang, and the ancient thunder locust were all extremely powerful creatures that surpassed the caged Wyrm and the ancestral turtle. As for the divine eagle and the ancestral Mang, they should be about the same. After all, they had lived for so long and had followed the progenitor. Even though the ancient thunder locust had been knocked unconscious, the lightning on its body had not dissipated. Li Shou gave Su Wang a thumbs up and bared his white teeth. He pointed at the ancient thunder locust, subconsciously telling it to pull it back. Su Wang opened his mouth, revealing even more white teeth. He raised his tail and gave it a thumbs up. Li Shou gave it a thumbs up. Give it a thumbs up. Su Wang smiled even more brilliantly. He wagged his tail continuously, almost smashing it into Li Shou's face. Give it a thumbs up. The two giants gave each other a thumbs up. Lu Yin's mouth twitched. How embarrassing. Kong Tianjiao was calm. After cultivating for so many years, he had seen all sorts of things. Jiang Chen's mouth fell open, stars dancing before his eyes. So cool, these two are too cool. Lu Pianran smiled faintly. Little Seven, come eat at home. Lu Yin coughed. Well, maybe next time. Let's bring the ancient thunder locust back first. Maybe we can tame it. Lu Pianran nodded. All right. Jiang Qingyue was grateful. Brother Lu, be careful. The ancient thunder locust is wild and hard to tame. Jiang Chen was excited. Brother Lu, you've tamed even those two. What about the ancient thunder locust? Brother Lu, give it to me. Lu Yin was very generous. You can ask for it yourself, as long as they're willing. Jiang Chen's face fell. With his strength, he wasn't even strong enough to pick the teeth of those two giants. But it really was cool, especially that thumbs-up gesture. Amazing. Where did he learn it from? It's so familiar. You too, drag it over here. Lu Yin shouted, his voice echoing through space and causing ripples. Terrifying power swept through like a gale, sweeping past Li Shou and Su Wang. Li Shou and Su Wang jumped in fright, recalling how they had been beaten up in the past. They grabbed the primordial thunder locust and dashed towards Lu Yin, praising him as they ran, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Su Wang quickly retracted his teeth as he approached Lu Yin. His body swelled up, or else he'd have to take another beating. He suddenly realized that his ability was too inconvenient. Thumbs Up didn't have as much momentum as Li Shou's. Li Shou's thumbs almost reached Lu Yin's nose. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Lu Yin didn't even want to beat them up. His gaze fell on the ancient thunder locust. The ancient thunder locust was a powerful being that could pin down White Cloud City. Even the Eternals found it difficult to deal with, but now it had been captured. It wasn't weak against Li Shou or Su Wang, but it was a bit weak against both of them. Lu Yin had Li Shou, and Li Shou dragged the ancient thunder locust back to the above heaven sect. When the ancient thunder locust was dragged back to the above the sky sect, it caused another commotion. Many parallel universes looked over, shocked by the above the sky sect's strength. The guardian beasts were especially powerful. It seemed that Lu Yin hadn't even done anything, and the two behemoths had dealt with the ancient thunder locust. Outside the above the sky sect, the Helldrake opened its mouth wide at the sight of the ancient thunder locust and fled without hesitation. Li Shou and Su Wang looked at each other blankly. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he took a step forward, appearing in front of the Helldrake. Why are you running? The Helldrake instinctively wanted to bare its fangs and claws, but when it saw that it was Lu Yin, it crouched down and moved its head closer so that Lu Yin could see the scar on its body. Lu Yin understood. Was it the ancient thunder locust that struck you dumb? Lu Yin had always thought that it was the Thunder Lord who had struck the caged Wyrm silly, but Jiang Qingyue and the others had said that it wasn't the case. Furthermore, when he calculated the time, it didn't seem very likely. Now, he understood that it was the primordial thunder locust that had struck the caged Wyrm silly, and the Thunder Lord's thunderbolt had come from the primordial thunder locust. So that was how it was. No wonder the Helldrake had fled at the sight of the ancient thunder locust. Don't worry, I've caught it. It can't bully you. If it bullies you, ask Li Shou and the others for help, Lu Yin said before returning with the Helldrake. After returning to the above the sky sect, the ancient thunder locust woke up and glared at Lu Yin. The Helldrake quickly shrunk and hid. Li Shou punched the ancient thunder locust's head, and Su Wang lashed out with its tail. The ancient thunder locust had no intention of yielding, and it continued to release lightning while glaring at Lu Yin. Countless people in the above the sky sect were shocked by the scene. They had more or less heard of the ancient thunder locust's existence. It was an absolutely terrifying creature, and there were very few powerhouses in the universe who could defeat it. No matter how Li Shou and Su Wang beat up the ancient thunder locust, the locust had no intention of yielding. Lu Yin raised his brows and waved at Li Shou and Su Wang. The two behemoths looked at Lu Yin, then at the ancient thunder locust, and then at each other. They grinned and retreated, clearly rejoicing in Lu Yin's misfortune. Lu Yin faced the ancient thunder locust without saying a word. He released the void from his heart, dispersing the thunder sequence particles and exposing the locust. The ancient thunder locust was stunned. Where was the lightning? Without giving it any time to think, Lu Yin stepped forward and appeared above the locust's head. Just as it was about to resist, Lu Yin raised his foot. Boom! With one stomp, the ancient thunder locust's body was flattened to the ground. A power even more terrifying than Li Shou and Su Wang's descended, causing the ancient thunder locust to be stunned. It had never thought that a puny human like Lu Yin would be able to release such terrifying power. Ever since it had been born, it had dominated the universe with its lightning. Neither humans nor the Eternals could do anything to it, and it would run whenever it encountered a powerhouse that it could not resist. However, how many people in the entire universe could make it unable to resist? Only Jiang Feng had stolen its lightning, which was the reason for its anger. It would not be satisfied if it did not kill Jiang Feng, but it had to get its lightning back. In the entire universe, only it was worthy of such lightning. End of chapter. During the Battle of Disaster Region and the Battle of Primordial City, it had sensed the aura of the most powerful creatures in the universe. Especially when the boundary of the universe was close to Grandmaster Grass, it had felt fear from the bottom of its heart. Therefore, it decided to find trouble with the White Cloud City in order to dispel the fear in its heart and regain some of its dignity. Who would have thought that he would be suppressed by Lu Yin? Lu Yin used the starry sky in his heart to disperse the thunder sequence particles, causing the primordial thunder locust's most fundamental power to disappear. He then used a terrifying power that surpassed even the strength beast and Su Wang to suppress it. At that moment, the primordial thunder locust felt like it was about to collapse. Countless people cheered, shocked by Lu Yin's strength. Who could stomp on the primordial thunder locust with one foot? Even Lightning Lord Jiang Feng had to fight with the primordial thunder locust and couldn't finish it off so cleanly. The greatest difference between Lu Yin and Jiang Feng was that the universe in his heart could reach the might of the primordial realm. This was something Jiang Feng did not possess, but it did not mean he could defeat Jiang Feng as easily as he had suppressed the ancient thunder locusts. Jiang Feng and the immemorial thunder locust were not of the same nature. They did not rely entirely on lightning. Defeating the ancient thunder locust and defeating Jiang Feng were two different concepts. At this moment, Lu Yin's graceful bearing spread throughout the parallel spacetime, causing countless people to gasp. They finally understood Lu Yin's true strength. Regardless of whether it was the Battle of Disaster Zone or the Battle of Immemorial City, aside from those who had been on the battlefield, no one else had been able to discern Lu Yin's true strength. Even when Lu Yin had gone through his origin tribulation and challenged the 3 realms and 6 Daos, no one had been able to discern his true strength. This was because they did not understand the strength of the 3 realms and 6 Daos, and there was no direct comparison. However, the primordial thunder locust was different. It was a terrifying creature that dominated the universe. The legends of the 3 realms and 6 paths were mostly in the primordial space, while the legends of the immemorial thunder locust were in many parallel dimensions. In a corner of the Above Heaven sect, Second Life and the others looked at each other and were speechless. Master Lu's current strength is too perverse. Shoo, don't let Master Lu hear us. That's the ancient thunder locust, didn't you see it? The immemorial thunder locust was actually stomped down with 1 foot. I wouldn't even dare to dream about it. We once unintentionally fought with the immemorial thunder locusts. That thunderbolt made us not dare to approach. Master Lu's current strength must be at the peak of the universe. This is the current Above the Heavens sect. Many people say that the Above the Heavens sect's strength lies in the 3 realms 6 Dao and 3 suns 6 lords. Now, they should know that Master Lu is the foundation that ensures the Above the Heavens sect's strength. We were not wronged. Today's scene would forever be imprinted in the minds of countless people. It would never be forgotten. It was a legend. Lu Yin stood on the primordial thunder locust's head and surveyed his surroundings. Li Shou and Su Wang gave him a thumbs up at the same time. In the corner, there was an additional like. It was from Prison Dragon. Its curved claws should have been baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, but now, it had humanely raised one of its claws and pointed it at Lu Yin, stunning him. Li Shou and Su Wang slowly turned their heads and saw Prison Flood Dragon giving a thumbs up. They looked at each other as they had another opponent. The Prison Flood Dragon turned around and gave them a thumbs up, causing the 2 behemoths to be stunned. What was going on? He felt that the primordial thunder locust would not be able to escape and would have to stay in the Above Heaven sect in the future. This way, it would be easy for the primordial thunder locust to take revenge on him for what he did in the past. Now, he needed to find a backer. Strength Beast and Su Wang were good candidates. These 2 could beat the primordial thunder locust until he lost his sense of direction. Seeing that Prison Flood Dragon gave them a thumbs up, Strength Beast and Su Wang were at a loss. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. It was much more pleasing to the eye. Lu Yin thought that he could subdue the primordial thunder locust with his absolute strength, but he had underestimated the primordial thunder locust. It was completely different from Strength Beast and Su Wang. No matter how hard Lu Yin beat it, it would not yield. Helplessly, Lu Yin handed it over to Strength Beast and Su Wang, asking them to think of a way to subdue the primordial thunder locust. The news of Lu Yin easily subduing the primordial thunder locust in the Above Heaven sect had spread to the White Cloud City. Jiangchen sighed, even the primordial thunder locust could be subdued with a single step. I'm afraid that no one in this universe can fight with Brother Lu. Lu Pianran sat beside Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng was unconscious and did not react to the outside world. He was just hugging the 3 divine tools like a robot. The primordial thunder locust is not easy to tame. After all, lightning represents dominance. Any creature that cultivates lightning is extremely arrogant. It was not easy for your father to subdue the 9th grade lightning eagle. Jiang Qingyue broke a piece of orange and put it beside Jiang Feng's mouth. Jiang Feng still did not move. Even when Lu Pianran put the orange into Jiang Feng's mouth, he only swallowed it instinctively. He did not even bite it. Jiang Qingyue's eyes were red. She stood beside Jiang Feng silently. Jiang Feng was not dead. This was the best news. After all, even an ancient god who had reached the primordial realm had died in the face of the grass master. He died silently. Nongyi, who was standing beside him, did not even notice it. Lu Pianran and the others were already very lucky. However, they did not know how long Jiang Feng would stay in this state. At this moment, Jiang Feng felt like he had fallen into an abyss. However, he could feel more and more breaths. Even at the boundary of the universe where there were no living things, he could still feel the breaths of the stars. Now that he was back in White Cloud City, those breaths seemed to have become his second pair of eyes. He was gradually able to identify the source of the breaths. However, he still lost himself and could not express anything to the outside world. In this state, the breaths of the universe became longer and longer. If there is breath, there is life. If there is no life in the universe, then there is life. He hugged the 3 artifacts. The turbid treasures had given him a cultivation shortcut on Earth in a parallel spacetime. They possessed a force that was compatible with the laws of the sequence. However, this shortcut had already led to a dead end. Kong Tianzhao had not been able to break through even in several life and death battles. Since he could not break through even in a life and death situation, what would happen in this state that was worse than death? Jiang Feng did not know if he would remain in this state of the living dead forever. Darkness. It was still darkness. It was eternal darkness. However, it was accompanied by endless breaths. The breaths grew more and more numerous. Half a year later, a series of departments that researched energy sources and microarrays went to the 5 spirit clans to research the fastest time flow. Luyin had given them a clear goal. So far, there were 12 black energy sources. Originally, there had been 15, but with each war, more were created. Now, there were only 12 left. Lu Yin's mission target for Zijing was 100. When Zijing heard the mission target, she was dumbfounded. Even He-Ran, who was in the hyperspace, was dumbfounded. Impossible. There have never been so many black energy sources in the history of the hyperspace. If Master Lu wants 100 white energy sources, there is no problem, but black energy sources. Lu Yin interrupted Zijing before she could finish. She had once had her own thoughts, and she had also obtained a black energy source that allowed her to protect herself. However, the difference between her and Lu Yin was too great. Even now, she still treated Lu Yin like a subordinate. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. White energy sources are useless. I don't need them. Gather all of your resources to create black energy sources for me, Lu Yin ordered. Zijing was in a difficult position. He-Ran spoke up, even if we gather all of our resources, we can only create 27 black energy sources at most. This is already taking into account the 5 spirit clans. It won't take much time. Give me a list and hand it over to the sect above the heavens. There will be people who will look for resources for you. A portion of your resources can be created by the Limitless Empire, but all parallel universes must hand over their resources to create black energy sources. If there are any obstructions, report to the sect above the heavens. 100 black energy sources were equivalent to 100 progenitors. Even though they were different from ordinary progenitors and could not be a match for them in a one-on-one battle, they were still slightly stronger than half-progenitors. Spiritualized universes had a fixed cultivation method, which was a huge advantage over the Tianyuan universe. However, the Tianyuan universe was not completely powerless. The parallel universes had created their own civilizations, cultivation methods, technology, and so on. This was similar to the power of the cosmos in Lu Yin's heart. It was indeed very complicated, but that did not mean that it was impossible to unify everything. All Daos returned to one. As long as it existed in the universe, it could be used effectively. Zijing and He-Ran helplessly accepted the mission. They would spend all of their time creating black energy sources. As for the gift technique, there was no need to create it as it was too cumbersome. Unless they could create a weapon with destructive power comparable to the primordial realm, it would be useless against spiritualized universes and would be easily destroyed. It was far less practical than the black energy sources. Luin quickly arrived at the microarray weapon production department, which was split into two departments. One specialized in microarray technology and was led by Gu Yan, Xiao Mingshi, and Li Tianchi, as well as Wan Gong and Grandmaster Xian from the original Aurora Corporation. The second department specialized in universal armor and the framework for microarray weapons. This department included the original Aurora Corporation's chairman, Chief Engineer Biaozi, Academy Head Sen from the Technocracy's Genesis Court, and Half-Heaven's City Lord. When the microarray weapon production department had first been established, they had researched 3 array combinations and 5 array combinations, but they were far from enough to deal with spiritualized universes. Even the original 28 array combination only had a power level of 1,000,000, which was still far from enough. Fortunately, no one had disturbed them for many years, and this department had broken through the 28 array combination to the 76 array combination, which had the destructive power of a half-ancestor. Even though they had yet to put it into practice, they were confident that they could produce it in batches within 100 years. However, Luin immediately gave them a mission. I don't care what method you use, but you must reach this level. This is also why I brought you to the 5 astral races. Time flows 100 times faster here, so the 76 array combination will be developed in a year at most. What I need is the destructive power of a progenitor. Progenitor. Zhidong was speechless. The destructive power of a progenitor? Can it be achieved? Yes. Li Tianchi was excited. He was most proficient in killing sourcebox arrays, and he focused on killing sourcebox arrays on the back of the battlefield. Luin had only seen him a few times. He was very interested in microarray combinations. A few days ago, we were discussing the possibility of creating a combination of 108 arrays. Although it's difficult, and even the theoretical results will take several hundred years, if there's a possibility, then there's a possibility of creating it. Gu Yan said, it's possible, although it'll take some time. End of chapter. Luin said solemnly, everyone, this is a matter of life and death for the universe. I don't know how long it will take for the spiritualized universe to invade us, but based on the current situation, there is a huge gap between us and the spiritualized universe. That's because there's a huge gap between us and the spiritualized universe. They've been cultivating in the same way for countless years. It's equivalent to our space-time spreading the brilliance of the above heaven sect until now. You can imagine how big this gap is. Everyone's expression changed. They had more or less heard about the spiritualized universe, and Luin had asked someone to tell them so that they could prepare for the crazy research and manufacturing. With such a huge gap, if we don't try our best to catch up, we'll be finished. Their goal is to restart this universe and destroy all of us to help themselves. I, Luin, will not let them succeed even if I die. I hope that everyone will do the same and do your best to research it for me. A combination of 108 microarrays has the destructive power of a progenitor. I want 10,000 of them. Lu Yin's exorbitant demand shocked everyone present. Even the cultured and refined celestial master Xiao was dumbfounded. Heavenly inscriber Li's excitement was strangled. 10,000? Chief Engineer Biaozi was shocked. Luin was very serious. The most important thing is the theoretical research, right? As long as we can research it, mass production should be very fast. If not for Lu Yin's identity, Chief Engineer Biaozi would have cursed out loud. Chairman Ji coughed a few times. Master Lu, I don't know much about the research of 108 microarrays, but to be able to support this level of microarrays, the universal armor must be very strong. It must be so strong that it surpasses all the materials we have researched before. This is not easy to research and manufacture. Luin nodded. That's why I will ask the Limitless Empire to cooperate with you. I will give them the task of manufacturing the mecha. The materials used to make the mecha are quite strong. You should have heard of them before. Chairman Ji's eyes lit up. Of course, they had heard of them before. When the Limitless Empire had invaded the Genesis space, the Heavenly Sect had captured a mecha to study. They had discovered that the Limitless Empire was too extravagant. The materials used to make the mecha were quite precious. The Limitless Empire had invaded various parallel universes for many years, and no one knew how many materials they had accumulated. Not only that, but I will also ask the Heavenly Sect to lead the progenitors to find and buy the materials in various parallel universes. Even if I have to snatch them, I will snatch them back. 10, 100, 1,000 parallel universes, endless resources. I don't believe that I can't make 10,000 microarray weapons. Everyone was stirred up and became excited. This was an alliance of many parallel universes in the entire universe. No one knew how many materials would be brought. Even Zhidong could not calculate because the materials in each parallel universe were different. If the 5 spirit races didn't have a time flow that was 100 times faster, they would have to spend a terrifying amount of time researching. It would take at least 1,000 years or even 10,000 years. However, with a time flow that was 100 times faster, they dared to give it a try. Oh, that's right. I might even bring you guys to the Mirage Domain Midway, where time is stagnant. I hope that you guys will be able to research it. If I have 10,000 microarray weapons, I'll be able to reach the progenitor realm's destructive power, and I'll be able to blast the spiritualized universe to the point that it can't even tell north from south. The spiritualized universe was powerful, and it had 10 foundational sequences and 88 array techniques. In addition, there were also powerhouses and the most terrifying grass grandmaster at the Eternal Realm. But so what? Luin wanted to gather all the resources of the Tianyuan universe in a decisive battle against the spiritualized universe. This was completely different from the battle against the Eternals. The battle with the Eternals would end the Eternals. As for the spiritualized universe, if he did not take care of their living forces, even if he managed to repel their attacks once or twice, there would be a third, fourth, fifth, and so on and so forth. Spirit Rise and Spirit Molt were indeed good at nurturing talents and shortening their cultivation speed. This was a clash between civilizations, and it was far from the battle against the Eternals. This would be a clash between inhumane civilizations. There would be no winner, and Luin did not want to be the loser. It all depended on his many years of experience in the Genesis space and how much power he could bring out. Ignoring the shocked crowd, Luin went to the Limitless Empire. The Limitless Empire was very important in this battle, not because of their combat strength, but because of their support for energy source research and microarray weapons research. They were of the utmost importance, far surpassing the technocracy. Luin had given the Limitless Empire 2 tasks. The first was to use the list given by the Above Heaven sect to create the materials that were from the Limitless Empire. The second was for the Limitless Empire to create mechas themselves. The Limitless Empire currently has 17 10th ring mechas, 10 11th ring mechas, and 6 12th ring mechas, the current Emperor Shang Tianzong, respectfully replied. Shangqing, Shang Anan, and the director of the Institute of Environmental Energy Research were also present. They called him Elder Huan, and he had always been there. After so many years, no one remembered his real name. Everyone either called him Old Mr. or Elder Huan. Not enough, far from enough. Lu Yin's gaze swept over them and he gave a task. 50 10th ring mechas. Shang Tianzong and the others were stunned. 50? Even the Limitless Empire didn't have that many at their peak. 20 11th ring mechas. As for 12th ring mechas, at least double that. 12. Master Lu, how is that possible? Shang Tianzong hurriedly asked. To the side, Shangqing heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had not become Emperor Shang. Luin looked at Shang Tianzong. I don't want to say too much. You all know about the spiritualization of the universe. If we lose, the entire universe will be destroyed. I don't care what method you use. Even if you give me your throne to purify the metal, you have to meet my requirements. Shang Tianzong's expression turned ugly, but he didn't dare reply. He looked to Elder Huan for help. Luin said, now that all the resources of the parallel universes have been gathered, this will be the war of the entire universe. No mistakes are allowed. Don't think that I'm asking too much of you. Go ask Zijing, Zhidong, and the others, and they'll know that I've already been very lenient with the Limitless Empire. He then looked to Elder Huan. Can you research the 13-ringed energy? No. Elder Huan immediately replied. Lu Yin sighed. 12th ring energy was already at the level of sequence laws, and 13th-ringed energy was a qualitative change that could reach the primordial realm. If they could research it, his confidence in this war would soar to an unprecedented level. Unfortunately, qualitative changes were not so easy to research. Master Lu, if we want to research the 13th-ringed energy, we lack experimental data. We need at least 1 or 2 13th-ringed experts to cooperate with us. Even if the above heaven sect can do this, I can't guarantee that we'll be able to research it. Right now, in order to deal with this war, the best way is to temporarily put aside research on 13th-ringed energy. I'll focus on mecha production and material purification. The efficiency will definitely increase. Lu Yin was surprised. Elder Huan, you're willing to temporarily put aside research on 13th-ringed energy? Shang Tianzong, Shang Qing, and the others were all shocked. Everyone knew that Elder Huan was obsessed with research on 13th-ringed energy. Killing him was easy, but making him give up on research was difficult. Lu Yin had never thought of asking Elder Huan to cooperate with him in mecha production, but he had never expected him to bring it up himself. Elder Huan sighed. If the universe doesn't exist, where will 13th-ringed energy come from? Although I desire to research 13th-ringed energy, the prerequisite is that the limitless empire still exists. Master Lu, I only have one request. Speak, Lu Yin said. Elder Huan's eyes burned with passion. Capture a few spiritualized 13th-ringed experts for me to research. Lu Yin's lips curled up, and he met Elder Huan's gaze. All right. Elder Huan smiled. Lu Yin smiled as well. Although they were confused about the future war, as long as everyone worked together, there was a chance of victory. After leaving the limitless empire, Lu Yin went to where Yiju was. Now that Yiju could not escape, where could he go? Furthermore, he had to face a spiritualized universe war. If he failed, the universe would restart, and he would have nowhere to run. Lu Yin gave him 10 progenitor corpses, all of which belonged to human traitors who had defected to the Eternals. Most progenitor corpses could not be left behind after death, so finding 10 was already quite good. Lu Yin's goal for giving them to Yiju was very simple: symbiosis to produce 10 progenitors. Yiju naturally agreed, and he promised that he would produce as many as Lu Yin could find. Lu Yin also ordered the above heaven sect to search in secret, as this was not something that could be discussed openly. He also did not announce the war with the spiritualized universe to the public, or else it would cause panic. Letting everyone know about this would not be of any help, and it would only drag them down. Lu Yin wanted everyone to reach the progenitor realm, and he did not even care about half-progenitors. This was because he knew very well that in a war with the spiritualized universe, anyone below the progenitor realm would be ants. The next mission was the Expedition of Calamity. When he arrived at the Expedition of Calamity, Lu Yin was not in a hurry to give out missions. Instead, he wanted to see the madman who had caused the Expedition of Calamity to become like this: Aka. Aka was a primordial realm powerhouse, a mad primordial realm powerhouse. Lu Yin had mentioned this to Mr. Mu before, and Mr. Mu had told him that there was a problem with Aka's breakthrough to the primordial realm. All of his power was sealed within his body, and although it was constantly growing stronger, it would explode. He had no choice but to release his power by biting others. This was also the origin of the Expedition of Calamity. Lu Yin wanted to see if there was any way to help Aka. If he could awaken Aka, there would be another primordial realm powerhouse. Of course, the possibility of this was not high, or Mr. Mu would have done it long ago. Mr. Mu had once said that helping Aka recover was more difficult than helping a progenitor break through to the primordial realm. Not long after, Lu Yin met Aka with Disaster leading the way. He had seen him once before. And this time, he had a different feeling. Open it, Lu Yin said. Disaster was stunned. Master Lu, you want to go in? Lu Yin nodded. Disaster hesitated. Aka has gone mad, and he can only release his power through his instincts. Once we enter, we might meet with misfortune. Many of our clan members have died at his hands. Lu Yin said, it's fine. Disaster did not try to persuade him any further. He had seen Lu Yin's strength. He had stomped down on the ancient thunder locust, and the terror of that was deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. Even a primordial realm powerhouse might not be his opponent, let alone a mad Eka. The cage that trapped Eka was not some sturdy one, and it could be destroyed easily. The one who had truly trapped Eka was himself. When Luin walked in, Eka, who was sitting in the corner, suddenly raised his head. His eyes were ferocious and completely devoid of humanity. The many years of sucking blood made him feel like a wild beast. Luin slowly approached Eka and studied him. Eka's breathing was heavy, and he only held a comb in his right hand. When they first came to the expedition of Calamity, Eka had said that their crazy ancestor cared about his image the most. He often said, "Where's my comb?" Now, it seemed that she was right. Even if he had gone mad, the comb would not leave his hand. Luin was rather respectful of this crazy ancestor. The expedition of Calamity had a family motto: "If you don't bare your teeth at us, we won't attack." This was an ancestor who deeply respected life. Even if he had gone mad, he would still imprison himself. A person like this was worthy of respect. At this moment, Eka suddenly stood up and grabbed at Luin. Luin raised his hand at the same time and grabbed Eka's hand. Outside, Wu Nan's heart was in his mouth. If something happened to Luin here, the expedition of Calamity would be over. With a whoosh, the expedition of Calamity shook. Luin grabbed Eka's hand tightly. No matter how hard Eka tried, he could not shake Luin off. Luin possessed the ultimate strength of this universe. Even if Eka was a primordial realm expert, his strength could not surpass Lu Yin's. Even the one true god could not surpass Lu Yin's strength under normal circumstances unless he used the true god's freedom technique or the corpse king transformation. Eka growled. His eyes were crazed and scarlet. He swung the comb at Luin with his other hand, but Luin caught it as well. How could a crazy primordial realm expert be Lu Yin's opponent? Eka was directly controlled. Luin exerted force and shook off Eka's arm. He pressed down on Eka's shoulder with one hand. Eka waved his arm wildly with his back to Luin, but he could not break free from Lu Yin's strength. Wu Nan did not like this scene. The mighty patriarch Eka was actually being controlled by Luin so easily. Eka struggled madly. Luin sighed. "Senior, I'm sorry. I've been rude." He carefully examined Patriarch Eka's condition and felt a little helpless. Just as Mr. Mu had said, it was very difficult for outsiders to solve this problem. He could release the power in Patriarch Eka's body, but in doing so, Patriarch Eka would lose his cultivation and be no different from an ordinary person. It was still unknown whether Patriarch Eka could return to normal. After a moment of silence, Luin released his grip and walked out. Old Ancestor Eker only roared crazily for a while. He rushed to the door and covered his head as he shouted and screamed. In the end, he sat back down in the corner and stared at the comb in a daze. Luin told Calamity what he could do. Calamity did not know how to choose either. If they could ensure that Patriarch Eka could return to normal, the expedition of woe was willing. Patriarch Eka had been in pain for far too long, and he had also caused the expedition of woe to suffer for far too long. They would rather cultivate from the beginning than walk this painful path. As for Luin, he was also willing to free Patriarch Eker, as this senior was worthy of respect. But he could not guarantee that old Ancestor Eka could return to normal. If he helped him free himself, but he was still a lunatic, what was the point? Now that a great war was imminent, the Tianyuan universe needed the power of the Calamity Expedition. If the old ancestor is awake, he would rather have Calamity Expedition retain this power, Calamity solemnly said. Luin looked at him. That is why Senior Eka is respected. I also believe that Senior would rather sacrifice himself to protect all of you and this universe. But to me, one more Calamity Expedition of woe is not much. If I can be sure that I can help Senior Eka regain his consciousness and free him, I am willing to do so. It depends on what you choose. Calamity considered for a while and looked at Luin. Master Lu, if you can't do it now, what about the future? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Help Senior Eka regain his consciousness? Can we still retain Senior's power? Calamity nodded. Although the expedition of woe has a short lifespan because of the old ancestor, it has created a culture of instant gratification. Many people want to escape, but if we really lose the old ancestor's power, will Calamity Expedition of woe be able to produce a powerhouse? How many people are there in our tribe? How can we produce a powerhouse? No one can guarantee how many progenitor powerhouses there are in the countless people in the universe. In the past, I did not understand, but now I understand. Those who have truly seen the peak are not willing to be insignificant beings, as climbing to the peak is too difficult. I admit that this is selfish, but Calamity Expedition of Woe needs this kind of selfishness. I am the tribe leader, and I should lead Calamity Expedition of Woe down the right path. Luine took a deep look at Calamity and thought about it. It's hard to say, but we might be able to do it in the future. Master Lu, as the tribe leader of Calamity Expedition of Woe, I will make a selfish decision. Please do not change old Ancestor Aka. If Master Lu is able to free old Ancestor Aka in the future, please help Calamity Expedition of Woe. If not, please allow Calamity Expedition of Woe to continue until there is a tribe leader who changes his mind, Calamity requested solemnly. Luine nodded. This is a matter for Calamity Expedition of Woe, and I will not interfere with your decision. Since the decision has been made, I will also give Calamity Expedition of Woe a mission. This is a mission to gather all of your strength in order to face the spiritualized universe. No one can reject this mission. Please speak, Master Lu. Calamity was solemn. How many people from Calamity Expedition of Woe can obtain progenitor's destructive power through Senior Aka? 7. I want 50. Calamity almost could not catch his breath as he stared blankly at Luine. Master Lu, how many did you say? Luine replied, 50. Calamity was speechless. Impossible. Why? It's not as simple as being bitten in order to withstand the old ancestor's power. At the very least, your body must be able to adapt to that power. Every member of Calamity Expedition of Woe can withstand the destructive power of a progenitor from birth until they are bitten many times, and that's only if you have some innate talent. Some people cannot withstand it no matter how many times they are bitten. Too many people have died, and 7 is not a small number. I can increase it to 10 at most, but that requires a bit of risk. Calamity Expedition of Woe is impossible. Furthermore, I know that the Heavens Above Earth sect has sent a group of people into spacetime where the flow of time is different, but this method is useless against us. We are just ordinary people, and we might even be inferior to ordinary people. Some ordinary people can rely on technology to live for hundreds of years, but we can only live for 200 to 300 years. This is because the old ancestors' power is too destructive to our bodies, which is why we can't do it. Luine stared at Calamity. There is a way. Calamity was confused. Have children. Huh? Have more children and keep having more children. You have about 50,000 people in your race now, and you can give birth to 7 people who can withstand the power of a progenitor. If you have 500,000 people, 5 million people, or even 50 million people, how many progenitors will you have? Calamity said bitterly, but there is only one old ancestor Aka, and even if we can increase our population to 50 million people and have dozens of progenitors, these people can only live for 200 years. I don't need them to live for long. I just need to ensure that there are this many progenitors when the war starts, Luine said. Don't blame me for saying this, but I have used all the power that I can, even Yiro's method of corpse symbiosis. The survival of the universe is at stake. Go to the 5 astral tribes, develop the population, and crazily increase the number of people. Increase the number of progenitors. This is the mission that I have given to the Calamity Expedition. You can be selfish for the sake of the Calamity Expedition, but I can also be selfish for the sake of our universe. Calamity sighed. I understand Master Lu's position. Alright, I will do everything possible to increase the number of progenitors. I will ensure that when the war with the spiritualized universe begins, the number of progenitors will increase to 50. The prerequisite is that you cannot go to the 5 astral tribes. I need a leader who is truly loyal to the Above Heaven sect, and I don't want any accidents to happen, Luine said. Calamity nodded. I understand. The entire universe fell into a fast-paced atmosphere, and no one knew when this had started. They only knew that whether it was resources or materials, they were all working hard in the same direction. As for what that direction was, no one could say for sure. Energy sources, microarray weapons, universal armor, mechas, and so on. There were also tools like the laws that could be used to search for powerhouses with sequence laws. There was also the visualization of the ancient golden characters. The entire universe felt a sense of tension. The Eternals had clearly been defeated, but the humans were becoming increasingly nervous. A few months later, at the back mountain of the Above Heaven sect, someone who had not been seen in a long time arrived. He faced Lu Yin and bowed deeply. "Greetings, Master Lu." Lu Yin's back faced the newcomer as he looked at the lake. "How long has it been?" "Silver." The newcomer was Silver, who had walked out of Earth with Lu Yin. At that time, there had been Xiao Luo, Lulu Mavis, and the others. Now, things had changed, and none of them wanted to interact with Lu Yin. The difference between them was too great. Silver's eyes narrowed into slits as he smiled. As usual, he looked just like a fox. "It's been almost 50 years. Lu Yin stood up, turned around, and looked at Silver. In an instant, an indescribable might swept through the world and rushed towards Silver. Silver was sprawled on the ground as he endured this monstrous might. Even a progenitor would be suppressed by this might, let alone Silver. This was the might of a peak powerhouse in this universe. In the face of this might, Silver had never felt so insignificant before. At this moment, the difference between them was even greater than the difference between a normal person and a cultivator. He lay on the ground and tried his best to raise his head, but he could not. The fear that came from his soul and his biological instincts prevented him from raising his head, so he could only endure this pressure. Lu Yin approached Silver step by step, and each step seemed to push Silver from the ground into the abyss. After an unknown amount of time, it might have been a long time, or it might have been an instant, the might disappeared, and only leaves floated down from above Silver's head. Silver raised his head with difficulty, and he was drenched in sweat. Lu Yin squatted down and looked at the falling leaves. "You've improved very quickly in the past 50 years. Not bad. Is it because of the bone grafters?" Silver panted heavily as he looked at Lu Yin, who was close to him but had a heavenly might. "What does Master Lu want the bone grafters to do?" Lu Yin looked deeply at Silver. "That depends on what a bone grafter like you can do for me." Silver was a bone grafter, and this was also the reason why Lu Yin had asked him to come to the Above Heaven sect. The one true God had created the bone grafters and created a bone boat. Lu Yin also wanted to see how far Silver could go. If Silver could also bring him a bone boat, then this power would be too great. Back then, he had kept the skeletons of those powerhouses in the bone boat, and he had thought of Silver at that time. Bone grafting could be used by the one true God, but it could also be used by any bone grafters. Silver was well aware of his status. With his strength, the Above Heaven sect wouldn't care about him at all. Everything else had been written off in the matter of the Grim Reaper's left arm. Only his characteristic of being a bone transplant made Lu Yin care about him. He narrowed his eyes. Even though he had experienced an unprecedented pressure, it had also brought about a turning point in his life. Lu Yin was an existence that could decide the fate of anyone in this universe. "Master Lu, different heights lead to different understandings. Please explain it clearly," Silver said. Lu Yin looked at him. "Have you heard of the bone boats?" Silver shook his head. "They obtained the bones of powerhouses and used the Corpse King's body to drive them. They obtained the strength of the powerhouses when they were alive and gathered close to 100 progenitors to create the bone boats," Lu Yin said slowly. Silver opened his eyes with excitement and surprise. "There's such a thing?" Lu Yin looked at him. "You don't know or don't understand. It's not difficult to understand. Back then, Tiando studied the bone transplant bloodline. He tore apart every inch of my flesh and blood and successfully transplanted the Grim Reaper's left arm. Unfortunately, he didn't dare to break through because he was afraid of the half-progenitor origin tribulation. If he had the strength of a half-progenitor, he wouldn't have ended up like that. If Tiando can do it, then the one true God can naturally do it too. If I'm not wrong, the bone transplant bloodline was created by the one true God," Silver guessed. Lu Yin laughed. "You're really smart." Silver shrugged. "The one who created the bone transplant bloodline must be a monstrous figure. Otherwise, where would this strange race come from? This is a race that will be destroyed the moment it appears. Its value is no less than Master Lu's Lu family. Lu Yin admitted this point. The bone transplant bloodline was very powerful, and the bone boats were proof. If the one true God had enough bones, he could create 1 or 2 bone boats. However, there was one thing he didn't understand. There were still many bones on the bone boats. Why didn't they use all of them? That way, the number of powerhouses born wouldn't be close to 100, but hundreds, enough to sweep through everything. Lu Yin asked this question. Silver shook his head. It's not that simple. Even though I don't know the reason, when 2 bone transplants a person's bone at the same time, only one person can unleash the strength of the bone owner. The other person will fail. This has been the case since ancient times. It seems that even the one true God, who's considered our ancestor, can't solve this problem. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Could it be because of his limit as well? There was no limit in the universe. If the bone grafters could rely on the bone grafting method to infinitely replicate another person's strength, then that would be the limit. This would go against the principles of the universe. Although in theory, his strength had reached the limit of the creatures in this universe, it was only the limit of the creatures and not the true limit of the universe. The only true God could rely on the Corpse King transformation and the True God Freedom technique to surpass him. There was still room for improvement in strength. However, the bone grafters would obviously come into contact with it. Whether or not this was the reason, Lu Yin could only guess. I hope that you can create a bone boat for me, one with the strength of a progenitor. Silver sighed. I knew that the task Master Lu asked me to do wouldn't be easy, but I didn't expect it to be this difficult. Master Lu, only the one true God can create the bone boat. I can't do it. Lu Yin looked at him. Regardless of whether or not you can do it, you have to try. I won't tell you the reason, but I can promise you that as long as you can do it, you can do whatever you want in this universe. You can pick anyone you like. Silver's lips curled up. How tempting. Silver was very uncontrollable. Even if Lu Yin had his life in his hands, he might not be so obedient. This was why Lu Yin had intimidated him with his aura when they first met and had even offered to tempt him. However, Lu Yin could not guess Silver's thoughts. This person had hidden everything. Perhaps this was a characteristic of the bone grafters. From Lu Yin's perspective, he did not need to see what Silver was thinking. No matter what Silver was thinking, his thoughts could not break through Lu Yin's grasp. There are a few conditions for successful bone grafting. First, the body must be able to withstand the exertion of strength. Second, the blood must reach the standard. The blood of a bone grafter can contain all living creatures, but there is a limit. This limit is the amount of strength the body can withstand. The stronger the bone owner was when he was alive, the more the blood must be able to withstand the bone. Otherwise, the body will not be able to move without blood. Silver looked at Lu Yin. It's not that I don't want to help Master Lu. Even if Master Lu gave me the progenitor's bone, I myself would not be able to successfully implant the bone, let alone create a bone boat for Master Lu. The Death God's finger bone that I once fused with caused me severe injuries. Furthermore, I can't even use half of the Death God's power. Lu Yin said, of course, I've considered the 2 points you mentioned. There are wandering corpses in the cemetery, and a considerable number of them are half-progenitors. There are even progenitors. If the eternal corpse kings can withstand bone grafting, then these wandering corpses can as well. Silver nodded. Yes. As for the blood. Lu Yin looked at Silver. Do you know that I once did something? Kuwei absorbed progenitor Chen's blood in the great tomb of progenitor Chen, allowing him to become a giant. I improved his blood infinitely until it was close to progenitor Chen's, causing the entire giant clan to transform. When one reaches a certain level, one's body and blood will transform. Of course, ordinary progenitors won't transform much, and neither will their descendants. No matter how much they improve, the blood of their descendants will at most be close to that of their ancestors, and they won't be able to transform unless their descendants have the same innate ability as their ancestors. For example, I have the General Appointment Platform and the Divine Investiture Catalog. Before I succeeded in my cultivation, I could improve my blood to be close to that of ancestor Lu Yuan. It's the same for you. The one true God created the bone planters, and your blood has the characteristics of the bone planters. As long as you improve your blood, you can infinitely approach the characteristics of the one true God in the bone planters. Not to say that you will be completely close to the one true God, but at least you will be able to get close to the one true God's characteristics. With your blood, you will be able to exchange the blood of the wandering corpses. Silver stared at Luin in a daze. What improvement? Improvement of blood? He did not know how Luin had done it, but his theory was valid. Many cultivators only gave birth to descendants after they had become powerful because they could continue their bloodline innate abilities. It was the same for progenitors, but their descendants were still descendants and could not be exactly the same as their ancestors. However, things would be different if they could improve their blood. The closer they were to their ancestors, the more powerful their bloodline innate abilities would be. The innate ability of a progenitor's descendant after improving their blood was far from what an ordinary cultivator could compare to. The prerequisite for all of this was to improve one's blood. Silver understood that Luin could improve his blood, which was why his cultivation had always been successful. There had once been a legend that Luin could improve external objects, and it turned out that it was true. If Luin could improve Silver's blood, his blood would have the characteristics of a bone grafter. If he could exchange it with a wandering corpse's body, it would be completely possible for the wandering corpse's bone grafting to succeed. If he could create a bone chip, Luin took a deep breath. He really would not be afraid of the spiritualized universe. Energy sources, microarray weapons, mechas, Calamity's expedition, Yirua's symbiosis, and the original Tianyuan universe. Luin could not imagine how powerful the humans would be at that time, and they would be able to form an army with just progenitors. That would be an incomparably grand event that would far surpass the above heaven sect era. How many progenitors would there be in the above heaven sect era? The spiritualized universe had its characteristics, and so did the Tianyuan universe. Luin himself was like the Tianyuan universe. His cultivation was too messy, but in the end, he could unify all Daos into one and form the starry sky in his heart. He was invincible in the universe. After hearing Luin say so much, it was obvious that he was prepared. Silver bowed slowly. Master Lu's idea might succeed, but there's one more thing. He looked at Luin. Even if you improve it, are you confident that you can improve it to the level of the one true God in the bone grafter bloodline? My bloodline is already very thin. After all, it has been passed down for so many years, and Tiando has also experimented with it. Tiando has neutralized a lot of the bone grafter bloodline's characteristics in my bloodline. Even if I improve it, I might not be able to reach what Master Lu wants. Luin placed his hands behind his back. Come out. Not far away, a figure walked over. Her body was graceful and extremely beautiful. It was Xianxia, the 6th mainland's haprogenitor powerhouse. Silver looked at Xianxia with a confused gaze. Xianxia came to Luin and bowed slowly. Master Lu. When Luin first embarked on the path of cultivation, this woman was already a half-progenitor and had fought with Luin. Later on, as Luin grew stronger, she could no longer see his back. Now, she could not even touch him. Luin looked at Xianxia. Tell him about the blood refinement technique. Silver's expression changed. Blood refinement technique? Xianxia told Silver about the blood refinement technique. After listening for a while, Silver blurted out, "This is our clan's blood condensation technique." Luin was not surprised. When he first heard about the blood refinement technique, he thought of Silver's bone grafter bloodline. No matter how he looked at it, this blood refinement technique was related to the bone grafter bloodline. It seemed that it was true. Xianxia did not understand. Silver looked at Xianxia. How did you obtain this blood refinement technique? From the Mara River, Xianxia replied. Silver sighed. Master Lu, you have great foresight. I admire you. This blood refinement technique is the blood condensation technique of my bone grafter bloodline. The bone grafters want to obtain the strength of a powerhouse by changing their bones, so they have extremely high requirements for blood. After many years, they created the blood condensation technique. Every once in a while, we have to purify our own blood to get closer to our ancestors. Only then can we ensure the inheritance of the bone grafters. But once, the bone grafters were massacred, and this blood condensation technique was lost. Now that I have it again, I'm confident that I can purify my own blood and give Luin a complete bone grafter's blood. Luin said, as I said, as long as you can complete the mission, you can choose any position in the 8 paths. Silver bowed deeply. Thank you, Master Lu. Luin looked at Lan Xian. You haven't broken through the 3 stages, so you can't become a progenitor. However, I can give you an energy source, and you will also have the strength of a progenitor. Lan Xian was grateful. Thank you, Master Lu. After they left, Luin took a deep breath. He had done what he needed to do, and now it was up to them. He had to do his best to find the one true God, primordial fiend, and the others. He hoped that the spiritualized universe would come a little later. The 5 spirit clans had a time flow that was 100 times faster than the outside world. Even if it was a day later, it would be several months in the Tianyuan universe. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed. During these 3 years, Luin constantly searched for the sole true God and the others, but to no avail. The ancient ancestor was nowhere to be found. The only true God, primordial origin, and the others seemed to have disappeared. Even though they had seen the boundary of the universe, the Tianyuan universe was still very large. It was difficult for them to search it completely. And in these 3 years, under the control of the sect above the heavens above, the pace of the various parallel universes was much faster than 3 years ago. All the materials were habitually broken down and transported to the sect above the heavens above. Once a new material was discovered, someone would immediately analyze it and then report it to the sect above the heavens above. Energy sources, mechas, and microarray weapons required too many materials. They had originally thought that it would be difficult to complete Lu Yin's mission, but as more and more materials were delivered, they grew more confident. With so many parallel space-time resources gathered together, even the progenitor realm experts were dumbfounded. This was especially so when new parallel spacetimes were constantly being discovered. Once discovered, they would immediately search for resources. There was no parallel universe that could go against the sect above the heavens. The goal of the entire universe was very simple: resources, resources, and more resources. If the spiritualized universe used its unified cultivation method to produce countless powerful cultivators, then the Tianyuan universe would exhaust all its resources and combine them to fight against this behemoth. Although it was draining the pond to catch all the fish, there was no other way. If they didn't do this, once the Tianyuan universe was defeated, the entire universe would be gone, let alone the resources. On this day, Luin had just returned to the Above the Sky sect when he received a report that the 6 directional training halls had been massacred, and rivers of blood had been spilled. This news caused an uproar in the Above Heaven sect. The 6 directional dojo was no longer just a simple 6 directional dojo. It was also a place where the Above Heaven sect nurtured cultivators. During the 6 directional martial competition, there was a large group of young elites there. After receiving the report, Luin immediately went to the Hexagon training hall. At this moment, blood flowed like rivers in the 6 direction Dao right. Everyone was slaughtered, and blood energy surged into the heavens. Luin stared at Su Xiangyin's corpse with a gloomy expression. There were many people gathered around, and they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Right in front of him, Saint Eater knelt on one knee. He gritted his teeth, his face flushed red and his veins popped out. "Why did you leave?" Luin asked coldly. The 6 directional Taoist rite had to have a progenitor overseeing it. The one overseeing the 6 directional Taoist rite was the food saint, but he was not present when the 6 directional Taoist rite was massacred. The food saint clenched his fists. "Master Lu, my son was severely injured, so I rushed back to check on him." Luin casually waved his hand and sent the devourer flying, crashing into the ground. Culinary Saint spat out a mouthful of blood and struggled to get up. He remained kneeling on one knee, not daring to show any resentment. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he scanned the entire Hexagon training hall. Not a single person was left alive. "Who did this?" "I don't know." The devourer coughed out a mouthful of blood and replied. Lu Yin's gaze swept across the crowd. But no one knew. A small boat of light appeared around Lu Yin, and with a wave of his hand, it traversed through the river of time. He wanted to see just who had massacred the 6 directional training rites. It could not have been the sole true god, primordial fiend, or any of the others. They would not have made a move against a small place like the 6 directional training rites. If they had wanted to massacre someone, they would have targeted a place with a progenitor, and it was even more impossible for them to have spared the food saint. The images constantly shuttled back and forth, and at this point, it was no longer a matter of how many seconds one could look back on the small boat. After all, Luin could traverse the river of time. Images flashed through his mind one by one, and suddenly, he looked at one particular image. The video showed the process of a student being slaughtered. Meanwhile, in the entire scene, only flowing light could be seen. It was jade-colored, extremely beautiful, bringing away that student's head, dyeing the void red. Following that, more and more images appeared. Luin watched them calmly, but all he saw was a blood-red color. There were only streaks of jade-colored flowing light that were not even dyed red by blood. Suddenly, Luin saw Su Xianxia. In the Void God Dao Academy, Su Xianxia's back was facing the image. The jade-colored light flashed, and he slowly fell to the ground, dead. Luin waved his hand, and the flowing light continued shuttling back and forth. The images continued to flash, and he watched them multiple times. It was a young man who had used the jade-colored flowing light to massacre the entire Hexagon training hall. The first person to be killed was Su Xianxia. Su Xianxia had the Void God Death insect, and his strength was comparable to a half-ancestor's. That young man had not defeated him in a direct confrontation, but had instead relied on a sneak attack. That shameless sneak attack had killed Su Xianxia and then proceeded to massacre the entire Hexagon training hall. Lu Yin's face was extremely gloomy as he stared at the young man in the image. "He's called you Leng," someone said. This person had been an instructor at the Hexagon training hall and had left 2 years ago. He immediately recognized the young man. "I remember now. He's an explorer elite from the 6-way martial competition, and he entered the 6-way training rites to cultivate. At first, he progressed very quickly, but he's cold and indifferent, and he's often bullied. Senior Su Xianxia even helped him out a few times," someone else said. Luin listened quietly and began to understand this young man called Yu Leng. But from what everyone was saying, this person was not even a hunter, so how could he have killed Su Xianxia? Even if the Hexagon training hall did not have the divine food saint, it still had more than one half-ancestor overseeing it, but those half-ancestors had all died. A total of 4 half-ancestors had died, including Su Xianxia. This was the greatest massacre that the Above Heaven sect had encountered since the battle with the Eternals, and the most bizarre thing was how that young man had managed to massacre the Hexagon training hall. That jade-colored flowing light had to be that jade-colored flowing light. Luin continued to watch the images in the river of time as he rewound them. Everyone was waiting with him. During this time, Su Wuwei had arrived, followed by the Bao Sage. It was worth mentioning that Bai Wang Yuan had escaped from the reincarnation spacetime and had disappeared during the decisive battle with the Eternals in the Second Calamity region. He knew that Luin would not let him go. Luin had also ordered the Above Heaven sect to hunt down this person and kill him. In the river of time, the image froze, and Luin stared at it as he drew an image in the void. It was a jade-colored insect that looked exquisite and beautiful. It was shaped like a butterfly, and it was dancing around a young man's fingertips. That young man was Yu Leng. He stood alone in the Void God Dao Academy and stared at his fingertips in a daze. He avoided everyone, but he could not avoid the river of time, and Luin eventually found him. Luin looked at the jade-colored butterfly. Was this the thing that had massacred the Hexagon training hall? He was just an explorer, and even if he had obtained a powerful external object, it was impossible for him to kill a half-ancestor. No matter how much Luin had improved his external object, it was impossible for him to kill a half-ancestor as an explorer. That was on a completely different level, but this Yu Leng had done it. What did he have? What exactly was that jade butterfly? Could it be related to Tianan? No, Tianan was already dead. What do you know about this Yu Leng? Especially this jade butterfly, Luin asked. Someone behind him was puzzled. How could it be a jade butterfly? When he fought with Su Kong from the Void God spacetime, he was forced to use a type of insect. It should be the inheritance that he obtained, but that insect was something like a dragonfly, a jade dragonfly. Someone else said, I remember now. It was 3 years ago, and many people were surprised that this Yulin relied on a jade dragonfly to defeat Su Kong. He even caused a stir in the Hexagon training hall. After that, he was challenged by Su Kang's group several times, but he did not use the jade dragonfly again and endured it. But where did this jade butterfly come from? It said that it came from a sphere that was made up of many small spheres. The jade dragonfly came from one of those spheres. Could it be that this jade butterfly came from another sphere? That's impossible. If that's the case, then how many insects does this kid have? Lu Yin's gaze was cold. Order the sect above to spread the news to all parallel spacetimes and capture Yulin. This kid might be able to disguise himself, but capture anyone who sees a jade insect. Lu Yin had used disguises to deceive the world several times, and there was no guarantee that this Yulin would not do the same. Disguises were possible, but these jade-colored insects could not be hidden, and there was no chance for him to hide in battle unless he did not use them. Less than 10 days after Lu Yin's order, various reports were sent to the sect above. They were all reports of jade insects from different parallel spacetimes. This phenomenon gave Lu Yin a bad premonition. Soon, someone was brought to the sect above. It was a burly man who looked to be in his 40s or 50s. He was chained up and brought to Lu Yin. The burly man was arrogant and unruly, but when he saw Lu Yin, he was afraid. Where are the insects? Lu Yin looked at the burly man. The burly man gulped and looked at Lu Yin fiercely. I didn't do anything wrong. Others wanted to steal from me, so I killed them. What's wrong with that? Master Lu, if this were to happen to you, would you retaliate and kill him? Lu Yin was calm. I'm asking you, where are the insects? The burly man wanted to say something, but in the next moment, an overwhelming pressure made him feel dizzy. He spat out a mouthful of blood and trembled as he took out a jade-colored sphere from his cosmic ring. Looking at this sphere, Lu Yin's eyes widened. This sphere was just as the Hexagon training hall's mentors had said. It was made up of different small spheres, and the whole thing was a large sphere that looked quite exquisite. The burly man panted, his fear of Lu Yin coming from his bones. He touched the sphere and carefully knocked on one of them. Not long after, a jade-colored dragonfly crawled out of the sphere. The dragonfly carefully climbed onto the burly man's hand and rubbed against its wings, producing a crisp sound. Lu Yin could clearly see the structure of this dragonfly. Its entire body was jade-colored, and it did not have any of the organs of a living creature. But why was it able to exist? And it was indeed alive. The burly man carefully controlled the dragonfly to fly towards Lu Yin and finally landed on his hand. Lu Yin sized up the dragonfly. It was easily crushed, but that was only for him. Even an enlightened cultivator might not be able to crush it. The next moment, the dragonfly tried to devour Lu Yin's strength. Lu Yin raised his brows. This creature was so insignificant to him that it couldn't even be considered an ant, but it actually wanted to devour his strength without any fear. Was this the dragonfly's ability? Are there more? Lu Yin asked. The burly man's voice trembled. Yes. All sorts of insects can appear in these small spheres, but I can only control one. I haven't cultivated to the point where I can control another insect. Lu Yin allowed the dragonfly to return to the sphere in the burly man's hand. Go and cultivate. I want to see all the insects. The burly man did not understand what Lu Yin was trying to do, but he could only do as he was told. 10 days after the burly man was taken away, another person was brought over. This person had the exact same sphere and the exact same insects. This person was slightly weaker than the burly man, and the jade dragonfly could not be controlled too well. However, it did not devour its master. A month later, more people were brought over. News about the jade bugs came from various parallel universes. Pathmaster, things aren't looking good. This seems to be the power of a large-scale inheritance, Wei Rong reported. He was in charge of searching for the jade bugs, and his expression was solemn. Lu Yin could also tell that Yulin had used a jade butterfly to kill a half-martial ancestor, and the jade butterfly within that sphere was just a second type of insect. Someone who had been brought to the celestial sect had already cultivated a jade butterfly, and that person called it the guardian dance. Sphere, bug. This was clearly a type of inheritance, and a large-scale one at that. For a jade butterfly to kill a half-progenitor, this type of inheritance was not simple. Luin looked at the sky. Humans were not the only creatures in the universe, there were also astral beasts and all sorts of other creatures. Bugs were definitely a huge group. He had a premonition that he had encountered some sort of terrifying bug inheritance, or rather, a civilization. The planet was lush with vegetation, and the sounds of birds and bugs could be heard everywhere. The air was very humid, but it was also very fresh. In the distance, a mountain range could be faintly seen, and above it was a planet that was on the verge of shattering. Nearly half of it had already been destroyed, and the debris was flying towards the planet. However, it did not cause much damage to the planet, as a giant plant was blocking the debris. Otherwise, even if the debris did not destroy the planet, it would have been enough to wipe out all life on the planet. A group of 5 walked through the forest, and the branches and leaves brushed past them. They were not walking, but rather flying. "Are you sure it's here?" The leader was a young man with a heroic appearance and an extraordinary aura. Wherever he passed, the surrounding air became dry, as if it had evaporated. Someone behind him said, "It's definitely this planet. There's no doubt about it. Back at the Hexagon training ground, we were able to see that guy from our position. We saw him looking at the star chart several times, and he was staring at this planet. 3 years. We've searched for 3 years, and we finally found this planet. Hopefully, this trip will not be in vain," the young man said with a cold gaze. The people behind him looked at each other and whispered, "If we can really capture that guy, what kind of reward do you want from Master Lu?" "I want to ask Master Lu to accept me as his disciple." "Stop dreaming. Even the Grand Elder will treat you well if you become Master Lu's disciple." "Hee, since you're dreaming, you should make it bigger. However, I heard that Master Lu's 2 disciples don't leave above heaven." "Strange. Master Lu's disciples are extraordinary and have their own plans. I don't have high expectations. I just hope that I can take up a position in the above heaven sect." "That's not high enough?" "Countless people yearn for a position in the above heaven sect. Entering the above heaven sect is equivalent to reaching the heavens in a single step. Some of the slightly weaker parallel universes will have to flatter you. But for Master Lu, this is not a high request." "That's right. Master Lu doesn't care. I don't have any requests. I just want to take revenge for the students of the Sixth Direction Taoist sect. That bastard actually massacred the Sixth Direction Taoist sect, including the seniors of our lost clan. We must take revenge." The eyes of the young man in the lead became colder and colder. Without saying a word, he flew into the distance. They had to search the entire planet. In order to prevent Yulin from escaping, they could not make too much noise, which would take up a lot of time. Half a month later, at the border between the ocean and the forest, they finally found him. Yulin sat by the seaside, hugging the jade-colored ball. He stared at the shattered planet in a daze. This was his moment of peace. Only here could he feel warmth. This universe only brought him coldness. Anyone who got in his way would be obliterated. No one could even think of escaping. Just as he was looking at the starry sky, a jade butterfly suddenly flew out from the ball. It turned into a stream of light and slashed behind him. Yulin was shocked. He turned around abruptly. Shouwu. With a bang, the weapons clashed. The fragments of the blade stabbed into the ground and shook continuously. At the edge of the forest, a person stared at the broken blade in a daze. In front of him was a dancing jade butterfly. What a sharp butterfly! The jade butterfly turned into a stream of light again and slashed at this person. This person hurriedly retreated. Several people appeared behind him. Yulin's eyes narrowed. With an unprecedented killing intent, he said, "You shouldn't have come here. Yulin, die." The young man called Brother Six tore through the void and struck a palm at Yulin. The palm caused the void to distort and boil. Yulin's scalp went numb. An expert. In front of him, jade butterflies appeared one after another and formed a jade shield. Brother Six's palm struck the jade shield, causing it to shatter. Yulong retreated step by step as he looked at the shattered jade butterfly with heartache. He glared at Brother Six with hatred. You're courting death. Brother Six looked at his own palm. That palm strike had not been able to instantly shatter the jade shield. That jade shield was only an enlighter, but Brother Six had reached the level of an emissary in his primordial space. His name was Hulu, and many people called him Brother Six. Some elders preferred to call him Little Six. The first person who had attracted a card during the upper 3 sessions had been a child who had only been 5 or 6 years old. He was that child, Little Six. More than 40 years had passed since that upper 3 sessions, and that child had long since reached adulthood. Because of his extraordinary talent, he had not only cultivated the power of the Lost Clans card, but he had also gone to the Hexagon training grounds and cultivated various powers. Now, he had reached the level of an emissary. Although he had just become an emissary, a mere 40 years was already quite fast. He struck out at Yulong again. In front of Yulong, jade dragonflies flew out one after another. In the blink of an eye, there were hundreds of them, and their numbers were still increasing. Soon, they formed a cloud of insects. Hulu's palm strike easily shattered all of the jade dragonflies in the area. Although these jade dragonflies were very tough, and even enlighters would find it difficult to crush them, he was an emissary and had cultivated a battle technique. These jade dragonflies were not enough to deal with him. More and more jade dragonflies appeared, and Yulong retreated step by step. The jade butterflies circled around him, and their numbers increased as well. Brother Six, leave it to us. The others stepped forward. They were all enlighters, and although they could not compare to Hulu, they were more than enough to deal with the jade dragonflies. Hulu waved his hand to disperse the jade dragonflies, but a huge ray of light slashed at him. It was a jade butterfly, and there were at least 100 of them connected together to form a blade of light that gave Hulu a sense of crisis. Hulu was shocked, and he struck out with his palm to force the light back. More light appeared around him. Be careful. Hulu shouted, but it was too late. These light rays were made up of over 100 jade butterflies, and their power was comparable to an emissary's. If they could threaten Hulu, then the others could as well. As the light rays swept past, 4 heads flew into the air as they were easily beheaded. Yulong licked his lips. This is the consequence of offending me. He then pressed down with one hand, and 5 light rays slashed towards Hulu. Hulu's eyes turned red. These people were his friends from the Lost Clan, and now that they had been killed, he was furious. A card appeared in his hand, and he used his battle technique to pass through the light rays and attack Yulong. Yulong had obtained the insect civilization's inheritance, but he had not obtained many battle techniques since he was only an explorer. In the face of Hulu's battle technique, all he could do was use the jade butterflies to protect his body so that he would not be killed by Hulu's palm. A suction force came from the card, and both Hulu and Yulong were sucked into the card. This was the Lost Clan's battle technique. The card world was a cage that Hulu had created with his innate gift, flair. Once someone entered the card, the entire world would boil. The jade butterflies formed a sphere that wrapped around Yulong, but he could still feel the high temperature. He was terrified, as this was the power of an emissary. Even Qingyi and Shouwu could not deal with them. He had been too lucky to have killed Su Xiangyin and the other powerhouses at the Hexway training hall. He touched the jade spheres and carefully tapped one of them. Hulu stared at Yulong, who was being protected by the jade butterflies, and continuously increased the temperature. The jade dragonflies fell like raindrops and died. The jade butterflies had already turned from jade to light red, and the high temperature was burning Yulong's skin. If this continued for too long, he would definitely die. However, Yulong did not even look at Hulu as he stared fixedly at the sphere. Come out, baby, come out. Yulong's skin cracked and fell off. Even a slight movement could remove a piece of his skin. He experienced the feeling of death, but he only had eyes for the jade sphere. Cracks appeared on the jade butterflies, and once the surrounding jade butterflies shattered, he would definitely die. Hulu also stared at the jade ball in Yulong's hand. Whether it was the jade dragonfly or the jade butterfly, they were all very small. However, once their numbers increased, they would become a huge threat. He could also feel the threat of the jade dragonfly because his energy consumption was far more than normal. It was several times, or even 10 times. These jade dragonflies could devour energy. Whether it was astral source cultivation or boiling heat, these jade dragonflies could devour everything. Even though the jade dragonflies continued to crack and die, it was because of these jade dragonflies that the temperature could not rise quickly, otherwise, Yulong would have died. Under Yulong's expectant gaze, a jade bug crawled out of the sphere. It was no different from a normal worm, but it had small wings and was covered with soft thorns. It looked lazy. Seeing this bug, Yulong was excited, and his breathing became rapid, causing the skin on his mouth to fester and fall off. It looked disgusting. He stared at the bug. "You're called Xianxia? Come, child, kill him, kill that person." Hulu also saw it and frowned. He stared at the bug. It still looked weak, but it gave him a creepy feeling. What was the use of that bug? The bug slowly spread its wings and flew. Yulong opened a gap in the jade butterfly sphere, and the heat entered, almost melting his arm. However, the bug was unaffected, and flew out of the gap towards Hulu. Hulu waved his hand, and the heat wave swept past, sweeping towards the bug. The bug was pushed back by the heat wave, and smashed into the jade butterfly sphere. Yulong was stunned, and so was Hulu. It was useless? Suddenly, Hulu screamed. It was an extremely mournful scream, as if he was experiencing the most terrible pain in the world. His hands clawed at his skin, and blood flowed out continuously, as if there were countless ants crawling in his body. The boiling temperature stopped. Yulong hurriedly controlled the jade butterflies to escape the card world. The card broke, and Yulong escaped while panting heavily. There was no part of his body that was intact, and his skin was stuck to his body, ready to fall off at any time. Around him, the jade butterflies had died, and even more jade dragonflies had died, covering the ground. In the distance, the blood of the 4 headless corpses dyed the surroundings red and flowed along the ocean. Hulu appeared. He wasn't much better than Yulong. He kept tearing at his skin, tearing it piece by piece, including his flesh. Yulong looked at the little bug on his fingertip in fear. What exactly did this little bug bring to this guy? Hulu was in extreme pain, his whole body was dyed red by his own blood, but he did not forget to kill Yulong. His card cracked, and his palm was badly mutilated. His eyes stared at Yulong under the cover of blood. Yulong stared at him. "You still want to attack?" Hulu gritted his teeth and endured the unimaginable pain. He picked up his companion's broken sword and approached Yulong step by step. Yulong exclaimed, "I admire you, but you are dead. No one can leave this planet alive." As he spoke, more jade butterflies flew out. He only had a dozen of them left, and they formed into a stream of light and slashed down. Hulu roared and slashed with his sword. It was the 11th sword, source-splitting. He had been to the 5th tower and obtained the inheritance of the 13 swords. As soon as the source-splitting was used, it directly cut the stream of light and the 10 jade butterflies into pieces. Yulong was shocked, and he did not hesitate to tear open the void and escape. Hulu wanted to stop him, but the unbearable pain caused him to faint. If Yulong had escaped one step later, Hulu would have died. That sword strike was the only strike Hulu could make under extreme pain. The sky darkened, and the sea washed the land. The smell of blood attracted the creatures in the sea. A strange fish with sharp teeth stared at Hulu and slowly approached him with the rising tide. It then bit down, but it could not bite through Hulu's body. Hulu was an emissary, and his body was not something an ordinary fish could bite through. However, the strange fish woke Hulu up. Hulu suddenly sat up and gasped for breath. The strange fish was scared away, and the surrounding sea creatures also quickly fled. Feeling the sea breeze, it took Hulu a while to regain his senses. His eyes were filled with fear. He would never forget this pain for the rest of his life. He wanted to tear every part of his body apart. He wanted to tear his body apart from the bottom of his heart. But when did he get hit? That insect had just come out and he had already attacked. It had not even gotten close to him. When? He looked at his hands. They were badly mangled. Every inch of his flesh had been torn apart. However, compared to the pain caused by the insect, this pain was more like pleasure. Living a life worse than death, that was truly living a life worse than death. He retrieved some medicine from his cosmic ring and consumed it. This sort of torn wound could be easily healed, and it was not caused by a battle technique. Less than half a day later, Hulu let out a long breath and stood up. At this moment, the seawater was about to submerge him. His companion's corpse had already been washed away by the seawater. Finally, he found their corpses. The corpses were covered in imprints from the sea creatures, but most of the sea creatures were unable to bite through them. After all, they had been in lighters. Hulu brought his companion's corpse with him. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. His body and hatred for you return to the Lost Clan's planet. He would definitely take revenge for Hexagon Training Hall and his companions. No matter how intense the pain was, he would not give up. He would definitely kill that person. Definitely. In the Lost Clan, Hulu had been punished. He had not reported Yulung's whereabouts to the Above Heavens sect and had instead secretly led people to capture him. This had resulted in the death of his companions and Yulung's escape. This was a very serious crime. Hulu did not refute and instead calmly accepted the punishment. He regretted not notifying the clan and inviting experts to go with him. This might have been his only chance to capture Yulung, but now, it was gone. This was his mistake, the biggest mistake of his life. What did you say? Pain? Danjing found Hulu and asked about the battle with Yulung. Hulu explained the situation, and Danjing's face turned pale. Fear appeared in the depths of his eyes, and it slowly grew. He grabbed Hulu and lost his composure. Pain, extreme pain. Is that true? Hulu did not understand. It's the kind of pain that makes you want to tear yourself apart. It comes from a small bug. Danjing left and quickly returned with an ancient book. There was a picture of the third type of bug that Yulung had released. Is it like this? Hulu nodded with lingering fear. Yes, it's like this. How did you know? Danjing was stunned, and the ancient book in his hand fell to the ground. He had suffered a huge blow and was in a daze. They're here. They're here for us? They're here. With that, his body disappeared. Hulu did not know what had happened, but his instincts told him that something big was about to happen. In the Above Heavens sect, Luin played with a round ball. It was jade-colored and looked very exquisite. The bugs inside were also jade-colored. It was a very mysterious civilization. He could not control the bugs. In the words of those people, only the first person to discover the ball could control the bugs. This was clearly a joke. Those people did not recognize a master, nor did they cultivate any unique bug control techniques. How could they control the bugs? Could it be that they were like some creatures and thought that the first person they saw was their parents? During this period of time, he had discovered many people who had inherited the insect civilization's legacy. Some of them were good, while others were bad. Luin tried to crush a jade-colored sphere that was controlled by a villain. Once it was crushed, nothing remained, and even the insect inside was gone. Strange, there were no spatial fluctuations. There should have been bugs inside, but when the ball was crushed, the bugs disappeared too. Sect Master, Great Elder Dangu wishes to see you. Please come in. Luin sat by the lake and placed the ball on the stone table. When Great Elder Dangu arrived, his expression was extremely unsightly. When he saw Luin, he also saw the sphere. His expression instantly changed and became even more unsightly, to the point where his face was completely drained of blood. Luin did not understand. Senior, what's wrong? Great Elder Dangu stared at the ball in a daze. Why did we encounter them again? Can't we escape? Really, we can't escape. Luin looked at Great Elder Dangu and then at the ball. Suddenly, he thought of something, and his expression darkened. This? Could it be the enemy of your original spacetime? Great Elder Dangu took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He nodded. Master. Lu, disaster has come. Lu Yan's gaze turned cold. Speak slowly. Great Elder Dangu looked bitter as he stared at the ball in a daze. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. He walked over and picked up the ball. Worm's nest, oh worm's nest. I thought I would be rid of you forever. I did not expect to see you again. The universe where my lost clan is located is similar to the Tianyuan universe. There are two races fighting for supremacy. One of them is the human race, which includes my lost clan and other human civilizations. The archenemy of the human civilization is the Zerg nest. Lu Yin's complexion became gloomy as he listened to Great Elder Xianxu's narration. He was speechless and sullen. How could this be? The spiritualized universe was about to attack, and there was a worm's nest here? The worm's nest was this jade-colored ball. There were 9 balls inside, and each ball corresponded to a type of worm. It was these worms that caused the extinction of the human civilization in the Lost Clans universe. That civilization was extremely brilliant and powerful. They produced a powerful card that could break the True God's ultimate skill, the True God's sky-changing technique. They also had powerful seniors who could cross the river of time and go against the flow of time. For example, the Prince Regent who used Abala Heaven. The human civilization in that universe was no less prosperous than the Origin space. Even so, the human civilization was still destroyed in the end because of these worms. The despair that the worms brought to the human civilization in that universe was no less than the despair that the Eternals brought to them. One could imagine how it felt to have a universe full of worms. It was a scene of species killing and devouring each other. It was a life and death battle between mortal enemies. Unless one side was wiped out, there was no way to survive. Every battle. Blood stained the heavens. That was the most terrifying battlefield I've ever seen. The worms blotted out the sky, and it made people feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. The pressure of species was innate. That was the third barrier. Great Elder Dangu recalled, and his eyes were filled with lingering fear. Humans were still humans, and as long as they were humans, they would be afraid, regardless of their cultivation level. Great Elder Dangu was no exception. He was afraid of those worms, and he did not hide it. Those worms had almost buried the entire universe. Didn't you guys win the final battle? Those worms were defeated in the end. The one who really made you guys flee was that omnipotent existence, Lu Yin interrupted. Great Elder Dangu said helplessly, we only found out in the end that the worm's nest was created by that omnipotent existence. That existence is called the Immortal Master. The worm's nest was made up of 9 small spheres that formed a large jade-colored sphere. Within each sphere was a type of worm. From weakest to strongest, they were Xingyi, Shouwu, Qianli, Stone Dragon, 7-Star Sword, Kanglin, Ghost Orchid, Brocade Azura, and Green Immortal. Xingyi is a type of jade-colored dragonfly. It has the simplest use, devour energy. It can devour any type of energy and use the energy it devours to nourish its master's cultivation, increasing its master's cultivation speed. Furthermore, there are countless of them, so it's no longer a matter of increasing one's cultivation speed. With Xingyi, it means that there is no problem of lacking energy. Breaking through is as simple as drinking water. Shouwu is a type of jade-colored butterfly that has rather sharp wings. When it flies, it can be used to kill. It can be combined into a weapon, and depending on the user's strength, there can be 10, 100, or even 10,000 of them. Depending on the number of Shouwu combined into a weapon, the strength it can display varies. However, the most powerful Shouwu can display is only at the peak of an envoy's destructive power. Qianli is a type of jade-colored flying bug that is covered in spikes. This bug's only ability is to shoot spikes into an enemy's body, causing them to experience so much pain that they wish they were dead. That kind of experience is unbearable, and one would want to tear oneself apart. End of chapter. At this point, Elder Xianxu sighed. Xu Lu suffered the same pain as Qianli. He tore apart every inch of his skin and crushed every inch of his flesh to ease the pain. Lu Yin raised a brow. This was troublesome. Was it painful? There aren't many records of Xingyi and Shouwu in my race's history. Most people don't know about them, but Qianli left a deep impression on us. There are records that once a Qianli appears, it must be killed before it can fly. Otherwise, it will bring unforgettable pain. Lu Yin looked at Elder Xianxu. How many people in your universe have suffered such pain? Great Elder Dangu looked at Lu Yin. Everyone has endured it, without exception. Lu Yin's expression changed. How is that possible? The great elder Xianxia said bitterly, the advantage of the insects is their numbers. When the 1,000 li flies, even the heavens and earth will cry. When the 1,000 li's number spreads throughout the universe, they are constantly flying. Pain is a common occurrence in our universe. Therefore, if we want to make a comparison, the ability of the people in our universe to endure pain is far greater than that of the Tianyuan universe. There is simply no comparison. Every second, there are people who commit suicide because of this pain. There are many people in the Tianyuan universe, but our universe is different, there aren't that many people. Because of Qianli, the entire universe will experience pain. Lu Yin looked at Elder Xianxia, and his killing intent towards the hive sword. If everyone in the Tianyuan universe had to endure such pain, would there still be a future for this universe? The spiritualized universe brought about pressure. Even if the Tianyuan universe was defeated, the worst that could happen was that everyone would die. However, this hive brought about a different feeling, a feeling that it had to be exterminated. Next up are the stone dragons. These bugs are very large and can grow up to 100 meters tall. They are shaped like beetles and have powerful antennae. They are adept at flying in the form of dragons and wreak havoc in space. Their favorite thing to do is to crush stars. When 10,000 stone dragons work together, their strength can reach the progenitor realm and possess unparalleled destructive power. As I said before, the biggest advantage of insects is their numbers. The same goes for stone dragons. No matter how big they are, their numbers are endless. They destroy one parallel universe after another and shatter one planet after another. It's called the stone dragon calamity. Every type of insect, when their numbers reach an infinite number, is a disaster. Even if they don't destroy the universe, the changes brought about by their numbers will cause an ecological imbalance, not to mention these insects with powerful destructive power. The Big Dipper sword is an insect that was bred after the stone dragon. It is shaped like a sword and has spots on its back like a ladybug. It is extremely fast and not even a half-martial ancestor can see through it. Only a martial ancestor can see through its speed. The impact brought by the speed and the shape of the Big Dipper sword is equivalent to a martial ancestor's sword move. When the number of Big Dipper swords reaches an infinite number, it is equivalent to countless martial ancestors' sword moves that have gone out of control. It can destroy everything. Great Elder Dangu had spent many years in this universe, and his fear of the insect nest had greatly diminished. Now, he was recalling it once more. An image of the Big Dipper sword appeared in Lu Yin's mind. Countless martial ancestors' sword moves would rampage through the universe's starry skies. This destructive power would not be any weaker than the stone dragon calamity, but to a powerhouse, the Big Dipper sword was clearly more threatening. After the Big Dipper sword, the Freesia orchid was bred. It is a flatworm that is shaped like a plant's leaves and has two heads. Its habits are similar to that of a plant's, and it devours everything in the universe. They are adept at devouring, but unlike the Xingyi, the Freesia orchid devours everything, regardless of whether it is energy or anything else. In the end, only the realms of nothingness are left. They can reproduce and survive in the realms of nothingness? They can even emerge from the realms of nothingness? How could there be such a bug? The Freesia orchid is not the most terrifying. In fact, everything that the Freesia orchid devours will be sent to the ghost orchid that is bred later on. The Freesia orchid is the ghost orchid's source of energy, and it can leap through the void and travel through space before attaching itself to a creature's face and devouring it along with its flesh. The more energy that the Freesia orchid transmits to it, the stronger it becomes. In our universe, the ghost orchid devours many sequence law realm powerhouses, and it causes panic because no one knows where the ghost orchid will emerge from. The realms of nothingness are their paradise. To us, the realms of nothingness are not only uninhabitable, but they are also difficult to monitor. Great Elder Dangu sighed. Fortunately, Limitless can travel through the realms of nothingness. Back in our universe, we did not create a vehicle that could travel through the realms of nothingness. To deal with the Freesia orchid and the ghost orchid, we can only rely on a powerhouse to constantly travel through the realms of nothingness, but that would consume too much power and energy. The realms of nothingness encompass the entire universe's starry sky, which means that someone has to constantly travel through the realms of nothingness to eliminate the Freesia orchid and the ghost orchid as much as possible. Otherwise, no one knows where they will appear from. Luin rubbed his head. Xingyi and Shouwu were still fine. The pain that Qianli brought about was a disaster to the universe, but it did not have much of an impact on top powerhouses. After cultivating to the top, one's willpower would be exceptionally strong, and they would not be defeated by pain. After all, even Hulu had been able to withstand it. These three were the greatest threats to ordinary cultivators. The Stone Dragon and the Seven-Star Sword were the most destructive to the universe's environment. As for the Phrygia Orchid and the Ghost Orchid, they were a threat to powerhouses, especially since they consumed a powerhouse's energy and power. It was impossible to guard against them, and they were quite troublesome. Lu Yin's mind constantly flashed with plans to deal with these insects. Next up is the Brocade Azura. At this point, Great Elder Dan Gu paused and looked in a certain direction. It was Tuo Lin's courtyard. The courtyard was filled with books. Xixing had used his own death in exchange for Tuo Lin's return to normal, but Tuo Lin was still engrossed in reading and studying the words. The Brocade Azura is a type of centipede that lives in a plane. Luin was astonished. It lives in a plane? Great Elder Dan Gu nodded. A plane. Everything is a plane, especially words, books, pictures, and so on. It multiplies, lives, and kills in a plane. It can slaughter creatures through a plane, and the creatures that are slaughtered will eventually turn into fragments. The fragments of the plane are like a picture of itself, a shattered picture. Lu Yin's pupil shrank. The inheritance of destruction. Great Elder Dan Gu took a deep breath and looked at Luin. Yes, the inheritance of destruction. When my lost clan escaped from our own universe, we brought nothing but a few cards with us. The ancient books barely recorded anything, which is why Hulu and the others did not know about the hive in the beginning. We did not dare to bring more planes. The more planes we brought, the more likely it was that the Brocade Azura would appear. As for the inheritances of other human civilizations, they were destroyed long ago. In that final battle, either the hive was destroyed or the humans were exterminated. Before the final battle, the human civilization destroyed almost all of their inheritances, not giving the Brocade Azura a chance to appear by their side. Even so, the Brocade Azura still appeared on the walls, on the ground, and so on. The Brocade Azura appeared to sever the human race's inheritances. This is the most vicious move. Lu Yin's expression turned ugly, as this move was very similar to how he had wanted to deal with the spiritualized universe. The spiritualized universe had used Spirit Arise and Spirit Molt to drive generation after generation of elite cultivators, forcing them to cultivate the sequence foundation, and so on. Lu Yin wanted to create more and more progenitors and use this suicidal method to defeat the spiritualized universe's next generation of elites and make the spiritualized universe apprehensive. The hive was even more ruthless, as it would not even allow the humans to preserve their written inheritances. This was a method that was specifically used to deal with intelligent civilizations. No matter how desperate the humans were, there would always be a chance for them to rise again. This was because there were inheritances, and with inheritances, there would be a civilization, a spirit, and a consciousness. Long ago, the heavenly sect had been destroyed, so why had it left behind a burial garden? The Daosor sect had been destroyed, but it had left behind limitless. This was because the inheritances were greater than the heavens, and only with inheritances could a civilization rise again. These inheritances were the crystallization of countless people's wisdom, and they were the proof of an era. The hive had actually given birth to an insect whose goal was to destroy humanity's inheritances. This was an undisguised display of its intention to wipe out intelligent civilizations. Elder Dan Gu recalled, before the Brocade Azura appeared, although the war between humanity and the hive was intense, it was not enough to unite everyone. Even after suffering Qianli's pain, the Stone Dragon's calamity, and Gue Lan's attack, the various civilizations of humanity could not fully unite. It's just like your Heaven's Origin universe. When you were dealing with the Eternals, the Six-Way Association was clearly able to contact your primordial space, but they kept rejecting it. They even acted against the primordial space and suppressed its growth. Only when the 6 zones of calamity were fully revealed were the humans of this universe truly united. Lu Yin understood the meaning behind Elder Dan Gu's words. If the Eternals only had the strength of the first zone of calamity, then this universe would not have been able to unite so easily. This was because their enemies were not strong enough, and only a strong enemy could force them to grow. The brocade azura appeared to destroy humanity's inheritances, and it represented the ambitions of the hive. It caused all of the human civilizations in our universe to gather and recognize the hive as their archenemy. The true battle of fate began, and it was also the beginning of humanity's bitter war. Elder Dangu paused for a moment and then looked at the sphere. The 9th type of insect, which is also the last type, is called green immortal. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. The last type of insect was definitely the most powerful in the hive. Green immortal? Elder Dangu nodded, his eyes filled with an incomprehensible gaze that seemed to contain fear, hatred, and disbelief. Green immortal is an amalgamation of the other 8 types of insects. It does not have a fixed form, nor does it have a fixed ability. It has nothing, but it also has everything. Looking at the round ball, Great Elder Dangu seemed to not know what he was talking about. We have encountered the ferocious and terrifying form of Xianxia, who possessed the abilities of all the other insects. We have also encountered the humanoid form of Xianxia. She was extremely beautiful and shouldn't have appeared in this world. She was really a human, not an insect. I don't know how to put it, but Xianxia seemed to have been born in response to fate. It seemed to have encountered the other 8 insects before. No matter how hard we tried to break the abilities of the other 8 insects, we would still fail when encountering Xianxia. Pausing for a moment, Grand Elder Shangu let out a deep breath. Xianxia seems to know the fate of all the insects. It's an incomprehensible creature. It's as if a pair of eyes has been watching us from the beginning, seeing our every move. Then, a creature was born that could decipher our every move. That creature is Xianxia. It knows everything and can use the abilities of all the insects. What's more terrifying is... He looked at Lu Yin with deep fear in his eyes. It has the ability to learn. Lu Yin was surprised. Learn? Grand Elder Shangu said in a deep voice, Xianxia has the strongest learning ability I've ever seen. In our universe, Xianxia has mastered everything that the human civilization has mastered. No matter how difficult it is to learn a battle skill or the path taken by a powerful cultivator, Xianxia will always be able to learn it. Nothing can stump them. Their learning ability is too strong. The most terrifying thing is that before they take the initiative to reveal themselves, no one can tell. If Xianxia is an insect, it is an insect. If it doesn't reveal its strength, no one will know that the inconspicuous insect is Xianxia. If Xianxia is a human, he is the most outstanding elite of the human race since ancient times. He is a cultivator with incomparable talent. To be honest, Master Lu, I once suspected that you were Xianxia. Lu Yin looked at Grand Elder Shangu in shock. Senior, you must be joking. Is Xianxia that powerful? Grand Elder Shangu sighed deeply. Our universe has given birth to many unparalleled heroes. There were also legendary seniors who traveled through time to participate in the final battle. In that final battle, we killed all of the green immortals. But Master Lu, do you know what price we paid? He looked up at the starry sky. Almost all of time and space. Almost all of people. Almost all of the strong ones. Grand Elder Shangu looked at Lu Yin. In the Tianyuan universe, the result of that battle is that other than Master Lu and the people of the Tianqing sect, there are almost no humans left in the Tianyuan universe. This includes the 3 realms and 6 paths, the 3 suns and 6 lords, the 8 paths, your ancestors, Mr. Mu and the rest, and even the Eternals. Everything is gone. Even so, we were very fortunate to have won that war. There was an element of luck involved. Grand Elder Shangu smiled when he met Lu Yin's shocked gaze. He finally saw hope in Lu Yin's eyes. It was fear and even a trace of fear towards the nest. The biggest mistake we made in the battle with the nest was not to destroy these nests early on. He picked up the jade ball and said in a low voice, every hive can give birth to a green immortal. Any green immortal can become a supreme master. No, it's not just a possibility, it's a certainty. The starting point of their birth is very, very high. As for the end point, we haven't seen it yet. I even suspect that the omnipotent being was the first Xianxia, because she called herself the immortal master. Lu Yin looked at the jade-colored sphere, and the information that Elder Dangu had brought to him had refreshed his knowledge. Humans were definitely not the most powerful life forms in the universe, but over the years, the human race had shone brilliantly twice. This time, Luin was confident that he had surpassed his previous brilliance, and he was confident that he could gather everyone in the current universe to fight against the spiritualized universe. But who would have thought that before the spiritualized universe arrived, a worm nest would appear first? He took the jade-colored ball and his eyes flickered. Senior, are the 9 types of insects that you mentioned all of the nests? Grand Elder Xianxia smiled bitterly and shook his head. If it was all of them, then with the intelligence of our universe's countless people, we would not have been completely helpless. We would not have allowed Qianli to suffer and the stone dragon disaster to happen. One terrifying thing about these nests is that the insects inside can change. Luin was stunned. What do you mean? When the number of these insects reaches a certain level, they will undergo a transformation. Maybe they will turn into very powerful insects, or maybe they will turn into very weak insects. No one can say for sure. In short, these 9 kinds of insects are the ones we have encountered the most. There are also a number of strange insects whose names we don't even know. There are many, many of them. Those insects also come from the insect nest. They are quite troublesome, said Great Elder Xianxia. Lu Yin's expression turned ugly, and he fell silent. He had not seen the true power of the spiritualized universe, but these nests were indeed troublesome. Just the insects were easy to deal with, but the mutated insects were troublesome. There was also Xianxia, which was the most difficult to deal with. Xianxia's form could not be determined, but her learning ability was heaven-defying. Just thinking about it gave Luin a headache. After a long silence, Grand Elder Xianxia said, Master Lu, the threat that these nests pose to intelligent civilizations is hopeless. Our universe is an example. I don't know how many insects there are in our universe, or rather, how many places there are without insects, but we cannot allow these nests to overrun. Perhaps you have considered using these nests to deal with the spiritualized universe, but in my opinion, this will bring an unimaginable disaster to humanity. Luin was indeed considering transferring the threat of the nests to the spiritualized universe. He could not let the Tianyuan universe and the nests fight to the death and allow the spiritualized universe to take advantage of the situation. This was human nature, and it was normal for Grand Elder Xianxia to immediately think of it. Why not? I'll try my best to deal with the nests in our universe, but can't I leave a few for the spiritualized universe? Luin asked. Grand Elder Xianxia was very serious. Even if it's just one, if it's not dealt with properly, it will be a disaster in the future. These are nests, and there can be an endless number of them. No one knows how many nests a single nest will produce or how many Xianxia it will bring out. Any Xianxia is extremely dangerous, and if an immortal master is lured here, it will be a disaster for the Tianyuan universe. But our universe has its own destiny, Luin retorted. He recalled Wang Wen's analogy of another fisherman. Grand Elder Xianxia was stunned, and he exchanged glances with Luin before looking away in exhaustion. I'm powerless to change Master Lu's mind. I can only remind you that you've seen the insects that covered the heavens. You definitely do not want to see them appear again, not even one. With that, Grand Elder Xianxia left. At that moment, he seemed to have aged even more. He had already escaped the shadow of the nests, but now, they had suddenly appeared again. Only he could understand the feeling of desolation and despair. Master Lu, I'm sorry, Grand Elder Xianxia apologized with his back facing Luin. Luin was helpless. I should be the one apologizing. Why had the nests appeared? It was definitely not the lost tribe, or else they would have appeared long ago. During this period of time, the Above Heaven sect had captured those who possessed nests, and they had discovered that quite a few of them had obtained nests at the same time, which was more than 7 years ago. That period had been the time of the final battle in Immemorial City. At that time, Lu Yin and the others had been trapped in the second disaster zone. They had no choice but to ask the Lost Tribe to open the upper 3 segments in advance and draw out that card to break the true God-Heaven switching technique. At that moment, Lu Yin and the others had felt a bone-piercing chill descend upon them. That chill had followed that card, and it was very likely that the nests had entered the Tianyuan universe at that time. Who could be blamed? That card had been received by Luin, and that chill had probably come from that omnipotent existence in the nests. However, if Luin had not done so, then the humans would have already lost the battle in Immemorial City, and they would have no future. Nobody could be blamed. It could only be said that fate was playing tricks on people. What was meant to come could not be avoided. After Grand Elder Shangu left, Luin told the 3 realms, 6 paths, 3 suns, and 6 lords about the nests, including Wang Wen and the others. For a moment, everyone was shocked once again. The pressure from the spiritualized universe had not yet subsided, and the pressure from the nests followed closely behind. Void Master felt like he was about to collapse. Enemies, enemies, they had never lacked enemies. How could there be so many enemies? And each one was more perverted than the last. Wood God was very quiet. During this time, he had been thinking about the ancient god the most. He had wrongly blamed the ancient god. Actually, he could not be blamed, as no one had expected the ancient god to do such a thing. Kuzu, Lu Tianyi, and the others were very calm. They only had one life, and in the end, they would die. While they were alive, they would do their best to complete what they should do. Once they died, they would have no regrets. Chui and the others felt more complicated than the others. In their minds, if this universe had not declined during the above heaven sex era, how glorious would it be now? Even the spiritualized universe would not dare to provoke it, and the nests would not have brought so much pressure. In fact, no nests would have even come. This was all fate. Not long after, the above heaven sect issued an order to the outside world that anyone who discovered a nest had to report it immediately. No one was allowed to hide it. There was only one way to deal with the nests: destroy them without mercy. Luin wanted to use the nests to deal with the spiritualized universe, but he still listened to Great Elder Dangu's opinion. The nests could not be controlled, and Luin was afraid of playing with fire. Another order was issued at the same time. It was to record the locations of all the nests that had appeared before and kill anyone who tried to hide the information. No matter how one looked at it, this order was meaningless. No matter where the nests appeared, if they were not destroyed, they would definitely have run away. Was there any meaning in recording the locations that had been discovered? However, the rewards that came with this order were extremely rich, and countless people rushed to find them. Bang! Luin shattered the jade ball with one palm, causing it to turn into dust. There was nothing inside. I have to destroy all the nests in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Under the starry sky, a spacecraft was flying steadily. Suddenly, a violent explosion erupted from a corner of the spacecraft, and a figure rushed out. Then, a stream of light flashed past, and the figure was split into 2. Within the shattered spacecraft, a woman wearing a luxurious robe was revealed. Jade butterflies fluttered around her, and she smiled seductively. You want to kill me? Dream on. A jade butterfly then appeared beneath her feet and lifted her up into the sky. In the distance, golden lights lit up one after another, attracting the woman's attention. She looked over, and her face paled. Not good, I'm visualizing an ancient text. It's the heavenly army. She waved her hand, and the jade butterfly tore through the void to escape. The next moment, beams of light shot out from all directions and forced the woman out of the spatial tear. If she tried to force her way into the spatial tear, she would be struck by the beams of light. These beams of light came from money bombs, and each beam had a destructive power of 500,000. The woman was only a cruiser. Stop. Listen to me. I found the hive, and I want to hand it over to Master Lu. I want to hand it over to Master Lu. The girl shouted, her eyes filled with terror. Even with Yu Huti by her side, she could not hide her fear. Against the celestial military, she had no ability to resist. Any cultivator from the celestial military could fight against an emissary with a power level of 600,000. The difference was too great. A beam of light flashed past, and the girl was obliterated without even listening to her explanation. If she had not attacked from the start, she could have been taken to the celestial military. A hive was still a hive, and not all cultivators who controlled it were evil. Some treated it as an external object and took the initiative to hand it over the moment the celestial military gave the order. Such people would be rewarded handsomely, but there would always be others who felt that they could hide from the celestial military's pursuit and rely on the hive to rise up. People were not stupid, and if a colossus like the celestial military cared so much about a hive, it was obvious that the hive had value. How could an ordinary cultivator resist this temptation? Most people who controlled a hive would not hand it over. Hives had been discovered in various parallel universes, and the number was even greater than Luin had expected. Fortunately, he had used the celestial military to order the various parallel universes to cooperate and eliminate the hives. Shower, why do you look so pale? You defeated your brother and successfully obtained the right to inherit the family. You should be happy. I'm happy for you. I'm just too tired from cultivating. Then rest well. You don't have to worry about your brother. You had a fair battle, and the family will not favor him. Thank you, Mother. Brother? Why are you here? Brother, why did I suddenly use up so much energy during our battle? This is my battle technique. Why? Do you want to steal it? Battle technique? I don't think so. It's Xing. Brother, don't spout nonsense. Father, why are you here? Bastard, why aren't you handing over the hive? Shower, do you really have a hive? Hurry up and hand it over. That's an order from the celestial military, and no one can defy it. Mother, didn't you say that the family will not favor brother? The premise is that you don't have a hive. Let the family inspect it. If it really is a battle technique, no one will harm you. We guarantee that if it wasn't for the insect nest, you would be the successor of the family. You lied to me. You lied to me. What clan? I don't want it anymore. Remember this. One day, I will make you regret it. Catch him. It really is a bug nest. Immediately report it to the sect above. Bastard, you're still hiding it. Do you want to kill your family? Master, please let Shower go. He was just confused for a moment. Just say that Shower took the initiative to hand it over. This way, not only can you save Shower's life, you can also obtain benefits from the above heaven sect. Master, I beg you. Oh, alright. Huishou hid the truth about the insectoid nest. He has committed a heinous crime. Kill him. Why? I took the initiative to hand it over. Father, Mother, you lied to me again. Sir, from the celestial sect, it was Shower who took the initiative to hand it over. He didn't conceal anything. Humph, you didn't hide anything? We have received accurate information that he hid the hive. He is guilty of a heinous crime. It's you, big brother. You're the one who harmed me. What a joke. You'll receive a great reward from the sect above if you take the initiative to hand over the insect nest. Not only will you be able to rely on these rewards to soar into the sky, but your family will also be yours. Why should I? You're clearly the one at fault. Father and Mother are defending you. What? The family is mine. Bastard, you've harmed the family. This is a chance for the family to soar. You've harmed the family. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Disciples, today is the day of the survival of my sect. Are you afraid? Master, we are not afraid. We are willing to live and die with the sect. We are not afraid. Ha 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 ha, good. As expected of my disciples. Old man, what are you still talking about? You're all dead. This mountain range will be your burial ground. Burial ground? You despicable and shameless person. You betrayed the sect, poisoned your master, violated your junior sister, and now you want to destroy my sect? Impossible. Are you the only one who came here today? Tell the person behind you to come out. You can't do it alone. Haha, smart. Since that's the case, we'll come out and show you how big the gap is. So it's you. I was wondering why there were so many experts. But if you want to destroy my sect, there's no need to use this traitor. He's a traitor to you, but to us, he's a rare talent. Just treat it as training for him. Alright, enough nonsense. Let's get rid of him. It's good that you know it's you. But today, you can't win. The Heaven's Army is here. Who dares to be so impudent? Heaven's Army? Why are they here? Why would the lords of the Heaven's Army come to our small place? That's a huge entity. Even looking at it is blasphemy. Why would they interfere in our matters? Ha 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 ha, do you really think that my sect will be destroyed? Let me tell you, I obtained the worm nest and reported it to the Heaven's sect a few days ago. I received a reward from the Heaven's sect, and Master Lu personally praised me. You're all finished. How can this be? How can this be? Old friend, are you in trouble? We're willing to help you. These are the people who bullied your sect. Aren't they traitors? Today, we're helping you solve your problem. I hope that you can enter the Heaven's sect in the future and say a few good words in front of Master Lu. We're also here to help. These people are just ants. The same scene was happening everywhere in the universe. There were too many worm nests. Some people obtained rewards from the worm nests and turned their fortunes around, while others wanted to hide the worm nests and become a huge entity comparable to the Heaven's sect in the future. If the person who controls the worm nests goes to a parallel universe that even our Heaven's sect can't find, then it'll be troublesome. Elder Chan was worried. Wei Rong said, usually not. They don't understand how powerful the worm nests are and will only consider the problem from their own perspective. How many people would dare to casually tear through the void and leave? It's better to be safe than sorry. That's true. If someone really escapes with the worm nests, then when the worm nests produce powerful worms and find us in parallel universes, then it'll be a disaster. Wei Rong shook his head. There's nothing we can do about it. We can only try our best to solve it. The moment the worm nests appeared in this universe, it was destined to trigger a war. It all depended on the scale of this war. Worm nests were destroyed one after another from various parallel universes. The destruction of the worm nests did not mean that the worms were destroyed. From time to time, jade-colored worms would sweep across the starry sky and head in certain directions. These worms were not homeless after the destruction of the worm nests. As long as it was a worm nest, it was their home. In the giant asteroid belt, on a giant asteroid that was comparable to a planet, Yulin gritted his teeth and tore off the skin that was stuck to his body, revealing new skin underneath. The battle with Hulu had been so difficult, and he had almost died. He would definitely settle this score with the lost race. However, it was better to hide now. There were news of worm nests being destroyed everywhere in the universe. He had only recently found out that he was not the only one who had obtained a worm nest. There were many other worm nests in the universe. It was good that they were destroyed. In the end, only he could control the worm nests. One day, he would become a powerful force comparable to the Heaven's sect. Yulin decided not to go out. He would stay in this asteroid belt. A few days later, the asteroid shook. He hurriedly got up. Jade butterflies covered his surroundings, forming a sphere to protect him. In the distance, a giant figure approached. Was that a worm? The one that approached Yulin was a beetle with a giant antenna. It was the stone dragon. Yulin had only nurtured Qianli, and he had never seen the stone dragon before. However, the moment he saw it, he instinctively knew that it was a worm from a worm nest. The stone dragon slowly approached Yulin and let out a sound that made Yulin feel close to it. It was looking for a home, a nest. Yulin's eyes were filled with greed. This stone dragon was very powerful. If it had been born during his battle with Hulu, Hulu would have been no match for it and would have been easily killed. Wait, it could find him because of the worm nest. Then, Yulin tore through the void without hesitation and stepped out without even looking at the stone dragon. The moment Yulin disappeared, a beam of light shot past and pierced through the asteroid. The shockwave distorted the sky and spread into the distance. This beam of light had come from the Heaven's sect. We were too late. This guy actually resisted the temptation of the stone dragon and ran away. He's really cautious. Did you see that person clearly? No. No. Then forget it. Continue to follow the stone dragon. It can help us find the worm nest. This was a method that the Heaven's sect had discovered. These worms could accurately find the worm nest, which saved them a lot of time. In the Heaven's sect, Luin looked at the star chart. This star chart included the various parallel universes and marked out the locations where the worm nests had appeared. There were too many of them. Lu Yin's head hurt. Just how many worm nests had appeared in the past? So far, the strongest worm that we've discovered is the seven-star sword. We haven't found any traces of Xianxia, Wei Rong reported. Lu Yin exhaled. Xianxia can survive in the Void Realm and reproduce on their own. Inform all progenitors to open the Void Realm from time to time and divide the area. We can't let Xianxia hide and reproduce, or else it'll be troublesome. Also, Boundless, move out immediately. Understood, Pathmaster. You still haven't found any traces of Yulong? Not at the moment. He's completely missing. We've also searched the planet where he fought Hulu, but he hasn't returned. The smarter a person is, the better they are at manipulating human nature. He probably thinks that we won't go to that planet again. Don't let down your guard there. Understood. Lu Yin looked at the star chart with a worried expression. The worm nest had appeared more than 7 years ago, and in just 7 years, the seven-star sword had already appeared. If someone had nurtured it for a few more years, Xianxia, Ghost Orchid, and even Brocade Azura would have appeared. After that, Green Immortal and other worms would have transformed into even stranger worms. Things were developing too quickly. Now, none of the cultivators were in seclusion, and they were all searching for worms. Fewer and fewer worm nests had been discovered, and more than half of them had already been destroyed. The ones that had yet to be discovered had to be deliberately hidden, and these were the ones that needed to be found. A few months later, Xianxia appeared. Xianxia was amazed when he saw the insects that looked like leaves in the sky. This was a Xianxia, and it was indeed devouring everything around it. Sect Master, this is a Xianxia that can devour everything. It thrives in the void. I never thought that such a creature would exist, Henyi said in disbelief. Someone had discovered the Xianxia and reported it to the Above Heaven sect. Xianxia and his team were the closest to this place. Their mission was to keep an eye on this place and prevent the hive from escaping while waiting for a progenitor to arrive. After all, the Above Heaven sect did not dare to be careless after discovering the Xianxia. Not good, that person is trying to escape, Hen 7 reminded in a raspy voice. In the distance, there was a man at the center of the Xianxia. His face was fiery red, and his eyes were fierce. He looked around and nodded in satisfaction. With a wave of his hand, the Xianxia flew back into the hive. Xianxia frowned, as he could not wait any longer. The people who controlled the hive were very cautious, and they usually tore through the void to leave. If he waited any longer, he would not be able to explain himself to Lu Yin. Lu Yin was already dissatisfied with him, and he did not want to give Lu Yin an excuse to cause trouble for him. With that thought, Xianxia took a step forward. With his half-progenitor strength and a void god's domain, he instantly appeared in front of the man. Under the man's stunned gaze, he struck out without holding back. The man was only a hunter, and he did not even have the ability to resist Xianxia, who was a half-progenitor. However, just as Xianxia was about to hit him, an indescribable pain assaulted him, causing him to stop in his tracks and widen his eyes. Only then did the man regain his composure. He was a cautious person, and he had already spread out Qianli all around him. The moment Xianxia appeared, he sucked in the Qianli's thorns, and the pain instantly appeared and stopped him for a moment. At that moment, the man hurriedly controlled the Xianxia to fly towards Xianxia. At the same time, the stone dragons and the seven-star sword crawled out of the hive and attacked Xianxia. Xianxia roared in pain and waved his hand, using battle force in the realm of mastery to easily crush the surrounding insects. At that moment, the stone dragons formed into the shape of a flying dragon and charged towards Xianxia. Xianxia punched out. With a bang, the stone dragons shattered one by one. Tens of thousands of stone dragons could unleash the destructive power of a progenitor realm warrior. However, there were only 1,000 of them here, so it was impossible for them to unleash the destructive power of a progenitor realm warrior. At most, they could only unleash the destructive power of a half-progenitor realm warrior. On the other hand, Xianxia, with his battle chi of the Palm realm, possessed the strength of a combat ancestor realm warrior. Even if there were 10,000 stone dragons, they might not be able to withstand a single punch from him, let alone 1,000. The man was astonished. He was a peerless expert. He hurriedly retreated with the help of Jade Butterfly. Beside him, countless people in green, Shouwu, and Qianli rushed towards Xianxia. Xianxia endured the pain and continued to attack, destroying the insects. He had also experienced the pain of cultivating battle qi in the palm realm. Although the pain was terrible, it was not much different from the pain of cultivating battle qi in the palm realm. He would only stop when he suddenly suffered too much. But now, he had already gotten used to it. The man did not expect Xianxia to continue attacking while enduring Qianli's pain. Around him, the stone dragon and the seven-star sword were destroyed one by one. The seven-star sword left many marks on Xianxia's body, but it could not break through the battle aura of the mastery realm. In the distance, Henyi and the other members of Team E spread out to surround Xianxia. They did not dare to interfere, as they did not even consider whether they could endure the pain brought by Qianli. Just the seven-star sword alone was enough to kill them. The seven-star sword had a speed that only a progenitor could see through, and each sword had the same impact as a progenitor's sword. Xianxia could endure it with his battle aura of the mastery realm, but that did not mean that they could as well. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. As soon as they entered the battlefield, they would be torn apart in an instant. This was the strength of an insect nest. They were Team E, and they had once been famous in the above heavens era. In the current era, they could be considered powerhouses. However, against a mere hunter, this person's insect nest alone was enough to make them not dare to approach and even fight against Xianxia. The strength of an insect nest could be seen. This was also why Xianxia and the others had not acted rashly. There were too many uncertainties in the nest. Fortunately, Xianxia could hold on. The insects were destroyed one by one. The man relied on the insect nest to display his full strength, but he could not break through Xianxia's defenses. Xianxia could be considered his nemesis. He could not hold on for much longer. Suddenly, Scar 3 held in extreme pain, which attracted Xianxia's attention. The man's eyes widened. Let's see who dies first. First, Qianli was in pain. Then, the seven-star sword flew towards Scar 3 and the others. The destructive power of an insect nearing the progenitor realm was not something they could withstand. Xianxia hurriedly blocked the attack, but the man deliberately slowed down the seven-star sword's speed so that Xianxia could help Scar 3 and the others block the attack. During this time, the man could escape. His goal was not to kill Scar 3 and the others, but to escape. However, he had underestimated Xianxia. Not only did Xianxia possess battle aura of the mastery realm, but he also had a domain at the Void God realm. The man wanted to tear through the void and escape from an Void God domain expert, but it was impossible. He did not understand what a domain at the Void God realm was. The insect nest could give him great strength in the shortest amount of time, but it could not give him the experience to match that strength. As the void tore apart, the man realized that he could not leave at all. Xianxia gathered Scar 3 and the others in one direction and then stared at the man. He clenched his fist and unleashed battle aura of the mastery realm. He punched out, twisting the void and destroying the insects along the way. Whether it was the seven-star sword, the stone dragon, or the defense formed by the guard dance, they all collapsed under Xianxia's punch. The man looked at Xianxia in a daze, his mind blank. This was the feeling of death. The starry sky was silent, but the man could still see Xianxia. He did not die? In the distance, Xianxia was shocked. He did not die? Unknowingly, an old man appeared beside the man. He looked at Kanglin in his hand with interest. This little thing really devours everything. It even dares to devour my power. Interesting. Xianxia looked at the old man. Who are you? I am Xianxia, one of the 12 gate masters of the above heaven sect. The old man ignored Xianxia and looked at the man. These insects, are they useful? The man looked at the old man and was shocked because the old man was not hurt by Qianli's burrs. The insects around them seemed to be afraid of the old man and allowed him to approach. I'm asking you, are these insects useful? The man was startled and nodded. Yes, they are useful. Haha, to let an ant like you deal with a half-step ancestor, and one that can fight a half-step ancestor. Interesting. This is the insect nest. The Tian Yuan universe is unlucky. We haven't arrived yet, but we have to fight with these insects first. The old man gloated. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. Who are you? The old man looked at Xianxia. Did I allow you to speak? As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia, and the rest of the E-team exploded and died. Xianxia turned around. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. He stared blankly as the E-team exploded into a puddle of blood. For a moment, he was stunned. The E-team had followed him for many years. They had survived the first battle of the gods and the third battle of the gods. But now, they were all dead. In an instant. He could not accept it. I'm Xianxia. Go back and tell your master Lu that the spiritualized universe can give him a position and let him cooperate with us. Otherwise, we don't have to do anything. These insects will kill him. Xianxia turned his head and stared at the old man. His eyes were terrifyingly deep. Xianxia? The old man was Xianxia. He should have white hair and a young face, but at this moment, even his face looked old. He sneered and ignored Xianxia. Instead, he looked at the man. Take the insects and follow me. The man did not dare to resist and put all the insects into the nest. Behind him, the landscape map appeared. The man entered. Just as Xianxia was about to leave, Xianxia said, Old bastard, you're called Xianxia, right? Xianxia's face turned cold. He looked at Xianxia and said, Impudent. This old man spared your life so that you could pass on a message. You dare insult this old man? This old man will make you beg for death. I also want to see how much pain Qianli can cause. Xianxia clenched his fists. I don't need you to give me pain. Then, the dark purple substance on his body fell off and spread in all directions. A powerful aura was released. This was a breakthrough. Xianxia was surprised. Breaking through the ancestor? I've seen this path before. It's that ancient god, right? Interesting. But you think you can break through the ancestor in front of me? Who do you think you are? He raised his hand, and it seemed to expand countless times. It enveloped Xianxia and enveloped the battle force that Xianxia released. He exerted force, and with a bang, the void exploded. At the same time, Xianxia's blood splattered across the sky. What a laughable ant. Xianxia was disdainful and turned to leave. Just as he was about to step into the landscape map, the sky suddenly changed. He looked back and saw a figure slowly walking out. You want to leave after killing my people? Xianxia stared at the newcomer and smiled. It's you. Aren't you enjoying your life in the above heaven? This universe doesn't have much time left, Master Lu. The newcomer was Luin. Xianxia and the others had reported Kanglin's appearance to the above heaven, and Luin had immediately rushed over. After all, there weren't many progenitors left in the above heaven, and the 8 Daos had all gone to search for a hive. He hadn't expected to run into Primordial Fiend who was about to enter the landscape map. He hadn't seen Xianxia being killed, but Xingqiang had told him everything. It was too late, and he hadn't been able to stop it in time. I don't know how much time the universe has left, but it's time for you to end it. Luin attacked, and the space around his heart enveloped the surrounding area. Spears of soil shot towards Primordial Fiend from all directions. Primordial Fiend's gaze turned cold. There was no one else here, only Luin. Since that was the case, killing intent erupted from his eyes. If he took this opportunity to kill this person, there would be no one left in the universe who could unite the human race. This person's death would be a huge blow to the universe. Primordial Fiend could enter the landscape map and leave, but his desire to kill Luin made him advance instead of retreat. He grabbed at his surroundings, and the soil spears shattered one by one. They couldn't stop Primordial Fiend's hands at all. Parting the sky. Even if I can't use the sequence, I'll use these hands to tear you apart, Junior. End of chapter. Luin used the reverse step to parallel time. Primordial Old Monster waved his hand and the void surged, forcing Luin out. The power of time was useless against him. In front of him, Lu Ying struck out with his palm. The starry sky at his heart was filled with lines of power that formed a celestial phenomenon. Primordial old monster's eyes turned ferocious. Junior, I'm also famous for my palm strength in the spiritualized universe. Bang! 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 Lu Ying and primordial old monster's palms collided, causing the surroundings to shatter. The void world continued to spread and dyed the starry sky black. However, the starry sky quickly recovered and was covered by the starry sky at Lu Yin's heart. Stars rained down on primordial old monster, but Lu Yin's strength was endless. Primordial old monster resisted Lu Yin's powerful palm strength while withstanding the attacks of the stars. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Junior, your strength? After the Battle of Immemorial City, primordial old monster had not met the one true God and the rest. When Lu Ying was undergoing the progenitor's origin tribulation, primordial old monster had already left Immemorial City. Even if the Forgotten Ruins deity entered the landscape painting, he did not know that Lu Ying was chasing after the bone boat. At that time, Lu Yin's strength was very strong, and Xianxia was very clear about that. However, no matter what, Lu Yin's strength couldn't surpass his heaven-plucking cloud curtain. This was a palm technique passed down from the Beyond Heaven Palace, and it came from the supreme extremity. Even if Lu Ying could block his heaven-plucking cloud curtain once, he wouldn't be able to block a second or third time. However, Lu Ying had forcefully clashed with primordial old monster dozens of times, causing his palms to crack while Lu Ying himself showed no signs of retreat. How was this possible? Lu Yin's palm swept past primordial old monster, who quickly dodged and retreated. Lu Ying was shocked. He did not know about the Sky Palace? That's right, during the Battle of Immemorial City, his opponent had always been Mr. Mu. Primordial old monster had never made a move, and even if he did, it would be useless as the Sky Palace was sealed. In other words, primordial old monster did not know about the Sky Palace at all. It was a terrifying technique that could make unlimited use of all power. With this technique, as long as Lu Yin's destructive power reached a certain level, he could surpass everyone else. However, primordial fiend's skyparting palm had also shocked Lu Ying. There were very few beings in the universe that could withstand his strength, not even the Force Beast or Shuang. Primordial fiend had not displayed such strength during the battle at Primeval City. But primordial old monster. Lu Yin's primordial old monster. When primordial fiend was sucked into his heart, he was destined to bear this boundless power. Either he could defeat Lu Ying with absolute power, or he could only be defeated by Lu Ying. Primordial old monster kept dodging as he executed a strange footwork battle technique that wasn't any weaker than the reverse step and also contained the power of time. Time force was ineffective against primordial, and primordial's time force was also ineffective against Lu Ying. He dodged several times, but in the end, Lu Yin's palm landed on his shoulder and sent him flying. Lu Ying took a step forward. Where's your bell? During the war in Primeval City, Primordial Origin's most powerful weapon was his bell. The sound of the bell could affect the entire Primeval City battlefield. If not for Mr. Mu's flute, Primeval City would not have been able to hold out. However, in the final battle, in order to escape from the Primeval City battlefield and help the bone galleon of the one true God, he caused his bell to shatter. If not for that, Lu Ying would not have been confident in keeping primordial old monster here. Primordial old monster coughed up blood and looked up to see Lu Ying close behind. He gritted his teeth and blood stained his clothes. Brat, do you really think you can keep me here? Those who take advantage of their seniority usually do not have a good ending. Lu Ying struck Xianxia's abdomen again, causing him to spit out blood and fly backwards. Xianxia wanted to retreat into the landscape painting, but from the first time he had tried to fight Lu Ying instead of retreating, it was impossible for him to get close to the painting again. This was Lu Yin's space, and only Lu Ying could call the shots here. Primordial old monster never imagined that he would be completely suppressed by Lu Ying one day. Damn it, his bell was shattered, and he could not use his sequence art. He could not get close to the landscape painting. Damn it. Pfft. Lu Ying struck out with his palm and broke primordial old monster's arm. The remaining force hit primordial old monster's forehead, almost knocking him out. In the distance, the landscape painting suddenly flew away. Someone was controlling it to avoid Luine. Luine grabbed Primordial Old Monster with one hand and chased after the painting using reverse steps. Primordial Old Monster's gaze was fierce. I'm one of the great Xianxia. How can I be so miserable? Xianxia, save me. Landscape painting, come back. No matter how Primordial Old Monster shouted, the painting continued to fly away. Luine raised his hand and suppressed it. Within the painting, Xianxia, the forgetful ruins god, and Wang Xiaoyu looked up. Even if this person's strength is not at the primordial realm, he can still use the laws to not get close. We can't stop him. Come help me. Xianxia's expression was solemn. The forgetful ruins god was surprised. You're not saving Primordial Old Monster? He won't live. Xianxia did not hesitate. Primordial Old Monster was not facing an ordinary cultivator, but one of the top experts of the Tianyuan universe. Even if Luine could not compare to the one true god or the primogenitor at their peak, it would not be a problem for him to deal with a weakened Primordial Old Monster. If they tried to save Primordial Old Monster, they would only be sacrificing themselves. This was something that Xianxia had seen very clearly. She had fought with Luine before, and it had been within the bone vessel. She had not told Primordial Old Monster about Lu Yin's situation. Xianxia. Primordial Old Monster shouted, calling for the landscape painting. Lu Yin's land pressed down, causing the painting to shrink. Surging sequence particles shot up, forming a visible pillar of light that blocked the land. The sequence particles were constantly repelled by space, but because there were so many of them, it was difficult to repel them all. Xianxia's voice rang out from within the painting, Senior Primordial Old Monster, you can no longer escape. Do not disappoint Xianxia and disgrace our spiritualized universe. Otherwise, your descendant will not have a good ending with you, Xianxia. Primordial Old Monster's eyes narrowed as he stared at the painting. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as he raised his hand and used the overturning palm. Boom! The cosmos rumbled as if the world was collapsing. Lu Yin grabbed Primordial Old Monster with one hand and pressed down with the other. He had to leave the painting behind. Suddenly, Primordial Fiend roared, I won't betray Xianxia's name. Xianxia, protect my descendant when he ascends to Xianxia's position. I'll lend you a hand. A bell appeared, and although it was badly damaged, it still rang out with a deafening sound. Lu Yin felt dizzy and subconsciously released Primordial Old Monster. Primordial Old Monster spat out a mouthful of blood as he stared at Lu Yin mournfully and rang the bell again. Lu Yin used his finger as a sword and pierced through the bell, causing it to ring out one last time. At the same time, the Divine Seal Catalog appeared, and Hong Yan, Wu Tian, and Hong Yan chased after it. They left with the painting. But it was too late. The painting contained a boundless amount of sequence particles, and its composition was the so close, yet worlds apart sequence. If there was even the slightest chance, they would have escaped without a trace. The bell shattered completely, and Primordial Old Monster clutched at his heart as he slowly fell to the ground. Lu Yin looked into the distance. It was a pity that the painting had escaped. Cough, cough. I never thought that I would be defeated by old Devil Mu's disciple after fighting with him for so many years. Primordial Old Monster laughed bitterly, his face ashen. Lu Yin looked at Primordial Old Monster, you were never my match after losing the bell. Didn't Xianxia tell you? Primordial Old Monster's gaze turned cold, you were the one who injured her? Lu Yin's lips curled up. It seems that even though your spiritualized universe has a fixed cultivation method, the sinister nature of people's hearts is unavoidable. She had the chance to tell you so that you wouldn't fight me head-on, but she deliberately chose not to. It must have something to do with your so-called Xianxia position. Primordial Old Monster's gaze was filled with hatred, but it quickly dimmed as he said dejectedly, the younger generation will surpass us in time. I've been unhindered my entire life, but in the end, I was schemed against by two juniors. What a joke. Lu Yin looked at Primordial Old Monster. The difference in strength between having the bell and not having it is like heaven and earth. Your spiritualized universe has a fixed cultivation method, sequence methods, and even a sequence foundation. However, the weakness is obvious. If you rely too much on this method, your strength will decrease. The bell is a product of your spiritualization, so you can use it to fight my master, Mr. Mu. However, how many existences in your spiritualized universe can spiritualize? Most of them are spirit molts. The sequence methods and sequence foundations of the spiritualized universe were all products of cultivation methods. For spiritualized cultivators, there was also an extremely powerful transformation, which was spiritualization. Only a very small number of people could spiritualize. This was the second transformation after spirit molting. Only spiritualization could give birth to a weapon or innate gift that belonged to the spiritualized person. For example, Jialan Jilua thought that the 3-foot-long sword was a turbid treasure, but it was actually spiritualized. This was what the ancestor of the past had told Luin and the others. Primordial Old Monster's bell and Zhang Yan's brocade sky diagram were both spiritualized products. Once the spiritualized weapon was defeated, the spiritualized person would only lose even more miserably. The sequence methods, sequence foundations, and spiritualization formed the spiritualized universe. They were confident that they could deal with the consciousness universe and the Tianyuan universe at the same time. In reality, this confidence was not wrong. After losing his spiritualized weapon, the bell, Primordial Old Monster could only be regarded as a relatively powerful primordial realm expert. He could not compare to Mr. Mu, who was the strongest in a universe. Even Luin could defeat Primordial Old Monster, which meant that his strength was about the same as the protectors of the 4 cardinal regions. However, Primordial Old Monster who possessed the spiritualized bell was a true monster. If he also possessed the landscape map, then he would be even more extraordinary. Even Mr. Mu would not be able to keep him here. Spiritualization was equivalent to forcefully increasing the strength of a spiritualized universe's cultivator. Coupled with the sequence foundations, it was easy to imagine. Primordial Old Monster looked at Luin mockingly, so what if you belittle the cultivators of my spiritualized universe? Our spiritualized universe uses various methods to increase our strength to surpass your Tianyuan universe. Since you know about spiritualization, it seems that you understand our spiritualized universe quite well. You should also know about the upper extremity and lower extremity, heaven beyond heaven, and the 10 foundations. This is a power that you cannot defeat. If you let this old man live, I can guarantee that you will live, including your family, friends, and everyone you care about. They will all live and join my spiritualized universe. With your talent, joining my spiritualized universe and cultivating the sequence methods, it is not impossible for you to obtain the sequence foundations. At the very least, you will reach the Sang Tian position. Luin truly did not know about the upper extremity, lower defense, heaven beyond heaven, and the 10 foundational laws. The ancestor of the ancient era had not mentioned it, perhaps because he was worried that it would put too much pressure on them and cause the Tianyuan universe to retreat. What do you mean by that? Xianxia was surprised. You don't know? I don't know. Old Monster Primordial Origin sneered, it seems like your side is also disloyal. Someone wants to trick you into fighting a decisive battle with my spiritualized universe. Who is it? Was it a life form from the universe of consciousness? I guessed that the life form of the conscious universe would betray us. Black Wuxian or White Wuxian? Black and White Godless came from the consciousness universe. They had betrayed the consciousness universe and joined the spiritualized universe. The spiritualized universe was worried and sent them to the Tianyuan universe to assist the Eternals. You don't need to know that. Since you want me to join the spiritualized universe, then you should tell me everything. Luin was calm, as Primordial Fiend had no other choice. Primordial Origin coughed up blood again. At that moment, another person arrived. It was Chui, who had gone to the Above Heaven sect to look for Luin. He had learned that Luin had gone to capture a hive and that Frisia had appeared. He had waited for a while, but when he saw that Luin had yet to return, he hurried over. When Chui arrived and saw that Xianxia was heavily injured, he was shocked. Xianxia? Primordial Origin looked at Chui coldly before turning back to Luin. The so-called upper extremity and lower extremity, heaven beyond heaven, and 10 base sequence supreme law refers to the absolute powerhouses that rule our spiritualized universe. The supreme laws are the 88 inherited sequence laws. They correspond to the sequence laws of your Tianyuan universe, and any expert who cultivates the sequence laws can fight against the experts of your Tianyuan universe's sequence laws. This is because even our spiritualized universe is unable to allow cultivators below the ancestor realm to master the sequence laws ahead of time. At most, they can only use the sequence laws to comprehend and gain a rudimentary understanding, making preparations to break through to the ancestor realm and grasp the sequence laws. This far surpasses your Tianyuan cosmos. Lord Lu, you still don't have a direction for your cultivation of the sequence laws, right? Luin did not deny it, as he truly did not have a direction. Sequence rules? What kind of sequence rules? He didn't even know which one to cultivate. The 3 realms, 6 paths, and the others all cultivated the destruction of sequence rules. In other words, they broke the original rules and created their own. Logically speaking, the starry sky in his heart completely repelled other sequence particles, which was equivalent to a sequence rule. However, other than repelling sequence particles, there didn't seem to be any other ability in the path of sequence rules. He had never felt that he was a powerhouse of the sequence laws. This was also a question that he had been thinking about since the Battle of Immemorial City, but he still could not find a direction. Our spiritualized universe has a direction. We have a way to let every cultivator find a sequence law that suits them. We can avoid pointless cultivation and speed up the speed of cultivation. We can eliminate those who can't cultivate to the sequence law level and use resources reasonably. The 10-base sequence is the foundation of the sequence. You should have heard of this before, but I can tell you that other than the 10-base sequence, our spiritualized universe also has the foundation of the sequence. It's just that we haven't used it yet. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Chewie could not help but clench his fists. Was there more? Primordial Beginning sneered, do you think the sequence foundation will not be destroyed? Could they maintain the number of 10 forever? You're wrong. The number of 10 bases is a tradition of our spiritualized universe. If we lose one, we'll immediately replenish it. This is the only way to ensure that there will always be a sequence of 10 bases. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been 10 bases a long time ago. Just like just now, if you had destroyed the landscape painting, our spiritualized universe would still be able to replenish one of its bases. Don't think that your opponent only has 10 bases. Even I don't know what kind of sequence foundation is being constructed. Only certain people from Beyond Heaven know. Beyond Heaven is the name of a palace that contains all the experts of the spiritualized universe. Our spiritualized universe was unified countless years ago, and any powerhouse born in the spiritualized universe must join Beyond Heaven. I am no exception. Beyond Heaven signifies that the spiritualized universe is at the pinnacle. It is not below any sky, but rather beyond Heaven. The sky of the spiritualized universe is called the Mulberry Sky, and I am one of the Mulberry Heavens, representing the spiritualized universe's ruler. The 7 great Mulberry Heavens suppress the spiritualized universe, and above the 7 great Mulberry Heavens is the Mulberry Heavens. We are all under the orders of the Mulberry Heavens, and our lives belong to the Mulberry Heavens. In the entire spiritualized universe, the only one who can see the pinnacle is the Mulberry Heavens. The Mulberry Heavens are second only to the pinnacle of the spiritualized universe. The upper heaven and the lower heaven, Beyond Heaven, and the 10-base sequence law. Master Lu, how can your Tianyuan universe resist? During the Battle of Immemorial City, I did not use the landscape map, but once I did, Old Man Mu might not be my match. Similarly, I have 6 others, and above me is the Mulberry Heavens. How can you fight against them? Joining my spiritualized universe is your only way out. Master Lu, including your masters, Old Man Mu and Tai Chu, can all become Mulberry Heavens and become unrivaled powerhouses in my spiritualized universe. Whether it is the spiritualized universe or the Tianyuan universe, it makes no difference to you. Why care about the lives of ants in this universe? I can even ask the Mulberry Heavens to preserve your heavenly sect and let the entire sect join Beyond Heaven to preserve your era. Lu Yin suddenly attacked and knocked Xianxia unconscious with a single palm strike. As he watched Xianxia collapse, Chewie said, Ancestor did not tell us everything. Lu Yin said, she was afraid that we would not want to start a war with the spiritualized universe. Now, we have a clear understanding of the spiritualized universe. The Mulberry Heavens, the 7 great Mulberry Heavens, and the sequence law. They are truly powerful, Chewie said. Lu Yin smiled. An unknown enemy is the most terrifying. Now, the spiritualized universe does not seem that scary to me. There are not many in the Tianyuan universe who can fight against mulberry heavens. Their numbers are not even comparable to mulberry heavens, let alone you mulberry heavens. With their sequence law, they will not be easy to deal with. Then why did Xianxia not use the landscape map during the Battle of Immemorial City? I just attacked the landscape map. This sequence law has a miraculous effect on those below the primordial realm. Even progenitor Chen was almost imprisoned, but it does not have much effect on those who do not have laws close to them. This old man is not telling the truth. If the spiritualized universe could really crush us, they would have attacked long ago. Even so, if we really fought, we would definitely be at a disadvantage. The main thing is how strong you mulberry heavens is to be able to suppress Xianxia at his peak. Also, how many experts are there in Beyond Heaven? I forgot to ask him about Xianxia and Zhang Yan's levels. But it is definitely not mulberry heavens, or Zhang Yan would not have schemed against Xianxia. Chui was surprised. Zhang Yan schemed against Xianxia? Luyin explained what had happened, and Chui thought about it. If that is the case, Zhang Yan should be a powerhouse in Beyond Heaven, but she has not reached mulberry heaven's level. This is not good news. I would rather she be mulberry heavens. Luyin was helpless. I would also rather she be mulberry heavens. 7 mulberry heavens and 1 you mulberry heavens were absolute experts. However, it was difficult to know how many sequence law realm powerhouses and progenitors there were in the spiritualized universe. According to Xianxia, the spiritualized universe's cultivation method would definitely be able to nurture a considerable number of sequence law realm powerhouses. Luyin felt a headache coming on. He had created a large number of progenitors to deal with the unknown spiritualized universe, but this hive was also a problem. Luyin looked into the distance and saw that Xianxia and Timi were dead. Not even their corpses remained. Originally, Luyin did not think much of Xianxia and the others. After all, when Xianxia and the others had first appeared, they had a conflict with Luyin and schemed against each other. Furthermore, they were disciples of the ancient god and were feared by the above heaven sect. However, after the ancient god's tragic death in battle, everyone's impression of Xianxia and Timi had changed. Unfortunately, the ancient god was dead, and so were Xianxia and Timi. His impression of the third mainland was slowly disappearing. He also did not know where the hive that had nurtured Frisia had gone. The hive and the spiritualized universe had both gathered in this universe, and it had not happened overnight. The arrival of the lost tribe would eventually attract the attention of the immortal master of the hive, which had led Luyin to draw out the card and bring the hive here. The spiritualized universe had been plotting against the Tianyuan universe for countless years, starting from the era of the above heaven sect. These were not problems at the moment, but rather problems that had developed over the years. Now, all of them had to be dealt with, just like how they had dealt with the Eternals. Luyin suddenly thought of something and decided to head to Immemorial City. As for Primordial Fiend, he would ask Chui to capture him and bring him to the above heaven sect. Luyin had originally wanted to kill Primordial Fiend, but Primordial Fiend was a way for them to understand the spiritualized universe. Progenitor she might not be reliable, so it was better to keep him locked up. Primordial Fiend did not want to die, and he was willing to say anything to survive. On the other side, the landscape painting had used the so close, yet worlds apart sequence to escape Luyin's control, tearing through the void several times to prevent Luyin from catching up. Within the landscape painting, Zhang Yan heaved a sigh of relief, he had finally escaped. Primordial Fiend, thank you for helping me escape. Don't worry, I will take care of your descendants. Sang Tian's position had finally been vacated, but there were still competitors, especially that woman. After so many years, Primordial Fiend might not be the only Sang Tian who had died. Zhang Yan smiled when he thought of this, and his originally lively gaze became even more lively. It seems that Senior Primordial Fiend has met with misfortune, the Forgotten Ruins deity sighed with regret. Wang Xiaoyu calmly stood at the peak of the mountain, looking at the land where Progenitor Chen had fought. At this moment, the entire landscape painting had shrunk by more than 10 times. Some of it had filled in the land, mountains, and rivers, but most of it had been consumed in the battle with Luyin. At the foot of the mountain, the man with the hive looked around nervously. He did not know where he was, but he knew that he could not make the slightest movement. Xianxia said, "Senior primordial fiend will not die in vain. Our spiritualized universe will definitely avenge him." "What do we do now?" the Forgotten Ruins deity asked. Xianxia looked at the man at the foot of the mountain. "Where's the hive?" The man hesitated, but under Xianxia's gaze, he still took out the hive and handed it to Xianxia. Xianxia took the hive with a strange gaze. "Is this the thing that made the above heaven sect search for it with great fanfare? It allowed an ant like you to fight against a half-ancestor and almost escape. Is this the inheritance of an insect? How many types of insects are there?" The man was about to answer when he suddenly stared blankly behind Xianxia. He had to attend the annual meeting, so his schedule was packed. Speaking of which, what if he got airsick? Seeing the man's gaze, Xianxia's heart sank. She subconsciously wanted to leave, but her back was suddenly hit. Her mind went blank and she forgot everything. Where she was, what she did, her name, techniques, combat skills, and so on. Everything was forgotten in an instant. She even forgot to look back as she stared blankly at the mountains and land in front of her. Behind her, in the eyes of Xiaoyu and the man in the nest, the god of forgetfulness's gaze was calm. Her temperament was completely different from before, like a rose blooming in a dark abyss. Both her clothes and veil were dark and deep. When Xianxia was hit by the forgetfulness technique, her hand gently pressed on Xianxia's shoulder. In an instant, the turbulent sequence particles spread wildly and completely invaded Xianxia's body. Xianxia was like a puppet, standing there blankly, not knowing anything. 9 wolves appeared in the sky and roared at the sky. The man who got the nest was so scared that his legs turned to jelly. He looked at everything in horror. The 9 huge wolf heads brought with them a monstrous power, as if they were going to devour the world. Xiaoyu stood at the peak of the mountain as the wind blew past and lifted her hair. She just watched calmly. With a hiss, a line of blood streaked across and spilled on the ground in a straight line. Xianxia was still staring blankly ahead. In her eyes, the light faded and she slowly fell. The god of forgetfulness retracted her hand and the sequence particles disappeared. The 9 wolves also dispersed at the same time. She looked up again and smiled at Xiaoyu. Her smile was so beautiful, flirtatious, and extremely seductive. "See, Xiaoyu, I told you, it'll be quick." Hee hee. Xiaoyu and the god of forgetfulness looked at each other. "Congratulations, ancestor, for mastering the landscape map." The god of forgetfulness sighed deeply and looked like she had a headache. "But we haven't mastered it yet. We've been here for so long and we still haven't figured out how to control this sequence foundation." "Xiaoyu, you're so smart, do you understand it?" "No. So cold." "Alright, I'll study it slowly." After saying that, she looked at the foot of the mountain and smiled at the man again. Her smile made the man's heart skip a beat and he walked towards the god of forgetfulness uncontrollably. The god of forgetfulness was beautiful to begin with. The attraction she brought to the man was indescribable, even if he had just experienced a monstrous power. Even if it was an abyss of certain death, the man was willing to step in. He was completely attracted by the god of forgetfulness at this moment. "What's your name?" The god of forgotten ruins sized up the man. Her eyes curved into a beautiful arc, like a crescent moon. The man suddenly reacted and looked at the god of forgotten ruins in horror and fear. What happened to him just now? He thought of the 9 wolves swallowing the sky. He looked at Xianxia's body on the ground and swallowed his saliva. Suddenly, the man felt a chill run down his spine. He looked at the god of forgetfulness again. The god of forgetfulness was clearly smiling, but that smile made him extremely terrified. I'm Xianxia. How did you get this hive?" "I got it by accident." "You can say that I picked it up. You really are the chosen one. Tell me, what do you want to do with this hive?" Xianxia looked at the hive in the Forgotten Ruins god's hands. He was confused at first, but it was soon replaced by hatred. "I want revenge. I want revenge on Luin." "Luin?" The god of Forgotten Ruins was surprised. Atop the mountain peak, Xiaoyu's eyes flashed. The entire universe knew who Luin was, but that did not mean that they were qualified to interact with him, much less become enemies with him. Not everyone was qualified to become enemies with Luin, let alone take revenge on him. The god of Forgotten Ruins was really curious. Haha, revenge on Luin? Tell me, what feud do you have with Luin? Yan Gang recalled and clenched his fists. I was originally from the Fire's Melt planet in the Outerverse Frostwave Weave. I followed the Sky Flame tribe's young master Yen Feng and knew him since young. We had a very good relationship, but when I went to Earth to train, I became enemies with Luin for various reasons. Then, at the young master's wedding with the Great Yu Empire's Geniana, Luin appeared and killed the young master in front of everyone, destroying Fire's Melt planet. It's all Lu Yin's fault. Otherwise, Fire's Melt planet would still exist. All these years, I'd been bullied and humiliated. Many people wanted to curry favor with Luin and made a list of those who had offended him. No matter where I went, I would be found by those people. They did not kill me and only humiliated me to attract Lu Yin's attention. They did not treat me as a person at all. Yan Gang squatted down and gritted his teeth as he stared at the ground. I've been living in hell for the past few decades. I wanted to die many times, but they saved me. I didn't dare contact my family, and I didn't dare to get close to anyone. I just wandered the universe alone like a toy. They believed that Luin would find out about me one day and praise me. I hate those people. I hate Luin even more. I hate everything in this universe. The god of Forgotten Ruins looked at Yan Gang, who was squatting on the ground. What a pitiful fellow. You still do not understand reality. Yan Gang raised his head and looked at the god of Forgotten Ruins in confusion. The god of Forgotten Ruins looked down at him. Do you know what the greatest revenge is? Yan Gang was at a loss. It is to let those who think they can curry favor with be humiliated and tortured by the people they need to curry favor with. That is the greatest revenge. Those people want to humiliate you to get close to Luin. Why don't you hand over the hive and bury the hatchet with Luin? You will be rewarded by the above heaven sect and humiliate them instead. The god of Forgotten Ruins said slowly. Yan Gang's jaw dropped. That's right, why didn't he do that? Those people wanted to get close to Luin, but if he handed over the hive and got closer to Luin before them, he would be rewarded by Luin. He could then use Lu Yin's power to humiliate them. How desperate would they be? The closer they want to get to Luin, the more they understand Lu Yin's power. And you, who can borrow Lu Yin's power, what kind of power would you have? The god of Forgotten Ruins' voice sounded like a demon's whisper. Yan Gang was agitated. Yes, I want to hand over the hive. I want to borrow Lu Yin's power to humiliate those people. Those bastards, they will die. I want them to die. Ha ha ha, Xiaoyu, look at how cute this fellow is. He even believes this. Ha ha ha. The god of Forgotten Ruins laughed. Wang Xiaoyu calmly looked at the god of Forgotten Ruins playing tricks on Yan Gang without any expression. Yan Gang was stunned. He looked at the god of Forgotten Ruins blankly. No, is that wrong? The god of Forgotten Ruins shook her head and looked at Yan Gang pitifully. Little fellow, your enemy is Luin. Have you forgotten? Yan Gang did not understand what the god of Forgotten Ruins meant. Was this woman right? Should he hand over the hive? He was completely confused. What a stupid little fellow. Since you have control of the hive, follow us for now. I want to see how powerful this hive is to make our little Luin so afraid. Haha. After speaking, the god of Forgotten Ruins walked out of the starry sky with the landscape map. She was still unable to control the map from the inside. Just as she walked out of the starry sky, the god of Forgotten Ruins' expression changed. She looked into the distance angrily. Over there, Progenitor Chen walked out. You're really persistent. Xiaoshang, one day I will. You'll pay the price. Progenitor Chen looked at the landscape map. Where's that old fellow? He had just tracked here and did not know that primordial old monster was left behind by Luin. He also did not know that Luin had encountered the landscape map. He's in the map. Do you want to be trapped again? Come if you can. The god of Forgotten Ruins provoked and entered the map. Progenitor Chen shook his head. If that old fellow is still here, he won't let you touch the map. After speaking, he stepped out and came to the outside of the map. He entered without hesitation. He looked at the surrounding mountains and rivers. It had shrunk so much? The god of forgotten ruins stared at Progenitor Chen. Xiaoshang, you really dare to come in? Progenitor Chen snorted. If I can get out once, I can do it again. It seems that old fellow is really not here. Wang Miao Miao, what's going on with Xiaoyu? The god of forgotten ruins laughed. Ask her yourself. Why are you asking me? At the foot of the mountain, Yan Gang collapsed. Xiaoshang? Wasn't that Progenitor Chen's name? How could he meet such a legendary person? He relied on the hive to step out of this level. He could not understand. There were more and more legendary figures. Progenitor Chen looked at the peak of the mountain. Wang Xiaoyu was as calm as ever. I'm a traitor to humanity. If you want to end it yourself, I can do it. I betrayed humanity willingly. There's no point in saying more. Progenitor Chen attacked, but not Wang Xiaoyu, but the god of forgotten ruins. The god of forgotten ruins had expected this. He struck out with his palm. The art of forgetfulness made Progenitor Chen stunned for a moment. In a battle between masters, a moment of distraction could lead to irreversible consequences. However, the god of forgotten ruins did not attack because she was also stunned. Progenitor Chen also used the art of forgetfulness. Progenitor Chen also knew the art of forgetfulness of the Wang family. Both of them were stunned by the power of forgetfulness. The god of forgotten ruins gritted her teeth in anger. She had no advantage against Progenitor Chen. Progenitor Chen understood the power of the Wang family and even learned it. With her own talent, she had fought with Progenitor Chen in the ancestral world. Although 8 of Progenitor Chen's 9 doppelgangers were destroyed, the remaining one was enough to put the god of forgotten ruins at a disadvantage. This was because this one was the strongest. This one had been silent in the burial garden for many years and created a chain of palms that stunned the one true god. The god of forgotten ruins was easily suppressed by Progenitor Chen and was forced to retreat. Progenitor Chen's chain of palms directly used the sequence particles in the landscape painting to form a surging sequence rule. The god of forgotten ruins almost vomited blood. She had waited so long for Yuanqi's accident to happen. The landscape painting that she stole from Zhang Yan was not as handy as Progenitor Chen's. Progenitor Chen's keen sense of battle was not something the god of forgotten ruins could resist. She had known this a long time ago. In that era, Progenitor Chen and Progenitor Ku had stunned the Eternals and made the 7 heavenly gods focus on them. Xiaoyu, what are you waiting for? The god of forgotten ruins shouted. The 9 wolves swallowing the sky were destroyed by Progenitor Chen. The mountains and rivers disappeared continuously, turning into sequence particles that Progenitor Chen borrowed and integrated into his chain of palms. Above Yan Gang's head, the mountains shattered. Everything around them became illusory. It was all fake. At this moment, a king's staff appeared in Progenitor Chen's hand. It was Wang Xiaoyu's talent, the Void King's staff. Can you take the king's staff? Progenitor Chen looked at the king's staff in a daze. In silence, the king's staff turned into a stream of light and penetrated Progenitor Chen's body. Blood flowed from the corner of Progenitor Chen's mouth. He slowly turned his head to look at Wang Xiaoyu in the distance. Wang Xiaoyu was still calm. If you don't attack me, you will die. The Void King's scepter's gift was very special. Only when most people in the surrounding area recognized the scepter as having the temperament of a king could the scepter be used. Otherwise, they would be injured by the scepter. Ancestor Chen was powerful and an elite, but that didn't mean he had the temperament of a king. Those were 2 different concepts. Obviously, in this landscape painting, no one recognized Ancestor Chen as a king. He was strong, but not a king. The Void King's scepter appeared in Ancestor Chen's hand again. Wang Xiaoyu's voice sounded in his ears. Can you take the scepter? The light passed through. Ancestor Chen took a step back and was injured by the scepter again. Then, the scepter appeared again. The light passed through Ancestor Chen's body again and again. Ancestor Chen looked at Wang Xiaoyu with a complicated and unbelievable look. The god of forgotten ruins came to Wang Xiaoyu's side and raised his hand. Ancestor Chen's eyes widened. He crushed the scepter in his hand and hurt Wang Xiaoyu instead, causing her to cough up blood. But he couldn't care less. Wang Miao Miao, stop. The god of Forgotten Ruins' hand floated above Wang Xiaoyu's head. His lips curled up and his temperament was deep. He was like a black rose blooming in the abyss, tempting but dangerous. The Void King scepter can't kill you no matter what. Xiaoshang, Xiaoyu's strength is far weaker than yours. But what if she dies? Wang Xiaoyu coughed and wiped the blood from her mouth. She turned her head. Ancestor, you want to kill me? The god of Forgotten Ruins said helplessly, Xiaoyu, I have no other choice. Xiaoshang is not easy to deal with. He's staring at us not because of me, but because of you. Tell me, should I use you to threaten him? Wang Xiaoyu's eyes were cold. I've never betrayed you. The god of Forgotten Ruins smiled coldly. So you should help me. In the distance, Ancestor Chen stared at this scene. He didn't expect the god of Forgotten Ruins to threaten him with Wang Xiaoyu's life. Wang Miao Miao, I won't stop you. Leave behind the landscape painting, Xiaoyu, and the insect nest. Then you can go. The god of Forgotten Ruins smiled at Ancestor Chen. You could find me because of the pattern you left on my face. It disgusts me. Xiaoshang, what you brought to me won't end so easily. What do you want to do? Ancestor Chen's face darkened. The god of Forgotten Ruins approached Wang Xiaoyu's face and gently stroked her hair. Look at this girl. She used to love you so much and saved your life. Even in her dreams, she calls out your name. What do you think you should do for her? The only reason you're still alive is because of her. Do you know why she betrayed the Fifth Mainland? Wang Xiaoyu shouted, Ancestor. The god of Forgotten Ruins smiled. Alright, I won't say anything. She looked at Ancestor Chen. Xiaoshang, you owe her a lot. Patriarch Chen stared at Wang Xiaoyu. What's going on? Wang Xiaoyu and Progenitor Chen looked at each other. I have never regretted betraying the Fifth Mainland. I have cultivated divine power, and the Eternals are my everything. Patriarch Chen stared at the god of Forgetful Ruins. Wang Miao Miao, what do you want to do? Just say it. The god of Forgotten Ruins licked his lips and smiled, it's simple. You, return to the burial garden and don't go out for 1,000 years. Ancestor Chen's eyes flashed. How is it? It didn't cause any harm to you, and it didn't make you betray the humans. It's simple, isn't it? The god of Forgotten Ruins said slowly. Ancestor Chen looked at her. I can't do it. The god of Forgotten Ruins raised an eyebrow. You don't want Wang Xiaoyu's life anymore? You should be able to do anything for her, right? Yes. Give the landscape painting and the hive to Luyin, and I'll take 3 moves from you. Within these 3 moves, I won't resist, fight back, or dodge. Ancestor Chen's gaze was piercingly cold. The god of Forgotten Ruins smiled. Won't resist? Won't fight back? Won't dodge? Xiaoshang, you're courting death. Wang Miao Miao, I've been entangled with you for too long, and it's time to end it. Now that the Above Heaven sect has been established, I have no regrets even if I die. However, you have to give the landscape painting and the hive to Luyin, and tell him about Xiaoyu's situation after 3 moves. These are the conditions. Do you agree or not? Hehe, is it worth it? If you want to know about Xiaoyu, you can come to me. Just for the landscape painting and the hive? The god of Forgotten Ruins looked around and glanced at Xiaoshang. She knew Xiaoshang well, and he was definitely not someone who wanted to die. However, at this moment, he was doing this. Were these 2 things more valuable than his life? The landscape painting was understandable. After all, one could use this sequence to find the cultivation method of the spiritualized universe. However, was the hive really that important? Progenitor Chen frowned. Do you agree or not? Yan Gang trembled and did not dare to make a sound. In this place, he did not have the power to make any decisions. The god of Forgotten Ruins breathed into Wang Xiaoyu's neck. Xiaoyu, do you agree or not? Wang Xiaoyu was calm. Can I kill him in 3 moves? I should be able to. The god of Forgotten Ruins' eyes flashed fiercely as she licked her lips. Wang Xiaoyu looked at Progenitor Chen, and he looked back at her. It's worth it to use this opportunity to get rid of humanity's greatest enemy. Xiaxia is praised by Lord Eternity for his combat prowess. His existence will always be a threat. Progenitor Chen's eyes dimmed. The god of forgotten ruins smiled. Xiaxia, did you hear that? You still want to continue the deal? Wait, you can't provoke him. Otherwise, he'll be disheartened and give up on you. Perhaps he'll cancel the deal, hee. Progenitor Chen clasped his hands behind his back. Since I proposed it, I won't regret it. Give him the landscape painting and the hive. Tell me about Xiaoyu after 3 moves. Wang Miao Miao, do you agree or not? Fine, I agree. Xiaxia, you'll definitely die. The god of forgotten ruins sneered. Hand over the landscape painting and the hive first, and I'll take 3 moves from you. Progenitor Chen's expression was solemn. The god of forgotten ruins raised an eyebrow. Hand over the items first? What if you're lying? Xiaoyu is in your hands. The god of forgotten ruins believed him. If Wang Xiaoyu was no longer worthy of Xiaoxiang's attention, he could directly attack and snatch the landscape painting and the hive. There was no need to beat around the bush. Besides, the 2 items were not that important. It would be better if he could get them, but it did not matter if he could not. You can only get the landscape painting and the hive first. I'll give you the 2nd item after the 3rd move, the god of forgotten ruins said. Progenitor Chen's gaze turned cold. Fine. Under the boundless starry sky, the god of forgotten ruins led Wang Xiaoyu and Yan Gang to confront Progenitor Chen. Hand over the landscape painting first, Progenitor Chen said faintly. Compared to the hive, the above heaven sect had been destroyed a lot, so it was not that urgent. However, the landscape painting was different. It represented the foundation of the 10 sequences in the spiritualized universe. It was an absolute treasure. The god of forgotten ruins sighed. I'm regretting it. After all, it's a treasure of the spiritualized universe. Did I just exchange it for Xiaoxiang's life? If you don't agree to my conditions, you won't be able to leave today. If you want to kill Xiaoyu, I'll kill you too. I'll die with her. You know I'm not afraid of death, Progenitor Chen said bluntly. The god of forgotten ruins rolled his eyes. Who isn't afraid of death? But since I've agreed, I won't go back on my word. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand and the landscape painting was pushed toward Progenitor Chen. Progenitor Chen took the landscape painting and directly tore open the void and threw it over. On the other side of the void was the primordial space. The god of forgotten ruins did not stop him. She watched as the landscape painting was thrown into the primordial space. This item was not fated with her. First move. The god of forgotten ruins raised his hand, and 9 huge wolf heads filled the sky. 9 wolves devour the heavens. This was a move that the god of forgotten ruins often used, and Luin and the others were familiar with it. However, they did not know that the 9 wolves devour the heavens had another move. This move had been abandoned by the god of forgotten ruins because she had used it for too long. In battle, no enemy would give her such a long time to use it, but at this moment, she used it. Above the starry sky, the 9 huge wolf heads kept flickering and finally merged into one. Celestial wolf slaughter. The huge wolf head almost swallowed the entire universe and turned into absolute darkness as it blasted toward Progenitor Chen. Boom! The starry sky distorted and scattered in all directions. The world of nothingness exploded and spread out in all directions. Progenitor Chen spat out a mouthful of blood. On the surface of his body, the celestial wolf slaughter kept tearing his body apart, causing him to see nothing but black and blood. The pain of his flesh being torn apart was like being cut into pieces. The celestial wolf slaughter almost penetrated his body. The whole process was not long, but the pain it brought to Progenitor Chen was incomparably long. He panted heavily and stood in the starry sky. He looked down and saw that a large piece of flesh on his chest had been bitten off. His organs were clearly visible, and his bones were broken. First move. Progenitor Chen's gaze was cold as he stared at the god of forgotten ruins. In the distance, the god of forgotten ruins' lips curled up. Not bad, right, Xiaoxiang? Cut the crap. Second move, Progenitor Chen shouted. The god of forgotten ruins touched her face. That move definitely couldn't kill you, but it brought you great pain. This is the price you had to pay for imprinting that image on my face. Xiaxia, you were insufferably arrogant back then. Your 9 clones were invincible, and no one dared to fight you at your peak. Have you ever thought that I would bring you such pain one day? Emotions are indeed a human's greatest weakness. Our little Luin also has this weakness. It seems that I'll have to change my strategy to deal with him. He's much more difficult to deal with than you. After she finished speaking, her entire temperament changed, and she once again turned into the black rose that grew in the abyss. The surrounding starry sky flowed as if it had collapsed into the abyss. Only the black roses grew in the starry sky. Progenitor Chen looked up at the beautiful black rose with a solemn expression. The black rose was the god of Forgotten Ruins' ancestral world. She had rarely used it in the war against the Fifth Mainland and the Six Direction Association. A person's ancestral world represented that person's inner world, and the god of Forgotten Ruins had done his best to hide his inner world. But now, she had no choice but to use it. This was her second move, and she had to kill Progenitor Chen as much as possible. The black rose entered his body, and Progenitor Chen closed his eyes. Immediately after, black petals bloomed from his body. He knelt down on one knee and propped himself up in the void. His eyes were wide open as he panted. In that instant, the black rose bloomed. It was beautiful, but it gave him a feeling of death. He did not resist, counterattack, or dodge. He simply took on the attack from the god of Forgotten Ruins' ancestral world, and he almost could not withstand it. At that moment, he suddenly envied Withering. If Withering had an ability like that, Progenitor Chen would have dared to take on 30 moves, let alone 3. Withering's defenses were simply abnormal. Ancestor Chen knew that what he was best at was still killing, fighting, and creating battle techniques, not passively taking a beating. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he raised his head with difficulty and stared at the god of Forgotten Ruins, Hive. The god of Forgotten Ruins praised, to be able to withstand my Black Rose's ancestral world, Xiaxia, you are indeed much stronger than the other 8 doppelgangers. You should know that one of your doppelgangers died under the Black Rose. Insect nest. Ancestor Chen said in a low voice. The god of Forgotten Ruins sighed and looked at Yan Gang. Yan Gang couldn't help but walk towards her. Is this hive really that important to Luin? Or is it a huge threat to this universe? Forgotten Ruins god was puzzled. Chen Zhu stared at her. You want to go back on your word? The god of Forgetting Ruins smiled coquettishly as her bright eyes swept towards Xiaxia. I'm a woman. With that said, she struck out with her palm, and sequence particles wrapped around her palm. It was the meditative forgetting technique. Patriarch Chen's eyes went wide, and he took a step forward. When he reappeared, he also unleashed a palm strike. Bang! The void exploded. The black rose that had yet to wither directly entered the body of the god of oblivion. It was a series of palm strikes from Ancestor Chen. He borrowed the power of godly ancestor Wang Su's world with the linked palms. The god of Forgotten Ruins spat out blood and flew backward. His face turned pale. How could this be? Xiaxia had actually skipped the time? That was Wu Xing's consummate skill, how could he know it? Progenitor Chen defeated the Forgetful Ruins deity with a single palm strike. Wang Miao Miao, you deserve to die. The god of Forgotten Ruins coughed up blood again. His eyes suddenly turned red, and lanterns appeared around him. Without me, there is no other. Give up your thoughts, and live with heaven and earth. It was a sad song that sent Jun Xiaoyao off. True God Bayer used the Mahasvara. Sparse autumn waters, hazy beauty looking east. It's hard to see my family members all climb to the top of the sky alone for the rest of my life. True God, freedom technique. Patriarch Chen leaped over the lantern and reached for the Forgetful Ruins deity. Suddenly, a royal scepter appeared in his hand. It was the void royal scepter again. With a bang, Ancestor Chen directly crushed it. At this time, a lantern with Ancestor Chen's portrait on it suddenly shattered. Ancestor Chen's body trembled, and his face turned ashen. He coughed out a mouthful of blood and squatted on the ground again. This is? The god of Forgotten Ruins took the opportunity to come to Wang Xiaoyu's side and grabbed Yan Gang at the same time. Let's go. Just as Progenitor Chen was about to attack, the lanterns shattered one by one. It was as if an invisible heavy blow had landed on Progenitor Chen's body, making it difficult for him to track them down. He could only let the god of forgetfulness and the others escape. After a long while, as all the lanterns shattered, the starry sky returned to normal. Ancestor Chen sat down cross-legged and let out a long sigh. He had never fought against the true god's freedom technique, so he was completely unprepared. However, even if he was prepared, he might not be able to do anything against the three ultimate skills of a true god. Skipping time could allow him to recover instantly, but there were experts who could find the skipped time. Once they found the skipped time, they could instantly injure him severely in future battles. This was not what Ancestor Chen wanted. Unless he had no other choice, he would not skip time. The reason why he was able to withstand the God of Oblivion's 3 attacks was because he had the ability to skip time. However, the God of Oblivion was not stupid and immediately went back on his words. Fortunately, the landscape painting had been snatched away. Luin arrived at Primeval City to look for Mr. Mu. Primordial Fiend has been captured. Mr. Mu was flabbergasted, but he soon understood. He lost one of his bells, and his strength has decreased tremendously. He's about the same level as the Four Directions Guardian. It's normal to capture him, but don't kill him yet. He might be useful in dealing with the spiritualized universe. He's afraid of dying. Luin nodded. After a moment of silence, Mr. Mu said, "Is there anything you want to ask?" Luin thought about it. "Master, what's the name of your universe?" Mr. Mu laughed. "There's no name." "No name?" Luin was surprised. Mr. Mu looked into the distance. Only similar universes are distinguished by names. If there were no spiritualized universes, would there be a name like the Tianyuan universe? Are you saying that when you were in your own universe, you did not come into contact with creatures from other universes? I did, but creatures from other universes also came to our universe by accident. How could they have the right to name our universe? Luin thought about it and agreed. That's right. Ordinary creatures do not have the right to name a universe. Who decided on the name of our Tianyuan universe? Mr. Mu looked at Luin. Taichu had the same question, so he did not dare to recover. Lu Yin's expression froze. Fate? Only fate could decide the name of a universe. Master Grass. Are you suddenly asking about my universe because you're worried that the enemy of my universe will come to the Tianyuan universe? Mr. Mu asked. Luin did not hide it. The spiritualized universe is nearby, and the insect hive universe has suddenly appeared. The Tianyuan universe will be in trouble once the insect hive universe develops. If the enemy of your universe appears again, then... Probably not, Mr. Mu said. After some thought, he added, if it wasn't for the intervention of that omnipotent existence back then, it could actually be called fate. If it wasn't for the intervention of fate, we wouldn't have been defeated. Our enemy can't reproduce as quickly as the hive. Even if there was a threat, it wouldn't have happened so quickly. Then, what about fate? Luin asked. Mr. Mu looked at Luin. That is not something you and I need to worry about. Luin recalled Wang Wen's analogy. A fisherman's fate was the fisherman. They were all fish, and only the fisherman could compete with the fisherman. Perhaps Mr. Mu wished that the fate of their universe would appear and compete with Master Grass. Such an existence was supreme and would not allow its own kind to compete. It would be best if one of them died. In the heavenly sect, a group of people surrounded the landscape painting. This is the landscape painting? It is indeed constructed from sequence particles. Once one enters, they will be easily buried by the sequence particles. Similar sequence particles accumulated for countless years to construct such a treasure. The spiritualized universe's fixed cultivation method is indeed effective. I thought that the spiritualized universe would focus on the sequence foundation, but they still developed spiritualized weapons. Although the focus is still on external objects, they are very powerful. Primordial Origin's Dao Bell was destroyed, and his strength decreased greatly. With the Dao Bell, he stood at the peak of the immemorial battle. The spiritualized universe has many experts like him. If our heavenly sect had lasted until now, we would have similar treasures. Impossible. Master will not completely fix the cultivation method. He will only allow it to develop and even create an origin tribulation. Although the origin tribulation is a calamity, it brings more opportunities. Master is not wrong. No one is saying that Master is wrong. It is just that we will never develop like the spiritualized universe. Everyone chimed in one after another, analyzing the landscape painting. From time to time, they would praise Progenitor Chen. As an ancient senior, Progenitor Chen was a junior in the 3 realms and 6 paths Mu Shen, Su Zhu, and the others were much older than Progenitor Chen. Especially Wu Tian, who looked at Progenitor Chen with admiration. Not only did you break out of the landscape painting, but you also faced the true God's freedom technique head-on and created a miraculous chain of palms. No wonder the Eternals say that you are the most talented in battle. Progenitor Chen's face was still a little pale. That is the true God's freedom technique? As expected of one of the 3 ultimate techniques. This time, Wang Miao Miao and the others escaped. It will not be so easy to find them. Lu Yin said, it is already fortunate that you were able to snatch the landscape painting. The Forgotten Ruins deity is cunning. She escaped from several battles without suffering any injuries. She will not be easy to deal with. Lu Yin did not expect the Forgotten Ruins deity to have cultivated the true God's freedom technique. This woman had hidden her strength too well. He Wuxian had deliberately betrayed the Eternals and then followed the one true God to survive. The Forgotten Ruins deity had been active in various battles. Not only had she survived, but she had also hidden her strength. This woman seemed delicate, but she was more insidious and tenacious than anyone else. Lu Yin wanted to ask Progenitor Chen about Wang Xiaoyu's situation, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. When Primordial Fiend was captured, Xianxia was the one who escaped with the landscape painting. You found the landscape painting not too long after I caught Primordial Fiend. Could it be that Xianxia was killed by the Forgotten Ruins deity? Lu Yin thought of something and asked. Everyone looked at Progenitor Chen. Xianxia was not weak. She was one of the top 5 experts on the bone galleys. She had been fighting with Mu Zhu and was also a powerhouse from the spiritualized universe. Progenitor Chen said, it should be. The Forgotten Ruins deity could not control the landscape painting. Otherwise, I would not have been able to snatch it. Although I did not see Xianxia's body, she should be dead. Lu Yin nodded. There were fewer and fewer enemies hiding in the Tianyuan universe. Now, only the one true God, He Wuxian, Tianguo, the Forgotten Ruins deity, and Wang Xiaoyu were left. As long as they could be dealt with, the Tianyuan universe would be rid of its internal threat. No, there was still the bug hive. The bug hive that nurtured Frisia had been taken away. This was a big problem. There were fewer and fewer bug hives, and they were destroyed as soon as they were discovered. In the beginning, they were frequently discovered, but now, not a single bug hive had been found for dozens of days. It would only become more difficult to find more bug hives. The Above Heaven sect constantly increased the severity of the punishment and rewards for hiding bug hives. When the rewards were raised to a certain level, the entire universe would go crazy. Whoever could find the person hiding the bug hive would reach the heavens in a single bound. The person hiding the bug hive would only find it difficult to move forward. The entire universe was searching for them, and even if they hid, it would not be easy to cultivate. Those bugs were too easy to identify, especially with a bug leading the way. The bugs would find the nearest bug hive on their own. This caused the person hiding the bug hive to leave after a while and constantly change their location. This was also a method of searching. A few months later, 2 more bug hives were discovered, and the people hiding them met with miserable fates. Unfortunately, they still could not find Yulong. Ever since the Battle of Immemorial City, where the Eternals were destroyed, the entire universe was no longer shrouded in their shadow. The endless battlefield, which had once belonged to the Six Directions Association, became a place that many people headed to. To cultivators, 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. However, too many things had happened in this short period of time. Many cultivators had just ended their seclusion and were preparing to go to the endless battlefield to fight the Eternals when they learned that the Eternals had been defeated and that the endless battlefield no longer existed. This news surprised many who had just ended their seclusion, and it also piqued the interest of many cultivators to head to the endless battlefield. They had heard countless times that the endless millstones of life and death were located there, and that there were too many strange heavens there. Now that the threat had disappeared, groups after groups of people headed to the endless battlefield to take a look. Inside one of the spaceships, someone announced loudly, "Everyone, the dark spacetime is right in front of us." Master Lu once fought a sequence law powerhouse in the dark spacetime. His name is Mo Shang, and he's the one who was killed by Master Lu during the celestial sex battle. This spaceship was specially sent to the endless battlefield to bring more than 10,000 people to visit this place that they had once avoided. The endless battlefield was a nightmare for the Six Direction Society. No one was willing to enter, as once they entered, they were only a hair's breadth away from death. Now, however, they could visit freely. Only those who had experienced the endless battlefield's nightmare could understand this feeling. Someone at the front introduced. The people behind discussed excitedly in the spaceship. "The dark spacetime is here again. I didn't expect to see it again in my lifetime and in such a way. This big brother has been to the dark spacetime before?" Someone was surprised. "Haha, a long time ago. At that time, I was fighting the Eternals and the Shadow Men in the dark spacetime. In the boundless darkness, everyone was an enemy except for myself. Every minute and every second felt like a year. The Shadow Men couldn't differentiate between friend and foe. I even suspected that they were helping the Eternals. People fell one after another. What a tragic war. To be able to return alive from the dark spacetime, this big brother is a hero." Someone admired him. Someone else agreed. "Yes, a hero. We're visiting the endless battlefield to see the countless human elites and reminisce about the past. I wouldn't dare call myself a hero. Only Master Lu is a hero. It was Master Lu who stopped us from being threatened by the Eternals and allowed us to visit the endless battlefield. Master Lu is everyone's hero." In a corner of the spaceship, Yulin calmly looked at the sky, a cold glint in his eyes. "Hero? How could there be a hero in this universe? They were just people who fought to survive. If Lu Ying could do it, so could Yulin." He touched his cosmic ring. "I wonder if there are hives in the endless battlefield. Have they been discovered before?" someone asked, drawing Yulin's attention. Someone else replied, "I don't think so. Hey, you at the front. Have there ever been hives in the endless battlefield?" The person who had been explaining the endless battlefield was stunned. "Hives? No, but this is the focus of the celestial sex search. It would be great if I did. Once I find the insectoid nest, I'll be able to reach the heavens in a single bound. It wouldn't be impossible for me to meet Master Lu. We'll definitely be able to see Master Lu. The heavenly sect places too much importance on the insect nest. Just thinking about the rewards makes me drool. Don't say any more. I don't even want to look around anymore. I just want to find the hive. Do you know how many people in the universe are frantically searching for hives?" Their eyes had already turned red. That would depend on luck. Even though many hives had been discovered, in reality, there might not even be a single hive in a parallel universe. How big was a parallel universe? For example, in this dark spacetime, even if there is a hive, it will take us countless years to find it. Yeah, we can only rely on luck. Everyone, it's great that we can find the worm's nest, but it's also normal that we can't find it. What you will see next is the Great Stone Kong, that parallel universe." Yulin calmly looked at the starry sky and stroked his cosmic ring. He didn't plan to nurture a bug nest for the time being. The Above Heaven sect had such a tight grip that the moment the bugs came out, they would be discovered. The reason why he had joined this place to visit the endless battlefield was because there were bugs looking for him. The heavenly sect couldn't find the insect nest, but the insect nest could. Staying in one place would only make the insect nest find it, and that would be courting death, even though he really wanted to obtain the insect nest. More hives were found, but he was actually happy. If he was the only one left in the universe with a hive, he would one day cover the entire universe with insect nests. The Above Heaven sect wouldn't dare to act rashly, and he would become the next Eternals. The endless battlefield? This might even be the millstone of life and death. Yulin's gaze grew colder. In the Above Heaven sect, everyone had been studying the landscape painting for some time. It's strange. Why can't we use it? We can't control the sequence particles inside at all. Could it be that only those who cultivate the so close, yet worlds apart sequence can control it? Progenitor Chen said, that's impossible. Old Freak Primordial can control it. He definitely doesn't cultivate the so close, yet worlds apart sequence. Luin also said, Xianxia didn't cultivate so close, yet worlds apart either. The god of forgotten ruins can't control it, and neither can we. That's strange. Unless the spiritualized universe has a unique way to control the sequence basis. There must be. The entire landscape painting is made up of sequence particles. What unique method can they have? Unless. Everyone fell silent and looked at each other. Why didn't Old Freak Primordial use the landscape painting during the Battle of Immemorial City? Even if it was because his opponent was Mr. Mu, he could have given the landscape painting to others to use. There aren't many who have reached the primordial realm in the Immemorial City battlefield. The landscape painting is a great weapon. The Eternals didn't use it unless they can't use it. The universes aren't connected to each other. There must be a reason why the Guardians of the Four Directions can come back and see creatures that don't belong to this universe. Luin suddenly thought of something. Are you saying that the sequence rules are different? It's possible. Then how do you explain it to your master? Mr. Mu doesn't belong to our universe either. If it's different, he should have reminded us. This was also a problem. If it was because of the sequence rules, Mr. Mu and the others should have noticed it when they came from another universe. It was impossible for them not to remind Luin and the others, including Great Elder Shangu and Ancestor Shi. Since it wasn't a problem with the sequence rules. Ling Qi, Wu Tian suddenly said. Everyone looked at him. Wu Tian looked at the landscape painting. Recently, I've been studying the cultivation methods of spiritualized universes. Unfortunately, I don't have anything to study, so I can only rely on my imagination to study their cultivation path. Spiritualized universes use Ling Qi as their starting point, which means that they're fundamentally different from us from the moment they start cultivating. It's like the ocean and the river. They're both fish, but they're completely different. If the cultivation world is an ecosystem, then the ecology of spiritualized universes is completely different from that of our Tianyuan universe. The sequence foundation can only be used by spiritualized universes' cultivation ecology. Before they had a definite answer, this explanation was clearly more acceptable. The problem now was that they had obtained the landscape painting, but they couldn't use it. They had originally wanted to use it to analyze spiritualized universes' cultivation methods, but in the end, they discovered that it was completely composed of sequence particles. If they spent some time, they might be able to figure out how to construct a landscape painting using sequence particles, which would allow them to deduce how to construct other sequence foundations. But what use would that be? The Tianyuan universe did not have a fixed sequence method, and it could not be passed down from one era to the next. Even if the spiritualized universes completely told the Tianyuan universe how to construct sequence foundations, the Tianyuan universe would not be able to do it. The two ecological environments could not merge with each other. The crowd dispersed one by one, no longer interested in the landscape painting. They could not use it, and it was meaningless. Progenitor Chen continued to search for the Forgotten Ruins deity. As long as he could not figure out what had happened to Wang Xiaoyu, he would not let the Forgotten Ruins deity off. Luin watched Progenitor Chen's departing figure and could not help but feel sad for the Forgotten Ruins deity. Now that she had been targeted by Progenitor Chen, she would not be able to defeat him, nor would she be able to escape. Zhu Zi, what are your sequence laws? Wu Tian suddenly asked Luin. Luin was stunned. This sort of question was not very appropriate, as it was like directly asking someone what trump cards they had. But since the other party was Wu Tian, Luin did not think too much about it. Not yet. You can use the law to not get close to you, but you haven't comprehended any of the laws? I just broke through to the progenitor realm, so I haven't comprehended any sequence laws. As for this law of not getting close to me, it's rather unique. Wu Tian smiled and looked at Luin before looking at the landscape painting. That smile was full of meaning. Luin was puzzled. Senior, have you thought of something? Wu Tian pointed at the landscape painting. Lu Yin blinked, and his eyes suddenly lit up as he stared at the landscape painting. You mean? Wu Tian smiled. Isn't this a gift delivered to your doorstep? Since you can't use the sequence foundation, you can't return it to the spiritualized universe. The starry sky energy law in your heart does not get close to you, which is equivalent to having the prototype of a true starry sky. You have everything, yet you have nothing. What you lack the most is a sequence law. Lu Yin hesitated. But the sequence law of this landscape painting is so close, yet worlds apart. It's not useful. Wu Tian was amused. You still dislike it? How many sequence particles are there in the entire landscape painting? In terms of numbers, it's enough to surpass a primordial realm powerhouse. And you have the starry sky. Does the starry sky only have one sequence law? Lu Yin had thought about this before. I should have more than one. There are many. Wu Tian emphasized and looked at Lu Yin seriously. When you first started cultivating, someone must have told you that it's not good to focus on just one, but you forced your way through. You've cultivated more than anyone else, yet you've cultivated 4 inner worlds. You're the first person in history, and you're incomparably powerful. Now that you've come this far, do you still want to go back? Others have a sequence law. How can you? 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. Pillar, you control a starry sky, an entire starry sky. How can you be bound by numbers? A sequence law? 2, or like your inner worlds, 4? Too few, so few that it's pitiful. There should be countless. Lu Yin's expression changed. He had thought that he should have grasped more than one sequence law, but because his ancestral worlds had fused into the starry sky in his heart, he did not know where his path was. Was it 1 sequence law, 4, or even 5? But now, Wu Tian was telling him that there were countless because he had a starry sky, a universe. Lu Yin clutched his heart. Countless? How long do I have to cultivate? Wu Tian laughed. Isn't it here now? The landscape painting? It's so close, yet worlds apart. Take the landscape painting into the starry sky in your heart. It's made up of sequence particles, so disperse it and fill the starry sky in your heart with sequence particles. Your starry sky's laws will not be able to approach you. In other words, all the laws are in you, and no one else's laws can approach you. Whatever laws you have in your starry sky is your law. There are as many laws as there are laws, and they will only increase. Pausing for a moment, Wu Tian continued, when I was teaching the masses, I saw too many cultivation methods and thought about too many cultivation methods. When I was imprisoned in the 3rd calamity region, what I thought about the most was the origin of this universe. Where did the mother tree, the laws, and the various things that nurtured humans come from? It wasn't until I saw you break through to progenitor realm that I understood. Wu Tian was excited. This universe might have been born naturally, and we humans were nurtured by the various coincidences of the universe. However, the universe itself is a circle. It can give birth to us, and we can create it in turn. Lu Yin's heart trembled. The universe was a circle? Bai Xian'er had said this before, but her understanding of the universe was a circle was different from Wu Tian's. However, the results were the same. Everyone's understanding of the universe was different, but the results were the same? Wu Tian patted Lu Yin's shoulder. The 3 realms and 6 Daos, including Master and Mr. Mu, can't help you much. You have to walk your own path. The only thing we can give you is the experience we've accumulated over time. Perhaps it will give you some inspiration. Zhu Zi, work hard. With that, he left, leaving Lu Yin alone. Lu Yin looked at the landscape painting for a long time before releasing the starry sky in his heart and enveloping the painting. The moment the painting entered Lu Yin's heart, it shook violently. Within it, the mountains and rivers began to dissolve, turning into sequence particles that flowed towards the outside. They were rejected by the starry sky in Lu Yin's heart. Lu Yin's eyes widened as the wordless heavenly book shone with a golden light that enveloped the landscape painting. The disintegrating sequence particles were no longer rejected, and they softened. Lu Yin saw the sequence particles. In the past, the celestial eye had been destroyed by the one true God, so Luin couldn't see the sequence particles. However, after breaking through to progenitor realm, his strength had increased, and he could gradually see them. This was especially true for the sequence foundation. The surging sequence particles were too exaggerated, and only Grand Empyreans could compare to them. Luin instantly appeared beside the landscape painting. Around him, the sequence particles spread out like an invisible current that floated in the starry sky. When Luin touched the sequence particles, he felt as if he could control them. He felt that at the moment the sequence particle was controlled, the space in front of him could be very long or very short. He could instantly travel a great distance, or he could stand there and make others appear far away. This was what it meant to be so close, yet so far. Luin laughed heartily as he saw the path that he should take on the path of the array laws. He could not see what kind of array law he would be able to comprehend, but he knew that he would be able to obtain many array laws. Just as Wu Tian had said, Lu Yin's region of space seemed to have everything, but it also lacked nothing. The number of sequence rules that others could control was too few. Once they came into contact with him, they would be repelled by the starry sky in his heart. Only the sequence rules contained within the sequence foundation could be used by him. He did not use the mountain and river map directly. Instead, he dissolved the entire mountain and river map into majestic sequence particles and directly controlled these sequence particles. This was the path he would take. Snatch, clearly snatch, then control. This was the tyranny of the starry sky in the heart. If he couldn't get it, he would reject it. If he did, he would use it for himself. Luin loved this kind of power, as it was a power that had been born when he created his own universe. He was like a child who had been given a toy, and he continuously experimented with the sequence particles without feeling unfamiliar. It was as if he had directly jumped from the progenitor realm to the sequence foundation. Once the mountain and river map was completely dissolved into sequence particles, Luin could only imagine how majestic the sequence particles that he would control would be. Unfortunately, the sequence foundation of so close, yet so far was not very useful, and it was almost useless to him. But it did not matter. He had found a direction and a path, and that was enough. For a moment, Luin suddenly looked forward to the spiritualized universe. War was inevitable, and besides fighting for his own universe, he had another reason to fight, the sequence foundation. The mountain and river map sequence particles could be controlled, and the rest of the sequence foundation's sequence particles could be controlled as well. If he could snatch all of the sequence foundations and absorb all of the sequence particles into the starry sky in his heart, what would happen? Lu Yin's eyes burned with passion. The sequence foundations. He needed a lot of them to satisfy the hunger of the starry sky in his heart. 2 months later, under the starry sky, the Forgotten Ruins god brought Wang Xiaoyu and Yan Gang to meet the one true god. Blackless God and Tengu stood quietly in the distance. The one true god listened to the Forgotten Ruins god's report. Primordial Origin has lost a bell, and it's only a matter of time before Luin kills him. But you actually killed Zhang Yan? The one true god looked at the Forgotten Ruins god with a calm gaze. The Forgotten Ruins god said respectfully, Primordial City was defeated in the battle. I feel that there's no point in cooperating with the spiritualized universe. In the future, when the spiritualized universe and this universe go to war, what we need is a means to protect ourselves. The one true god said indifferently, so you want to snatch the mountain and river map as a bargaining chip in the negotiation with the spiritualized universe? Yes. Unfortunately, it was snatched away by Xiaoshang. At the mention of this, the Forgotten Ruins god's expression turned ugly. Xiaoshang is too difficult to deal with. He even learned Wu Xing's ability to skip time. If not for that, I would definitely have been able to kill him. The one true god laughed, you can't kill him. The Forgotten Ruins god was confused. The one true god looked into the distance. Although Xiaoshang doesn't have that kind of undying defense, his will and fighting talent far surpass everyone else's, ensuring that he can turn the tables in adversity. Back then, in order to kill his 8 clones, the 7 heavenly gods mobilized almost all of them. Even so, they couldn't kill his clone. He even hid in the burial garden and created a chain palm, recultivating the sequence rules. Such a person will become very terrifying if given some more time. The Forgotten Ruins god said, Xiaoshang can find me. The one true God said, "I can't do anything yet." At this point, he looked at Yan Gang. Yan Gang trembled. The conversation between the Forgotten Ruins God and the one true God was not hidden from him. He had heard it and knew who this person was. It was the ruler of the Eternals, the one true God who was invincible in the universe. He had never dreamed that one day he would be able to meet the one true God. Although the one true God was humanity's greatest enemy, it did not stop him from fearing the one true God. It could be said that no matter how much humanity hated the one true God, most people were afraid of him. This existence was like the ruler of the universe. Cultivate your hive well. It will be of great use in the future. Yan Gang did not know how to reply. He could only bow and nod. In the beginning space, on an ordinary planet on the 5th continent, the sound of reading woke up the peaceful morning. A man wearing glasses flipped open the pages of a book. As he listened to the sound of reading in the classroom not far away, he smiled. It was the beginning of a new day. These children were probably looking forward to tomorrow's weekend. It was the same when he was in school. Flipping through the book, the man quickly found the content he wanted to record. At this moment, he realized that the words on the page were distorted. He frowned and looked again. There was nothing. He had slept too late last night and was mentally tired. He recorded again. The words suddenly distorted again. The man stared at the words. He took off his glasses and rubbed his eyes. Strange, there was still nothing. What was going on? Suddenly, the words rose from the paper and formed a ferocious mouthpart. It swallowed the man in one gulp. With a snap, the glasses fell to the ground and shattered. Someone walked in from outside. Teacher Peng? Where was he? The person looked around and only found the glasses. There was nothing else. A breeze blew past and flipped open the book. The words continued to distort, as if something was crawling between them. In the outside world, the sound of reading was still crisp, and the peaceful morning air was fresh. Pieces of paper fell from the book onto the chair, the ground, and the broken glasses. If the pieces were combined, they would form a picture of the man. Not long after, the same thing happened on a distant planet. This time, more than one person saw it, as the person who had been swallowed and then turned into a picture was giving a speech. This scene caused panic on that planet. However, that planet had not left the heavens and did not know anything about cultivation or the above heaven sect. Thus, no news could be transmitted. One scene after another appeared in the universe, strange and terrifying. In the Innerverse erudite flow zone, when Xianxia sat under a tree in a courtyard of the Wen family. Stupid Xiaoli, come out and make me wait for so long. Just you wait, I'll teach you a lesson later. After another hour, when Xianxia gritted her teeth and suddenly stood up. You're courting death. She rushed into the courtyard and kicked open the door. Stupid Xiaoli, how much longer do you want me to wait? Get out here. The people around her heard her and shook their heads. Xiaoli was out of luck again. Her mother had sent her here to be trained by Wen Xianxia. Wasn't that just courting death? Wen Xianxia rushed into the courtyard and kicked open another door. You're still not coming out? Are you trying to slack off? See how I'll deal with you. There was no one in sight, and Wen Xianxia was puzzled. Where was he? She stepped into the room and seemed to have stepped on something. She looked down and saw a picture. She picked up the picture. It had been shattered, but it was not difficult for a cultivator to piece it back together. The picture was of a cute girl with small canine teeth and a mischievous look. It was Xiaoli. Wen Xianxia looked at the picture in confusion. What the hell? Suddenly, Wen Xianxia felt a chill run down her spine as an indescribable terror descended upon her. She felt as if she was about to be swallowed by something. She looked up and saw a ferocious mouth appear and bite down on her. Bang! There was a loud sound as the ferocious mouth was pushed aside. A figure appeared beside Wen Xianxia with a grave expression. Literary prison. Words sealed the room, causing the void to tremble and the surroundings to shatter. This attracted the attention of the entire Wen family. At the entrance of the Wen family, Patriarch Wen's eyes expression changed, and he hurried in. Wen Xianxia was curled up on the ground and trembling as she clutched Xiaoli's picture tightly. Xianxia, what's going on? Wen Zizai arrived. When Xianxia was standing beside Xianxia, he slowly turned his head and looked at Wen Zizai. Patriarch, the brocade Azura has appeared. In the main hall above, Lu Yin's expression was solemn. In front of him was the Wen family's patriarch, Wen Zizai, Wen Xianxia, and Wen Xianxia. Placed in front of Lu Yin was a tattered photo of an adorable little girl. When did this happen? Lu Yin asked. Wen Xianxia was terrified, and her face paled. I don't know. I was supposed to teach Xiaoli the literary prison this morning, but she didn't come for a long time. Last night was the last time we met. Lu Yin looked at Wen Xianxia. Wen Xianxia said, I heard Xianxia kicking the door, and I was afraid that she would be too harsh on Xiaoli, so I went over. As soon as I arrived, I saw a jade centipede biting at Xianxia. I quickly pushed it aside and used the barrier to block it once. After that, the patriarch arrived, and the Wen family was alerted. That jade centipede never appeared again. Lu Yin looked at Wen Zizai. Wen Zizai respectfully said, the Wen family is on guard. Everyone is gathered together and away from all surfaces, including walls and the ground. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he pondered. At this time, the second Night King reported that the same thing had happened not only in the Wen family, but also in various locations in the Genesis space. It was clear that there was more than one brocade Azura, and many of them were scattered throughout the Genesis space. The worst had happened. Lu Yin sent someone to invite Grand Elder Dan Gu. Grand Elder Dan Gu quickly arrived. The brocade Azura has appeared? It's too late. Lu Yin was helpless. There's nothing we can do about it. There are always people hiding in hives, thinking that they can reach the heavens in a single step. If it hadn't appeared in the Wen family, we wouldn't have known that it had appeared. Right, the brocade Azura is a half-ancestor. Why is it afraid of the Wen family? Wen Zizai and the rest did not understand. Previously, the Heavenly Sect had issued an announcement, and all the major powers knew the names of the 8 types of insects in the hive. They also knew that the brocade Azura was a half-ancestor. When the brocade Azura had appeared, the Wen family had already fallen into despair. However, after waiting for a while, the brocade Azura had not attacked, which was very strange. Grand Elder Dan Gu said, it's simple. This is the brocade Azura's habit. It doesn't fight head-on and only sneak attacks. Once someone discovers it, even if that person is an ordinary person, the brocade Azura might not attack. The brocade Azura was created not for battle, but for the sake of destroying the legacy of a civilization. Now that the brocade Azura has appeared, how do we deal with it? Grand Elder Gu had a headache. This is very hard to solve. Back then, our space civilization almost destroyed all of the books. And books. The brocade Azura likes to wander between the books and books. As for the walls and the ground, it will only wander occasionally, just like how we humans can swim, but we cannot swim forever. For the brocade Azura, the books and books are like the land, it can live forever, but the walls and the ground are like rivers, it can only swim occasionally, but it cannot stay there forever. Lu Yin understood. Although humans have a lot of textbooks around them, they don't keep them close to their bodies. That's why the brocade Azura only likes to ambush and not fight head-on. Great Elder Gu nodded. It's just like how ordinary people don't like to fight in the water. They aren't good at it, no matter how powerful they are. This is their nature. You mean to say that we have to destroy all the books and inheritances in order to avoid being ambushed by the brocade Azura? That was our plan at that time, Xianxia. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. Actually, law is not a threat to experts, but it is a great threat to those below the half-martial ancestor level. This is the reason why it was created. Also, Downlord, since the brocade Azura has appeared. Lu Yin looked up. Phrygia and Ghost Orchid have already been born. These words caused the main hall to fall silent. These were rather troublesome insects, and they were especially difficult to locate. Lu Yin tapped his finger on the table. Pass down my orders. Everyone should stay away from books for now. Have everyone in the primordial space stay away from books, and other inheritances. Following the Heavenly Sect's orders, all civilizations that were in contact with outer space were ordered to stay away from books and other items. As for those civilizations that were not in contact with outer space, the heavenly sect did their best to interfere. These civilizations did not have much power and did not even know about the cultivation world, so it was not difficult to keep those planets away from books. To the humans, the appearance of the Brocade Azura was a disaster. If they did not deal with the Brocade Azura, not only would their civilization not be able to advance, but it would also regress. The regression of civilization was terrifying. If they could not ambush humans through books and other items, it was difficult to guarantee that the Brocade Azura would not evolve and use other methods to ambush them. After all, it was an insect. Luine had not forgotten that Great Elder Xianxia had said that the 9 types of insects were just the basics. Once Xianxia was born, the rest of the insects would fuse and evolve, giving birth to even stranger insects. The most important task at hand was to find the nest that had given birth to the Brocade Azura. The heavenly sect controlled outer space, and a single order from them could unleash boundless power. Luine ordered the search for the first Brocade Azura that had appeared, and countless people in the primordial space began to move. At the same time, the other parallel universes were sealed off. Luine did not want the Brocade Azura to spread throughout the universe. However, after searching for several days, they found nothing. The first Brocade Azura that had appeared was on a planet with an explorer. This was not a good result, as it was impossible to count the planets that had not been in contact with outer space. It was very likely that the person who had hidden the nest was hiding on such a planet. Great Elder Xianxia suddenly found Luine. Logically speaking, while it is easy to nurture a nest, it takes time. How could a Brocade Azura appear so quickly? Even Yu Leng, who was the first to discover the nest, should not have been able to nurture one by now. The timing is wrong. Luine had a flash of inspiration. The 5 spirit tribes. Nurturing a Brocade Azura took a long time, and there was only one way to make up for that time, which was to have a different flow of time. The heavenly sect forbade anyone from entering spacetime with a different flow of time. Recently, only the 5 spirit tribes had taken in many people because they wanted to research energy sources, microarrays, and mechas. If one of them had already obtained a nest, then it would have been possible to nurture one by now. The spacetime of the 5 spirit tribes was connected to the primordial space, so the Brocade Azura could come here. Luine respected the researchers and did not investigate too much. Luine did not openly search the 5 spirit tribes. Instead, he secretly entered and tore open a void to see if Frisia, Ghost Orchid, and the others were hidden there. He did not find anything, so he went to find Zhidong, Biaozi, and the others. They specialized in researching how to support microarrays, such as universal armor, and so on. Many of the people in this department were ordinary cultivators, and it was very likely that they were hiding a nest. Luine had Zhidong meet everyone in this department, one by one, while Luine kept an eye on them. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Capture them. It took a few days for Luine to meet everyone and capture a few suspicious ones. However, they had nothing to do with the nest. These people were secretly hiding resources and wanted to sell them after leaving the 5 spirit tribes. Luine was not interested in such matters, so he left them to Zhidong. Next was the energy source manufacturing department, and the person in charge was Zi Jing. On the 3rd day, Luine found the person named Xianxia. My name is Xianxia, and I'm from Transcendent Space. I've lived with my brother since I was young, and my days were uneventful. One day, my brother was valued by the energy research team and joined them, bringing me along with him. Every day in the energy research team was uneventful, but I was already very satisfied. Although the team leader was strict with us, we received a lot and had high statuses. In Transcendent Space, even the nobles did not dare to provoke us. I liked those days. Although they were boring, they were satisfying. Then, one day, my brother mysteriously told me that he wanted to replace the team leader and step into a higher position in Transcendent Space. I was terrified at the time, not knowing what he wanted to do. However, I knew that my brother could not do anything to the team leader. I tried to stop him, but he wouldn't listen. He was so infatuated that I didn't know what he was thinking. He kept saying that he wanted to reach the heavens in a single step and not live such a boring life anymore. I couldn't stop him, and I could only hope that he would succeed. Many things happened in Transcendent Space. Zijing betrayed us once, but she returned and was still valued by the team leader. As for me, I saw my brother less and less until one day, I received bad news that he was dead. I clearly remembered that day when I received the news of my brother's death. Team leader was very cold. She looked at me with a cold gaze, just like the news of my brother's death. I couldn't accept this bad news. My brother was my only family in this universe. Other than my brother, I had no friends, no friendship, and no love. These were all too distant for me. I only had my brother. Why did my brother die? I searched for news like crazy and finally found it. It was the people from Drifting Cloud Space who went to save Drifting Cloud and caused my brother's death. Drifting Cloud Space, I wanted to destroy Drifting Cloud Space. I wanted to avenge my brother, but I couldn't do it. Later, I heard that the reason why the people from Drifting Cloud Space could find my brother's research base and enter the super analysis mode to save Drifting Cloud was related to the U family. I still couldn't do anything. I couldn't deal with Drifting Cloud Space, I couldn't deal with the U family, and I couldn't avenge my brother. I lived numbly day after day, researching, just like a part of a machine. Sooner or later, it would rot and fall off. At that time, I would be able to see my brother. I was brought from transcendent space to the origin space. My days were the same. Whether it was transcendent space or the origin space, it didn't mean anything to me. No matter what happened in the outside world, no matter how Master Lu shocked the universe, it had nothing to do with me. I just wanted my brother to live in memories every day. Until one day, I saw a jade-colored ball. I didn't know when it fell to the ground, and directly opposite the jade-colored ball was my brother's portrait. Was it a gift from my brother? What a beautiful gift. I was infatuated with this gift and kept it with me. Later, I followed the energy research team to the 5-spirit race. It was a space-time where the flow of time was different. It allowed us to create a large number of energy sources in the shortest time possible. I heard that the heavenly sect needed 100 black energy sources. How was that possible? How could there be so many materials? But these had nothing to do with me. I just wanted to immerse myself in memories, look at this gift, and miss my brother. End of chapter. I don't know how much time has passed. It might seem like a short time in the outside world, but several years have passed in the 5 spirit clans. The people around me are talking about the nest. I'm not interested, but gradually, I realize that the nest they're talking about is similar to the jade ball I got. Is that a nest? I listened calmly, and soon determined that what I had was the insect nest. Above Heaven's Sect's Master Lu had ordered the entire universe to destroy the insect nest. Handing over the insect nest would give me a huge reward, but I wasn't interested in the reward. I wanted revenge. Floating Cloud Universe, you family, would Master Lu help me take revenge? Impossible, those people are all his subordinates, and he will only help them. I want revenge on my own. The nest can give birth to insects, and it's very powerful. Even Master Lu is afraid of it, but I can't be careless. I can't rush, I have to take it slow. Too many insects will be discovered, so I have to take it one step at a time. Looking at the familiar picture in front of him, Luin didn't expect it to be like this. He's your brother? Behind him was Zijing and Xianxia. Luin had taken control of her and the nest as soon as he found out that Xianxia was hiding the nest. He asked her why she was hiding it and giving birth to insects. Her answer was within Lu Yin's expectations, but it also surprised him. It was normal for her to want revenge, but her enemies were the Drifting Cloud Universe and the Yu family. This surprised Lu Yin. How could the Drifting Cloud Universe and the Yu family have a common enemy? The first person he thought of was the Dimensional Master, the Chrono Overlord. The Yu family's enemy was the Dimensional Master, and the Drifting Cloud Universe's enemy was the Dimensional Master. However, Xianxia had brought them here and shown them the picture. Xiaohai, the Energy Research Division's Xiaohai, was actually Xianxia's brother. He was a spy in the Energy Research Division who wanted to use the Eternals to exchange for a body and control the Energy Research Division, but he had died in the base where Lu Yin had forced him to find a black energy source. Lu Yin didn't expect that this person, who had long been forgotten in the corner of his memory, would appear again. You know my brother? Xianxia was puzzled. Luin looked at Song Xiaohai. This person had betrayed him and the entire human race, so he deserved to die. However, his death had given Luin a new heart for vengeance. That heart had long since fallen silent, but it had been rekindled because of the insectoid nest. The threat brought by the hive was not only the destruction of intelligent civilizations and the destruction of legacies. The initial threat was to incite hatred, allowing those who were unable to take revenge to gain power. Yes, this was the true reason why the hive could be nurtured. If there was no hatred or greed in this universe, the hive would have been destroyed long ago. Why would Song Xiaoxue need to hide? Wouldn't it be better to exchange for rewards? However, this was an intelligent civilization. This was the civilization of mankind. Greed, hatred, and unwavering lust. Although human beings had noble virtues, fearless spirits, and complicated emotions, they could not hide their bad habits. The insectoid hive was specifically designed to destroy civilizations. As long as the insectoid hive could develop, the civilization would have value and meaning in being destroyed. This was the hive civilization. You're the one who killed my brother. It's you, isn't it? It's you. Song Xiaoxue suddenly realized that the Yu family and drifting cloud spacetime were all backed by this person. It was Luin. He was the one who had killed her brother. Otherwise, how could someone like him know her brother? Her brother was just a small member of the energy research team, so how could he know someone like this? This person was the one who had rescued her brother. Luin turned around and looked at Song Xiaoxue. The girl's eyes were filled with hatred, as if she wanted to eat him alive. She had an ordinary appearance and should have led an ordinary life. However, hatred and a hive had completely changed her ordinary life. Your brother was a spy for the everlasting race. Luin did not deny it. Song Xiaoxue exploded and screamed, "It's you! It's you! You killed my brother! Give him back, give him back! Your brother was a spy, he deserved to die." Zijing grabbed her and shouted. Song Xiaoxue screamed, "I don't care. He was my brother, my only family. You killed him. Give him back his life." Zijing looked at Luin, Pathmaster, Xiaoxue, and I have known each other for many years. She was introverted and cared about her brother the most. This hatred cannot be resolved. Song Xiaoxue screamed, her eyes filled with hatred as she stared at Luin. Luin looked at her, "I didn't kill your brother." Song Xiaoxue was stunned and stared at Luin, her eyes filled with hatred, "You didn't kill him? He died in the laboratory of that old man, the leader of your energy research team. Even though I wasn't the one who killed him, he died because of me. I don't regret his death at all." "A spy deserved to die," Luin said calmly. Song Xiaoxue's eyes were filled with hatred as she screamed, full of unwillingness. She did not know that her enemy was Luin. She hated the Yu family and drifting cloud spacetime for so many years, but she did not know and had been working for this person all this time. But then, she collapsed to the ground. So what if she knew? It was just that this enemy was too big, so big that it was unimaginable. Even with the hive, she could not take revenge. She sat on the ground with a dull expression and muttered something to herself. Luin looked at the hive in his hand. "You didn't give birth to Frisia and Ghost Orchid? It has been 3 years and 7 months since you came to the 5 spirit races, not counting the first 3 years. At that time, the hive had not been discovered. It was only 3 years after you came to the 5 spirit races, when Yulin massacred the 6 direction training hulls, that the hive was completely discovered. You should not have given birth then, or else this place would have reported it. That is to say, this place only got the news after the hive spread. You only started giving birth to the hive after 7 months at most, which is less than 60 years in the 5 spirit races time. If you focused on giving birth to the hive, you could have given birth to Brocade Azura in less than 10 years. The person outside gave birth to Frisia around the same time, but you took almost 60 years. You were afraid of being discovered, so you gave birth to Frisia and Ghost Orchid without letting them appear. Why did you send out Brocade Azura?" Song Xiaoxue slowly looked up and smiled vengefully. "Do you think I will answer?" Luin looked at her. "With your cautiousness, you should not have exposed yourself before taking revenge. Either you cannot control Brocade Azura, or you are not the only one who can control Brocade Azura. At this point, he squatted down and looked into Xianxia's eyes. You gave birth to Xianxia, right? Ha 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 ha. Xianxia laughed loudly and carefreely. Her laughter caused Lu Yin's heart to sink. Master Lu, you are so smart. Alright, I will tell you. That's right, Xianxia came out. Xianxia laughed. It was Xianxia who controlled Brocade Azura to scout for her. She wanted to know the Genesis space, and I could not stop her. Where is Xianxia? Lu Yin shouted. Ha 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 ha, I never thought that I would see the high and mighty Master Lu lose his composure one day. Brother, did you see that? Brother, ha 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 ha. Xianxia laughed maniacally. She had suppressed her laughter for so many years, and now it was completely released. Her laughter was like revenge, and the more she saw Lu Yin lose his composure, the happier she became. Gradually, the smile on her face faded, and the light in her eyes dimmed. Finally, she collapsed and died. After Xianxia died, Lu Yin stood up. His previous loss of composure had been an act. This woman had hidden the hive and given birth to Brocade Azura, which had caused many deaths. She deserved to die, but she was also very pitiful. Lu Yin could not let her go just because she was pitiful, but he was willing to fulfill her wishes as long as it was within his power. She must have been truly happy at the moment of her death. Zijing looked at Xianxia's corpse and could not bear it. Her ambition had been provoked by he ran, but she was not a cultivator. Master, Xianxia is dead. What about Brocade Azura? Lu Yin asked, am I being too soft-hearted? Zijing was stunned and looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression. Soft-hearted? Really? She thought back to Lu Yin's life. This was not Lu Yin's right alone, but everyone's right. Lu Yin's life was known by everyone, and he had become a legend. Ever since Lu Yin had stepped into the cultivation world, blood and slaughter had never ceased. Earth, the outerverse, the innerverse, the cosmic sea, the neoverse, the astral tree, the sixth mainland, the hexagon gang, and so on. How many people had he killed or indirectly killed? Those people had died at his hands for various reasons, but did all of them really deserve to die? Who in the cultivation world would consider such a question? The law of the jungle explained everything. However, as a human being, how could he not think about it? This was the bottom line of being human. In the past, Lu Yin would not have fulfilled Xianxia's dream of revenge. Her death was not within his consideration, and he would have thought of ways to use her to deal with Brocade Azura. But now, Lu Yin had watched her commit suicide and laugh heartily before her death. This ending was undoubtedly the best for Xianxia, but it was not good for Lu Yin and the primordial space, which was currently suffering from the Brocade Azura's calamity. If revenge breeds revenge, when will it ever end? Hatred was the main theme that would never fade, and Lu Yin had only considered this theme when he had become the ruler of the humans. What right did a person who did not have to worry about being avenged and who had brought about endless hatred have to guide others to do good? Lu Yin looked at Xianxia's picture. The hatred that he had brought about had ended with Xianxia's death, but what about the others? Zijing did not disturb Lu Yin and quietly stood behind him. There were some questions that only someone in Lu Yin's position could consider. After a while, Lu Yin ordered all the progenitors to gather in the primordial space and search for the Brocade Azura. This method was no different from waiting for a rabbit to appear, but there was no other way. Creatures like the Brocade Azura that wandered the plain were very difficult to find. They had allowed Xianxia to die because the Brocade Azura did not listen to her. Otherwise, they would not have left the 5 spirit clans and would only listen to Xianxia. Finding Xianxia was the most important thing. However, Xianxia herself could not possibly know where Xianxia was. A bug nest was just a breeding ground for insects, but that did not mean that the insects would definitely return to the nest that had given birth to them. They would look for a nearby bug nest. This was what Elder Shangu had told Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at Xianxia's picture again and admitted that he had indeed brought about hatred. He did not have the right to guide others to do good, but besides a bottom line, there was also a sense of self. This bottom line had been given to Lu Yin by this universal civilization, and it was the crystallization of their culture and inheritance. It could not be changed by Lu Yin's will, but as an intelligent being, he had a selfish side. He would live for himself, for the people he cared about, and for the people he wanted to protect. Everything that broke this sense of self should be eliminated, and he did not regret the hatred he had brought about. He did not have the right to guide others to do good, but he had the right to use this as an excuse to protect all of humanity and the continuation of this intelligent race. He was Lu Yin, the current ruler of humanity. Countless people worshipped and followed him, and he was willing to protect those who followed him. Whether it was the abyss or purgatory, they would walk together. As for Xianxia, not only was he soft-hearted, but he was also tolerant of her. Following Lu Yin's orders, progenitors entered the primordial space one by one and used their ancestral worlds to monitor the entire space. The focus was on the area where the Brocade Azura had been discovered. A progenitor's ancestral world could cover a considerable area. The simple progenitor's remaining power had been able to change the world and prevent the invading Sixth Mainland from using Envoy's power. Now, there were so many powerhouses in the primordial space, especially the Three Realms and Six Daos. Lu Yin was confident that he could monitor the surrounding parallel spacetime, let alone the primordial space. Although it would take a lot of time and effort, he could deal with the Brocade Azura as long as it dared to appear. The reason why Elder Shangu's region had not been able to deal with the Brocade Azura was because the Brocade Azura had already spread throughout the universe, and they did not have that many powerhouses to monitor the entire universe. Fortunately, Lu Yin had ordered all parallel spacetime to be sealed the moment he discovered the Brocade Azura, trapping it in the primordial space. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for him to deal with it. Not long after, another Brocade Azura was discovered by Suwang Tian. The moment he discovered the Brocade Azura, he smacked it to death with his slippers. The Brocade Azura roamed the plains and was difficult to find and deal with, but it was still only a half-progenitor and could not stop Suwang Tian. More Brocade Azuras were discovered, and of course, the number of victims increased. It was like a game of tag. The Brocade Azura was just a bug without much intelligence. It couldn't guess the plans of the humans. It only wanted to wander the surface and kill one or two people from time to time. But as soon as it appeared, it would be discovered and killed. Of course, there were also examples of failure. The young Dust Mad Dean had discovered the appearance of the Brocade Azura but failed to kill it, allowing it to escape. There was no other way. The young Dust Mad Dean was good at fighting against intelligent creatures. How could the Brocade Azura have any? Not every Ancestor Realm expert had a way to travel on a flat surface. Outside the sect in the sky, the prison flood dragon grinned and used its claws to scratch the Strength Beast's back. The Strength Beast's back was itchy. Not far away, Suwang leisurely swung his tail. On the other side was the ancestral turtle that had completely retracted its head into its shell. Countless people stared with their mouths agape. These colossi had now become scenery, attracting the attention of countless people. In the heavenly sect, Tuol Lin's courtyard was still filled with books, and he was immersed in reading. Huikin wailed, "Senior brother, why are you still not leaving? How much longer are you going to read?" Tuol Lin raised his head and said meaningfully, "Junior brother, you have to be steady and do things properly. Master did not ask us to leave, which means that it is not our turn yet. There is no rush, take your time. Senior brother has prepared some books for you to read." Huikin was speechless. "Senior brother, you are thinking too much. Master has simply forgotten about us." He had become Lu Yin's disciple and had leaped to the peak of this universe. His desire to go out and show off had been forcefully ground away in this courtyard. He had lost count of how many books he had read. Master had clearly tricked his senior brother. Now that his senior brother could cultivate, why was he still not leaving? It was fine if he did not go out, but Master had ordered him to accompany him. This was the most depressing thing. What does it have to do with me if he does not go out? I want to go out and be at ease, go out and show off, go out and enjoy the compliments of countless people. Did Master forget that his senior brother could cultivate? He had to remind him. When he thought of this, he quietly slipped out of the courtyard. After Huikin left, Tuol Lin shook his head, "This junior brother is too impatient. Master must have a reason for not letting us go out." Sigh. What? You're saying that your junior brother is unable to take on great responsibilities? No, Master would never misjudge someone. It's just that we haven't seen your strengths yet. thank you for the compliment, but I'm not that good either. The ancients said that books have their own beauty, and they are indeed correct. I've always felt that books have souls, so I often talk to books. Junior brother even said that I'd become stupid from reading too much. Look, they really do have souls. You're here. Who are the ancients? They're people from the past and should have died long ago. They seem to be from that planet called Earth. Yanryu? It's you. What does that mean? Let me think. It means that your face is as beautiful as jade. That's easy to understand. You've seen a lot of jade? Oh, then it's even more similar. I'll call you Yanryu. Do you like this name? I like it too. Master will definitely like it too. I respect Master a lot. It was Master who allowed me to read and understand things so that I could meet you. Alright, it's a promise. I'll bring you to meet Master one day. Master will definitely like you too. You'll like Master too, You like him now? Like everything I like? Thank you. You're so nice, Yanryu. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. During this half a year, Lu Yin and the others had stayed in the origin space to monitor. They had discovered a total of 23 brocade azuras and killed them all. The last brocade azura had been killed half a month ago, and no more brocade azuras had appeared after that. Lu Yin was still worried and had the others continue monitoring while he returned to the above heaven sect to check on the production of various resources. As soon as he returned, he saw Huikin bowed. Master. Lu Yin grunted. Why aren't you with Tuolin? Why are you looking for me? Huikin hesitated for a moment. Master, senior brother can already cultivate. I know, Lu Yin said indifferently. It was Xixing who had given Tuolin the possibility to cultivate and had helped him heal his meridians. Huikin coughed. Then, can this disciple go out now? Lu Yin looked at him. Up to you. Huikin was unsure of Lu Yin's attitude. Senior brother doesn't plan to go out. He said that he's waiting for you. Lu Yin looked at the courtyard in the distance and saw Tuolin buried in a book. Who is he talking to? He scanned with his domain but couldn't find anyone. Has your senior been talking to himself a lot recently? Huikin was embarrassed. A little, but he's not talking to himself. It seems like he's talking to a book. Talking to a book? Lu Yin was stunned and couldn't understand. He suddenly thought of the brocade azura. Could brocade azura have come to the above heaven sect? He immediately rejected this idea. Impossible. If brocade azura was in the above heaven sect, then Lu Yin would have discovered him. Brocade azura also couldn't speak. How long has he been in this state? A long time ago, senior brother liked to talk to himself in front of books. It's like he's become stupid from reading too much. It's only gotten worse recently. A long time ago? Lu Yin nodded and said to Huikin, take your senior brother out for a walk. It's not good to always stay in the above heaven sect. Huikin was delighted. Thank you, master. Take these with you for self-defense. Lu Yin gave some things to Huikin and some to Tuolin, including the splitting heaven array, the Ho-bird skeleton, the Yin Godal, and the bone spur. These were defensive items that he had long since stopped using. In the current universe, there shouldn't be too much danger. Tuolin had the power to sacrifice his Saint Meridians, and to a certain extent, even ordinary progenitors couldn't do anything to him. Huikin was extremely intelligent and had cultivated the Sky Palace. Although he was far from mature, he should have no problem dealing with ordinary cultivators. If someone wanted to deal with them and could succeed, then that person would definitely be an expert. Lu Yin couldn't keep them trapped in the above heaven sect forever. Huikin was excited. If Lu Yin made a move, then it would definitely be extraordinary. He ran off in high spirits. Not long after, Huikin found Tuolin and told him what Lu Yin had said. Tuolin's eyes lit up. Can we go out now? I want to bid farewell to Master. Huikin hurriedly said, no need. Master has been watching us. There's no need to go out of your way. Oh, Tuolin acknowledged and looked around. After confirming Lu Yin's location, he bowed a few times and mumbled something incomprehensible. He then earnestly picked out a few books and stored them in his cosmic ring before leaving the above-the-sky sect with Hui Can. After watching them leave, Luin left the above-heaven sect and went to the 5 spirit tribes. In a certain parallel universe, under the starry night sky, Yan Gang stared at the hive and nervously swallowed his saliva. Not far away, the one true god, the Forgotten Ruins god, and the others were there. There was also Tiango, who was quietly squatting by the one true god's feet and watching curiously. Many brocade azuras have been dealt with in the Genesis space. It's said that they were cultivated by the 5 spirit tribes, He Wuxian said. The Forgotten Ruins god laughed. Aside from the 5 spirit tribes, there are only the technical talents that Luin threw in to create resources. Why? Is there someone hiding a hive? It's normal for humans to be selfish. This time, it's for revenge, but it's a small matter. That person has been captured. He's quite cautious. The 5 spirit tribes sped up time 100 times, and it took them such a long time to cultivate the brocade azura. The other insects did not appear. No wonder he could hide for so long, the one true god said calmly. The Forgotten Ruins god said, unfortunately, he was still captured. How could such a person cultivate the brocade azura into the Genesis space? He Wuxian frowned. The Everlasting tribe had been defeated, and most of their spies had been captured. Even if there were some left, they would not expose themselves if they could. They would not wholeheartedly gather information for the Everlasting tribe, so the information he could obtain was limited. In the distance, Yan Gang was surrounded by blooming freesia and ghost orchids. There were also stone dragons, 7 star sword, and other insects waiting quietly. He was waiting for the brocade azura to appear. So far, aside from Xianxia, who had cultivated the brocade azura in the 5 spirit tribes, he was the fastest. When he met the one true god half a year ago, he had already tried to cultivate ghost orchids and succeeded. Now that half a year had passed, he was confident that he could cultivate the brocade azura. The hive was a magical thing. There was no need to cultivate and it could produce insects naturally. Yan Gang himself did not know how to produce insects. It was more like the insects used him as a carrier to move around. However, he did not dare to tell the one true god this. All hives were like this. The reason why people mistook them as the masters of the hive was because the insects listened to them. However, they did not know why the insects listened to them. Everyone thought they controlled the hive. However, if these people gathered together to discuss, they would realize that their so-called control methods were different. The reproduction of insects was very fast. It broke the inherent thinking and cultivation system of humans. It took a very long time for a person to cultivate to the progenitor realm. However, insects could be produced in a short time. This was unfair to human civilization. It was also a disaster. However, this was the universe, a universe filled with endless unknowns. Ordinary people could destroy planets and even space with technology. However, that person was just an ordinary person. How long had he lived? Only a few decades. Behind the insects was the Divine Master. He was an omnipotent being. That was why he was able to produce strong insects in a short time. However, the Divine Master himself took a long time to become an omnipotent being. It was far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Without the Divine Master's heaven-defying methods, there would not be insects. The Divine Master was equivalent to ordinary people's technology. He gave ordinary people the ability to move mountains and fill oceans. Ordinary people developed technology for a few decades to surpass the ancient civilization's development of thousands of years. This was a huge leap. In the cultivation world, if humans wanted to reach the progenitor realm and then produce offspring, they pursued the Divine Master's ability. They hoped that their offspring would be born with great talent and strength. The Divine Master had already reached that level. Humans had been walking in that direction. There were many other creatures in the universe that had already reached that level. As humans became stronger, they would come into contact with more and more incredible creatures. After waiting for a long time, a jade-colored centipede crawled out of a ball in the hive. Yan Gang was overjoyed. It's out. It's the brocade azura. In the distance, the one true god looked at the brocade azura. This was the brocade azura. That could destroy the inheritance of an intelligent civilization? It could crawl on the surface. The brocade azura crawled on Yan Gang's body. It then crawled to the ground and gradually disappeared. The god of forgotten ruins threw out a book with interest. A breeze blew and the book opened. The words inside moved. Control it and eat me. The god of forgotten ruins walked to the book. Yan Gang stared blankly at the god of oblivion. His eyes flashed with infatuation as he hesitated. The god of forgotten ruins raised his eyebrows and looked at Yan Gang. He smiled and said, "Little guy, you are very interesting. Then control it and eat her." With that, the god of forgetfulness pointed at Wang Xiaoyu. Wang Xiaoyu's gaze was cold. Yan Gang looked at the book. Just as he was about to control the brocade azura, the one true god suddenly raised his head. "The troublesome fellow is here. Let's go." Soon, there was no one under the starry night sky. Ancestor Chen walked out of the void. His surroundings were empty. There was only a book on the ground that was being blown by the wind, flipping page after page. Looking at the book, Patriarch Chen walked over. Within the book, the text began to twist and distort. All of a sudden, the brocade azura appeared, its ferocious maw biting down on Patriarch Chen as if to swallow him whole. Ancestor Chen casually smashed the brocade azura into pieces, causing jade-colored fragments to scatter everywhere. He was astonished. This was the brocade azura? He had also heard about what had happened in the primordial space. In order to deal with the brocade azura, Lu Yin had gathered many progenitors from the human race. Now that a brocade azura had appeared here, it was obviously nurtured by the person Wang Miaomiao had taken away. This was going to be troublesome. Patriarch Chen's gaze turned cold as he picked up the book and left. Tracking Wang Miaomiao was no longer a matter for him alone, but for the entire human race. The person with the hive had to be eliminated. Far away, Black Wushan said, "My lord, leaving the brocade azura to Xiaoshang is equivalent to telling Lu Yin that we have nurtured the brocade azura. This will cause the entire human civilization to hunt us down." The Forgotten Ruins god smiled. "Isn't the entire human civilization hunting us down right now? Do you think Lu Yin will let us go?" Yan Gang was terrified. The entire human civilization was hunting them down? He had never thought of facing the entire human civilization. The pressure was too great. Black Wushan looked at the Forgotten Ruins god. "Wang Miaomiao, what do you mean?" The Forgotten Ruins god did not understand. "What do you mean? You clearly killed Zhang Yan and stole the landscape map, but it was still taken away by Xiaoshang. Don't you know that Xiaoshang is tracking you? You purposely left the brocade azura behind just now. You must be informing Lu Yin," Black Wushan said in a low voice. The Forgotten Ruins god laughed. "My lord, your subordinate is becoming more and more foolish." The lines in Black Wushan's eyes turned. "What did you say?" The Forgotten Ruins god's smile disappeared and his entire being became extremely cold. "If I wanted to inform him, do you think you can still stay here safely? At this moment, there should be the 3 realms 6 paths and 3 suns 6 lords around." Black Wushan's gaze was cold, but he did not refute. The one true god looked back at the sky. "What we left behind is not the brocade azura, but panic." 5 Spirit Race, Lu Yin came again. Half a year had passed since Song Xiaoshua's death, and the brocade azura in the origin space was almost finished. For the 5 Spirit Race, 50 years had passed. In these 50 years, there were continuous breakthroughs in the creation of energy sources, microarray research, mecha material decomposition, and so on. After all, the entire human civilization was involved, and the progress was fast. In the past, the Aurora Corporation had needed decades or even longer to create a spacecraft, but now, the technocracy, limitless empire, and other civilizations had joined in, greatly increasing their research speed. The research of microarrays had gathered Gu Yan, Li Tianshi, Xiao Mingshi, and even the reincarnation spacetime origin array master. There were 7 origin array masters working together, and their speed was unimaginable. The 76 array combinations could be mass-produced, and the next step was to research the 108 array combinations. The mission that Lu Yin had given them at the beginning did not seem impossible. What they lacked now was resources. The entire universe and many parallel spacetime continuums kept sending them resources, but it was still not enough. Black energy sources, mechas with 10 rings, and weapons that could support the 108 array combinations all required extremely rare resources. The problem of resources was the key to the current situation. Luin had no choice but to personally take action and continuously gather star essence. He began to use his dye to decompose various weapon materials, using 3 pips to upgrade resources. This was using the resources that humans had traded to upgrade hard resources, and the consequences would be disastrous. The entire human civilization would be thrown into turmoil, and the economic collapse would lead to the collapse of all parties. But there was no other way. This was the only way to survive this crisis. If possible, Luin did not want to go all out, but he had to do it now. Time flowed 100 times faster for the 5 spirit races, and Luin stayed here for about a year. The person who had been taken away by the Forgotten Ruins deity had already nurtured the Brocade Azura. This was truly bad news. The Forgotten Ruins deity had taken away the Brocade Azura, which meant that it belonged to the Everlasting race. No one knew what the Everlasting race would do, but they definitely would not be on the same side as the humans. Xianxia's Xianxia was still unknown, but another Xianxia was about to be born. Senior, this is no longer a personal grudge. The Forgotten Ruins deity needs to be resolved as soon as possible. Otherwise, if Xianxia appears, the situation will be difficult to predict. Ancestor Chen replied, I know. That's why I came back this time to get reinforcements. Wang Miaomiao should have already met up with the one true god. Luin was shocked. Are you sure? Ancestor Chen nodded. In the past, I had to get close to Wang Miaomiao before she could sense me. At that time, I was confident that I could attack her, so I followed her alone. But this time, I was discovered before I even got close. It must be the one true god, so I couldn't even attack. Master Lu, it was my rashness that led to this disaster. If I had asked the 3 realms and 6 paths to help last time, Wang Miaomiao would not have been able to take the hive away. Luin waved a hand. I feel that the Forgotten Ruins deity has targeted you. She has fought with you several times, so she might have been able to avoid you. Ancestor Chen frowned. What do you mean? She purposely fought with me? What's the reason? Wang Xiaoyu, Luin said. Ancestor Chen's eyes flashed. She wants to use this to test if Xiaoyu has really betrayed the humans? Luin said, if we can see that there's something wrong with Wang Xiaoyu's betrayal, how can the Forgotten Ruins deity not see it? In the past, she did not care because there were many powerful Eternals, and there were many situations where Wang Xiaoyu was not needed. Thus, Wang Xiaoyu had always been one of the 12 marquises on the back of the battlefield. She did not even break through to the progenitor realm. But now, it's different. The Eternals have been defeated, and there are only a few left. Wang Xiaoyu is very important. The Forgotten Ruins deity is an extremely sinister woman. She was found by you and tested several times to determine if there's anything wrong with Wang Xiaoyu. Now that she's confirmed, she went to find the one true god. Perhaps this is why the one true god and the others escaped with the bone boat, and the Forgotten Ruins deity took Wang Xiaoyu with her. Of course, I'm just guessing. Ancestor Chen said, it's not impossible. Wang Miaomiao has lived since the era of the above heaven until now. It's difficult to see through her schemes. She's also very special among the Eternals. She also knows the true god's freedom technique, which has never been exposed before. Luin was surprised. The Forgotten Ruins deity knows the true god's freedom technique? Ancestor Chen nodded. That's even more problematic. She's not that simple, Luin said. No matter what, I still need to ask someone to follow me. Even if we can't catch them, we can't let them have it easy, Ancestor Chen said. Luin thought so too. He couldn't let the one true god and the others do whatever they wanted. Another few decades passed in the 5 spirit clans, but it was only half a year in the outside world. The Brocade Azura didn't appear in the primordial space again. Of course, Xianxia, who was born from Xianxia, was also nowhere to be found. As for Ancestor Chen and the others, they couldn't find the Forgotten Ruins deity and the one true god. The person who was taken away by the Forgotten Ruins deity would definitely give birth to Xianxia. Unless they could get rid of the one true God and the others, the difficulty of which was no less than completely eradicating all the hives in the Tianyuan universe. So far, although Luin and the others had confirmed that they had destroyed most of the hives, they couldn't be sure how many were left. They didn't know if Xianxia had been born among them, or if Xianxia had entered human civilization. Elder Xiangu told Luin that the war between their universe and the hive had lasted for a very long time, just like the war between the Tianyuan universe and the Eternals. They had not been able to completely destroy the hive, but now, the same thing was happening in the Tianyuan universe as well. Luin did not have the confidence to completely destroy the hive. However, since Elder Xiangu's civilization had defeated the hive and lured out that omnipotent existence, then the Tianyuan universe's civilization could do the same. Although it would be a long and drawn-out war, the biggest problem was that they did not know when the spiritualized universe would arrive. Being surrounded and attacked by the spiritualized universe and the hive was the Tianyuan universe's greatest danger. There was no other way. Luin could only take this final step. For years had passed in the outside world, but not much had changed. In the cultivation world, for years was not even the blink of an eye. The higher one's cultivation, the more time seemed blurry. In the past, for years would have been enough for Lu Yin's cultivation to improve greatly, especially when he was still in the 5 spirit races. That was equivalent to 400 years, and he did not know how much he would have improved. But now, there was no improvement. At his level, even the slightest improvement would take a ridiculous amount of time. Unless there was a shortcut. The only shortcut he could take right now was the foundation of the sequence. The Xianxia painting that had been suppressed in Lu Yin's heart had shrunk by more than half, and only a tiny bit remained. Boundless sequence particles had appeared in the region that he controlled, and they had surpassed most powerhouses with sequence laws. However, this was not enough, far from enough. He needed even more sequence particles, ones that covered the entire region. One day, when the region around his heart was filled with sequence particles, just like the immemorial battlefield, Luin did not know how powerful he would be then. At that time, his biggest headache would be breaking through to the primordial realm. Luin realized that he was constantly repeating a process. He was constantly challenging those in a lower realm, reaching the limits of his current realm, or even surpassing them. The difficulty of breaking through was unimaginable. Breaking through to the explorer realm was like this, breaking through to the envoy realm was like this, breaking through to the half-ancestor realm was like this, and breaking through to the primordial realm was even more difficult. The more sequence laws one grasped, the harder it would be to break through to the primordial realm. Luin did not know if he would have the courage to fill up the space around his heart if he really managed to snatch the 10 foundation of the spiritualized universe. That would be a challenge, an unprecedented challenge. For years in the outside world meant 400 years for the 5 spirit tribes. Nothing seemed to have changed, but the missions that Luin had given them had all been completed. In fact, it could even be said that they had accomplished more than they had. All of humanity's resources had been gathered together, and the power that all of the professionals could unleash was unimaginable. First was the black energy source. He had already created 100 of them, and resources were still being sent over to him. He had also created 1,000,000 rules to search for sequence nomological fluctuations. Yiro had 12 progenitor corpses, which meant that he now had 12 more progenitor corpses. Fortunately, he was able to find those progenitor corpses who had done all sorts of evil in the parallel universes. In terms of microarrays, they had already developed 108 combinations that could be mass-produced. The universal armor was already being mass-produced, and they were constantly being manufactured to increase the destructive power of the progenitor realm in batches. On Limitless Empire's side, 50 10th ring mechas, 20 11th ring mechas, and 12 12th ring mechas were all completed. In other words, 8 years had passed in the outside world since Luin had issued the mission. 800 years had passed and the 5 spirit races' time flow had accelerated by 100 times, and the Tianyuan universe had increased by nearly a third. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Of the 200 progenitor techniques, the greatest anticipation was still the microarray weapons. Lu Yin's original mission was to create 10,000 microarray weapons with 108 combinations. This was a terrifying number, and once it was completed, Luin was confident that he would be able to deal with any crisis. Now, the microarray weapons were already being mass-produced, and they would be completed very soon. The Tianyuan universe's strength had increased exponentially. The spiritualized universe had used its unified cultivation method to create a power that far surpassed the Tianyuan universe's. Now, the Tianyuan universe was also using its own diversified cultivation method to catch up with the spiritualized universe. No one could say for sure if this power would be able to catch up to the spiritualized universe, but at the very least, everyone could see hope for a battle. Before that, they still had to deal with the threat of the hive. A large-scale increase in strength required someone to take the lead. Lu Yin had temporarily decided on a candidate. Currently, he had a total of 112 black energy sources that he could freely use, and he could directly select 112 cultivators to use them. Even in a parallel universe like the hyperspace, which did not cultivate much, people could use black energy sources. For the cultivation world, it was not difficult to find more than 100 people who could use black energy sources. For the time being, the person in charge of these people was Void Master. The 12 cultivators who could use the power of a progenitor were initially determined to be led by Yi Ro. However, Yi Ro did not want to lead these people, so Lu Yin handed them over to Big Sis. Lu Yin had originally wanted Disaster to lead the 50 people who could use the destructive power of a progenitor in the Calamity expedition. After all, they were his clansmen, but Disaster had refused. It was not that he was unwilling, but rather that the Calamity expedition's combat style was too simplistic. Lu Yin hoped that a powerhouse would lead these clansmen to make up for their shortcomings. Lu Yin thought about it and agreed, so he invited Wood God to lead them. Of the Limitless Empire's mechas, other than those left behind to maintain the connection between the Limitless Empire and the parallel universe, the rest were led by Suwang Tian. Suwang Tian had personally requested this from Lu Yin, saying that he could not stay idle. In reality, Lu Yin felt that it was more because of Big Sis. Big Sis kept causing trouble for him, and he wanted to avoid her. Finally, there was the Tianyuan army. The Tianyuan army was the name that Lu Yin had given to the cultivators who were equipped with 108 array weapons. It was similar to the Celestial army, but it was much more powerful. The original cultivators of the Celestial army were directly integrated into the Tianyuan army. The Tianyuan army was equipped with the Tianyuan armor, which could carry 108 array weapons. Lu Yin had requested 10,000 of them, but due to the scarcity of resources, only 3,000 of them could be produced. The rest would be distributed to other cultivators, such as those who used the black energy source, and so on. The Tianyuan army would have a total of 3,000 people. 3,000 soldiers who could use the destructive power of a progenitor was extremely terrifying. The person in charge was Lu Tianyi. These leaders were actually there to make it easier for Lu Yin to communicate and command. Although there were less than 10,000 people, the power that these people could display was beyond imagination. It was impossible for them to be integrated and used, which was not in line with Lu Yin's original intentions. He did not know how many of these people would be left after the war with the spiritualized universe began. The 5 spirit tribes were still constantly producing, and the various parallel universes had already made the integration of resources their most important task. They were constantly sending precious resources to the 5 spirit tribes. In the above heaven, Lu Yin assigned a mission to Void Master and the others: destroy the parallel universes. These parallel universes did not have any intelligent life forms. In the previous era of the above heaven, the progenitor had taken in the 3 realms and 6 Daos as disciples and created the above heaven to destroy these parallel universes so that this universe would no longer exist. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Because there were too many parallel universes, the universe had collapsed. Now, the progenitor was suppressing the sequences cord in Primeval City because there were too many parallel universes. 10 years ago, Lu Yin had sent out cultivators to search for parallel universes that did not have any intelligent life forms and destroy them. This included parallel universes with intelligent life forms that could be transferred over to be destroyed. After 10 years, they had already found many parallel universes and determined their locations. After the mission was given, Void Master, Big Sis, Wood God, and Suwang Tian split up. Nobody knew that the above heaven had increased the number of progenitor realm cultivators. These people could not be considered progenitors, as they only had the destructive power of a progenitor. They were definitely not a match for a true progenitor, but with the increase in external items, their strength would also increase. Every progenitor realm cultivator with destructive power would be equipped with microarray weapons, battlefield navigation systems, rules, and so on. The more external items they had, the higher their destructive power and self-preservation ability would be. One day, they would truly be able to match progenitor realm cultivators. This was their path of cultivation. Aside from them, the Heaven's Origin universe had other ways to increase the number of progenitor realm cultivators, such as upgrading the primordial cards of the Lost Clan. The more cards there were, the more progenitor realm cultivators there would be, but the resources required to do so were similarly huge. The human economy was on the verge of collapse, and the various parallel universes were trying to find ways to make up for it. Luin had already done everything he could. In the Fire Spirit Tribe's territory, Void Master had arrived with another person, Lu Yun. Lu Yun was a signpost that could lead them to the spacetime they needed to destroy. 10 years ago, Luin had split up the cultivators and continuously tore through parallel universes in search of a way to destroy them. This method was very risky, but it no longer mattered to the Above Heaven's Origin sect. No matter how many parallel universes they tore through, they were still within the Heaven's Origin universe. There were no parallel universes in the Heaven's Origin universe that could surpass the Above Heaven's Origin sect's strength, or else they would have met long ago. After finding a parallel universe and confirming it, they would leave behind a coordinate seal before returning to the Above Heaven's Origin sect and continuing to tear through parallel universes. These cultivators who were searching for a way to destroy parallel universes were all progenitors, including Lu Yun, Xianxia, Xia Zhen, Wang Jian, and Second Life. There was also the Limitless Empire's 10th ring mecha owner. The entire human world had gathered a coordinate seal for them to search for. Finally, the coordinates were given to 4 people, who then led Void Master and the others to destroy parallel universes. Lu Yun followed Void Master to the place where the Fire Spirit Tribe was researching the black energy source, where he saw the 112 people who used it. Lu Yun's feelings were indescribable. As someone who had been controlled by a space-time warp, he hated the black energy source and the gift technique to the core, especially the black energy source. He felt that any user of a black energy source was an enemy. Now, there were more than 100 black energy source users standing in front of him. This power was unimaginable to him, and he almost could not believe his eyes. Luin had asked him to follow Void Master here, but he had not told him that there were more than 100 black energy source users. This was a secret that Void Master had told him on the way here. He could only describe this as inconceivable. If the space-time warp had more than 100 black energy sources, then who in the entire hexagon would have dared to oppose them, let alone Drifting Cloud? The powerful Void Master had more than 100 black energy source users. Even the Eternals would have been shocked. Now, it was happening right in front of him. It was too inconceivable. End of chapter. Compared to Lu Yun's disbelief, Xia Zhen and Wang Jian's reactions were slightly better. They were led by Big Sis and would God to see the 12 cultivators with the progenitor corpses, as well as the 50 progenitors from the Calamity Expedition. All of this was acceptable. Even though the Calamity Expedition had 50 progenitors, their strength was not stable. Once they were exhausted, they would return to the Calamity Expedition to be bitten. Even 100 of them would be acceptable, let alone 50. However, Xianxia found it hard to accept the scene in front of him. He was stunned. This is? Su Wangtian looked at Xianxia's shocked expression with satisfaction. How is it? Not bad, right? Not far away, there were 82 mechas. This was the total number of mechas that Luin had assigned to complete the mission. There were 50 10th ring mechas, 20 11th ring mechas, and 12 12th ring mechas. These were 82 progenitors, especially 12th ring mechas. In the Limitless Empire, they were at the level of a pillar. Even sovereigns were at this level, and they were equivalent to sequence law powerhouses. This power was even more shocking than the 100 black energy sources. How could a progenitor compare to a sequence law powerhouse? Xianxia gulped. This power was too terrifying. The current humans were actually able to create such a terrifying power. The outside world did not know about this, and this was only what he saw. He knew that there were 4 ways to destroy parallel spacetime. He was one way, and there were 3 others. If they were all similar, how terrifying would that be? Xiaoxinji's reverence for Luyin deepened. Su Wangtian waved his hand. Let's go. More than 100 black beams swept through space, and the mechas moved unhindered. The progenitor's destructive power was rampant. Beneath Immemorial City, the primogenitor looked at the sequence of strings. They had disappeared again, and the number was increasing. It seemed that the pillar had begun to destroy the parallel spacetime. He did not know how many parallel spacetimes he had to destroy to ensure that the Tianyuan universe would not collapse even if he released the sequence of strings. He only knew that it would not be a small number. If he could complete this before the spiritualized universe arrived, the Tianyuan universe would be fine even if they were defeated. The spiritualized universe could only wait for more parallel spacetimes and wait for an opportunity to restart the universe. This opportunity was also the Tianyuan universe's chance. What he needed to do now was to find a way out for the Tianyuan universe. It was impossible for the war to end quickly. If the Tianyuan universe lost all hope in this war, then the destruction of the various parallel universes of the Tianyuan universe would be the path that Luyin had set for himself. He did not wish to walk down this path, so he wanted to see how the upcoming war would play out. There were many parallel universes in the Tianyuan universe. Not every parallel universe knew about the Above Heaven sect. He did not know which parallel universe the Xishan dynasty was in. They did not know about the Above Heaven sect, the Eternals, or the Six Directions Guild. They had their own parallel spacetime. The Xishan dynasty was just like its name. It was not called the Xishan dynasty from the very beginning, but changed as the situation changed. The entire parallel universe was controlled by 2 empires. The parallel universe was not big. The sun was the same as Earth, rising from the east and setting in the west. Hence, the 2 empires were named after the east and west. Whoever was strong was called the Eastern Mountain Dynasty, because the sun rises in the east. Whoever was weak was called the Western Mountain Dynasty, because the sun rises in the east. Sunset Mountain. The Xishan dynasty had used this name for a very long time, but it had always been suppressed by the other dynasty and could not change its name. That was until a few decades ago, when the Western Crown Prince of the Xishan dynasty had cultivated all sorts of insects from who knows where and used them to overwhelm the Eastern Mountain Dynasty. In an extremely short amount of time, he had destroyed the entire Eastern Mountain Dynasty and unified the parallel universe, ending the struggle between the 2 empires. The Western Crown Prince had kept the name Xishan Dynasty, as he believed that this name would bring him good luck. What he wanted was not just one parallel universe, but many connected parallel universes. He wanted to control the universe and become the overlord of all ages. He had the confidence to do so. The Western Crown Prince swirled his wine cup as he looked at the jade-colored insects that covered the sky. The sparkling and translucent dark red wine was especially beautiful under the night sky, and it complemented the jade-colored insects. It was too beautiful, too beautiful. Behind the Western Crown Prince was a group of beautiful women whose clothes did not cover their bodies. All of them looked at his back with worship and reverence. He had created a legend in this time and space. The 2 grand empires had been fighting for supremacy for countless years without any results. However, the West Crown Prince had only used a few decades to settle the other grand empire. He dominated the universe and was invincible. His legend would be passed down forever in this parallel spacetime. "Get out," the Western Crown Prince said calmly. The group of women quickly left. After they left, the void behind the Western Crown Prince distorted, and a strange object appeared. It looked like seaweed, with green vines that twisted and floated in the air. In the middle was a deep black color, and only its eyes were frighteningly white. If there were still people here, they would definitely recognize that this creature was the totem of this time and space. During the time when the 2 empires were fighting for supremacy, or even before that, this creature was the only totem of this time and space, the only god. Although the totem had been passed down, this creature had never appeared before. But now, it had appeared behind the Western Crown Prince. Too slow, still too slow. Xianxia, can the breeding speed of the insects be faster? The Western Crown Prince drank a mouthful of wine and asked. Behind him, Xianxia, who was in the form of the algae god, said in a crisp voice, "It's already very fast. Look at this starry sky, they can cover the entire starry sky." The Western Crown Prince's lips curled up. Yes, covering the entire starry sky. Isn't it beautiful? How about those insects? Some are powerful, some failed and were eliminated. I want the powerful ones, the more powerful the better. I want to sweep through one spacetime after another. This universe isn't just one spacetime, there are a few that are connected to us. But those spacetimes are developing too slowly, and some don't even have intelligent creatures. The flow of time in those spacetimes is about 5 times slower than ours. If our spacetime is the same as theirs, you won't be able to unify the entire spacetime. The Western Crown Prince sneered. 5 times, they can only blame themselves for being unlucky. The flow of time is so slow. When this spacetime can't handle the number of insects, it will be the start of my conquest. You have to be careful too. There are so many parallel spacetimes, there might be a powerful civilization. No matter how powerful they can't surpass me. The Western Crown Prince held up the insect nest with infatuation. It was too beautiful, too beautiful. This was the brilliance of power, the taste of authority, the color of conquest. The Western Crown Prince and Xianxia stood in the palace and looked into the distance. They liked it like this. It was as if they could see the entire parallel spacetime, and the stars in the sky were covered by the insects. A few days later, the Western Crown Prince received a report. What? The spacetime connected to us has an abnormality? Reporting to the Crown Prince, that spacetime constellation has completely changed. It seems to be in complete chaos. What's the reason? It hasn't been investigated yet. The people we sent there fell into the constellation and died. There's a large area of chaotic constellation blocking the spacetime. Trash. The Western Crown Prince raised his hand and pointed at the starry sky. Numerous huge stone dragons walked in the void and slowly combined. Over 10,000 stone dragons finally combined into a creature that looked like a flying dragon. It twisted and wriggled in the starry sky, causing countless people in the Western Mountain Empire to be excited. They had seen with their own eyes how this huge creature destroyed the Eastern Mountain Empire. This was a symbol of invincibility. Follow it. The cultivator who reported was excited. Yes, thank you for the Crown Prince's gift. Being able to touch those insects at close range was already something that countless people in the Western Mountain Empire were envious of. And with over 10,000 stone dragons combined, that huge deterrence was like the Western Mountain Empire at its peak. After this investigation, this person would definitely become the envy of the entire Western Mountain Empire. He would have a meteoric rise because he was able to touch that flying dragon at close range. The Western Crown Prince was satisfied. The more his subordinates respected the insects, the more they respected him. He liked to see everyone looking up to the insects. Soon, that person carefully climbed up the stone dragon. The stone dragon twisted and then flew rapidly in a certain direction. Behind him, countless people from the Western Mountain Empire were looking at him with envy. The stone dragon was extremely fast. Soon, it passed through the twisted darkness and arrived at another parallel spacetime. The moment they arrived, the person lying on the stone dragon was shocked. It changed again and became even more chaotic. If this continued, this spacetime would be gone. What exactly happened? He pointed in a direction and the stone dragon brought him through the void. Soon, he saw a huge creature in the distance constantly destroying the starry sky. He was furious. Where did this creature come from? It was actually destroying this parallel spacetime. This parallel spacetime was connected to the Western Mountain Empire. Stop. In the distance, a 10th ring mecha was continuously attacking. It wasn't easy to destroy a parallel spacetime, especially when this parallel spacetime was especially big. Many mechas were scattered. It would probably take a few more days to destroy this parallel spacetime. Suddenly, the mecha's alarm sounded. A creature was approaching. Inside the mecha, Dian looked over and his eyes widened. Stone dragon? The stone dragon approached from afar and formed the shape of a flying dragon. The moment it got close to the mecha, it swung its tail fiercely. With a bang, the mecha was sent flying. Dian almost fainted. What a terrifying power. With just one attack, the mecha cracked. It was definitely the destructive power of an ancestor. On the back of the stone dragon, the people from the Western Mountain Empire were shocked. It actually didn't shatter? This was a stone dragon, the symbol of the Western Mountain Empire's invincible power. How could it not shatter this creature? What was this? He didn't expect to communicate with this creature. They were of different species. How could they communicate? In the mecha, Dian recovered and immediately reported to Xianxia. In front of him, the stone dragon was approaching again. Its power was extremely strong. Dian's eyes were fierce. Did it really think that a bug could overturn the heavens? He raised his hand and the mecha raised its arm at the same time. The stone dragon nimbly dodged and swung its tail again. This time, Dian was prepared. A spear appeared in his other arm and he stabbed it. With a crack, the spear broke. However, the stone dragon was also pierced by the spear and fell into the starry sky. The mecha raised its arm again and the light beam hit the stone dragon. In an instant, a part of the stone dragon was destroyed. The person on the stone dragon was shocked. How could it be so powerful? He hurriedly tried to control the stone dragon to escape, but the stone dragon was a bug and would not listen to him. Even though there were fewer of them, the remaining ones still charged towards the mecha in the shape of a flying dragon. A loud explosion sounded and Dian coughed out blood. The mecha raised its hand and shot out beams of light in all directions, hitting the stone dragon from time to time. As the stone dragon became smaller, its destructive power naturally decreased as well. The person on the stone dragon's back was already dead. It was impossible for him to survive such a concentrated attack. In the distance, mechas approached one after another. Xianxia stepped out of the void and looked at the stone dragon that was fighting with the mechas. He did not expect there to be bugs here. It was not easy to nurture a stone dragon. He subconsciously tore open the void to check if there were any Frisia in the world of nothingness. He heaved a sigh of relief. There were none. Where did these stone dragons come from? Stop. Xianxia ordered Dian to stop. There were less than 100 stone dragons left and they were still in the shape of a flying dragon. However, these 100 stone dragons only had the destructive power of a peak envoys and could not cause any damage to the mechas around them. The stone dragon charged towards one of the mechas. Behind Xianxia, Xianxia walked out and exclaimed, "Stone dragon? Report to the above sky sect that there are stone dragons here." Xianxia said. Xianxia did not dare to delay and quickly reported back to the above sky sect. Seeing that the stone dragon was not giving up, Xianxia waved his hand and killed more than half of the stone dragons. Only 2 or 3 of them were left alive and they wobbled towards a certain direction. Only a few of them were left and they did not continue fighting. Many of the bugs that Luin and the rest had exterminated had this characteristic. When there were too many of them, they would fight to the death. When there were too few of them, they would escape and look for the nearest bug nest. Xianxia brought all the mechas and followed the stone dragon. He wanted to see where the bug nest was. Soon, the stone dragon passed through the dark and distorted void and returned to the Xishan Empire. In the Xishan Empire's palace, the West Crown Prince's expression changed. Behind him, Xianxia appeared. Why did so many stone dragons die? What happened? The West Crown Prince's eyes flashed with killing intent. Who dared to attack his stone dragons? Soon, when Xianxia and the rest arrived at this spacetime, the West Crown Prince knew that the entire spacetime was filled with bugs. The Western Crown Prince wasn't the only one who knew about Xianxia and the others. Xianxia and the others also saw the endless number of insects that filled the spacetime. There were green robes, guardian dances, stone dragons, Big Dipper sword. Seeing this scene, Xianxia's expression changed. So many? No, the flow of time in this spacetime is different. Around them, the sea of insects began to move. Streaks of light shot out from the sea of insects, coming from the guardian dance. 10,000 guardian dances could reach the destructive power of an emissary, and 100,000 guardian dances could reach the destructive power of an emissary at its peak. This was already the limit of the guardian dance, and each streak of light represented the destructive power of an emissary at its peak. As far as the eye could see, the streaks of light seemed to light up the sky. Countless streaks of light shot towards Xianxia and the mechas around him. Streams of light collided, and Shouwu corpses fell down in droves. It was an extremely spectacular sight. In the next moment, countless stone dragons came from all directions, forming into flying dragons that rushed out. Xianxia's eyes turned cold. This insect nest should be the largest one he had ever discovered. He just didn't know what kind of insects it had bred. He raised his hand and struck out with his palm. Black and white chess pieces revolved around him, turning into beams of light that swept out in all directions. Even Sherlong, who had the destructive power of an ancestor, was no match for Xianxia. Behind him, a group of mechas rushed out and attacked the sea of insects. Within the Xishan Empire, the West Crown Prince's face darkened. Why are there so many experts? The first wave of attacks from the Guardian Dance was to test the waters. Those huge creatures completely ignored the Guardian Dance, and the one at the front was a human. Just like them, he had the power of legends that could split the heavens and earth apart. Xianxia, that person definitely has the power to fight with you. Xianxia said in a clear voice, I can feel his strength. Prepare to retreat. If those creatures aren't all of them, our sea of insects might not be able to stop them. As expected, there is a powerful civilization in this space-time. The West Crown Prince clenched his fists. I don't care what civilization he is from. If he dares to provoke me, he must die. Sherlong's corpse continued to fall. Looking around, there were countless flying dragons in the sky. When the 7-star sword covered the entire sky, Xianxia's heart sank. 10th ring mechas, retreat. A 10th ring mecha was only at the level of an ordinary progenitor. The 7-star sword's speed was close to that of a progenitor. The combined impact of countless 7-star swords was enough to tear a 10th ring mecha apart. Behind him, Dian's face turned pale. There were actually so many insects. The 10th ring mechas all retreated from the West Mountain Dynasty's spacetime. Xianxia waved his hand, and the black and white chess pieces covered the sky and covered the stars. They destroyed an area and headed towards the Sea of Insects. A large part of the Sea of Insects was destroyed, revealing the world of nothingness. In the world of nothingness, there was an endless amount of wild orchids. Xianxia's eyes narrowed. There were so many wild orchids. This meant that the ghost orchids had also appeared. Sharp and strange sounds entered Xianxia's ears. Horrifying faces appeared one after another, jumping through space and heading towards Xianxia. In all directions, ghost orchids jumped out of the void and attached themselves to the mechas. Sounds of cracking could be heard. The 7-star sword and ghost orchids covered the entire sky. In the blink of an eye, mechas were destroyed. The people inside didn't even have time to scream before their flesh was devoured. 11th ring mechas, retreat. Xianxia shouted. The black and white chess pieces continued to sweep through space, destroying the Sea of Insects. However, they were still powerless against the Sea of Insects. Beside the West Crown Prince, Xianxia disappeared. In the past, no one had thought about how many insects there were. But now, Xianxia saw it clearly. Even if he could destroy an area with his strength, it was only a small part of the Sea of Insects. There was no way he could destroy the entire Sea of Insects. 4 of the 11th ring mechas were destroyed. The remaining 16 mechas all retreated. Only the 12th ring mechas were still intact. They continued to kill the insects. One by one, the giant mechas were attached to the ghost orchids. The people inside looked at the horrifying ghost faces. The mechas couldn't be destroyed. Once they were destroyed, they would die without a doubt. Xianxia lifted his foot and kicked with his slipper. A terrifying force tore the void horizontally, almost splitting space into two. Countless people from the West Mountain Empire looked at the space that was split into two. Their faces were filled with shock. They didn't understand what had happened. The West Crown Prince's face turned ugly. Where did such a terrifying expert come from? My son, my son. An old woman in luxurious clothes stumbled over. She was supported by her maids. Her face was pale. The West Crown Prince frowned. Mother, why are you here? The old woman was afraid. My son, who is attacking us? Are they the remnants of the East Mountain Empire? No one from the East Mountain Empire escaped. Mother, don't worry. If that's the case, why are they attacking us? Let's make peace. Look, the space has been split apart. The insects are dying. This person is not to be trifled with. The West Crown Prince was annoyed. He waved his hand. Bring Mother back to rest. I have my own plans. My son, listen to Mother. He dares to attack even after seeing the sea of insects. This person is definitely not to be trifled with. Don't fight. Don't become enemies. My son. The old woman was taken away. The West Crown Prince looked at the space. Make peace? Let's see if you have the ability to do so. In the space, Xianxia held his slipper tightly and smashed it down. He tore the space apart and killed the insects. Countless insect corpses fell, but more insects came. They were not afraid of death. Behind him, a 12th ring mech began to crack. Countless 7-star swords continued to strike the same spot on the mech. It was equivalent to countless progenitor realm attacks. Although a 7-star sword would die with each strike, the remaining 7-star swords were still endless. The energy absorbed by the Xianxia was transferred to the ghost orchids. It was as if a strange light appeared in the world of nothingness. The ghost orchids screamed and charged towards the 12th ring mecha and Xianxia. From afar, the mecha's huge body was covered. It was impossible to see them. Xianxia smashed a star with his palm. These bugs were of no threat to him, but there were simply too many of them. Seeing the 12th ring mecha being destroyed, he took a step forward and appeared beside the 12th ring mecha. He pushed it out of this space and said, "The other 12th ring mechas, retreat." He was determined. He did not believe that he could not get rid of these insects. Even if he used his slipper, he would be able to kill them all. Suddenly, danger appeared. Xianxia dodged to the side. A vine pierced through the void and created a world of nothingness. Xianxia looked into the distance. A strange creature surrounded by vines was staring at him. It looked like a seaweed. He had never seen this insect before. Xianxia stared at Xianxia and said, "You're a human too?" "Of course." Xianxia shouted. He suddenly reacted and looked at Xianxia in shock. "What kind of insect are you?" Xianxia was surprised. "You're asking me? Do you mean you know other insects? It seems like you know about the insect nest." "That's right, there are more than one insect nest. It's not surprising that you have seen it before. This means that the attack just now was not an accident. The killing intent you released when you saw us was not to protect yourself. You had a motive. You wanted to attack us, right, human?" Xianxia sized her up and his eyes flashed. "You are Xianxia? You do know us well. Then, please tell me, what do you think of our insect nest?" Xianxia asked. Around Xianxia, countless insects circled around him as they chased after the 10th ring mecha master from this spacetime. "I'm not talking to you. You are just an insect. I want to talk to your master." Vines danced around Xianxia's body. "I don't have a master. You can only talk to me. Where's the person who nurtured the insect nest? Where is he? I want to talk to him." Xianxia said. Xianxia said, "Through the other 8 insects, I understand you humans. It seems like you want to kill the person who nurtured the insect nest. Our conflict cannot be resolved. Since that's the case, I will drown you in the sea of insects." As she said that, the vines around her body flew towards Xianxia. They were so fast that they surpassed the speed of the 7-star sword. Ordinary Ancestor Realm experts would not be able to see through them. Xianxia dodged most of the vines and grabbed the last one. He was almost knocked away. What a strong force. Xianxia heard that Xianxia was the last type of insect in the hive. She had different forms, and depending on what the other 8 types of insects encountered, she would choose the most suitable form. Xianxia also had the abilities of the other 8 types of insects. The speed and strength of the vines obviously came from the seven-star sword and the stone dragon. She was born with the strength of an ancestor and had an unparalleled talent in learning. She was also very intelligent and was very difficult to deal with. So Wang Tian did not expect to meet Xianxia first. He had to admit that this form was very ugly. Suddenly, an intense pain spread throughout his body. This pain immediately reminded him of Qianli. Qianli was the only one not in the sea of insects. Her appearance would bring unprecedented pain to intelligent creatures. This spacetime was obviously controlled by the hive's master and he would not bring pain to this spacetime. So Wang Tian's pain came from Xianxia and the vines. In front of him, the vines attacked again. Around Su Wang Tian, under the black and white chess pieces, a chessboard could be seen. He liked to play chess. It was not just a hobby but also a rule. Because it was a rule, he could not use his cultivation to improve his chess skills. His chess skills were not even comparable to an ordinary cultivator. He could only create a secret technique like repentance chess. However, in terms of the sequence of rules, he was the master. The chess pieces can be destroyed but the chessboard cannot. As he finished speaking, the pain in his body and the vines in front of him disappeared. The chessboard under Su Wangtian's feet was impregnable. Around the chessboard were broken vines. Xianxia was shocked. There was such a power? It still needed to be learned. Su Wangtian stepped on the chessboard and rushed towards Xianxia. Xianxia's body suddenly disappeared into the world of nothingness. Trying to escape? Su Wangtian waved his hand and the chess pieces pierced through the world of nothingness. At the same time, they also pierced through Xianxia, causing her great damage. However, soon after, countless ghost orchids covered the world of nothingness and rushed towards Su Wangtian. The number of ghost orchids made Su Wangtian's scalp numb. He could not stay in the world of nothingness for long. He could only expand the chessboard and see if he could keep Xianxia here. As the chessboard shook, all living creatures within the range of the chessboard were destroyed. Su Wangtian walked out of the world of nothingness and looked into the distance. Is Xianxia dead? In the adjacent spacetime, 2 10th ring mechas were destroyed at the same time. They came from the 7-star sword and the ghost orchids. All the mechas retreated from the Xishan world of nothingness. However, there were still countless bugs chasing after them. The world of nothingness. Of the mechas can't hold on. At this moment, a strange feeling swept past, and in the next instant, all of the jade-colored insects turned into dust. Another figure appeared. It was Xianxia. The starry sky around his heart spread out. Wherever it went, the sea of insects would disappear, destroyed by the majestic power. The general appointment platform and the divine seal catalog both appeared. Numerous figures walked out, killing in all directions. Su Wangtian looked back. The most important thing now was to find the master of the hive. Back in the Xishan Imperial Palace, the West Crown Prince had already disappeared. Xianxia was still alive, and she knew that she was no match for Su Wangtian. This was the first time she had seen a technique like the sequence laws. Su Wangtian himself was also very strong, so she could only flee. As for the sea of bugs, it was the best way to delay Su Wangtian. Su Wangtian didn't know much about the Xishan Imperial Palace, so he didn't reach the palace immediately. By the time he arrived, the West Crown Prince had already been taken away by Xianxia. Luyin was only one step behind Su Wangtian. His knowledge of spacetime was much better than Su Wangtian's. The sea of bugs rushed into the palace. Inside the palace, the people from the Xishan Imperial Palace died one by one. Without the West Crown Prince restraining them, the bugs didn't care about them at all. The chessboard beneath Su Wangtian's feet enveloped the palace, stabilizing the space around it. Luyin found the West Crown Prince's mother because she was dressed in the most luxurious clothes. Luyin had been the Great Yu Empire's royal regent before, so he knew who to look for in the palace. Outside the palace, the God Sealing Catalog and the General Appointment Stage's power continuously killed the sea of bugs. Xianxia also entered the palace, bringing along experts from the Above Heaven sect. Inside the palace, the old woman collapsed on the ground. Sin. Luyin stared at her. Who is the master of these bugs? Where are they? Tell me. The old woman looked at Luyin. Are you from a parallel spacetime civilization? Tell me. Luine barked. Even a second of delay would allow the hive to escape. The old woman was afraid. It's my son, the West Crown Prince. He got these bugs from somewhere. Where is he now? Lu Yin's killing intent enveloped the old woman, causing her face to turn pale, in the precious spacetime. It's a very small parallel spacetime that's connected to the Xishan Imperial Palace. He should be there. Lu Yin knew the direction to the precious spacetime and immediately headed there, leaving this spacetime to Suwang Tian. The precious spacetime was located in the northwest corner of the Xishan Imperial Palace's spacetime, and it wasn't connected by humans. It was just like the other parallel spacetime that was unintentionally connected to this spacetime. Lu Yin rushed into the precious spacetime and was greeted by all kinds of bugs. However, these bugs were different from the ones that Lu Yin had seen before. They had different shapes and abilities. Seeing this, Lu Yin's heart sank. The hive had developed to the second stage. Grand Elder Gu said that the first stage of the hive was to breed 9 types of bugs. When Xianxia came out, the second stage would begin. No one knew what kind of bugs would appear at that time, but the hive would breed the most suitable bug according to the current spacetime, just like Xianxia. The difference was that there was only one Xianxia, and each hive could only breed one Xianxia. However, the second stage of the hive could be like the other 8 types of bugs, endless as long as there was enough time. The precious spacetime was very small. Lu Yin looked around and didn't see anyone. The West Crown Prince really ran away. He destroyed the bugs in the precious spacetime and returned to the Xishan Imperial Palace's spacetime. Suwang Tian quickly came over. There's a 10th ring mecha missing. Lu Yin was shocked. When? Suwang Tian said, I don't know. He blamed himself. It's Xianxia, it must be Xianxia who took it away. Xianxia had the most suitable cultivation talent and intelligence for the current spacetime. Its starting point was the progenitor realm, and it also had the abilities of the other 8 types of bugs. Given enough time, it would reach unimaginable heights. In Grand Elder Gu's universe, many of their final opponents were Xianxia. Xianxia was the most difficult to deal with. Putting aside whether they could find her or not, whether they could get rid of her was another matter altogether. Once Xianxia escaped, it would be a disaster. No one would have thought that Xianxia would steal a 10th ring mecha in this war. It might not be what it wanted, but what it really wanted was the person inside the mecha. Limitless Empire, Lu Yin muttered to himself and immediately returned to the primordial space. When he arrived at Limitless Empire, he saw a sea of bugs appearing from all directions. Limitless Empire was in a state of panic. Lu Yin's face darkened. Bastard, he immediately ordered the Limitless Empire to be sealed, not allowing any bugs to escape. The bugs must have come to Limitless Empire because of the person inside the 10th ring mecha. Lu Yin's reaction was very fast. When he learned that a 10th ring mecha had disappeared, he came to Limitless Empire. The whole process was not long, but the bugs were also here. It must have been the person inside the 10th ring mecha who tore through the void and brought them here. However, the person controlling the mecha must be an ordinary person who could not cultivate. It was impossible for them to reach the level of tearing through the void so quickly. Lu Yin thought of Qingyi, which was used to assist in cultivation. The West Crown Prince had cultivated the bugs to an exaggerated degree. It was not impossible for him to use Qingyi to forcefully raise the strength of a 10th ring mecha to the level of tearing through the void. After all, the West Mountain Empire's spacetime flow was 5 times faster than the outside world. This meant that the West Crown Prince had never left the West Mountain Empire's spacetime. Lu Yin's face darkened. He released the space in his heart to search for the West Crown Prince. Found him. Limitless Empire did not expect to encounter a sea of bugs. Many mechas fought against the sea of bugs. The sovereigns were controlled by EE. The 10th ring, 11th ring, and Optimus Prime's 12th ring mechas were guarding the periphery, preventing the bugs from entering. However, all of this changed with the appearance of intense pain. The pain caused by Qianli caused the Limitless Empire to fall into despair. Countless people could not bear it and committed suicide. In a corner of the Limitless Empire, the West Crown Prince's expression was ferocious. He had fallen into madness. It was all fake. He was not the master of the bugs. Xianxia was. He thought that Xianxia had brought him away because he was the master. He did not expect that his purpose was only to attract the attention of this civilization so that Xianxia could escape. Fresh blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His tongue had been cut off, and his limbs were also cut open. Xianxia had connected them with vines, so it was not obvious from the outside. He could not say a word. Above his head, the giant stone dragon's shadow loomed over him. It was not protecting him, but staring at him. He had always regarded the stone dragon and the other bugs as his own. Now, these bugs were incomparably ferocious and terrifying in his eyes. The void trembled. All of the bugs were destroyed, turning into jade-colored fragments. Above the West Crown Prince's head, jade-colored fragments fell from the stone dragon. It was as if jade-colored rain had fallen in the limitless empire. Luin stood in front of the West Crown Prince. "You are the master of the bug nest?" At the same time, at the point where the limitless empire was connected to the primordial space, a flying ship crossed over. When Luin gave the order to seal the limitless empire, the flying ship flew towards the limitless empire to seal the entrance. However, there were no signs of wriggling on the walls of the flying ship. It was not the Brocade Azura, but Xianxia. Within the limitless empire, Luin looked at the West Crown Prince and frowned. "You?" The West Crown Prince's body fell, and his limbs were scattered. Fresh blood flowed from his mouth. He opened and closed his mouth, looking at Luin pitifully. His eyes were pleading. Lu Yin's eyes dimmed. Bait, the West Crown Prince, was just a bait. The moment he found the West Crown Prince, Xianxia had already escaped. No wonder Grand Elder Shangu said that every Xianxia was a disaster. They were too smart and had the most suitable cultivation talent for this spacetime. Once they grew up, they would be very troublesome. This was more than troublesome. Xianxia took the hive away too? Luin looked at the West Crown Prince and asked. The West Crown Prince spat out blood and his eyes dimmed. Finally, he died, unable to say a word. In the distance, the people from the Limitless Empire rushed over and bowed to Luin. Luin sighed, "It's fine now." Shang Tianzong and the rest were puzzled but did not dare to ask. Luin did not leave and just stood there. No one knew what he was waiting for. After a while, Su Wangtian arrived with Xianxia in his hands. Was Xianxia smart? Of course. When it fought with Su Wangtian, it had already thought of a way out. It always felt that there must be a powerful civilization in the universe. Otherwise, why would it be born? It was born with a mission. Su Wangtian dared to take the initiative to attack when he saw the sea of insects. This meant that this civilization was powerful. Xianxia fought with Su Wangtian while controlling the insects to capture mechas in the parallel spacetime. It was to understand this spacetime and leave the West Mountain Empire. The West Crown Prince was no longer useful. It thought that it could defeat Su Wangtian and the rest and had time to slowly understand them. However, Su Wangtian's strength was beyond its expectations. It was not a match for him and had no choice but to escape. However, escaping was not an easy task, especially since it was not sure if Su Wangtian was the strongest in this civilization. Logically speaking, it should not be. How could the strongest in a civilization charge and break through enemy lines from the start? It had thought of many scenarios. It wanted to choose the safest way, which was to tear a hole in the parallel spacetime and leave. However, its pride and arrogance made it try another way out, which was to enter the Limitless Empire and use the West Crown Prince as bait while it left to go to that powerful civilization. It believed that it would succeed because its plan was meticulous. The Limitless Empire was attacked by the Insect Sea, and it had also successfully arrived at a foreign starry sky. This starry sky must belong to some powerful civilization. It could understand it, but it had not expected to be ambushed. The moment Luin thought of Limitless Empire, he had ordered Su Wangtian to lie in ambush at the point where Limitless Empire was connected to the Genesis space. It wasn't that he had anticipated the enemy's actions, but rather that he had considered Xianxia to be his most cunning enemy. The more intelligent a creature was, the more they liked to take risks and play with others. The one true god was like this. He wanted Ancestor Hui to personally witness the defeat of his civilization. Therefore, even though he knew that Hui Wu was a spy, he did not do anything to him. This was used by Ancestor Hui. When Hui Wu became a corpse, Ancestor Hui replaced him and secured victory in the Battle of Immemorial City. Ancestor Hui himself had led the disaster to the Sixth Mainland. There was also Wang Wen and Wei Rong. Both of them were extremely intelligent. Lu Yin had seen too many people like this before. They always had a backup plan, and He Wuxian was no exception. The conceit of a wise man leads to his own destruction. Lu Yin had only taken precautions, but he did not expect Xianxia to be so conceited. If he allowed it to escape, Lu Yin and the rest would have been fooled by an insect. Lu Yin looked at Xianxia, who was thrown to the ground by Wang Tian, and sized it up. You are very smart. Xianxia's vines had been cut off by Wang Tian, and it now looked like a fur ball with eyes. Human powerhouse, how did you know where I was? Xianxia asked in a clear voice. Wang Tian looked at Lu Yin with admiration. Who would think so much in such a critical moment? Although this person was a junior, he was indeed worthy of being the Tao master of the above heaven sect. He had thought of everything in such a short time. If he had been a little slower, this fellow would have escaped. Lu Yin looked at it. I don't know. I guessed. Xianxia was surprised. You are very smart to be able to guess my path. Are you the ruler of this human civilization? You can say that. Lu Yin replied. Xianxia said, I admire you. Human powerhouse, how much do you know about us? I know everything that I need to know. The characteristics and abilities of every insect, including you, Xianxia. Lu Yin said. The vines on Xianxia's body swayed. Since you know me, you should know that I am very powerful. Give me time, and I will become your greatest helper. You won't kill me, right? Lu Yin laughed and pointed at the West Crown Prince's corpse. You want me to be like him? Human powerhouse, you are different from him. He is just a piece of trash with ambition but no ability. You, on the other hand, have conquered me. Xianxia said. Lu Yin placed his hands behind his back and looked down at Xianxia. Conquered? Yes, conquered. Xianxia emphasized. The surrounding people retreated far away and looked at Xianxia curiously. It was clearly a fur ball, but it used the word conquered so seriously. Wang Tian squinted his eyes. Conquered? It would be great if he could conquer this thing. It would be a pity if the Sea of Insects and Xianxia died. If the Sea of Insects could help in the war between the Tianyuan universe and the spiritualized universe, there would be nothing to worry about. Lu Yin did not reply, and no one knew what he was thinking. Xianxia was not in a hurry. After a while, more experts from the above heaven sect arrived, including Hongyan Mavis. They were all curious when they heard that Xianxia had appeared. Elder Shangu hurried over, and when he saw the fur ball at Lu Yin's feet, his expression changed. Pathmaster, is that Xianxia? Lu Yin nodded. That is what it said. Elder Shangu sized up Xianxia, and Xianxia looked up and stared at Elder Shangu. It did not care, as this human was not strong. The lost clan's strength came from their cards and not their bodies. Elder Shangu's aura was not as dazzling as Lu Yin's. Elder, is it Xianxia? Lu Yin asked. Great Elder Shangu said, I don't know either. Green immortals don't have a fixed form. They only have the form most suitable for spacetime cultivation. In addition to the fixed abilities of the 8 insects, each green immortal has many other abilities. As time passes, more and more abilities are born from cultivation. Each green immortal is an extremely talented cultivator. Xianxia was surprised. Human, you seem to understand us very well. Since you do, you should know how much we can help you. I choose to submit. Elder Shangu sneered, don't play such tricks. Submit? Xianxia will only submit to one person, and that is the immortal master. Xianxia was shocked, and a white light burned in its eyes as it stared at Elder Shangu. You? Elder Shangu said in a low voice, insects. All insects born from the nest will only listen to the immortal master. Even if you submit to us now, once the immortal master appears, you will immediately betray us. Xianxia, don't play such tricks. I know you better than you think. Xianxia was at a loss. No matter how smart it was, it could not understand the current situation. It was born in this universe. In all its knowledge, other than the celestial master, who was out of reach and had to submit to him, there was nothing else. It had no knowledge of the universe where the lost clan once lived, let alone the lost clan. They were just new lives. However, Elder Xiangu's understanding of it made it uneasy. It felt like the situation had changed completely beyond its expectations. Elder Xiangu faced Lu Yin and bowed deeply. "Tao Lord, please destroy Xianxia. Any Xianxia will be a strong enemy when they grow up, and their threat level will not be lower than the Eternal Clan's 3 Masters and 6 Boundless. If they work together with the nest, each Xianxia will be as threatening as an Eternal Clan member." Although it sounded exaggerated, Lu Yin did not feel that it was exaggerated when he thought about the Sea of Insects. So Wang Tian led 82 mechas to fight against the Sea of Insects. In the end, nearly 10 mechas were destroyed, and this was the result of them retreating from the battlefield in time. If they had retreated a little later, the Sea of Insects would have destroyed all the mechas. One had to know that those mechas were comparable to the progenitor realm, and could even be comparable to the sequence law realm powerhouses. The biggest advantage of the Sea of Insects was their numbers. There were so many of them that it was terrifying. Although the Eternal Clan's corpse kings were numerous, they could not be compared to the Sea of Insects. Xianxia controlled the nest, and once she matured, the Sea of Insects would be enough to cause a disaster for the human race. "Human, don't kill me. I have value and I am very smart. I can adapt to spacetime quickly. I can help you cultivate, and I have the Sea of Insects for you to use. Do you have enemies? I can help you deal with them. The Sea of Insects is invincible." Xianxia was shocked, and she looked at Elder Xiangu with hatred as she begged. Lu Yin really could not bear to kill Xianxia. The Sea of Insects was much more powerful than energy sources and mechas. He even felt that if they were to go to war with the spiritualized universe, they would not need the Tianyuan universe to fight to the death. The Sea of Insects would be enough. Just like how the ancient ancestor used the Tianyuan universe to deal with the spiritualized universe, controlling the Sea of Insects was equivalent to using the Nest civilization to deal with the spiritualized universe. Since Lu Yin stepped on the path of cultivation, he had done too many things like this. He was very familiar with borrowing strength to fight strength. Elder Xiangu saw Lu Yin hesitating and bowed deeply. "Tao Lord, have you forgotten what we said before? The nest cannot be used and cannot be allowed to grow. Otherwise, even if we defeat the spiritualized universe, how will we deal with the nest civilization? Once the immortal master appears, all the insects will become our enemies. Tao Lord, you must not be tempted by the nest." Hong Yan Mavis said, "If we use the nest to deal with the spiritualized universe, what is the difference between this and Song Xiaoshui using the nest for revenge?" Lu Yin closed his eyes. "Yes, there is no difference. But if there is a way to prevent the Tianyuan universe from being sacrificed, why not use it?" Su Wang Tian interrupted, as he had personally experienced the terror of the Sea of Insects. Elder Xiangu frowned. "You are underestimating the insects. Their threat is definitely above the spiritualized universe. These insects are not humans, and they can eat humans. The despair they bring is far greater than the spiritualized universe, especially when they created the Brocade Azura, an insect that can destroy civilizations." "Tao Lord, you promised me." Xianxia's voice rang out. "Spiritualized universe? Is it your enemy? Then it is easy. I will deal with it. I will definitely help you deal with this strong enemy. I will not let you humans suffer any losses. You humans have family, friends, and emotional ties, but we do not. Let my Sea of Insects deal with your enemy. You humans will not suffer any losses." End of chapter 3329. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.